Alas, is the heavens conspiring against me? Not even a single robotic assistant in sight. Li Fan kicked away an empty energy drink can at his feet. With a clang, the construct the rusted wall and rebounded, crashing onto his toes. Li Fan gasped in pain, hopping about like a startled cat amidst a pit piled high with discarded parts. The air was thick with the acrid scent of aged oil and the stench of rust, causing him to roll his eyes in disgust. He glared at the cobweb-covered ceiling, cursing vehemently, "You old rascal, Li Fatio. Did you not proclaim this to be an interstellar 5-star repair shop? This is clearly an interstellar junkyard." As his words hung in the air, the rusted metal door creaked shut, and from the cloud of dust emerged 3 sleek mechanical cockroaches, brandishing mini vacuum cleaners, circling him as if mocking his predicament. Li Fan plopped down on a floating workbench, the electric shock jolting him into immediate alertness. He gazed at the top 10 Galactic Mechanics banner on the wall. Flickering under the faulty neon lights its bottom corner embroidered with limited edition of the Cosmic Year 29.99. Limited edition of the Cosmic Year 29.99. Bah! Li Fan spat, nearly dislodging his newly emerged wisdom tooth. He recalled the source of his woes. That irresponsible master, Li Fatio, seizing a crumpled letter from the table, unfolding it to read once more. "My dear disciple Li Fan, by the time you read this letter, I shall have embarked on a romantic interstellar journey with your little mistress. Romantic my foot. I suspect he is merely indulging in a love escapade with little mistress Lan Xian." Li Fan grumbled internally, continuing to peruse the letter's contents. "That I have decided to bequeath you this repair shop, a culmination of my life's work, along with a staggering sum of 900,000 credit points accrued over the years. No need for excessive gratitude, for you are my most cherished. Cough. Only disciple. Manage it well, and do not let me down. Your loving master, Li Fatio." 900,000. A staggering sum? Li Fan nearly tore the letter in half. "Old man, you must be misinterpreting the term staggering sum. This paltry amount wouldn't even suffice to replace a high-grade energy core for the mech. And as for Li's work, perhaps Li's rubbish is more fitting." Fuming, he grabbed his phone and opened the interstellar messaging app, dialing Li Faxius' number. "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service." "Damn it, he blocked me." Li Fan roared, hurling the phone to the ground. With a crack, the screen splintered, defiantly displaying an unread message. "Your interstellar account, ending in XXXX, received a transfer of 900,000. 00 credit points on May 20th, 2024, at 13 hours 14 minutes and 52 seconds, with a balance of 900,012.50 credit points." 900,000 credit points might seem trivial in prosperous star systems, yet in the desolate Gailan Federation Kalen star, it represented a substantial sum. Li Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm his impending explosion of emotions. He began to self-soothe. The old man must have had his reasons. Yes, surely, he encountered an insurmountable dilemma that forced him to flee with the little mistress. Perhaps he is trying to protect me. The more he contemplated, the more sense it made, even concocting an elaborate interstellar conspiracy in his mind. I cannot let the old man's good intentions go to waste. Li Fan sprang to his feet, only to inadvertently bump into the table leg, yelping in pain as he fell back down. Ugh. This wretched shop. I shall elevate it to greatness. Let the old man regret abandoning me. He surveyed the surroundings, taking in the cluttered, dilapidated repair shop, and let out a deep sigh. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. The vast repair shop felt as though it had been ransacked, desolate and empty. Glancing up, he noticed a gaping hole in the roof, dark and cavernous, resembling a giant eye observing everything within. The paint on the walls was peeling and faded, revealing a grim gray surface, scarred by the relentless passage of time, an eyesore to behold. Cough! This damned place is hardly fit for a human. Li Fan spat, grumbling as he sank into a dust-laden office chair, which creaked mournfully, as if ready to collapse at any moment. He carelessly tossed the letter aside, reminiscing about the myriad of experiences shared with his master, nearly laughing in exasperation at the contents of the letter. "I've been by your side since I was 6, toiling in the repair shop, tackling every dirty job there was. I may not have accolades, but surely my hardships count for something? And you, just up and leave, all in the name of finding love? Pa, pa, pa." The more he pondered, the angrier he became, crumpling the letter into a ball and slamming it onto the ground, as if wishing to crush Li Feixia's old face beneath his foot. His name was Li Fan, 19 years old, the former apprentice of the facially repair shop, now reluctantly assuming the role of its beleaguered owner. At the tender age of 6, he lost his parents in a tragic interstellar accident, only to be adopted by a friend of his parents, his master, Li Feixio. Li Feixio was a meagerly renowned mech repairman on Kalen Star, having founded this very repair shop. Growing up in this environment, Li Fan had gleaned a modicum of knowledge about mech repairs. In this age where mechs soared through the cosmos, every individual at 18 underwent a critical ceremony, the awakening of their mech aptitude. Only those who awakened such talents could ascend to the ranks of mech masters, piloting mechs, soaring through the stars, marrying the affluent, and achieving the zenith of life. Last year, with great anticipation, Li Fan participated in the awakening ceremony, only to be met with disillusionment. He failed to awaken any mech aptitude, plunging him into a period of despondency. Rising again, Li Fan surveyed the dilapidated repair shop with a sigh. If this is indeed the old man's good intentions, then I must not disappoint his expectations. I shall manage this repair shop diligently. Not long ago, he had invested considerable effort to obtain a D-level mechanics license. And with his passion for mechs and his comprehensive knowledge, he felt confident in his ability to run the shop successfully. He slowly made his way to the shop's entrance, where the desolate road was devoid of any other establishments, not a single passerby in sight. Turning back to gaze at the rundown shop, he felt a pang of nostalgia, followed by a bitter smile. Since he could remember, he had been trailing behind his master, fetching tools, scrubbing the grime off mechs. And after over a decade, he had finally qualified to repair the mechs himself. Yet now he was left alone. Under these conditions, how could the old man afford to pursue a romantic relationship or embark on interstellar travels? It baffles me. Li Fan pondered, perplexed. It appears that most of those 900,000 credit points will be spent on refurbishing the shop and upgrading the repair equipment. Oh, I had hoped to splurge a little, but it seems I was overly optimistic. With a resigned sigh, Li Fan approached the desk, languishing in the chair like a salted fish. It seems I can only make do for now, and perhaps later, when finances allow. Just as despair began to creep in, the surrounding light abruptly vanished, plunging Li Fan into an abyss of darkness, where he felt like the sole beacon in the void. Suddenly, 36 azure beams of light cascaded from above, forming the character Che at his feet. Ding! A cosmic-level illegal structure has been detected belonging to the host. The mechanical voice resonated with a distinct authority. Registered under the name Feiyo Li Repair Shop, with a total area of 1,200 square meters, of which 1,140 square meters constitutes unlicensed expansion. The Star Dream Mecha Space system has been forcibly bound. Before Li Fan could voice his frustration regarding this absurd authentication method, a holographic projection suddenly erupted before him, displaying 2 lines of text. The host can acquire power, even in slumber. Current conditions are not met. The Star Dream Mecha Space cannot be activated. Chapter 2. The dog system is absolutely a rogue traitor. Where am I? Li Fan jolted upright, nearly slipping off his recliner. He quickly grasped the armrest, his eyes wide as saucers, scanning his surroundings in disbelief. What is this place? He found himself enveloped in a void of chaos. Surrounded by eerie lights and countless specks flickering in the mist, resembling fireflies in the night sky. The current conditions do not meet the requirements. The Star Dream Mecha Space cannot be activated. The mechanical voice abruptly ceased, and the surrounding darkness dissipated. Li Fan opened his eyes wide, springing from his chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Phew, it was just a dream. He patted his chest, exhaling deeply as his taut nerves finally relaxed. But wait, that voice in the dream. His eyes widened suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression shifting to one of unease. The mechanical voice from the dream, along with the words Star Dream Mecha Space System, lingered in his mind. A system? Li Fan sprang to his feet, glancing around. The dilapidated shop. The outdated equipment. Everything appeared unchanged, as if the previous events had merely been a figment of his imagination. Could it be? I have truly encountered the legendary system? Li Fan rubbed his hands together in excitement, his heart racing. Tentatively, he called out in his mind, System? Are you there? Star Dream Mecha Space System? I am here, host. The mechanical voice resonated again, startling Li Fan and jolting him fully awake. Is there really a system? Li Fan felt as though he were dreaming, yet the clear voice in his mind reassured him that it was all real. The Star Dream Mecha Space System. It sounds incredibly impressive. What functionalities does it possess? Li Fan eagerly inquired, already envisioning himself as the universe and Appo's strongest mechanic, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of success. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the universe and Appo's strongest mechanic. Its primary functions include star energy acquisition, marketplace purchases, Star Dream Space, mecha modifications. The system mechanically elaborated. Wait a moment, what is star energy? Li Fan interrupted the system's exposition. Star energy is the universal currency of the Star Dream Mecha Space System, used for purchasing items in the marketplace and accessing Star Dream Space, among other things. How can one acquire star energy? Li Fan asked impatiently, realizing this was the crux of the matter. The host can obtain star energy by completing system tasks or exchanging credit points for star energy. Credit point exchange? What is the exchange rate? Li Fan felt a nagging sense of foreboding. 20,000 credit points yield 1 star energy. The system's cold voice felt like a bucket of ice water being poured over Li Fan's head. 20,000 to 1. Why not rob a bank? Li Fan nearly leaped up. The ratio was absurdly exploitative. The 900,000 he had painstakingly saved would only convert to 45 star energy? This system is fair and just, with all exchange ratios meticulously calculated, ensuring absolute equity. The system maintained its emotionless tone. Fair and just. More like a heartless system. Li Fan couldn't help but scoff inwardly, yet he knew arguing with the system was futile. He had to resign himself to the situation. Fine. Let and amp, Appo's, see what the marketplace has to offer. Li Fan said resignedly. Understood, host. As the system and amp, Appo's voice faded, a virtual marketplace interface materialized before Li Fan. It showcased an array of products, from basic repair tools to advanced mecha components, even rare mecha blueprints, all available. Li Fan's eyes were immediately drawn to the gleaming items. He browsed eagerly, nearly drooling. Nebula-class particle cutter, only 999 star energy. Phantom camouflage paint, merely 888 star energy. Sirius power core, just 666 star energy. The more he browsed, the more astonished he became. The prices were astronomical. His meager 45 star energy wouldn't even cover a fraction. System, the items in your marketplace are exorbitantly priced. When will I ever be able to afford them? Li Fan lamented. The host can acquire star energy by completing system tasks. The system reminded him once more. All right, I understand. Li Fan reluctantly closed the marketplace interface. Let's see what tasks are available. Filtering tasks for the host. Filtering complete. Current available task, Beginner's Trial. Beginner's Trial, repair 4 standard federal mechas within 24 hours. Task reward, 130 star energy. Additional reward, basic mecha repair proficiency. 130 star energy? Plus an extra proficiency reward. This is promising. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Although he was still far from affording those exorbitant items, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Moreover, basic mecha repair proficiency was a tangible skill. Accept the task, Li Fan declared without hesitation. Task accepted. Please enter Star Dream Space to commence the trial. Star Dream Space? How do I enter? Li Fan asked, puzzled. The host need only silently recite and Appo's, enter Star Dream Space and Appo's, in their mind. Li Fan returned to his recliner, donned a thick coat, and, following the system and Appo's instructions, closed his eyes. Mentally repeating, enter Star Dream Space. In the next moment, he felt the scenery around him shift dramatically. Is this Star Dream Space? Li Fan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Welcome, host, to Star Dream Space. Please select the trial mode. Repair trial, beginner task. Li Fan stated. As soon as he finished speaking, the environment transformed, and Li Fan found himself in a vast mecha warehouse. Surrounding him were various models of standard federal mechas, though most were severely damaged. Some reduced to mere heaps of parts. Is this what I am to repair? Li Fan grimaced at the sight of the battered wrecks before him. Yes. The host must repair 4 mechas within 24 hours. The system prompted. 24 hours? For mechas? This is a tight time frame. Li Fan inwardly complained. But he knew there was no time for grievances. He had to commence repairs immediately. System, do you have any suggestions? Li Fan inquired. I recommend the host purchase a basic repair tool set, priced at 10-star energy. More expenses. Li Fan winced at the thought, but he understood that without tools, he could accomplish nothing. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Purchase. 10-star energy deducted. Basic repair toolset has been added to the host inventory." Li Fan felt a new backpack materialize in his mind, containing a complete set of pristine repair tools. Wrenches, screwdrivers, welding guns, everything he needed. All right, let's get to work. Li Fan took a deep breath and approached the nearest mecha. He carefully examined it, noting that the right arm was severely damaged while the other parts remained relatively intact. Let's start with the right arm. Li Fan resolved to repair this mecha's right arm first. He opened the armor of the mech's right arm and meticulously examined the internal wiring and structure, discovering several fractures and damages that necessitated the replacement of parts. "Is there a replacement for the right arm of this mech in the system?" Li Fan inquired. "Yes. A brand new mech arm is available for 35-star energies." 35-star energies? How exorbitant! Li Fan winced at the thought of the expense. Yet he understood that without complete components, it would be challenging to restore the mech. Never mind. Let me first see if I can salvage suitable parts from other discarded mechs, Li Fan resolved, determined to explore this option in hopes of saving some resources. He began to search the warehouse diligently, hoping to uncover some usable abandoned components. Chapter 3. A lucrative endeavor ding. A crisp notification reverberated within Li Fan's mind, jolting him from his weariness like an invigorating elixir. Disassembly, authorization unlocked for all derelict mechs within the depot. The one-star mechanical voice now resonated with celestial harmony in Li Fan's ears. Derelict mechs? Unfettered disassembly? Li Fan's head snapped up, his eyes ablaze with incandescent fervor. As if poised to incinerate the entire depot, he scrutinized the notification with unwavering intensity, lest it be a figment of his imagination. Blast it. Useless system. Why the belated revelation of such pivotal information? Li Fan slapped his forehead with considerable force, lamenting his oversight. The sound echoed through the cavernous depot, tinged with chagrin and burgeoning exhilaration. How could I have overlooked this? Who decreed that components must be pristine? He slapped his forehead again, nearly concussing himself. I'm an utter imbecile. Who stipulated that components must be novel? This entire depot is a veritable parts emporium ripe for the plundering. Li Fan and Apos' lips contorted into an ecstatic grin as he wrung his hands together, resembling a nouveau riche who had stumbled upon a Klondike gold deposit. Heh. This venture is assured. I and Apos, am ascending to the stratosphere. Li Fan darted toward a Federal Falcon K3 mech with a gaping hole in its chassis. His gaze was predatory, as if he intended to devour the mech whole. You and Apos, re the chosen one. His eyes locked onto the relatively intact right arm, as a hunter fixates on their quarry. Li Fan promptly activated the depot's automated gantry crane, its frigid mechanical arm securing the mech and its right appendage. Swish, swish, swish. A scintillating display of light beams emanated from the energy cutter in his grasp, meticulously severing the exoskeleton and Apos' anchoring points at the arm and Apos' articulations. Sparks cascaded like a miniature pyrotechnic spectacle. Structural stabilizer, engage. Li Fan intoned, as a palm-sized device emitted a potent force field, steadfastly supporting the core of the joint. Click. The automated torque wrench seamlessly transitioned to the appropriate coupler, precisely engaging the bolts. Buzz. The wrench whirred at high velocity, producing a piercing drone as the bolts gradually yielded to the immense torque. Li Fan's eyes were wide with focus, scrutinizing the joint's core, ensuring each action was executed with unerring precision. With the retaining pins extracted, a dense network of circuits and energy conduits was exposed, resembling the vascular and nervous systems of an organism. Li Fan swiftly retrieved the thermal disassembler, skillfully and gingerly severing the connections before affixing a connector head. Each movement was fluid and practiced, akin to an experienced surgeon performing a delicate procedure. Separate. Li Fan commanded the crane in a sonorous voice, as the colossal arm gradually detached from the joint's core. Phew. Li Fan exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing, his brow and back already drenched in perspiration. He guided the crane, as if cradling an infant, slowly transporting the detached arm to another mech. The depot was eerily silent, save for Li Fan's industrious figure. His eyes were glued to the mechanical arm as he muttered, "Nudge it along the Z-axis. Yes, a smidge more. Perfect. Halt." His demeanor was akin to orchestrating an interstellar campaign. The arm's pivot aligned precisely with the joint's core. Li Fan inhaled deeply and commenced connecting the circuits and energy conduits. The rapid connection gun danced in his hands, each wire meticulously linked, each energy conduit seamlessly sealed. Click, click. The crisp sounds emanating from the connection gun reverberated through the silent depot. To Li Fan, the sound was more melodious than any symphony. Next came the retaining pins. The automated torque wrench whirred once more, and within a few breaths, the pins were securely fastened. Finally, the joint's protective exoskeleton was installed. The plasma welder sizzled, instantaneously fusing the exoskeleton and Oppo's anchoring points. Li Fan modulated the welder and Oppo's temperature with consummate precision, ensuring a robust weld without compromising the mech and Oppo's other components. Yes, Li Fan exclaimed triumphantly, brandishing his fist in the air as he gazed upon the revitalized mech, his heart brimming with elation. A solid 4 hours of labor, well worth it. Despite the aching back and the sensation of his body falling apart, this was the first mech he had personally resurrected. Mission progress. 04. Huh? 0. The grin on Li Fan's face froze, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning his perception. What in the blazes? I toiled for 4 hours. And you're telling me the progress is 0? He roared into the air, like a roused lion. System. A successfully repaired mech requires a simulated piloting test before it can be included in the progress count. The system responded in an emotionless tone. System. Initiate the simulated piloting test for this Federal Falcon K3 mech, Li Fan commanded, wiping the sweat from his brow. Simulated test in progress. The system's mechanical voice echoed. Li Fan's heart leaped into his throat. This was the critical moment, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, each second stretching into an eternity. He could feel his heart pounding, and his palms were slick with sweat. Test passed. Current progress 1-4. Please continue your efforts, host. The system's notification finally arrived. Yes, it's done, Li Fan exclaimed, leaping into the air and punching the air with unrestrained joy. He cheered like a child, his elation transcending verbal expression. Emboldened by this triumph, Li Fan rolled up his sleeves, ready to embark on another Herculean task. Next one, let and Oppo's get to it. Time slipped away unnoticed in the mech depot, as Li Fan navigated the mech jungle like an indefatigable automaton. 13 hours later, the fourth mech Li Fan was repairing had entered the final stages of completion. This mech had suffered damage to its core at the chest, and Li Fan had already installed a complete energy core salvaged from another mech. However, the collector device at the energy core's embedding point required meticulous calibration to ensure a seamless fit. This was a delicate and demanding task. Any misstep could render the entire core irreparable. Li Fan held his breath, carefully manipulating the pressure-sensitive correction instrument. His eyes were glued to the data on the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Done. As the pressure-sensitive correction instrument precisely aligned the 32 energy pins of the collector device, the mech's energy core slid into place. The moment the core settled, a surge of energy coursed through the mech. Hiss buzz, as the energy pins connected. A multitude of amber energy beams coursed into the mech, imbuing it with life. Initiate simulated test, Li Fan commanded decisively. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh, his palms clammy with anxiety. Simulated test in progress. The system and Oppo's mechanical voice echoed once more, each word reverberating in Li Fan and Oppo's heart. The mech depot was eerily silent, save for the faint hum emanating from within the mech, the sound of energy in motion. Li Fan's gaze was riveted on the Federal Warrior 2 mech before him. This was the last and most challenging mech he had repaired, and its fate hinged on this moment. Each second stretched into an eternity. Li Fan could feel his heart pounding in his ears. Test passed. Current progress 4-4. Congratulations, host, on completing the trial mission. The system notification sound finally shattered the stifling silence. Ah, at long last, it is complete. Li Fan exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as though all his strength had been sapped away. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Total repair time, 18 hours. Repair rating. Falcon K3 mech, grade B. Hummingbird T3 mech, grade B. Falcon K4 mech, grade A. Samurai Type 2 mech, grade A. Total additional extraterrestrial energy rewards for this trial, 70 points. Novice task completed. Reward, 130 energy points. Quite satisfactory. 2A grades. What a lucrative endeavor. Li Fan grinned broadly, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. The basic repair toolset had been collected into the Dream Tool space, allowing the host to summon it directly next time. The system notification chimed once more, preparing to teleport back to the Star Dream Space Hall. Li Fan felt a sudden darkness envelop him, his world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the familiar hall. He had no idea how much time had passed in reality. He hoped nothing had gone awry. A sense of worry crept into Li Fan and Appo's mind, especially since another version of himself lay in the repair shop. He dared not delay and immediately chose to exit the dream. With a swift motion, Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes, the dilapidated ceiling coming into view. Startled, he sat up and quickly checked the time on his phone, realizing he had only slept for 2 hours. Thankfully, he hadn't been gone for long. Li Fan patted his chest, sighing in relief. He meticulously recalled the time in the dream, comparing it to the reality, and discovered a flow rate ratio of approximately 1:10. Glancing around at the rundown repair shop, he recalled the futuristic warehouse from his dream, and a profound sense of disparity washed over him. My shop is due for an upgrade. Li Fan's gaze sharpened with determination. He could almost envision the transformed, revitalized repair shop. System, upgrade the repair shop. Chapter 4. Apologies, I am the boss. System, upgrade. Transform the repair shop. Li Fan clenched his teeth, as if having made an enormous decision, his fingertips trembling as they hovered over the holographic screen. Confirm upgrade transformation, 150 star energy will be deducted. Confirm. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan pressed down forcefully on the screen. Instantly, his account balance plummeted from 200 to a mere 50. His heart felt as if it had been viciously wrenched, pain coursing through him. After all, it had taken him nearly 20 hours of labor in the star dream space to accumulate that amount. System, if this upgrade fails to impress, I swear I and Appo's, I'll make you pay. He threatened the air, hands clasped together in a prayer-like gesture, resembling a sacrificial lamb prepared for an offering. A piercing beam of starlight suddenly descended, akin to a divine wrath unleashed, enveloping the dilapidated repair shop with an overwhelming force that seemed capable of annihilating the world, swallowing it whole. Whoa! Li Fan gasped, startled, instinctively shutting his eyes. The brilliance was so intense it felt as though it could melt everything. The air warped around him, as if he were encased within a furnace of flames. Just 1 minute felt like an eternity, as the radiant light receded like a tide. Li Fan cautiously opened his eyes. What lay before him left him utterly astounded, his mind buzzing with disbelief. The once ramshackle, teetering repair shop had vanished, replaced by a metallic fortress brimming with a sense of science fiction and futurism. The exterior of the building appeared to be forged from a single block of superalloy, seamless and without a hint of a joint. When Li Fan gently touched it, his fingertips encountered a surprisingly smooth texture. Am I hallucinating? Li Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his arm hard. Ouch! The sharp pain confirmed it was no dream. Even more astonishing was the radical transformation of the interior of the repair shop. 10 colossal nanocrystal holographic repair bays, each towering 2 stories high, stood neatly aligned along both sides of the shop. The bay walls displayed lifelike, three-dimensional holograms of mecha structures. Countless intricate data lines dazzled the eye. Within the repair bays, numerous silver mechanical arms moved with a lifelike agility, their tips glimmering with a cold light. In one corner of the shop, a starfire furnace stood silently, its roaring flames dancing like lively spirits, radiating intense heat. This furnace could instantly liquefy metals for the reshaping and enhancement of mecha materials, undeniably a pinnacle of advanced technology. Next to the furnace, a finely crafted material analyzer stood ready, capable of scanning the atomic structure, strength, and resilience of mecha components with just a simple placement. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Li Fan was so ecstatic he stumbled over his words, his voice cracking, his blood surging with excitement. This was nothing short of a dream paradise. Even science fiction films wouldn't dare depict such a place. He felt as though he were in a dream or a holographic game. Everything was surreal, yet tantalizingly tangible. As he ventured further inside, he noticed that the exterior of the 10 holographic repair bays was fitted with several light screens, clearly detailing the models, statuses, and repair progress of each mecha within, all easily comprehensible. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with ambitious determination. With these remarkable tools at his disposal, not only could he repair mechas, he would dare to construct them. He envisioned himself reaching the pinnacle of success, marrying a wealthy beauty, and becoming a magnate of the stars. However, he couldn't afford to indulge in fantasies. He needed to post the shop information online promptly to attract business. With that thought, Li Fan grabbed his phone and began registering the shop details on the Star Network. Let us name it and Appo's Dream Mecha Repair Shop and Appo's, a name both resounding and reflective of my original intentions. Perfect. He hummed a tune while meticulously editing the shop information, carefully selecting several high-definition photos of the equipment from unique angles. He aimed to showcase the shop's high-end, sophisticated appeal from every angle before proudly hitting the upload button. Upload successful. Li Fan snapped his fingers in satisfaction, envisioning countless credit points flooding into his account like a tidal wave. Yet, reality proved to be starkly different from his grand aspirations. Before he could finish his daydream, the comments section on the Star Network erupted like a boiling cauldron, inundating him with skepticism and ridicule. Photoshopped. In this desolate corner, a high-tech shop can emerge? You must be dreaming. +1. I passed by here last month. It was a rundown mess, devoid of life. Suddenly, a high-tech repair shop appears? Do you think we're fools? Another scammer trying to boost his year-end performance. Beware, everyone. Don't fall for it. Various venomous comments rained down like snowflakes, causing Li Fan's blood pressure to skyrocket. Damn it, these keyboard warriors have quite the foul mouths. Fuming, Li Fan sprang to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, clenching his teeth as he glared at the screen. Wishing he could leap through the internet and confront these trolls in a battle. You ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well, what do you know? His fingers danced across the keyboard like a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of furious replies. I'll show you what true quality means. However, the power of keyboard warriors exceeded his imagination. Li Fan plopped back down in his chair, panting with frustration. Still, he quickly regained his composure. After all, the shop's location was indeed obscure, and it had previously been so dilapidated that it was no wonder others were skeptical of its sudden transformation. Rubbing his head, Li Fan began to reflect on his own shortcomings. Time ticked away, and as the sun began to set, his heart sank lower and lower. Was he truly destined to wait in vain today? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, vroom, a deafening roar of an engine drew nearer. Li Fan abruptly raised his head, excitement coursing through him as he turned to the shop entrance. A sleek, sci-fi-styled starship gracefully descended in front of his shabby door. Whoa, that ship is incredibly cool. Li Fan's eyes widened, nearly drooling at the sight. As the ship's hatch slowly opened, a tall, poised figure stepped down with an air of composure. It was a young man, impeccably dressed, exuding an extraordinary charisma with every gesture. Upon disembarking, the young man surveyed the uniquely designed repair shop with keen interest, a flicker of subtle surprise flashing in his eyes. This owner seems intriguing. A slight smile played on his lips, revealing a hint of amusement. It appeared this trip had not been in vain. This young man, named Qin Yu, hailed from the illustrious Qin family, known across the stars, with enterprises spanning the cosmos, a true titan of the interstellar realm. Despite being only 18, Qin Yu's fervor for mechas bordered on obsession. He possesses a formidable assault mech known as the Flame Dragon. To create this one-of-kind personal mech, he leveraged the extensive connections of the Qin family, gathering countless rare materials and even hiring top-tier mech masters for modifications at great expense. However, during a high-profile practical combat event organized by an interstellar mech enthusiast and Oppos group last week, Qin Yu encountered a mysterious expert. His pride and joy, the Flame Dragon, was instantly penetrated at its chest plate, suffering severe damage. After his defeat, Qin Yu was heartbroken. Traversing the vast expanse of the Interstellar Federation and Oppos' numerous star systems in search of the finest mech repair masters. Yet, the responses he received were increasingly disheartening. Some even sarcastically advised him, "Young master, this mech is on the verge of being scrapped. You might as well invest in a new one." Just as Qin Yu was about to succumb to despair, he stumbled upon a peculiar repair shop advertisement while idly browsing the Star Network. Dream Mech Repair Shop? The name alone seemed rather pedestrian. Initially, he entered with a mere curiosity. But when he beheld the images of devices that resembled those from a sci-fi blockbuster on the store's information page, he was utterly astonished. The advanced and astonishingly sophisticated repair equipment, the meticulously precise robotic arms, completely transformed his understanding of mech repair shops. Could this be real? Is there truly such an impressive establishment in existence? He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was mistaken. Upon stepping into the Dream Mech Repair Shop, he was instantly overwhelmed by the sight before him. At that moment, a somewhat youthful voice emerged from the operations area. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Li Fan cheerfully stepped forward, wearing a slightly bashful smile. Qin Yu scrutinized the overly youthful shopkeeper, raising an eyebrow with a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Young man, are you the attendant here? Please call your boss. I wish to speak with the person in charge." Li Fan smiled and shook his head, pointing to himself with a touch of pride as he said, "I apologize for the disappointment. but I am the owner and also the chief mech technician here. Chapter 5, the crisp and melodious voice. Ah, are you the owner? Or perhaps the mechanic? Chinyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Brother, you look like you've only just come of age. After all, the equipment in this establishment was so advanced that it seemed almost surreal. Yet the young proprietor before him appeared astonishingly youthful. Li Fan discerned the skepticism in Chinyu and Appo's eyes, yet he remained unperturbed. With a gentle smile, he inquired calmly, Sir, may I ask what troubles your mech is facing? Oh, don't even get me started. At the mere mention of mechs, Chinyu and Appo's expression soured, and he sighed heavily. My flame dragon has had its chest armor pierced, and there are issues with the power system. If it can be repaired, money is no object. He emphasized this point with conviction. Li Fan's lips curled into a confident smile. Rest assured, as long as the mech exists, I will find a way. However, I must first inspect its condition. With that, he turned and walked towards repair bay number 2, gesturing for Chinyu to follow. Skeptical, yet intrigued, Chinyu trailed behind Li Fan into the repair bay, where he was once again awestruck by the sight before him. It seems this shop truly possesses remarkable capabilities. He nodded inwardly, his doubts about Li Fan gradually dissipating, replaced by a flicker of anticipation. Upon reaching the center of repair bay number 2, Chinyu took a deep breath and activated the star ring on his wrist. With a resounding hum, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire repair bay as if the sun had descended. Amidst the dull clang of metal colliding, a towering figure, 13 meters high, emerged like a colossal steel beast, his beloved flame dragon. However, the flame dragon before them was a shadow of its former self. Its fiery red armor was marred by charred marks and web-like cracks, with a gaping hole the size of a bowl punctuated in the center of its chest. Li Fan approached slowly, his gaze meticulously scanning the damaged mech, leaving no detail overlooked. Suddenly, his eyes lingered on the power core, his brow furrowing slightly. This is... He sensed a faint yet peculiar energy fluctuation hidden deep within the power core. Enlightenment struck him, based on his extensive knowledge of mechs, he deduced. This has been struck by a hybrid pulse beam attack. Such technology is exceedingly rare, akin to the beam weapons of the Yuma Empire, yet fundamentally different. Li Fan recalled having seen similar damage in the repair trials, where the system had informed him of a notorious band of Dark Star Sky serpent pirates prior to the dawn of the new era, whose unique mech weapons inflicted such harm. Upon hearing Li Fan accurately describe the condition of the flame dragon, Chinyu grasped Li Fan's hand tightly. As if he were clutching a lifeline, his desperation palpable. Brother, I implore you, you must save the flame dragon. It is not merely a cold machine, it is my comrade. My brother. Chinyu's voice cracked, laced with emotion, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Mr. Chin, please remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally. Li Fan, taken aback by Chinyu and Appo's sudden outburst, attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it firmly ensnared. Mr. Chin, please, calm yourself. You must tell me exactly what happened to the flame dragon so I can address the issue appropriately. Li Fan's voice rose slightly, imbued with determination. Realizing his indiscretion, Chinyu quickly released his grip, his face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize. I became too agitated. I will do anything to save the flame dragon. His voice trembled with emotion. The attackers of the Appo's, flame dragon and Appo's, were the infamous Dark Star Sky serpent pirates? Li Fan narrowed his eyes, adopting a tone of cautious inquiry. No, it likely wasn't them. Chinyu shook his head, his expression darkening. She was one of us, a Gaislun, but I cannot ascertain which planet she hails from. I am perplexed as to how her mech could employ such a hybrid pulse beam. Moreover, her mech was astonishingly swift. The situation was too chaotic for me to observe closely. All I remember is that she was a woman and extremely ruthless. Li Fan pondered this revelation, nodding thoughtfully as he approached the battered flame dragon, gently touching its leg armor with his fingertips. System, please conduct a diagnosis on this mech, he silently commanded. Beep. Damaged mech meets repair criteria, moreover. This mech qualifies for enhancement. Consuming 12 points of star energy will activate the basic mech repair assistance and provide the materials required for this mech's enhancement. The system's prompt echoed in Li Fan's mind. What effects can the enhancement achieve? He queried inwardly. Mech enhancement can elevate the quality of the target mech's materials by 1 tier or more, carving pulse patterns into the mech's core and reactivating it can awaken the mech's martial combat techniques. Li Fan was momentarily taken aback by the implications of the enhancement. The prospect of elevating material quality was understandable. Yet the notion of awakening martial combat techniques left him in a state of bewilderment. It was essential to note that martial combat techniques were highly coveted. Even the most basic form would astonish master mechanics. Considering that the Appos, Flame Dragon and Appos, was merely a Tier 5 Stellar class mech, one of the lowest ranks among the 7 mech categories: Stellar, Rift, Fragment, Starry, Psionic, Omniversal, and Primordial. It was virtually impossible for such a mech to possess martial combat techniques, even in the Rift class. Those with martial combat techniques were exceedingly rare and could command prices tenfold. Martial combat techniques were determined by the mech's inherent attributes and the user's innate talent, differing fundamentally from skills honed by a mechanic. The initial proficiency was inherently maxed out, and as long as they matched the mech's attributes, they could enhance its power by approximately 50%. A stellar-class mech endowed with martial combat techniques could dominate its peers. Even when matched against Rift-class mechs, it would not falter. Suppressing his astonishment, Li Fan began to deliberate on the pricing. The cost for repairs and enhancements of Tier 5 stellar-class mechs typically hovered around 300,000 credit points. However, with the inclusion of martial combat techniques, the price would necessitate re-evaluation. After careful consideration, Li Fan resolved to propose a price that was both reasonable and reflective of the repair and enhancement's worth. Clearing his throat, he wore a benevolent smile. Following my professional assessment, the repairs and initial enhancements for the Flame Dragon, along with the potential to awaken martial combat techniques, will amount to a total of 3 million credit points. Qin Yu was left speechless upon hearing this figure. He had anticipated the repair costs to be substantial, yet he had not expected them to be so exorbitant, almost several times beyond his expectations. Wait, martial combat techniques. What did you just say? Martial combat techniques. Qin Yu's voice surged as he seized upon the key phrase, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you jesting? A stellar-class mech can also awaken martial combat skills. This is inconceivable. He was utterly bewildered, feeling as though his entire worldview was on the brink of collapse. In Qin Yu's eyes, Li Fan must have lost his mind, resorting to such a colossal deception merely to swindle money. Yet, upon further reflection, what if what Li Fan claimed was indeed true? The allure of martial combat skills was undeniably immense. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Qin Yu gritted his teeth, as if he had resolved to make a momentous decision. Very well, I shall cultivate. 3 million it is. However, should you fail to cultivate, or if Flame Dragon does not awaken martial combat skills, I will not let this matter rest. He was all in. It was a gamble. After all, the worst outcome would simply be losing 3 million. But what if he succeeded? That would be martial combat skills. Ding. 3 million credit points credited. The notification of successful payment chimed, crisp and pleasant. Delightful. Mr. Qin certainly is a man of his word. Li Fan beamed with joy, instantly donning an exuberant expression. Please wait outside for a moment. Grant me a little time, and I assure you a surprise awaits. With that, he eagerly turned and strode toward the Flame Dragon, a grin stretching from ear to ear, his heart brimming with elation. Haha, the allure of martial combat skills is indeed irresistible. Were it not for Qin Yu's genuine affection for the Flame Dragon, he would have boldly quoted a price of 2 million credit points, certain that Qin Yu would eagerly beseech him for cultivation. Chapter 6. Are you prepared for the welcome? Within the maintenance workshop, Li Fan gazed at the mecha model, Flame Dragon, with a faint smile. Mr. Qin, the upgrade will require some time. Please step into the hall and wait for a moment. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze still fixated on the Flame Dragon on the maintenance platform. Reluctantly, he nodded and turned to exit the workshop. Just before leaving, he glanced back at the Flame Dragon, muttering, if I have to go, I will. Do you think I fear you will swap me out? The sound of his footsteps faded away. Once he confirmed that Qin Yu had completely departed, Li Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. He quickly approached the operation console of the maintenance chamber and gently pressed the activation button. With a mechanical click, the maintenance platform began to operate, carefully transporting the battered Flame Dragon into the depths of the holographic repair chamber. Initiating primary repair assistance. Li Fan's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, resonated with a metallic quality in the spacious workshop. Stellar energy, 12 o'clock, the primary mecha repair assistance has been activated. The system's cold. Mechanical notification echoed in Li Fan's mind. The door of the repair chamber closed silently, enveloping the damaged form of the Flame Dragon in a ghostly blue light. Li Fan sensed an invisible energy surging into the Flame Dragon, greedily scanning every inch of its damaged armor and circuitry. Scanning the mecha. Scan complete. Generating repair plan. Executing plan. The system's notifications accurately relayed the progress. Simultaneously, a holographic projection unfolded before him, revealing the intricate internal structure of the flame dragon. Countless red warning symbols flashed wildly at the damaged areas, a sight both alarming and igniting a flicker of secret excitement within Li Fan. Taking a deep breath, he manipulated the mechanical arm with the precision and calmness of a surgeon, beginning to dismantle the outer armor and components of the flame dragon. Clang, clang. The dull sound of metal striking metal echoed throughout the workshop as the disassembled parts were methodically placed onto the workbench by the mechanical arm. Li Fan operated the claw machine, depositing the distinguished remnants into the feed inlet of the starfire furnace and igniting it. Boom. The furnace erupted with a deafening roar. Crimson flames bursting forth as if breaking free from a cage, waves of heat washing over him. The damaged mecha components melted into a bubbling pool of molten iron under the intense heat. He carefully added the pre-prepared upgrade materials, star titanium alloy, red radiance essence, and flame crystal into the furnace in meticulously measured proportions. The moment the upgrade materials entered the furnace, a dazzling array of colors intertwined and shifted, resembling the mysterious rituals of an alchemist. At last, the furnace and amp, Oppos, S-light stabilized, signifying the completion of the smelting process. Exhaling deeply, Li Fan deftly controlled the mechanical arm, pouring the molten alloy into the preformed molds. The silver liquid metal flowed languidly within the molds, filling every corner like mercury. As time passed, the alloy began to cool and solidify. The mechanical arm retrieved the newly formed components and proceeded with final finishing and spraying. The brand new armor and parts, radiating a dark red glow, concealed terrifying power beneath their surface. Following the system prompts, Li Fan meticulously reassembled these transformed components onto the flame dragon mecha. He was wholly engrossed, each movement precise to the millimeter, each interlocking piece fitting seamlessly, as if he were performing a sacred rite. When the last screw was tightened, Li Fan straightened up, his gaze fixed intensely on the core of the flame dragon. The next step was the true centerpiece of the process. A subtle smile crept onto Li Fan's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The system displayed a complex pattern of pulse lines, intricate and densely packed, overtaking the entire holographic screen. Attack, defense, elements, enhancements, techniques. The myriad branches of pulse lines dazzled Li Fan, triggering a moment of decision paralysis. Scratching his head, he felt akin to a martial arts enthusiast faced with countless martial arts manuals, unable to choose. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn to a pulse line within the elemental system, pulsating like flames, emblazoned with the character for fire. This is it, Li Fan exclaimed, slapping his thigh, determination flooding his expression. Fire pulse significantly enhances the mecha and amp, Oppos, S fire attribute attack power, and awakens fire-based martial techniques. The information on the system S diagram felt tailor-made for the flame dragon. Rubbing his hands together, Li Fan licked his lips in anticipation, akin to a glutton about to indulge in a grand feast. He deftly manipulated the control panel, the mechanical arm swiftly replacing the pulse line engraving tool. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, glinting coldly, sharper than the finest surgical scalpel by several degrees. Let us begin. Show me what true artistry is. Li Fan inhaled deeply, holding his breath, embodying the focus of an artist as he carefully wielded the engraving tool on the core of the mecha. The first line began at the upper left corner of the core, skillfully avoiding energy nodes, ultimately converging at the center. The second line burst forth from the lower right corner, intertwining with the first, radiating a searing warmth. Beads of sweat formed on Li Fan's forehead, yet his focus intensified, as if the world had narrowed to just him and the pulse lines before him. The third, fourth lines. The prolonged, delicate operation caused his arms to tremble slightly, muscle fatigue washing over him, but he gritted his teeth, his resolve unyielding. The engraving tool glided swiftly across the core, producing a continuous sizzling sound, like a rousing battle song. Each line seemed to contain a mysterious power. And as the pulse lines took shape, the energy emanating from the mecha's core intensified. This was no mere engraving. It was the creation of a miracle. Li Fan felt a profound shock, realizing he was not merely a mecha repairman, but a creator, imbuing the cold machinery with a soul. As time slipped away, Li Fan and amp, Oppos, S consciousness melded with the mecha, feeling every pulse of the core and amp, Oppos, S lines, every flow of energy. The final line. Li Fan inhaled deeply, his gaze ablaze like fire, guiding the engraving tool to inscribe the last stroke at the core center. It culminated in an ancient yet powerful character for fire. Click. A crisp sound resonated as the Mecha and Appos S-core fit perfectly into its slot. Buzz. Within the maintenance chamber, the flame dragon Mecha emitted a deep and powerful startup sound, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening with a roar. Immediately, a dazzling radiance erupted within the chamber, akin to the core of the sun, illuminating the entire workshop, rendering it nearly blinding. Flames engulfed the flame dragon Mecha, as if reborn from the ashes, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. Harboring cataclysmic power, the thunderous roar reverberated like thunder as flames surged around the flame dragon Mecha, coalescing into a vivid fire dragon that spiraled and danced. Emitting a resounding dragon's roar, Mecha has awakened martial techniques, flame dragon break. The system notification appeared before Li Fan, and he exhaled in relief, a weary yet contented smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, in the maintenance hall, through the one-way glass, Qin Yu paced back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, a brilliant blaze erupted within the workshop, startling him to the core, nearly causing him to leap in alarm. What on earth is happening? My and Appos, Flame Dragon and Appos. Awaken and Amp, Appos, T possibly have been reduced to mere scrap metal, can it? Qin Yu felt like an ant on a hot pan, pacing frantically in place, wishing he could dash into the workshop to ascertain the situation. His beloved Flame Dragon, if it were to be rendered inoperable, he would surely weep uncontrollably right here. Just as Qin Yu was about to disregard all caution and rush inside, the workshop door creaked open. Li Fan emerged, brimming with vitality. And upon seeing Qin Yu's expression of utter despair, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he teasingly remarked, "Mr. Qin, are you ready to welcome the new Flame Dragon?" Chapter 7. Pursuing wealth amidst danger, Qin Yu surged into the maintenance workshop like an arrow released from its bow. Heading straight for the repair chamber, a wave of searing heat greeted him, nearly toppling him to the ground. He staggered, regaining his balance, and fixed his gaze ahead, stunned into silence by the sight before him. Within the maintenance chamber stood a mech, resplendent in crimson, its surface adorned with patterns reminiscent of flowing lava, exuding a terrifying energy that sent shivers down his spine. This is my Flame Dragon," Qin Yu stammered, his tongue struggling to keep pace, his eyes wide with incredulous joy. The mech was clearly elevated by more than 2 meters, every inch of its armor radiating a metallic sheen and the heat of flames, brimming with explosive power. "As you can see, this is your and Appos, Flame Dragon, and Appos. Now, it is a Star Radiance Level 7 mech," Li Fan said, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. "Moreover, it has awakened the martial art technique, Flame Dragon Break." Martial art technique, Flame Dragon Break? Qin Yu felt as if he had been struck by a wave of euphoria, murmuring to himself, his eyes igniting with a feral zeal. He hastily inquired, "Boss Li, can I give it a try? Right now?" "Immediately." Li Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "This is your mech, after all." At his words, Qin Yu's thoughts raced, and the Flame Dragon emitted a crimson beam that drew him into the cockpit. With a resounding thud, the hatch sealed, and Qin Yu eagerly activated the mech. A torrent of energy surged into the body, akin to a volcanic eruption, and he felt as though he had melded with the mech, possessing the power to obliterate worlds. "Haha, this is amazing. This feeling is simply exhilarating." Qin Yu let out a primal laugh within the cockpit, consumed by ecstasy. He was desperate to unleash this formidable power, maneuvering the Flame Dragon into action. The right arm of the Flame Dragon began to gather energy wildly, the surrounding air warping under the pressure. Whoosh! A ferocious flame erupted, cascading up his arm, intertwining, swirling, and coalescing into a lifelike fire dragon. The crimson flames roared as if alive, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar that shook the very earth. "Hey, I say, Qin, you better rein it in." Li Fan, observing Qin Yu reveling in his newfound power, finally could no longer suppress an eye roll. "If you keep this up, I fear my maintenance chamber will be reduced to mere parts. Do you hear me?" The roar abruptly yanked Qin Yu from his ecstatic state back to reality. He jolted, realizing he had nearly dismantled Li Fan's workshop in his exuberance. Flustered, he hastily withdrew the fiery energy, reluctantly exited the cockpit, and stored the Flame Dragon back into the star ring. "Heh, my apologies, Boss Li. I just got a bit too carried away." Qin Yu scratched his head sheepishly, gratitude flooding his expression as he approached Li Fan. "Thank you so much, Master Li. I truly appreciate it." Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Qin Yu's fervent gratitude. All right, enough of the sentimentality. It's getting late, young Master Qin. You should head home. My shop needs to close and rest. Only then did Qin Yu notice it was already deep into the night. He quickly fished out his phone, exclaiming, right. Masterly, I got so excited that I lost track of time. Masterly, let us at each other on Starlink. If anything happens with the Appos, Flame Dragon, and Appos, I want to contact you immediately. I assure you, I, Qin Yu, will not be remiss. Agreed, Li Fan replied, pulling out his phone to add Qin Yu as a friend on Starlink. Well then, Masterly, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Qin Yu, content. Clasped his hands in farewell and turned towards the starship parked outside the shop. Take care. No need for formalities. Li Fan waved, watching Qin Yu depart. As Qin Yu boarded his ship and cast a final glance at Li Fan and Appos' workshop, a wave of emotion washed over him. He had not anticipated such smooth sailing. Not only had the damages to his mech been fully repaired, but he had also unexpectedly awakened the powerful martial art technique, Flame Dragon Break. It seemed imperative to foster a good relationship with Masterly. Who knows what other surprises he might receive in the future. With this thought, Qin Yu activated the ship and Appos' engine, and the starship transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vast night. After bidding Qin Yu farewell, Li Fan felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue wash over him, his body weak and languid. He sank into a recliner, too exhausted to move even a finger. Glancing at his watch, he muttered, "Ugh, utterly worn out." He struggled to rise and pressed the button to close the shop and Appos' metal door, which clanged shut with a decisive sound. Returning to the recliner, he couldn't be bothered to change out of his clothes, simply pulling a thick coat over himself. His body was pushed to the limits of fatigue, each cell protesting in agony, and all he desired was to empty his mind and fall into a deep slumber. Li Fan closed his eyes, his consciousness swiftly descending into darkness. Just as he was on the brink of deep sleep, a familiar, chilling voice echoed in his mind, connecting to Star Dream space. In an instant, Li Fan felt as if he had plunged into a whirlpool, his consciousness drawn into the Star Dream space. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find his previously leaden body transformed into one of remarkable lightness. The fatigue of reality vanished without a trace. He felt invigorated, brimming with unprecedented vitality. Then, the system notification chimed once more. Random task issued. Complete a trial level of 1 star or higher. Task deadline: 24 hours. Task reward: opportunity to awaken mech talent. Awaken mech talent? Li Fan could hardly believe his eyes. The mech talent. This was the coveted treasure that every mech engineer dreamed of. In the age of interstellar travel, the strength of one and Appos' mech talent directly determined the upper limits of a mech engineer. Awaken mech talent was the key to becoming a true mech engineer, a transformative leap, akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. He dashed eagerly to the central platform of Star Dream space. A massive translucent holographic screen ascended, displaying a myriad of trial options densely packed together. Li Fan's gaze darted hungrily across the screen. Maintenance trial, beginner task, option dimmed, indicating completion. His eyes continued to skin downwards. The eclectic array of trial tasks leaving him dizzy. Core reconstruction trial, 2 stars? The name sounded impressive, but upon entering, he found a virtual laboratory filled with countless intricate mech cores, their schematics as incomprehensible as ancient texts. Li Fan's vision went black. He had no idea what this was about. Definitely a pass. Nanomech innovation? 3 stars? Required to research and create a nanorevolution mech? Li Fan curled his lip. This task sounded like a veritable money pit, and he was currently so impoverished that he could scarcely afford a meal. How could he possibly spare any funds for such high-tech indulgences? He continued to peruse the options until his gaze landed on the Mecha combat trial, 1 star, and his heart leapt as if struck by an electric current, a wave of uncontrollable excitement coursing through him. Piloting a mecha, engaging in combat, the clash of steel, the adrenaline surged. This was the ultimate romance etched deep within the very essence of every man. Since childhood, he had dreamed of one day commanding a magnificent mecha, galloping across the celestial battlefield, traversing the vast cosmos. Now, the gateway to that dream lay tantalizingly within reach. He decisively selected the Mecha combat trial. Goodness gracious! This was the opportunity he had longed for. Mecha combat. Just the thought sent shivers of exhilaration through him. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, akin to a soldier ready to charge into battle, brimming with enthusiasm and fervor, almost wishing to dash into the trial arena and conquer all. However, While the trial's difficulty was rated at 1 star, the description seemed rather formidable. Li Fan scrutinized the trial's details, his brow furrowing slightly. Operating a combat mecha against multiple adversaries of varying ranks, and facing off against a rift-level mecha? This was no trivial matter. A sense of pressure welled up within him. A rift-level mecha was on par with a superstar-level mecha. The disparity between the two was akin to heaven and earth. To hell with it. Let us do this. Fortune favors the bold. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger and amp. Oppo's S-layer. Chapter 8. A slip of the finger with his fingertip hovering over the confirm button on the virtual screen. Li Fan and amp. Oppo's S heart raced intensely. Taking a deep breath, he decisively clicked it. Selected. Mecha Combat Trial. Difficulty level. 1 star. Entering trial. Countdown. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. In an instant, the surrounding light receded like a tide, and Li Fan's figure was engulfed by a blinding radiance, vanishing from sight. His consciousness plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, feeling as though he was swept into a rapidly spinning vortex. After an indeterminate period, the dizziness gradually faded, and Li Fan found himself in a breathtakingly magnificent circular arena. Towering metallic walls shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, exuding a chilling sense of futuristic technology. Above him, a colossal dome displayed a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow, projecting a dazzling array of patterns that left him spellbound. This was the arena for the trial? It was truly breathtakingly grand. As he surveyed his surroundings, Li Fan couldn't help but express his sincere admiration. Crack. Suddenly, a deep mechanical sound shattered the arena and Oppo's tranquility. Following the sound, Li Fan turned to see a massive metallic gate slowly rising on one side of the arena, revealing a sleek black mecha that gradually came into view. The mecha stood approximately 10 meters tall, its streamlined shape radiating power, and its black exterior resembled a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows. Is this the mecha I will pilot? A black one. How incredibly cool. Li Fan's eyes widened in awe, nearly drooling at the sight. He had always dreamed of piloting his own mecha, charging through battlefields and soaring across the stars. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed toward the mecha, circling it multiple times, touching and examining it, growing more enamored with each glance. What is this mecha called? What are its capabilities? As if responding to his curiosity, the system kindly projected the mecha's basic information before him. Mecha name, Black Wolf, mecha type, combat type, mecha level, starry level 1 mecha performance, star energy engine type 1, conversion rate, 70. High explosiveness, mecha weapons, super alloy claws, mecha skills, non-mecha energy source. Black Wolf, a splendid name, powerful and stylish. I absolutely love it. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the name Black Wolf. However, upon examining the mecha's performance parameters closely, his brow furrowed slightly. Starry level 1? Star energy engine type 1? No mecha skills? This configuration is rather meager, isn't it? The performance parameters were merely average. Its high explosiveness was its only highlight. Overall, this Black Wolf mecha could only be deemed an entry-level combat mecha, lacking any particularly outstanding features. Well, having one is better than not having one at all. It is still a mecha, so I might as well make do with it. He approached the Black Wolf mecha, and a beam of blue light illuminated him, drawing him into the cockpit. The seat adjusted automatically to a comfortable position, while numerous fine neural connectors extended from the inner walls of the cockpit, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, reaching towards various parts of Li Fan and Oppo's body. Snap! The neural connectors made contact with Li Fan, sending a cool sensation coursing through him, followed by a slight tightening and a mild sting. Ding! Neural connection established. Mecha status optimal, ready for activation. The system's prompt echoed in Li Fan's ears. Trial objective: defeat at least 3 mechas of starry level 1 or above. Trial attempts remaining. 9-10. Trial reward: 50 star energy. A total of 10 rounds of 1v1 battles will be conducted, with each round and Oppo's opposing mecha strength increasing. The 10th round features a Rift level 1 assault mecha. After defeating every 2 rounds of opposing mechas, the mecha and amp Oppo's performance will increase by 1 level, and defeating the 5th round opponent will activate the mecha and amp Oppo's combat skills. Trial time limit: 48 hours. The more enemy mechas defeated, the higher the trial evaluation and the greater the additional rewards. The system's prompt reiterated the rules in detail. Goodness! The difficulty of this trial is exceedingly high. After hearing the trial rules, Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. It was a direct confrontation, and a wheel battle to boot. The most outrageous part? The opponent in the 10th round was a Rift-level mecha. Does this system intend to end my life? Li Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. A Rift-level mecha. However, activating combat skills after the 5th round? Would that significantly enhance my combat prowess? This trial can be repeated. A reward of 50-star energy for each trial? If I complete it 10 times, would and oppose, that mean I could soar to great heights. Excitement and greed flickered in Li Fan's eyes as he began to envision himself piloting a powerful mecha, rampaging across the battlefield, seeking invincibility. Just as Li Fan was eager to dive into the fray, preparing for a grand showdown, the system's prompt sounded once more, detecting that the host lacks mecha talent. This trial will provide 3 random mecha talents free of charge for selection before the battle begins. What? I can choose a talent? This system is quite considerate. Wait, no mecha talent? What is this? Is the system looking down on me? Li Fan and Oppo's pride took a hit. Did they really need to highlight the absence of mecha talent? Before him, the system displayed 3 shimmering virtual orbs, each inscribed with a talent name: predictive insight, harmonious coordination, alloy hardening. What are these? These 3 talents seem rather ordinary. So ordinary that I'm at a loss for choice. Li Fan stared at the 3 talent options, utterly bewildered, unsure of which to select. Predictive insight? By its name, it seems to allow one to anticipate the opponent's moves. Alloy hardening? Alloy hardening. Does it make the mecha tougher? More resilient? Rubbing his chin, Li Fan pondered the utility of the 3 talents. His and Amp, Oppo's, Black Wolf and Amp, Oppo's, was a combat-type mecha, strong in explosiveness but weak in defense. Both predictive insight and alloy hardening seemed quite suitable for him. Which to choose? Predictive insight or alloy hardening? Li Fan found himself in a dilemma. For his first battle piloting a mecha, it would be prudent to play it safe, as survival is paramount. Therefore, I shall choose alloy hardening. At least it will provide some resilience, allowing me to endure a few more hits, even if I can't win. Just as Li Fan resolved to select alloy hardening, his finger inexplicably glided, as if drawn by a mysterious force, uncontrollably towards. Oh no, Li Fan and Oppo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. I clicked the wrong option. I did not intend to select harmony and collaboration. This talent, its name alone seems utterly incompatible with my solitary combat type mech. Alas, it is done. I have already made the choice. After all, it is merely a talent for the trial phase and not a permanent one. I shall make do with it, I suppose. Li Fan could only console himself with resignation and with reluctance. He opened the details of the harmony and collaboration talent. Harmony and collaboration significantly enhances the combat assistance capability of allied targets by 200 and increases their speed by 30. I am utterly exasperated. Upon reading the details of harmony in collaboration, Li Fan felt as though he might spew blood in frustration. This talent is utterly useless to me at this moment. In the trial, I am entirely alone, with not even a ghostly shadow in sight. Where are the allied targets to assist? This harmony in collaboration talent is completely wasted on me. Li Fan was on the verge of tears. If only this harmony in collaboration could be utilized in real-world combat, it would undoubtedly make one a master tactician. It would befit a mech commander right from the start. But alas, this is a solitary trial phase. System, can I not command myself? Li Fan let out a desperate roar, yet there was no response. The system coldly announced, combat is about to commence. 3, 2, 1, combat begins. Buzz. On the opposite side of the arena, another metallic gate slowly rose, revealing a combat-type mech adorned in camouflage paint. Enemy mech combat assessment. Hunter, Starry level 1 speed type mech. Chapter 9, a piece of KK flash of silver light. Li Fan barely had time to blink before the silver mech, the Hunter, vanished like a phantom. A blurred afterimage tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Rushing towards his Black Wolf, the Hunter, a weight settled in Li Fan's heart. Before he could discern the level of his opponent's mech, he was already acutely aware of the immense threat posed by this machine, renowned for its speed and agility. In contrast, his Black Wolf resembled a clumsy beast, utterly without hope in this confrontation. Damn it, so fast. Li Fan's pupils contracted. In a mere instant, the Hunter had closed the distance. The alloy warblade, imbued with an aura of death, swung menacingly towards the cockpit of the Black Wolf. Damn. Li Fan was filled with dread. instinctively maneuvering the black wolf to raise its arm in defense. Clang. The deafening sound reverberated, sparks flying. The black wolf staggered back as if struck by a colossal hammer. Heavy footsteps carved deep marks into the ground, nearly causing it to kneel. His insides felt as though they had been jolted from their places. A sharp pain surging to his head, and his arms felt as if they might be torn apart. Is this truly a speed-type mech? This power is simply brutal. The hunter struck with precision, darting around to attack once more, its blade once again aimed at the black wolf and Appo's back. Here it comes, Li Fan roared, desperately turning to counterattack. However, the black wolf and Appo's movements were sluggish, lagging hopelessly behind the hunter and Appo's speed. The hunter effortlessly dodged, and with another swift strike, the blade accurately slashed at the joint of the black wolf and Appo's leg. Clang. The armor ripped apart, sparks scattering. The black wolf's body shook violently, unable to withstand the assault, and finally sank to one knee. What on earth? How am I supposed to fight? A chill surged from Li Fan's feet to the top of his head, despair threatening to engulf him like a tidal wave. In the virtual arena, light and shadow shifted, energy surged, yet he felt trapped in an invisible cage, unable to struggle. The hunter's relentless attacks offered Li Fan no respite. The black wolf was battered and bruised, its energy shield teetering on the brink of collapse. Bang! The shield shattered. The alloy war blade tore through the air, crashing down upon the cockpit. Crack! The armor splintered, jagged fissures appearing. Alarm! Alarm! Severe damage to the mech. The pilot is on the verge of death. The system and Appo's alarm rang out like a countdown to death, echoing frantically in his ears. The shadow of death loomed over him, Li Fan's pupils constricted, fear and frustration gnawing at his nerves. Battle concluded. Round failed. Round evaluation. Incredibly poor. The cold, mechanical voice of the system announced yet another failure. The shattered black wolf dissipated into light, vanishing in the virtual battlefield. Li Fan's consciousness instantly returned to a brand new black wolf mech. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. So terrifying. Li Fan's voice trembled slightly. Haunted by the memory, that hunter was nothing short of a Tyrannosaurus clad in mech armor. That one-sided, crushing battle felt like a nightmare to him. Once more, Li Fan clenched his teeth, a fierce determination igniting within him. He was resolved to confront this hunter until the bitter end. Battle begins. Battle concluded. Trial failed. Battle begins. Battle concluded. Trial failed. Like a malfunctioning recording or an endlessly looping nightmare, Li Fan felt as though he was on the verge of disintegration. Time and again, he was ruthlessly crushed, time and again meeting his demise. Feeling like a lemon mercilessly juiced, numb from the sourness. Is this truly a trial meant for players? Surely some unscrupulous programmer must have been intoxicated, cranking the difficulty to the maximum. Li Fan felt tears welling in his eyes, his heart issuing a series of frantic rodent-like squeaks. He seriously suspected that this one-star trial was a mere bug, a glitch in the system deliberately set to ensnare the unwary. This was no trial. It was clearly a deterrent for novices. As Li Fan pondered his existence, beginning to doubt whether he was inherently clumsy, destined to bid farewell to his mech dreams, system prompt detection indicates that the host has reached the pinnacle of Appo's incompetence, Appo's surpassing all limits and attaining the highest realm of Appo's utterly uncarvable wood. Appo's friendly reminder, given the host Appo's abysmal performance. The system strongly recommends spending 30-star energy to awaken the hidden martial skills of the Black Wolf mech in advance, transforming your Black Wolf from a clumsy wolf into a mighty tiger, perhaps granting a glimmer of hope. The system's voice remained cold and mechanical, yet Li Fan detected a hint of mockery. It must be mockery. What does this wretched system look down upon? 30-star energy. How about you go rob a bank? A friendly reminder. More like a black market scam. 30-star energy could afford him countless lavish meals outside. To awaken a skill for 30-star energy, why not just say recharge 998 and directly grant GM privileges? Li Fan nearly exploded with rage. This system was utterly unscrupulous. 30-star energy was nothing short of extortion, treating him like a gullible fool to be bilked. Even if Li Fan were to starve, to leap from this place, he would never become this gullible fool. Once more, he gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with determination, ready to confront the hunter. Today, even if it meant shattering his teeth, he would carve a piece of flesh from this hunter. No more passive acceptance. He, Li Fan, would never back down. Battle begins. The Black Wolf reappeared in the arena. Across from him stood the Silver Hunter, still instilling dread in Li Fan. Come on, little hunter. Today, I shall show you what it means to face death and then live. Li Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his fear. Controlling the Black Wolf as he charged towards the hunter with a roar. Clang, clang, clang. The blade clashed against the armor, sparks flying. Li Fan clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm, focusing on capturing the hunter's movements. So fast, I can't keep up at all. But he refused to be disheartened. The hunter's assaults seemed impenetrable. Yet Li Fan compelled himself to remain composed. He noticed that before each change in direction, the hunter's center of gravity would shift ever so slightly. This is it. Li Fan's gaze sharpened as he seized the moment of the hunter's weight shift, predicting its next move. The Black Wolf lunged forward, not to evade, but to confront. Li Fan commanded the Black Wolf to unleash a heavy punch, targeting not the hunter and Apos' body, but the ground where it would land. Bang! The fist struck empty air. Yet the hunter's momentum faltered. Its intended landing point altered by Li Fan's prediction. The hunter was forced to change direction, narrowly avoiding the Black Wolf's attack, but exposing a brief vulnerability. 3 faint scratches marred the hunter's chest, remnants of the previous clash with the Black Wolf. Splendid! Li Fan's heart soared with joy, sensing the scales of victory tilting in his favor. Little hunter, today is your day. However, just as he believed he had seized the opportunity, a glint of cold light flashed in the hunter and Apos' eyes. Whoosh! The hunter and Apos' forms suddenly vanished. In the next instant, the chilling blade descended. Not good. Li Fan's instinct screamed in alarm, his hair standing on end. He instinctively sought to maneuver his mech to evade, yet it was all too late. The hunter's alloy war blade, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, mercilessly struck the unprotected back of the Black Wolf. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated with a thunderous roar. The armor of the Black Wolf was instantly torn asunder, sparks flying like lightning, and parts shattered into the air while thick smoke billowed from its frame. Alarm! Alarm! The mech was severely damaged. The pilot was on the brink of death. Damn it! Here it comes again! Li Fan's composure shattered. Feeling as though he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, unable to escape the fate of being mercilessly slaughtered, the hunter's assault struck once more, ruthlessly reaping the life of the Black Wolf. Bang! 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 Large fragments of armor peeled away from the mech and Apos' body, as if it would disintegrate entirely at any moment. Boom! Ultimately, the hunter delivered a powerful kick, sending the Black Wolf crashing into the energy wall of the virtual arena, rendering it utterly incapacitated. The battle concluded. This round ended in failure. Round evaluation, a mere trifle. I am truly incompetent. Li Fan sat slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant, engulfed in despair. What is the point of this? This trial is simply beyond human capability. Li Fan looked skyward, his voice filled with anguish and helplessness. System, must I admit my inadequacy? Activate martial techniques. Li Fan finally yielded, yearning to swiftly conclude this nightmare. With 30 stars deducted successfully, he began the activation of martial techniques. Chapter 10. Pack of Wolves, Attack. The acrid scent of coolant mingled with the lingering smoke in the cockpit, creating an unbearable atmosphere. Li Fan leaned back in his seat, his chest heaving violently, each breath tugging at his wounds, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Another failure, he murmured softly, his voice hoarse, laced with a hint of reluctance, yet predominantly numbness. His hand instinctively brushed against the old scar on his chest, a memento from his last mission. A cold, mechanical voice echoed within the cockpit, devoid of emotion as always. Mission failed, yet commendable resilience displayed. Special reward, choose one of 3 combat techniques. Li Fan raised an eyebrow. Resilience? He chuckled bitterly. This wretched system rarely spoke human words, yet he would rather forego such praise. Choose one of 3? He snorted, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. When had this dog of a system become so benevolent? He could hardly believe it would suddenly change its nature. It was likely laying another trap for him. Before he could finish his thought, 3 glowing orbs abruptly illuminated the cockpit. The fist-sized spheres hovered, their halos swirling, resembling 3 miniature stars, shrouded in mystery and power. Inside the orbs, complex patterns writhed like living beings, exuding distinctly different auras. Damn it! Li Fan cursed under his breath, the earlier glimmer of hope instantly evaporating. Choose one of 3? What a joke. It was clearly an invitation to gamble with his life. This dog of a system was indeed up to no good. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. His gaze sharpened, fixating on the 3 orbs. The first orb pulsed with violent patterns, arcs of electricity crackling and popping, as if harboring world-destroying power. Thunder patterns, an elemental attack combat technique, capable of significantly enhancing the mech's lightning attribute damage. Relevant information flooded his mind, and Li Fan swiftly deduced the first pattern's nature. The second orb's patterns were thick and layered, resembling an impregnable fortress, emanating a steady defensive aura. Guardian patterns, a defensive enhancement combat technique, capable of greatly improving the mech's defensive capabilities. Li Fan recognized this as well. However, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Something felt amiss. No. While the Thunder and Guardian patterns were powerful, they were not what I currently needed. Li Fan shook his head slightly, his gaze resolute. What I lack is not extreme offense or defense, but more possibilities, a path to breaking the deadlock. His attention ultimately settled on the third orb. The third orb and Appos' patterns were the most intricate and obscure. Countless fine threads interwove, resembling chaos itself, making it difficult to discern its specific form. Yet it subtly emanated a disquieting vibration. What kind of pattern is this? Li Fan furrowed his brow, a torrent of mech knowledge racing through his mind. Yet he could not find a matching answer. An expansion-type pattern? It seemed somewhat similar, but which specific one? He had no recollection. Anxiety spread in his heart like wild grass. Time was of the essence, a decision had to be made quickly. He rapidly analyzed the merits and demerits of the three patterns. Only this unknown pattern might bring unexpected surprises, perhaps even miracles. I'll take the gamble. Li Fan gritted his teeth. Fortune favors the bold. Let's risk it all, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. I choose it. Buzz, as if in response to Li Fan's resolve. The unknown orb emitted a clear chime, its radiance intensifying. Breaking free from its restraints, it transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging with the core of the Black Wolf mech. Crack, crack. The one-stem armor of the Black Wolf mech suddenly revealed bizarre patterns, spreading across its body like veins, exuding an unsettling aura. System notification. Congratulations, host. The mech has awakened the S-rank combat technique. Pack of Wolves attack. The cold, mechanical notification echoed once more, yet this time, it was rare to detect a hint of excitement. Li Fan disregarded any further contemplation, eagerly calling up the description of the combat technique. Pack of Wolves attack. S-rank combat technique, consuming a massive amount of mech energy, capable of splitting the Black Wolf mech into 5 independent mech wolves. The lead wolf is transformed from the core chest armor, unleashing full firepower, boasting overwhelming combat strength. The remaining 4 wolves assist and restrain, agile and adaptable, working in unison, their power immeasurable. Holy crap! Splitting the mech. Li Fan inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was nothing short of fantastical. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly recalled his talent, intuitive coordination. If all 5 mech wolves could coordinate perfectly, as if they were extensions of his own body, would that not mean? Li Fan's heart raced. An unprecedented wave of exhilaration coursing through him. This was simply invincible. He could no longer contain his excitement. The mech and Appos' energy surged wildly, preparing to unleash the Pack of Wolves attack. Let's do this. Let this Pack of Wolves tear apart all obstacles. Li Fan took a deep breath, his mind intensely focused, locking onto the Black Wolf mech. Buzz, the Black Wolf mech was engulfed by dazzling energy, resembling an ancient beast breaking free from its chains, emanating a suffocating aura of terror. Crack, crack, crack. The deafening sound of metal tearing filled the air as the Black Wolf mech began to undergo a frenzied transformation, its armor contorting and parts shattering. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang out as the Black Wolf mech erupted, fragments flying in all directions under the force of the energy shockwave. Amidst the chaos of debris, 5 terrifying figures emerged. The original chest armor and head coalesced into a 6-meter-long iron wolf. Its metallic fangs glistened like sharp daggers, and its blood-red eyes sparkled with a savage glint, exuding unmatched ferocity. The original limbs split into 4 slightly smaller 3-meter-long mech wolves, crouched low, growling deeply, their fierce aura sending chills down the spine. The 4 mech wolves encircled like the most loyal guardians, fanning out in a semicircle around the lead wolf, their steel shadows casting a shroud of death. Li Fan sat steadily in the cockpit of the lead wolf, sensing the mysterious connection among the 5 wolves, akin to neurons, clear and fluid. A powerful feeling of control surged through him, as if he had become the master of the pack, reigning supreme. This power is truly beyond words. Li Fan laughed maniacally, his voice filled with utmost confidence and arrogance, reverberating throughout the cockpit. Next, A cold glint flickered in Li Fan and Appo's eyes. It was time for the hunter to taste the bitterness of despair. The iron beast, the wolf pack descends. Li Fan grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty curve. Little hunter. Tremble in fear. Within the cockpit, Li Fan's mental energy surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping the 5 mech wolves. In that instant, he felt as though he possessed 5 pairs of eyes, 5 bodies, perceiving even the subtlest movements with clarity. This is the true power of intuitive coordination. Howl. The lead wolf howled to the heavens, the sound of metal grinding deafening, as if announcing the commencement of the pack's hunt. The blood-red electronic eyes locked onto the solitary hunter mech. The hunt begins. The 4 mech wolves sprang into action, for streaks of black lightning slicing through the air. They executed no flashy maneuvers, only the purest instinct to kill. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 mech wolves, like phantoms, moved in perfect synchrony. One wolf lunged at the hunter mech's left leg, its claws viciously targeting the joint. Another wolf circled around to the side, delivering a powerful blow to the hunter mech and Appo's waist, attempting to unbalance it. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 wolves lay in wait, seeking the hunter mech and Appo's vulnerabilities. The pilot of the hunter mech was no novice. With a fierce roar, he wielded the alloy battle blade, attempting to fend off the advancing mech wolves. Clang, clang, clang. The blade clashed with the razor-sharp claws, sparks flying in every direction. The hunter mech was swift, yet the 4 mech wolves exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading the strikes while seeking opportunities to retaliate. A howl erupted from the lead wolf, reverberating through Li Fan and Appo's senses like a war drum. It was time. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he commanded the lead wolf to leap forward, launching itself toward the hunter like a bolt from a crossbow. The hunter swung the battle blade in response. Clang. The colossal claws of the lead wolf collided fiercely with the blade, the resounding noise deafening. A crack. The enemy's armor, subjected to the lead wolf's immense strength, instantly fractured. Seizing the moment, the 4 mech wolves unleashed an even more ferocious assault. Their claws ripped through the air, viciously scraping against the hunter and Appo's armor, producing a bone-chilling screech. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy and Appo's energy shield flickered violently under the relentless onslaught of the wolf pack, its energy levels plummeting. A cold, satisfied smile curled at the corners of Li Fan and Appo's mouth. It was over. The lead wolf roared mightily, merging its front claws into a sharp dagger that plunged toward the hunter's core. With a piercing thrust, the lead wolf's claws penetrated the target mech's core without resistance. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, the hunter disintegrating into a brilliant fireball. Exhaling deeply, Li Fan savored the surge of power within him, a contented smile gracing his face. This sensation was truly exhilarating. He commanded the lead wolf to howl triumphantly, proclaiming victory in the battle. The 4 mech wolves responded with deep roars, their voices resonating across the battlefield. Indomitable! Li Fan scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 11. The Little Warrior Ding. Congratulations on your successful defeat of the starry level 1 speed-type mecha hunter. Overall evaluation, excellent. The mechanical synthesis sound resonated within the cockpit. Before Li Fan could savor the sweetness of victory, he felt the mental link recede like a receding tide. At that moment, the effective pack of wolves ended, and 5 mecha wolves instantly vanished, reconstituting into the sleek black battle armor, Black Wolf. Oh, is this a taunt regarding my lack of skill? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, intending to carefully perceive the changes brought about by his upgrade when suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. On one side of the arena, the heavy hydraulic gate emitted a deep rumble and slowly rose, a blazing crimson light intruding into Li Fan's field of vision with an aggressive force. What? Is the next round coming this quickly? Li Fan's pupils constricted as he peered through the cockpit screen, witnessing a fully crimson mecha, stomping with earth-shaking steps, gradually entering the center of the battlefield. It was a war machine larger than the Black Wolf, towering at 15 meters, its chest armor adorned with muscular lines, every inch of metal brimming with explosive power. 2 ominous high-energy particle cannons loomed from its shoulders, their muzzles glowing ominously, while a pair of glinting alloy-tearing claws poised on its arms exuded a terrifying aura merely by their presence. Starry Level 2, Heavy Assault Mecha, Rampant Lion Dam. Is this a dirty trick? Li Fan could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Starry Level 2? And it's a heavy assault type? The system, having witnessed my martial skills, is now forcing me to endure this. ISNT it. Before he could finish his lament, the rampant lion sprang into action. Boom! The shoulder particle cannons erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing two energy beams as thick as barrels, tearing through the air with a destructive momentum. Charging fiercely toward the Black Wolf. What the hell? It's starting off with a big move. Li Fan's eyes nearly bulged out. This rampant lion had no sense of propriety. His mind went blank, and his hands reflexively danced across the control panel, instinctively maneuvering the Black Wolf to evade. Clang! The energy beam struck the Black Wolf's alloy arm with a cataclysmic sound, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. Crack! Crack! The ear-splitting sound of metal tearing rang out as cracks appeared on the Black Wolf's alloy arm under the rampant lion's particle cannons. What? It's that ferocious? Li Fan gasped, astonished at the rampant lion's firepower. It was simply outrageous. Before he could catch his breath, the rampant lion lunged at him like a beast, its massive tearing claws, accompanied by a howling wind, raked fiercely toward the Black Wolf's chest. Clang! The Black Wolf dodged the fatal strike with all its might, but the tearing claws still left 3 deep gashes on its shoulder armor, sparks flying. Roar! Li Fan bellowed, unleashing his mental energy once again, activating Pack of Wolves. For mecha wolves reappeared out of thin air, swiftly circling around the rampant lion. Whoosh! 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 The mecha wolves flickered like phantoms, attempting to distract the rampant lion. Roar! The rampant lion let out an enraged roar, disregarding the pesky mecha wolves. Its enormous body barreling forward like a tank, aiming directly at the lead wolf. Li Fan gritted his teeth, maneuvering the 4 mecha wolves to scatter while the lead wolf narrowly evaded the rampant lion's direct assault. The opponent pressed closer, its massive feet thundering against the ground, producing deafening booms. Bang! 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 The mecha wolf's sharp claws continuously struck against the rampant lion's energy shield, but it felt no more than a tickle, utterly incapable of breaching that thick defense. Sizzle! A flash of electricity struck as one mecha wolf failed to evade, getting swept by the rampant lion's tearing claws, sending it flying with a shrill metallic screech, evidently sustaining significant injury. Damn. A direct confrontation 1T work. Li Fan's brow furrowed, quickly regaining his composure as his brain raced to seek a solution. Guerrilla tactics. Wear it down. A glint of resolve flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he altered his strategy, directing 3 mecha wolves to continue their evasive maneuvers like 3 bothersome flies, incessantly harassing the rampant lion. Meanwhile, the lead wolf lay in wait, searching for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The rampant lion, incessantly tormented by the 3 mecha wolves, became increasingly frenzied in its attacks, its colossal tearing claws and particle cannons blasting the ground into a pockmarked wasteland. Now it's the moment. A spark of brilliance ignited in Li Fan's eyes as he noticed the rampant lion's movements falter slightly after its relentless assaults, its energy shield momentarily wavering. Roar! The lead wolf darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting the joint of the rampant lion's leg. Clang! The alloy claws struck fiercely against the rampant lion's leg armor, producing a piercing metallic clash, but this time, it did not break through as before. What? It's that sturdy? Li Fan was taken aback. The rampant lion's armor was not merely a level above the hunter's. However, the lead wolf's assault was not in vain. The rampant lion's massive body staggered, its center of gravity thrown off balance. Roar! The lead wolf let out an exhilarated roar, pressing the advantage, its alloy claws tearing at the rampant lion's leg armor with ferocity. Sizzle! The rampant lion's energy shield dissipated like a deflated balloon in an instant. Boom! The massive rampant lion collapsed like a giant deprived of its support, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust, rendered completely immobile. Phew! Li Fan exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph! What rampant lion? Was Tia dismantled by me? Ding! Congratulations on your successful defeat of the Starry Level 2 Heavy Assault Mecha Rampant Lion. Overall evaluation, slightly pleasurable. The system's voice, tinged with mechanical cheerfulness, echoed in Li Fan's ears. Slightly pleasurable? Li Fan grinned, wiping away the sweat from his forehead. That battle was anything but slightly pleasurable. It was utterly thrilling. The 5 mecha wolves vanished once more, reconstituting into the sleek black battle armor. Pack of Wolves effect lifted, transforming back into the Black Wolf. Ding! Congratulations. Your Mecha Black Wolf has upgraded to Starry Level 2, with all performance metrics elevated to Level 2 capabilities. In the next round, bring me something even more exhilarating. Li Fan licked his lips, his fighting spirit soaring. The massive gate emitted a low rumble, slowly rising again, revealing a mecha of imposing stature, radiating a formidable presence. A dark red mecha, standing 14 meters tall, wielding a gigantic war spear, its shaft glinting ominously. Enemy mecha combat power assessment. Warrior, starry level 3 combat type mecha little black. It's your time to shine. Li Fan grinned widely, his fingers gliding swiftly across the control panel, the mecha's energy surging dramatically. Buzz. The Black Wolf mecha was once again engulfed in a radiant glow of energy, a ferocious aura erupting instantly. Pack of Wolves, kill. Li Fan roared, activating the martial skill Pack of Wolves once more. The familiar sound of metal tearing filled the air as the Black Wolf mecha disintegrated in a spectacular explosion. For mechanized wolves, from various directions, lunged at the joints of the battle mech with the ferocity of famished predators, their claws clashing against armor, sending sparks flying. The battle mech wielded its war spear, attempting to fend off the pack, yet their speed was relentless, their coordination impeccable, leaving it no opportunity to retaliate. The lead wolf, like a phantom, glided across the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to strike decisively. Now, a glint of determination flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he commanded the lead wolf to leap, its metallic claws resembling 5 sharp daggers. Thrusting fiercely towards the mech's waist joint, the claws pierced effortlessly through the battle mech's armor. It was over. A cold smile crept across Li Fan and Apos' lips as he directed the lead wolf to launch a final, fatal strike at the core of the battle mech. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Stellar Grade Tier 3 Combat Mech Battle General, with an overall evaluation, Mastery. Yes, effortless mastery. Huh, how delightful. Li Fan raised an eyebrow in triumph. What surprises would await him next? Suddenly, a massive metal gate began to rise slowly, revealing a mech towering at approximately 10 meters, its exterior completely black, gradually coming into view. As Li Fan discerned the appearance of his opponent, he was instantly taken aback, his smile frozen in disbelief. What on earth? Li Fan and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment, utterly bewildered, questioning whether he was seeing things. Chapter 12. I will return. The system and Apos' prompt confirmed Li Fan and Apos' suspicions. It truly is the Apos', Black Wolf and Apos' mech. This is getting interesting. A fierce determination ignited within Li Fan and Apos' eyes. Very well. Let me test whether your Apos', Black Wolf and Apos' is more formidable or if my Apos', Black Wolf and Apos' prevails. The battle commenced. As the system and Apos' announcement faded, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan's fingertips danced swiftly across the control panel, causing the Black Wolf mech to instantaneously disassemble into 5 streaks of black light, shooting forth from various angles. Taking the initiative, he aimed for a swift resolution. His gaze sharpened as he commanded the 5 mech wolves to tear through the air, emitting piercing howls, launching a torrential assault against the opposing Black Wolf mech. Li Fan and Apos' eyes glinted with ferocity as he unleashed the most ferocious attack with his 5 mech wolves. Their claws sliced through the air with a deafening shriek. Yet, the Black Wolf mech stood its ground like an immovable rock, boldly charging forward. Just as the claws of the 5 mech wolves were about to graze the armor of the Black Wolf mech, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Black Wolf mech's form suddenly became ethereal, slipping through the gaps of the 5 mech wolves' assault like a wraith. Li Fan's pupils constricted. The agility of the Black Wolf mech exceeded his expectations, and all 5 wolves' coordinated attacks missed their mark entirely. How could this be? A storm of disbelief surged within Li Fan. The 5 mech wolves, under his command, moved as extensions of his own limbs. Yet they couldn't even brush against the opponent's hem. Once more, Li Fan took a deep breath, a glimmer of stubborn defiance flickering in his eyes as he commanded the 5 mech wolves to launch another offensive. This time, he concentrated his mental energy, pushing his innate synergy to the limit. The 5 mech wolves zipped through the arena like bolts of black lightning, encircling the Black Wolf mech. I will see where you hide this time. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan pressed the 5 mech wolves closer, constricting the Black Wolf mech space to maneuver. However, the opponent and Apos' mech shifted unpredictably, navigating effortlessly through the wolves and Apos' relentless blockade. This fellow, is he a slippery eel? Li Fan couldn't and Apos' help but curse inwardly. He felt like a seasoned hunter, wielding an impeccable net, yet he couldn't catch the elusive fish, his frustration mounting. Damn, this guy is 10 times more troublesome than the Apos' hunter and Apos' mech. Beads of sweat formed on Li Fan's forehead as he realized that the Black Wolf not only possessed incredible speed but also lightning-fast reflexes, seemingly able to anticipate his attacking intentions. This is simply cheating, isn't it? A tumultuous wave of despair crashed within him, as he felt as though he were battling a seer who could perceive all, rendering his attacks futile. Just as he momentarily lost focus, the opponent seized the fleeting opening and launched a counterattack. It accelerated suddenly, breaking free from the five wolves' encirclement, appearing ghost-like behind the lead wolf. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Li Fan's mind, and instinctively he tried to maneuver the lead wolf to evade, but it was already too late. The Black Wolf and Imp, Apos, right arm shot forth a beam short sword, its chilling glow reflecting on Li Fan and Imp, Apos, suddenly tense face, slashing fiercely towards the cockpit of the lead wolf. Clang! The lead wolf's metallic claw managed to block the deadly strike of the beam sword at the last moment, but the tremendous impact sent the lead wolf staggering backward, its frame protesting under the strain with a metallic wail. Only then did Li Fan notice that the Black Wolf mech's left hand was a metallic claw, while its right wielded a razor-sharp beam sword. This. Report. System, the opponent is cheating. Li Fan and Apos, composure began to falter. This Black Wolf mech was a fully armed hexagonal warrior, with no weaknesses in speed, strength, reflexes, or weaponry. Once more, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan commanded the five mech wolves to charge once again towards the Black Wolf mech. The Black Wolf mech, undeterred, swung its beam sword, engaging in a fierce melee with the five mech wolves. Clang, clang, clang. Again, I refuse to believe I cannot win today. Li Fan gritted his teeth, commanding the five mech wolves like a relentless pack of bloodthirsty wolves, charging fearlessly at the Black Wolf mech again. The Black Wolf mech retaliated fiercely, swinging its beam sword, and the battle intensified once more. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the arena, sparks flying like brilliant fireworks, bursting forth in the steel jungle. This was a fierce battle of equals. The two sides exchanged blows, alternating between offense and defense, neither able to gain the upper hand, despite fighting alone. The Black Wolf mech, with its extraordinary mobility and refined combat skills, withstood the onslaught of the five wolves. Buzz! A dazzling crimson light suddenly erupted from the Black Wolf mech. This. Li Fan's heart sank, sensing a foreboding presence. Is it about to unleash a desperate counterattack? Li Fan dared not let his guard down. His mind sharpened. Come now. Show me what other trump cards you have. Li Fan roared, propelling the lead wolf mech like a launched cannonball towards the opposing Black Wolf mech. Boom. The lead wolf's metallic claw collided once more with the Black Wolf mech's beam sword, producing an earth-shattering impact, the deafening noise of metal scraping nearly tearing through his eardrums. Break for me, Li Fan bellowed, pushing the mech's energy to its limits. Crack. A fine fissure appeared on the Black Wolf's beam sword. Huh? There is hope. A surge of excitement coursed through Li Fan, invigorating him to press the attack. The other four mech wolves seized the opportunity, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, launching a torrent of ferocious attacks from all directions against the Black Wolf mech. Their claws shredded the armor, producing chilling metallic screeches. As the opponent and Imp, Apos, mech was marred with several gruesome scars. Howl. The Black Wolf mech let out a mournful roar, its crimson light intensifying. This fellow. Is he still struggling in his dying throes? Li Fan's brow furrowed as he sensed the Black Wolf mech's momentum rising once more, as if it were about to expend its last reserves of energy. Boom. The Black Wolf surged with newfound strength, pushing the lead wolf back several steps. Whoosh. The Black Wolf mech and Imp, Apos, form once again vanished like a specter. Not good. Li Fan felt alarm bells ringing in his mind, instinctively maneuvering the lead wolf to evade. But he was still a moment too late. The Black Wolf mech, like a relentless parasite, reappeared behind the lead wolf, its beam sword slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, slashing down upon the lead wolf and Apos' back. Boom. The lead wolf and Apos' back armor was instantly torn apart, sparks flying. Li Fan and Apos' mentality shattered completely. He felt like a wretched creature, toyed with by fate, struggling in vain against the inexorable destiny that crushed him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For mechanized wolves, akin to moths drawn to a flame, desperately charged towards the Black Wolf mech, hoping to rescue their leader. Yet, the velocity of the Black Wolf mech was simply too swift. They were utterly outmatched. The Black Wolf mech once again brandished its beam blade, the chilling edge aimed directly at the cockpit of the lead wolf. Was this the end? Li Fan despairingly shut his eyes, awaiting the final judgment. However, At that critical moment, the system's prompt chimed once more. The time for this combat trial has concluded. The host is being returned to the Dream Star space. Exhaling deeply, Li Fan released a long breath of relief, feeling as though he had awakened from a nightmarish ordeal, a sense of survival flooding over him. With a lingering trepidation, he murmured, his heart still racing fiercely, next time, I shall surely triumph over you. Chapter 13. A Thought Commands Thousands. Completion of Mecha Combat Trial. Mission Reward. 50-star energy. Trial evaluation. C grade. Additional reward. 10-star energy. The system's notification echoed in Li Fan's ears. What is this? A C grade? Just 60 points of star energy? Li Fan and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. After risking his life and exhausting himself for 24 hours. This is the meager reward I receive. He felt profoundly insulted. This system was even more ruthless than a greedy capitalist. Wait a minute. I had previously spent 30-star energy to activate combat skills. So, in total, I only earned 30-star energy? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Unable to restrain himself from cursing. Damn system, are you trying to cheat me? You might as well just send me away. He felt akin to a laborer ruthlessly exploited by capitalists, working tirelessly only to find that his meager earnings weren't even enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. Wasn and Amp. Appo's. This sheer injustice? Shaking with rage, Li Fan wished he could drag this wretched system out and give it a good beating. Calm down, calm down. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Right. The system had previously mentioned that completing the trial level would grant him an opportunity for a mecha talent awakening. A glimmer of hope reignited in Li Fan and Appo's eyes. A mecha talent awakening. How many dream of such an opportunity? He murmured to himself. A look of anticipation spreading across his face. Random task. Completion of a 1-star or higher trial level has been achieved. Mission reward. 1 awakening opportunity. The mecha talent will activate in the host's real world. The system's notification chimed once more. Activate in the real world? Li Fan momentarily froze, then a surge of ecstasy coursed through him. Ha ha ha, mecha talent. I am finally going to awaken my mecha talent. He trembled with excitement, feeling as if his life was on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. With mecha talent, he would truly be a mecha master. Without hesitation, Li Fan decided to exit the Star Dream space. With a mere thought, his consciousness swiftly detached from the realm. This time, the process of exiting the Star Dream space felt particularly protracted. The surrounding chaos rendered time meaningless. And finally, the familiar sound of his phone and Appo's alarm broke through the void. Ding ding ding. The familiar ring-tone sliced through the darkness like a sword, awakening him abruptly. It was 7:30 a.m., and the alarm rang punctually. Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes, inhaling deeply, relishing the long-awaited sunlight, a wave of indescribable excitement washing over him. Is this really happening? Li Fan, somewhat disbelieving, hastily rose from the recliner, activated the switch, and opened the door to his repair shop. The morning sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the entire workshop in a golden glow. Standing at the entrance, Li Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the fresh air filling his lungs, bringing him immense relief. System, get out here now. Li Fan roared impatiently in his mind. I am here, host. The system's voice resonated in his mind, calm and composed as ever. Hearing the system's voice, Li Fan and Appo's anxious heart finally settled. Wonderful. This is all real. I genuinely have the opportunity for a mecha talent awakening. Trembling with excitement, he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. System, hurry. Activate my mecha talent, he urged, his voice quaking with anticipation. System prompt. Would you like to activate the awakening now? Activate. Do it immediately. What are we waiting for? Li Fan shouted in his mind without a second thought, his tone urgent as if he had pressed the fast-forward button. As he mentally shouted activate, an overwhelming, tumultuous force surged through him like a flood breaking through a dam, wreaking havoc within his body. Hiss! Li Fan felt a sharp pain in his head. In an instant, everything before his eyes twisted, colors stripped away, plunging him into a chaotic void. He felt as though his soul had detached, drifting through an endless darkness, akin to plummeting into a bottomless black hole, surrounded by an oppressive sensation that was suffocating. Just as he felt he would be consumed by the infinite void. A point of starlight suddenly erupted before him, followed by a torrent of starlight surging forth, coalescing into a resplendent galaxy, vast, mysterious, and breathtakingly beautiful. By some inexplicable instinct, Li Fan raised his right hand, clenching his fist tightly. In that instant, The surrounding space and all the stars began to tremble violently, as if summoned by a mysterious will, rushing toward his palm like rivers converging into the sea. The starlight sparkled, dazzling like countless fireflies, vying to gather at Li Fan's fingertips, forming a radiant point of light. Just as this point of light was about to touch his fingertip, crack! Everything before him shattered like a mirror, disappearing into nothingness. Li Fan jolted awake, as if breaking free from a harrowing nightmare, gasping for breath. He looked around, bewildered. Realizing he was still standing in his familiar repair shop, everything that had just transpired seemed but a fleeting illusion. Congratulations, host. You have successfully awakened the SSS-level talent, A Thought Commands Thousands. The system and Appo's notification remained calm, yet it thundered through Li Fan and Appo's mind like celestial thunder. SSS-level talent. A thought commands thousands. Li Fan was momentarily petrified, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, standing rigidly in place, his mind blank, utterly devoid of thought. After several seconds, he suddenly came to his senses, his heart pounding like a drum, striving to calm the explosive excitement within him. The stunning visions that had just flashed before him, stars converging, all things submitting, coupled with the eerie metallic sheen emanating from the repair equipment around him, which seemed to quiver slightly. Sensing the peculiar changes in the surrounding equipment, a flash of insight struck Li Fan, and he instantly understood the true function of a thought commands thousands control, the ability to manipulate the machines around him with his mind. Moreover, it appeared that the precision and strength of his control far exceeded his expectations, almost unfathomable. Would this talent allow him to control mechas as well? His heart raced, his breath quickened, a blend of anxiety and desire surging within him as he fervently shouted in his mind. The system seemed to have anticipated his question, its calm voice resonating once more. SSS-level talent. A thought commands thousands. The host can manipulate all mechanical units within a radius of 1,000 meters that he possesses. The level and quantity of controllable mechas will gradually unlock as the host's mental power increases. System, what is my current mental power level? Li Fan silently inquired, his tone laced with anticipation. Chapter 14. The sibling rivalry. When the host first awakened his mech talent, his mental power was at level 3, categorizing him as a stellar-class mech master, while an ordinary person would be at level 1. The system replied in a calm, emotionless manner. With the host's current mental power at level 3, he could simultaneously control a standard mech under 12 meters, achieving thought synchronization, or manipulate 3 smaller mechs under 7 meters. Is that all? Li Fan scoffed, feeling somewhat disappointed. This and Appo's thought command and Appo's hardly impressed him. Before he could finish his thought, the system and Appo's notification echoed in his mind, cold and mechanical. Ding. The host and Appo's awakened talent has been detected, and a grand sale in the shop has commenced. Would you like to spend 100 star energy points to exchange for the primordial level meditation technique, Cosmic Meditation, Volume 1? Huh? Li Fan was taken aback. The sudden prompt made him instantly alert, sensing the familiar whiff of a well-known scheme. This tactic, it resembles those mobile games enticing first-time purchases. Desperately trying to extract money? Humph. Li Fan, will not fall for such tricks. Ding. Exchange successful. Cosmic Meditation, Volume 1 has been issued. Credit points, 740,000. Star energy, 63 points. There was no choice. Who could resist the allure of a primordial level meditation technique? The law of irresistible temptation is timeless. Li Fan suppressed his heartache and checked his account. Initially, he had only 63 star energy points, while the remainder was exchanged with credit points. He had 2 million before, and now he had a total of 46 million credit points, which included the 900,000 Li Fei had previously left him. Please, do not let me down. Tears of regret welled in Li Fan's eyes. Money truly does not stretch far, he lamented while soothing his slightly aching heart. At that moment, buzz. A sharp pain surged through Li Fan's mind once more. Is it here? Boom. A resounding noise erupted. In the scenery before Li Fan shifted again, he found himself in the vastness of space, surrounded by a dazzling galaxy. Suddenly, an enormous figure, reminiscent of a galaxy, appeared before him. Li Fan, not daring to delay, immediately sat cross-legged, following the guidance of cosmic meditation, and began to circulate the technique, drawing on the stellar energy surrounding him. Boom, boom. As he entered the meditative state, the scattered points of light around him began to converge wildly. As if the galaxy was pouring in, countless starlights flooding into his body, forming a vast tidal wave of stellar power. Li Fan became like a small boat at the center of this tidal wave, bathed in endless starlight, enduring the baptism of stellar energy. The stellar energy surged, flooding into his body, enhancing his form. Under the nourishment of the tidal wave, Li Fan's perception grew exponentially. Bit by bit, he felt his awareness expanding, and his mental power significantly increased. In this meditative state, Li Fan's perception continued to soar, and he sensed that he had broken through to level 4 mental power. Li Fan was now a void-splitting class mech master. At 19, being a void-splitting class mech master would make him a rare entity at the Federal Mech Academy. With hands on his hips, he couldn't help but grin widely. In the recently concluded mech examination, the strongest candidate from the Gaislon Federal Interstellar Academy had only just reached level 4 mental power, despite years of arduous training and the consumption of massive family resources. Yet here he was, achieving this in just a few minutes. Ah, what a pity. Without a mech, being a void-splitting class is futile. Li Fan sighed, brushing off his pant legs, feeling somewhat helpless. With only 46 million credit points, purchasing a decent void-splitting class mech was nothing more than a pipe dream. Gaislon Federal, G1 Star, Winching University. Cheney was in high spirits, a hint of pride at the corners of his mouth, his steps unusually light. As he entered the campus, whispers filled the air, and gazes fixed upon him, filled with envy, admiration, and even traces of affection. There was no denying it. The prominent figure of Winching University, who had long dominated the mech combat rankings, was the center of attention wherever he went. This feeling of being in the spotlight only added to his delight. The joy of having his Yanlong mech revived and awakening its combat skills was still fresh in his mind, a definite bragging point for the coming year amongst his friends. Where have you been all night, you little brat? You need a good scolding. A sharp voice pierced through his revelry, instantly causing his brows to furrow and dampening his good mood. Without needing to turn around, he knew who it was. Turning, indeed, Qianlan stood nearby, hands on her hips, exuding an imposing aura. Clad in a sleek mech combat suit, her slender figure was perfectly accentuated, and her long legs were undeniably eye-catching. In terms of looks, Qianlan was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, her cold and fierce demeanor often added an air of defiance, and her loud voice further undermined her otherwise graceful appearance, making her a striking contrast of elegance and strength. Who are you to tell me what to do? You fiery girl, is it that time of the month already? Qinyu retorted, a hint of impatience in his tone, though a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. Since childhood, he and Qianlan had been a pair of playful rivals. Bickering was second nature to them. More like you're the one going through it. Always so vain. Qianlan shot back defiantly, hands on her hips, chest held high like a proud peacock. Let's talk. In the mech battles, 34 matches. I have 8 wins, 18 draws, and 8 losses. Who has the defeated one? Huh. Now that I'm a void-splitting class, what about you? Qianlan raised her chin triumphantly, her face radiating the confidence of an elder sister teaching her younger brother a lesson. And remember, we had an agreement when we were young. Whoever loses has to call the other brother sister. Now you're definitely losing. Today, if you call me Sister Lan, I'll overlook your little escapade this morning. Qianlan's smile was radiant, as if she could already envision Qinyu obediently calling her sister. Upon hearing void-splitting class, Qinyu raised an eyebrow slightly, genuinely surprised. It was true that Qianlan's mental power talent surpassed his own. However, to make him call her sister Qianlan? That was utterly impossible. From their early years, the two siblings had always competed fiercely, from academic achievements to mech control, vying for superiority in every aspect. Though Qianlan's awakened North Sea Ice soul talent was inherently restrained by his Sun Fire talent, this stubborn girl had managed to hold her own against him. This tenacity was something Qinyu secretly admired. Yet admiration aside, he would never concede that Qianlan was stronger than him. Void-splitting class? Is that such a big deal? A playful smirk graced Qinyu's lips, his eyes filled with provocation. Just right. My Yanlong awakened some new abilities last night, and I was just looking for a place to test its power. Since you're so eager to be humiliated, I'll reluctantly educate you. So you know just how formidable your brother is. Qinyu deliberately emphasized the word educate, his tone brimming with confidence and bravado. Though his mecha remains at the 7th tier of star glory, he has awakened the martial skill, Flame Dragon, and his strength is now beyond comparison. Qianlan has just ascended to the Rift level, and her mecha has surely not yet undergone the necessary upgrades or awakened any martial techniques. The outcome of this battle is already determined. The dialogue between Qinyu and Qianlan stirred the atmosphere like a stone cast into a serene lake, instantly sending ripples of excitement throughout the crowd. The surrounding students, who were previously engaged in casual chatter, suddenly found themselves captivated. Goodness, is it about to begin again? Are the Qin siblings set to clash? Exclaimed one. Heavens, this is a battle of titans. Last time they fought to a draw. Who will emerge victorious this time? Qin Lan has reached the Rift level, while Qin Yu remains at the Star Glory level, right? Is there even a need for comparison? What do you know? Qin Yu is the top of the ranks. He surely has hidden trump cards. We are in for a spectacle. This is not merely a sibling duel. It is a contest of the young generation of the Qin family. The students buzzed with speculation and astonishment. And news of the impending mecha combat between Qin Yu and Qin Lan swiftly spread throughout Wenqing University. Within mere minutes, the once empty arena became inundated with eager students. And even several teachers hastened to witness this fierce confrontation. Old Wang, who do you think will prevail this time? Inquired a bespectacled teacher, adjusting his glasses with curiosity. It's hard to say, both siblings are prodigies with unpredictable strength, pondered the burly teacher Wang, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qin Lan's recent promotion to the Rift level gives her a significant advantage, but that lad, Qin Yu, is known for his unorthodox tactics. He might possess a hidden ace. I believe Qin Lan has the upper hand, given the level disparity, interjected a tall female teacher. The teacher's discussion mirrored the sentiments of the majority present. At this moment, at either end of the arena, Qin Yu and Qin Lan had taken their positions, the atmosphere charged with tension, as this imminent clash of dragons and tigers awaited ignition. Chapter 15. Look up to the sky. The thunderous cheers reverberated as if they could lift the very dome of the arena. The colossal mech arena at Wenqing University, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, was brimming with spectators, shoulder to shoulder. Even the aisles and corners overflowed with a sea of eager faces, resembling a dense cloud pressing down from above. Today, a highly anticipated pinnacle showdown was about to unfold. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd as Qin Lan and another individual simultaneously activated the star rings on their wrists. In an instant, two resplendent beams of light shot skyward, as if tearing the heavens apart. As the brilliance faded, a mech of icy blue hue stood proudly at the center, akin to the arrival of a snow queen. This mech boasted smooth, elegant lines, adorned with glistening snowflakes, its shoulder armor resembling two unsheathed ice blades, shimmering with a chilling sharpness. My goodness! Is that the Void Breaker class mech and Amp, Oppos, Snow Eagle and Amp, Oppos, Qin Lan and Amp, Oppos, a signature mech? A voice from the crowd exclaimed, filled with envy and fervor. The contestants were boarding. Excited gasps echoed through the arena as every pair of eyes fixated on the enormous holographic screen at the center of the combat arena. With a flicker, an odd, rotund creature sprang into view, its bulging eyes and exaggerated mouth reminiscent of a cartoonish extraterrestrial. Welcome, everyone, to the Wenqing University combat arena. A charmingly mechanical electronic voice resonated throughout the space. I am the AI referee for this mech battle. You may call me Shuhai. Now, let us welcome both contestants aboard. As Shuhai finished speaking, a confident smile graced Qin Lan's lips as she was the first to activate the star ring on her wrist. Heavens, look at Snow Eagle. It's absolutely stunning. This and Oppos, Snow Eagle and Oppos, is Qin Lan and Oppos' prized possession, reportedly costing over 5 million credit points. 5 million. That could buy 2 ordinary Void Breaker class matches, right? The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. What a pity that Snow Eagle lacks combat techniques. Otherwise, its price could soar even higher. Nevertheless, it remains magnificent. Look, Qin Yu and Oppos' mech. A gasp of surprise swept through the crowd, instantly redirecting their attention to the opposite side. In stark contrast to the flamboyant and Oppos, Snow Eagle and Oppos, Qin Yu and Oppos' and Oppos, Flame Dragon and Oppos, stood silently. Its crimson exterior resembling a dormant volcano, with flowing patterns reminiscent of molten lava, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The streamlined body gleamed with a metallic luster, understated yet opulent, brimming with explosive power. Is this the legendary Flame Dragon? The upgraded version of Flame Dragon? 3 seconds. I need all the information on this mech. Some spectators could hardly contain their eagerness to unveil the mysteries surrounding this mech, their voices trembling with excitement. Flame Dragon, Star Shining Level 7, strong offensive mech, standing at 15 meters. V-Type Star Nova engine, mech weaponry, super alloy greatsword, fire essence gauntlet, mech combat technique, dragon flame break. The voice of the AI Shuhai rang out again, each word detonating like an underwater bomb in the crowd. Star Shining Level 7? It just awakened combat techniques. Did I hear that correctly? Is there something wrong with my ears? This is truly a Star Shining class mech. Not a disguised void breaker? I refuse to believe it. Impossible. These parameters must be erroneous. Could it be a new type of mech secretly developed by the military? My heavens, this is utterly outrageous. In the audience, the mentors from Wenxing University were equally astonished, exchanging bewildered glances, as if witnessing something beyond belief. Wang Xing was jaw-dropped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out, his chin almost hitting the ground. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Was this truly the mech of his usually carefree apprentice? Was this even something a mere human could create? While the laypersons reveled in the spectacle, the experts discerned the profound difference in the flame dragon compared to its predecessor. Li Weiwei, standing nearby, also recognized the extraordinary nature of this mech, a rare flicker of emotion crossing her typically icy visage. Did you hire a master-level mechanic for him? Li Weiwei, usually sparing with words, couldn't and amp, oppose, to help but inquire, her tone laced with astonishment. No, absolutely not. This time, Qin Yu has truly given me an immense surprise. Wang Stin was sighed with a wry smile, his emotions akin to a roller coaster, oscillating between exhilaration and disbelief. Li Weiwei fell silent. Her gaze fixated on the imposing and amp, oppose, flame dragon and amp, oppose, in the arena, her expression reflecting a grave seriousness. Inside the cockpit of and amp, oppose, Snow Eagle and amp, oppose, Qinlan and amp, oppose, S expression darkened. Her countenance as severe as if she could squeeze water from it. She had initially believed victory was assured, only to discover that Qin Yu had concealed such a powerful card. It was a slap in her face. You sly little brat, how devious you are. Qinlan growled through gritted teeth, her voice thick with anger and resentment. Likewise, this duel was initiated at your behest. You can still concede now if you wish. Qin Yu's voice brimmed with mockery, his confidence soaring, for the performance of the flame dragon was utterly superior. The competition commenced. The cold, mechanical voice of the AI Shuhai reverberated in the vast arena, striking the hearts of the audience like a heavy hammer, instantly drawing all attention back to this much-anticipated contest. Almost the moment the announcement sounded, Snow Eagle sprang into action. It darted forth like a long dormant leopard, leaping from the shadows, akin to an arrow released from a bowstring. Slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, charging directly at Flame Dragon. The alloy claws glinted ominously under the sunlight, emitting a chilling light, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air as they struck down. This was a mid-level technique of mech operators, heart-piercing strike. Qinlan unleashed a decisive blow, evidently aiming for a swift victory. In the face of this ferocious assault, Qin Yu remained composed as if in deep meditation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As if everything was well within his control, he intended to use the formidable capabilities of Flame Dragon to thoroughly crush this presumptuous girl, teaching her the true meaning of strength. Bang! A deafening crash resounded, like thunderclaps splitting the air, causing the entire arena to tremble. Snow Eagle's heavy fist struck the ground, shattering the solid floor into a spiderweb of cracks. Dust swirling into the air, combined with the fierce gusts, swiftly forming a yellow haze that obscured the view, leaving the audience in suspense. The spectators were agitated, craning their necks, eager to peer into the yellow fog. What was happening inside? It was impossible to see anything. Had that strike landed? They anxiously pondered. The force behind and oppose, Snow Eagle and oppose, S and oppose, attack was tremendous. If it had truly connected, it could at least incapacitate and oppose, Flame Dragon and oppose, to some extent. Could it be? The audience and oppose, S hearts raced, glued to the unfolding scene. Soon, the smoke began to dissipate, but to everyone's astonishment, only Snow Eagle, poised for attack, remained visible, while Flame Dragon was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where S and amp, oppose, Flame Dragon and amp, oppose. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a piercing voice sliced through the air. Look above. At this moment, the audience, as if awakening from a dream, raised their gazes upwards. There, high in the sky, the Flame Dragon stood majestically, resembling a divine being surveying all of creation. Behind it, the mechanical tail fins emitted a soft azure beam of particles, while it stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of unparalleled mastery. Suddenly, the Flame Dragon slowly extended its right hand, palm facing upward, as if beckoning something forth. With a thunderous roar, crimson flames ignited from thin air. A torrent of ferocious fire erupted from the palm of the Flame Dragon, surging up its arm, intertwining, coiling, and ultimately coalescing into a magnificent, fearsome fire dragon, radiating an aura of apocalyptic terror. Chapter 16. Call for Brother. The fierce flames surged within the arena, seemingly igniting the very air around them. The spectators beyond the protective barrier, despite the shield, could feel the searing heat wave crashing over them. Many were already beaded with sweat, and some even began to feel parched and dry-throated. The Inferno Dragon was completely enveloped in flames, the roar of its mechanical engine resonating as it ascended amidst the fiery blaze, with its colossal sword aimed directly at the ground. The blue particle accelerator behind it surged into action, propelling the massive mech skyward. Amidst the gasps of the audience, it carved an arc through the air. Moments later, the engine roared once more, and the mech, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, dove towards its opponent, the Snow Eagle, akin to a blazing meteor trailing endless flames. Bang! As the Inferno Dragon descended at breakneck speed, the air was torn apart with a deafening sound, and the heat wave rushed downward towards the Snow Eagle like a tidal wave, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. The flames on the Inferno Dragon, due to the rapid friction with the air, erupted violently, transforming into a more ferocious blaze that engulfed the entire mech. From a distance, it resembled a colossal dragon of fire, surging forth from the depths of hell, bent on annihilation, armed with a flaming greatsword, surrounded by the destructive Inferno. This was the Inferno Dragon's ultimate strike, martial combat technique. Dragon, flame, destruction. Confronted with this cataclysmic blow, Qin Lan, within the Snow Eagle, was drenched in perspiration, her forehead dotted with tiny beads of sweat, not from the heat, but from sheer terror. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she could only watch helplessly as the fire dragon-like mech approached her with the sin of death. Dodge. Quickly, dodge it. Qin Lan screamed within her mind, yet her body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move even an inch. Hiss. At that moment, the tiles of the arena beneath her feet began to melt under the terrifying heat, transforming into something akin to molten lava, trapping the Snow Eagle's feet within. There was truly no escape now. She had never imagined that her longtime rival had become so powerful enough to leave her without the slightest chance to counterattack. Reflecting on their previous encounters, each had been a fierce contest, yet now she found herself unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Where on earth had he acquired such formidable martial prowess? This question lingered in Qin Lan and Appo's mind for the next moment. She would be entirely consumed by the Inferno Dragon and Appo's assault. Boom. As if the apocalypse had arrived, flames instantly engulfed everything, and the entire arena transformed into a sea of fire, threatening to incinerate all in its wake. The terrifying heat waves crashed against the barrier outside the arena, producing dull thuds that paled the faces of the front row spectators, some even crying out in fright. The match concluded, Victor, Inferno Dragon. Just then, the cold voice of the intelligent referee, Shuhai, echoed through the arena. As the flames dissipated and smoke filled the air, only the towering figure of the Inferno Dragon stood proudly, resembling a fiery war deity. Outside, the Snow Eagle lay charred and battered, its once sleek lines and glossy paint now reduced to a pitiful state, appearing especially disheveled compared to its former gallant image. Qin Lan emerged from the cockpit of the Snow Eagle, dazed and forlorn, gazing at her beloved mech now in ruins. A flicker of sorrow flashed in her eyes, but more so, a sense of unwillingness and rage. Was this truly his full power? I couldn't even withstand a single blow. Qin Lan looked up at the Inferno Dragon, which resembled a war god, her heart a tumult of emotions, unable to articulate her feelings. From the moment the Inferno Dragon launched its attack to the announcement of the match and Appo's conclusion, the entire ordeal lasted merely seconds, yet for Qin Lan, it felt as if a century had passed. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Wow, he won. He won. Who would dare claim that Qin Yu is not the greatest genius of Wenxing University? Speaking of which, that last move, could it be the legendary martial combat technique? Qin Yu's Inferno Dragon has awakened a martial combat technique. No wonder Qin Lan lost so miserably. I remember the end Appo's, Snow Eagle and Appo's was already the pinnacle of the Rift level matches, yet it was instantaneously defeated by the Appo's, Inferno Dragon and Appo's. This martial combat technique is terrifying. Originally, this was to be Qin Yu's moment of triumph, yet the audience's focus shifted to the mysterious mechanic who had awakened the martial combat technique in the Inferno Dragon. However, Qin Yu remained unfazed, for what he sought was far beyond mere accolades. He maneuvered the Inferno Dragon off the arena and approached Qin Lan, wearing his usual smile. Hee. That makes it 9 wins. Remember to call me brother when we meet again. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning pale, as she took a deep breath to calm herself. Then, in a barely audible whisper, she uttered, Brother, brother. Humph, you cocky brat. Don't get too complacent. I will win back next time. Qin turned away, gritting her teeth. Ha ha ha, I'll be waiting for you. Qin Yu laughed heartily, then added, by the way, if you're in Oppos, Snow Eagle and Oppos, needs repairs, I recommend you visit the Dream Mech repair shop in the Kalen system. The owner is quite skilled and might surprise you. After saying this, Qin Yu turned and left, leaving Qin standing alone. Truth be told, Qin Yu held deep affection for his sister and, in his heart, admired her greatly. After all, Qin had managed to contend with him, who possessed the fiery talent of the sun, using her ice-based abilities for all these years. The hardships and efforts she had endured were beyond what most could imagine. For instance, the heart-piercing technique she had previously mastered, Qin Yu mused that he would find it difficult to achieve the same. His easy victory this time was largely due to the incredible modifications made by Boss Li, which had transformed his Inferno Dragon entirely, granting him the upper hand. Yet, that was not the victory he desired. He wished to triumph through his own strength, defeating Qin in a fair contest. Thus, he recommended Li Fan's repair shop to her, hoping she too could gain from it and grow stronger. As he watched Qin Yu's figure gradually fade into the distance, Qin's expression became complex, filled with a mix of unwillingness, confusion, and perhaps a hint of gratitude. The Dream Mech repair shop? Qin murmured softly, lightly articulating the name. Then a faint smile graced her lips. Thank you, you annoying brother. Their exchange was lost to the audience. As Qin Yu departed, the crowd began to disperse, and as Qin's mentor, Li Weiwei hurried to her side. Looking at her beloved student, Li Weiwei opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to offer some comforting words, but ultimately, she merely patted Qin's shoulder gently. Her ever-stoic expression unchanged. The Amp, Oppos, Snow Eagle and Amp, Oppos, has sustained significant damage. Let me introduce you to a high-level mechanic for repairs. When your mental strength reaches level 5 and you ascend to the ranks of the star-shattering Mecha Masters, you will have the opportunity to exchange for a mecha imbued with awakened martial skills, allowing you to reclaim your honor. She did not suggest that Qin recover her standing while still at the void-splitting level, for that would be unrealistic. As Qin gazed upon her teacher's perpetually icy visage, an inexplicable warmth surged within her heart. She understood that, despite her teacher's outwardly frigid demeanor and lack of humor, she was, in truth, a person of warmth beneath the surface. It was merely that she seemed somewhat inept at expressing her emotions, to put it plainly. She had a touch of a deadpan expression. Thank you, teacher, but I wish to try my luck on Karen Star. Chapter 17. Business comes knocking. What? You want to go to the Karen Star system? Li Weiwei, typically as frosty as an iceberg as a mentor in the mecha combat department, could hardly contain her disbelief at this moment. Her exquisite face was painted with incredulity, as though she had just heard an outlandish tale. Have you lost your mind? Although Amp, Oppos, Snow Eagle and Amp, Oppos, is injured, it's hardly a reason to venture into the Karen Star system. Our Starsea Academy and Amp, Oppos, repair center boasts top-notch facilities. How could it possibly be inferior to that desolate place? I just want to give it a try. Faced with Li Weiwei's rapid-fire questioning, Qin lowered her gaze. Her voice barely audible, akin to a frightened little rabbit. The unreliable elder brother, Qin Yu, had fervently recommended a mysterious mecha repair shop, which now flooded her mind, leaving her heart in a turmoil. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Li Weiwei and Amp, Oppos' voice rose sharply, her chest heaving with agitation, clearly infuriated. What kind of place is the Karen Star system? It's a lawless zone, chaotic beyond measure. As a young woman, you would be going there alone. What if something were to happen? How would you explain that to your parents? Teacher, I promise I will be careful. I swear I won't run off recklessly. Besides, I still have Snow Eagle with me. I can handle ordinary space pirates, so you needn't Oppos worry. Qin lifted her head, her large, watery eyes shimmering with determination, resembling a stubborn little kitten. You stubborn girl. Why do you never listen? It truly frustrates me. Li Weiwei lamented, rubbing her forehead in resignation, her tone softening slightly. Fine, if you wish to go, then go. I can't do anything to stop you. However, let me be clear, in a place like the Karen Star system, where all sorts of characters converge, do not harbor too much hope. If it doesn't work out, return quickly. And I'll introduce you to some old-timers at the Star River Mecha Repair Association who will ensure your mecha is repaired to perfection. Thank you, teacher. Mua. A smile blossomed on Qin's face, a warm current flowing through her, sweet as honey. She understood that beneath Li Weiwei's sharp words lay genuine concern. All right. Off you go. Don't linger here. It's vexing to watch. Li Weiwei waved her hand dismissively, turning her gaze to the window. Her expression tinged with loneliness and worry, lost in thought. Qin Lan gazed intently at Li Weiwei's silhouette, as if etching her image into her heart, before resolutely turning and stepping out of the arena with determined strides. Meanwhile, the instigator, Qin Yu, was lounging with a smug expression, humming a tune. Reveling in his cunning scheme, he quickly sent a message to Li Fan. Boss Li, I've introduced you to a big client, an S-class mecha fighter, beautiful and kind-hearted. Make sure to entertain her well. After a while, Li Fan replied, what is going on? A big client? What trickery are you up to now? Don't tell me you're introducing me to some rich woman so I can live off her? Let me assure you, I, Li Fan, am a man of integrity. Qin Yu scoffed, thinking, integrity my foot. Li Fan, our shop operates on honesty, treating everyone fairly. If the charge is 20 million, we will not take a dime less. Qin Yu, scoundrel. Inside the repair shop, Li Fan swiftly finished the last bite of his meal, then grabbed his phone and opened the homepage of his dream mecha repair shop. Alas, business for physical stores is truly difficult these days. Am I really destined to eat dirt? He gazed at the empty orders, despair clawing at him, almost questioning his existence. As he scrolled through the comments, aside from a few flattering remarks from Qin Ershi praising the shop's skills and the owner's charm, the rest were filled with skepticism and insults, utterly disheartening. Clearly, Qin Ershi is a shill, and a non-paying one at that. Are con artists so brazen nowadays? Daring to run a mecha repair shop? They must be tired of living. The shabby shop, and amp, oppos, dream and amp, oppos, indeed. More like a fantasy. Everything exists in dreams. Bah, a bunch of blind fools. Fuming at the comments, Li Fan nearly threw his phone in anger. This is a family heirloom skill, authentic and genuine. How dare they label me a fraud? It's infuriating. My temper. Just as he was about to close the homepage to avoid further annoyance, a new comment suddenly appeared, like a lifeline in his view. Boss, may I ask if your shop can upgrade mechas? My situation is rather special, and if convenient, I would like to discuss it in person. Moo. What? Upgrade mechas? Li Fan and Oppos, eyes widened in astonishment. This was a significant opportunity. Upgrading mechas was far more complex than ordinary repairs, with a correspondingly higher fee. Moreover, those seeking upgrades were often influential figures, potentially bringing in more business. Wealth was within reach. Elated, Li Fan swiftly typed back, absolutely. Our shop specializes in mecha upgrades with top-notch technology, guaranteed satisfaction. When would you be available? I await your esteemed presence. Approximately an hour later, the old metal door of the repair shop creaked open, and a waft of fragrant air greeted him, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze on a summer day, invigorating the senses. Li Fan looked up and was instantly captivated, as if the world had brightened. Entering was a tall girl clad in a sleek black combat suit, her long legs gracefully striding forward, exuding an extraordinary aura. With a neat bob haircut and skin as pale as snow, her features were exquisitely sculpted, resembling a work of art. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if they could speak. She radiated an air of confidence and elegance, akin to a heroine stepped straight out of a comic book. Hello, I am Mu Hongxue. The girl spoke, her voice clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. I am the one who left the message on the star network. Pointing to her star ring, she confidently continued. My and Amp, Oppos, Ice Mage and Amp, Oppos, Mecha is currently at Starshine level 10 and requires an upgrade to Rift level. However, Mu Hongxue bit her lip, a hint of hesitation crossing her face as if concealing something. My credit points are rather limited, so, she paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. But, my family owns a small mecha materials processing plant in the Karenstar system. If possible, I would like to use materials to offset part of the cost. What do you think? After speaking, she looked at Li Fan with a mixture of apprehension and hope in her bright eyes, fearing rejection. Materials as payment? Li Fan stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing within. This was indeed intriguing. That could work. But it depends on whether your materials are worth the price. Li Fan replied non-committally, his tone laced with scrutiny and evaluation, reminiscent of a savvy businessman. Where is your factory located? What is its scale? What materials do you primarily process? Li Fan bombarded with a series of questions, resembling an old fox interrogating a suspect, save for the absence of a magnifying glass to scrutinize further. The factory is situated in the industrial zone of Kalenstar, and its scale is decent. One of the more prominent establishments on Kalenstar, to be sure. Mu Hongxue felt somewhat uneasy under Li Fan and Appo's intense gaze, her eyes flickering momentarily, yet she answered truthfully. They primarily process various alloys, such as tungsten-tantalum superalloys, trinary nickel alloys, and titanium-chromium-iridium superalloys. These are all premium materials. Additionally, they deal in the crystalline cores used for mechas, including luminous stones, starlight stones, and celestial stones, all of exceptionally high purity. As Li Fan listened to Mu Hongxue enumerate the materials with the familiarity of a connoisseur, he marveled inwardly. Goodness, these are indeed high-end materials. Tungsten-tantalum superalloys, trinary nickel alloys, titanium-chromium-iridium superalloys. Each is a treasure for mechas. They could fetch a handsome price on the market. And those luminous stones, starlight stones, and celestial stones, each one is worth a fortune. Clearly, Mu Hongxue and Appo's family possesses quite the treasure trove. It's as if a fortune had come knocking at his door. However, who is Li Fan? He is a man seasoned by the storms of life. Though his heart soared with exhilaration, nearly prompting him to leap with joy, he maintained an exterior of calm composure, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. Let us first examine the condition of your mecha, he suggested, gesturing toward a holographic repair chamber at the back of the shop. Follow me. With that, he turned and led Mu Hongxue inside, his stride confident and exuding the aura of a skilled practitioner. Once they entered the holographic repair chamber, Li Fan gestured to the spacious area, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Unleash your mecha, so I may inspect it and assess its value before providing you with a quotation." His tone and demeanor were unmistakably those of a shrewd merchant. Mu Hongxue nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment, and raised her wrist to lightly press a button on her star ring. In an instant, a brilliant ice blue light flashed, and a beautifully designed mecha materialized before them, as if conjured by magic. This mecha boasted sleek lines and an elegant form, its surface adorned with a delicate frost pattern, exuding a chill reminiscent of a being from an icy realm. At the center of its chest armor resided a massive ice blue crystalline core, refracting a soft azure glow, akin to the fabled Ice Queen, noble and striking, evoking a sense of awe. Is this the Ice Mage? Truly a fitting name. Li Fan gazed at the mecha before him, his eyes wide with admiration as he internally marveled. How exquisite. How wonderful it would be if this were mine. He stepped forward, reaching out to gently touch the cold exterior of the Ice Mage. Hey, system, how much star energy is required for this Ice Mage mecha to advance to the Rift level? No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. To advance from Starry level 10 to Rift level requires 100 star energy. Detected that this mecha meets the criteria, capable of activating martial techniques, as well as its second form. Chapter 18. Trial of the Mecha, Activation of the Second Form Characteristics. Li Fan abruptly sprang up from the reclining chair, as if jolted by an electric shock. The system's alert resonated in his mind, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat. The awakening of martial arts skills was already a delightful surprise, but an upgrade to the mecha that comes with a bonus? His eyes widened as he swiftly scanned the system panel, the cold words second form characteristics glaring back at him. Causing his heart to race with exhilaration, this was undoubtedly more thrilling than any martial arts technique. Eagerly, he yearned to witness the second form of the Ice Mage, his fingertips trembling with excitement. However, the system and Appo's icy notification soon followed, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing his elation. Ding. Warning. Host's stellar energy balance is insufficient for mecha advancement. What the heck? Li Fan's smile froze instantaneously. The drastic plunge from ecstasy to despair made him curse involuntarily. It felt as though he had been mercilessly deceived, his stomach churning with nausea. Insufficient stellar energy? What nonsense. He yanked open the system panel, and the glaring red letters indicating a stellar energy balance of 0 felt like daggers piercing his eyes. Glancing at the stellar card balance, a solitary 146 credit points lay there, almost causing him to spit out blood. After upgrading Qin Yu's Flame Dragon Mecha, his stellar energy had already dwindled to nothing. He had hoped to recoup some losses from Mu Hongxue's order, but now... Oh heavens! Are you toying with me? A wave of despair washed over him, casting a shadow over his life. He turned stiffly and met Mu Hongxue's expectant, clear eyes, feeling as though he were a jester, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Unable to advance? How could he utter those 4 words? He had boasted so confidently before. Now telling her he couldn't and Appo's upgrade would be like slapping his own face. What would become of his pride? Clearing his throat, He averted his gaze. Unable to meet Mu Hongshue's piercing gaze, his tone faltering. Mu Hongxue, upgrading the mecha is a highly intricate task that requires immense mental energy. How about I take a short break to replenish my energy and arrange the upgrade for you later tonight? What do you think? Is that acceptable? Mu Hongxue was taken aback by Li Fan's sudden shift in demeanor, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence, claiming the task was a piece of cake, yet now he appeared utterly drained. Moreover, his previously erratic gaze seemed suspiciously odd. Furrowing her brow slightly, she began to scrutinize him, a startling thought creeping into her mind. Could he be seeking an excuse to delay? The mere notion made her fair cheeks flush, her heart racing. After all, a man and a woman alone in a room. Although it was merely a maintenance chamber, who could truly fathom what this man was thinking? Stealing a glance at Li Fan, she noted that while his eyes flickered, they retained clarity. He likely wasn't Appos, as unreliable as she feared. Perhaps he genuinely needed to recuperate? After all, the notion of mecha advancement sounded quite sophisticated, and it was indeed normal for it to consume mental energy. As Mu Hongxue lost herself in thought, Li Fan suddenly spoke again, his tone seamlessly shifting back to the previous confidence and professionalism, as if the hesitant man moments ago were a mere illusion. I have the upgrade plan completely figured out. Ensuring your Appos, Ice Mage and Appos, undergoes a transformative rebirth, with its performance elevated to an entirely new level. Pausing for effect, he glanced over the materials Mu Hongxue had brought, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. However, regarding the upgrade costs, we may need to make a few adjustments. He deliberately paused, observing Mu Hongshue's reaction. How does 500,000 credit points sound? 500,000? Mu Hongxue gasped, her complexion paling instantly. 500,000 credit points? This was nothing short of extortion. For her, it was an astronomical figure. Boss Li. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. You know my situation. I cannot possibly come up with that amount all at once. Li Fan and Appos' lips curled into a knowing smile. Having already devised a plan. No worries, I understand your predicament. His tone softened. Let us do this. The shortfall in credit points can be offset with those radiant stones, star stones, and celestial stones from your factory's warehouse. I will calculate them at market value, ensuring fairness. You may return now. Li Fan rubbed his temples, feigning exhaustion. I need to rest a bit to regain my energy, so I can better assist with the mecha upgrade. He paused, looking at Mu Hongxue. Come back around 8 tonight. And I assure you, you will be satisfied with the results. Mu Hongxue opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. She nodded gently, then. All right, Boss Li, I shall return tonight. With that, she turned and left, her back appearing somewhat desolate. After seeing Mu Hongxue off, Li Fan closed the shop's door, exhaling deeply as he turned toward the inner room. He plopped down onto the worn-out recliner, pulling a patch-thick coat over himself, and closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his mind. In an instant, a powerful force enveloped him. Feeling as though his very soul were on the verge of being torn apart, he instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. Following this, an array of blinding lights surged into his consciousness, seemingly intent on consuming him entirely. After what felt like an eternity, the brilliance gradually dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had found himself in the Star Dream Space Hall. Ding. Detection confirms host has entered the Star Dream Space. Trial task issued. Forge your own mecha, trial level. Time limit, 48 hours. Task reward, 120 stellar energy points, unlocking access to Star Dream Market Logistics. A mechanical voice echoed in the hall, devoid of any warmth. Forge my own mecha? Li Fan was momentarily stunned, barely believing his ears. Such fortune had arrived so unexpectedly. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over how to accumulate stellar energy points, and now the system presented him with a grand gift, the rewards exceedingly generous. 120 stellar energy points. How many broken machines would he need to repair to earn that? If used to upgrade the Ice Mage, it would be more than sufficient, likely elevating it to the second form, perhaps even leaving some surplus. However, what on earth was this Star Dream Market Logistics? Filled with questions, Li Fan and Appos' intrigue was soon eclipsed by the thrill of soon possessing his own mecha. But where would he procure the materials for its construction? He was currently impoverished. The maintenance shop's account balance barely exceeding 100 credit points, likely insufficient even for a scrap of metal. Within the trial level, the system will provide all materials necessary for mecha fabrication. The host need not worry about material issues. The system's cold voice resonated once more, as if it could read Li Fan and Appos' thoughts. Upon successful completion of the trial, the mecha blueprint will be automatically saved, allowing the host to manufacture it with a single click in the maintenance chamber. Li Fan and Appo's eyes sparkled with realization, clarity washing over him. This system is indeed considerate. He silently commended the system in his heart and, filled with anticipation, approached the enormous luminous screen. Upon it, an array of trial tasks shimmered enticingly, dazzling his senses. The task titled Nano Mecha Innovation, 3 stars, appeared particularly appealing. With a difficulty rating of 3 stars, it seemed well suited to his current capabilities. Without hesitation, he reached out and selected this option. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped him, and Li Fan and Appo's figure vanished from the Star Dream Space Hall. Entering the realm of trials. Chapter 19, The Return of the Bee Sting. The familiar sound of the system notification nearly startled Li Fan, who had just closed his eyes. No way, not again. Is this system clocking in like a regular job? Upon detecting that the host has entered the Star Dream space, a trial task has been issued to forge one's own mech, trial level. The mechanical voice remained cold and emotionless, yet the content instantly revitalized Li Fan, banishing any remnants of drowsiness. Time limit, 48 hours. Task reward, 120 star energy points, unlocking logistics permissions for the Star Dream market. What? Li Fan almost leaped up in excitement. 120 star energy? This is a golden opportunity. Wouldn't he this fill the Ice Mage's second form to the brim? And what was that about logistics permissions for the Star Dream market? It certainly sounded grand. Has the system suddenly turned generous? Creating one's own mech. It sounds exhilarating. Rubbing his hands together, Li Fan eagerly gazed at the glowing screen. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over star energy. And now it was handed to him on a silver platter, like a pillow for a sleepy head, denying him any chance to doze off. With a flash of light, the scene shifted dramatically. Li Fan found himself in a vast laboratory, its silver-white metallic walls adorned with various floating screens, flashing streams of data. Above him, a web of pipelines crisscrossed, enveloping him in an ambience of futuristic technology, akin to the set of a science fiction blockbuster. The floor gleamed with a reflective sheen, almost blinding his titanium alloy eyes. Ding. Welcome, host, to the Nanomech Innovation Trial Space. A virtual assistant's voice chimed in, a sweet, melodious tone that was quite pleasing to the ear. The current trial task is to design and manufacture an innovative nanomech within 48 hours, utilizing the basic materials provided by the system and to pass simulated combat tests. A virtual girl, clad in a white uniform and sporting a high ponytail, materialized before Li Fan, her face adorned with a formulaic smile reminiscent of an AI customer service representative in a bank lobby. During the trial, I shall serve as your technical assistant, providing necessary resource inquiries and technical support. Wishing you a successful trial. Nanomech, innovative significance. Li Fan stroked his chin, his eyes beginning to gleam with excitement. This sounded promising. His gaze swept across the laboratory, filled with cutting-edge equipment. The materials area was piled high with various shimmering metallic substances, truly a paradise for mech designers. The system was evidently investing heavily this time. However, what on earth did innovative significance imply? Scratching his head, he turned to the virtual assistant. Beautiful assistant, does this innovative significance have specific requirements? The virtual assistant smiled formulaically. The innovative significance is to be defined by you, but the final evaluation criteria will consider the mech and Appo's performance, level of innovation, and combat effectiveness. Defining it myself? Comprehensive evaluation. Li Fan's lips twitched. Didn't that mean it was essentially vague? System, you're still a riddle wrapped in an enigma. Was this supposed to be beginner-friendly? It seems that the system given with the top-up is indeed unreliable. Despite his grumbling, Li Fan felt a surge of excitement. The freedom to innovate was vast. He approached the materials area and casually picked up a piece of silver-gray metal, feeling its coolness and delicate texture. Labeled as high-density nanoalloy. Wow, they're allowing the use of nanoalloys so freely? This trial is extraordinarily generous. As he examined various materials, his eyes widened with wonder at the array of peculiar substances, many of which he had never even heard of, unlocking a new world of possibilities. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, recalling his talent for controlling numerous nanorobots. Control over countless nanorobots. A bold concept began to take shape in his mind. I could design a mech that can control a myriad of nanorobots. Li Fan's eyes shone brighter with this brilliant notion. If successful, this would undoubtedly represent a monumental innovation in mech design. Just imagine, a mech that could instantly disassemble into countless nano-robots, forming myriad shapes of weapons and defensive structures, akin to a transformed version of Transformers. He hurried to the virtual workstation, summoned the database, and began fervently researching nanotechnology. The myriad of technical jargon and complex formulas left him dizzy and overwhelmed. Wow, is nanotechnology this intricate? It feels like deciphering an ancient manuscript. However, for the sake of his swarm mech project, he resolutely delved into the material, akin to a student cramming before an exam. As time ticked away, Li Fan gradually gained a deeper understanding of nanotechnology. He began constructing the preliminary blueprint for the swarm mech on the virtual workstation, a spherical metal core to serve as the mech's control center. Surrounded by countless tiny nodes to manage the nanorobot swarm, the overall design was sleek and futuristic. Core control unit, nanorobot swarm, combined with the talent of one thought, many forms. The more he thought, the more exhilarated he became, his fingers flying across the workstation as he continually refined the design details. I shall name you Swarm, the Nano Swarm Mech. This name perfectly encapsulates his design philosophy, a stroke of genius in its nomenclature. However, as Li Fan began delving deeper into the design of the core control unit, the first obstacle arose: how to ensure efficient information exchange between the core control unit and the vast number of nano-robots achieving precise control. This was not a simple equation of 112, but an exponential volume of calculations and torrents of information. He attempted several solutions, such as quantum communication, bioelectric signal control, and even whimsically considered generating power through love, crossed out, but all failed due to various issues. The computational load was too immense, signal delays were severe, and control precision was inadequate. A myriad of technical challenges loomed before him like mountains, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Is nanotechnology really this treacherous? Where's the promised black technology? It's all bugs. Li Fan, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, feeling akin to a laborer digging a well in a desert. After digging for ages, he hadn't even seen a drop of water. Glancing up at the countdown on the virtual screen, he realized that half the allotted time had already elapsed. Only 24 hours remained. Panic surged through him. Time was of the essence, the task was daunting, and he was still stuck at square one, having yet to resolve the core issue. This one do. I can't remain stagnant. Must find a solution quickly. Otherwise, this trial will end in disaster. My 120-star energy. My logistics permissions for the Star Dream market. Drawing a deep breath, Li Fan forced himself to calm down, reassessing his design plan, striving to find a breakthrough. There must be a way. Surely there is. I am destined to become the king of mechs. How could mere nanotechnology possibly thwart me? Clenching his teeth, determination reignited in his eyes as he began frantically searching the database, hoping to uncover a spark of inspiration to break through the current predicament. Chapter 20. Quantum Entanglement. A term that evokes a shiver of excitement. Quantum entanglement communication? Is this not merely a figment of science fiction, an extraordinary technology that defies the laws of nature? Li Fan sprang from his chair like a startled fish, nearly colliding with the virtual screen before him. Wasn't this concept still in the theoretical realm? How could the system procure such a marvel? Instantly transformed into a ravenous wolf, he lunged toward the database, fervently perusing materials related to quantum entanglement communication. His heart swelling with exhilaration, his grin nearly reaching the back of his head. This technology was nothing short of the ultimate augmentation meticulously tailored for his swarm mecha. Quantum entanglement. Instantaneous information transmission over vast distances. Zero latency regardless of space. Astonishing. This was the perfect solution he had always yearned for. Li Fan, brimming with childlike glee, danced exuberantly in place, akin to a miner who had struck gold, itching to celebrate with fireworks. Ha ha ha. System, you've outdone yourself. Though your methods may be unscrupulous, you come through when it counts. He lavished praise upon the air, fully aware that the unfeeling system likely could not hear him. Yet this did not dampen his euphoric spirit, which felt ready to burst. Without hesitation, he summoned his exclusive virtual assistant, a cute girl clad in a JK uniform, her voice sweet and soft like spun sugar. Master, Zero is at your service. How may I assist you? Zero immediately retrieved the design schematics for the core control unit. I am embarking on an epic transformation. Objective, quantum entanglement communication. Li Fan declared with commanding authority, as if he were a ruler shaping the future of technology. Certainly, Master. Zero is loading the most cutting-edge design plans for you. You truly have exquisite taste. Quantum entanglement communication is indeed the forefront of black technology. The virtual assistant, Zero, chirped in an endearing tone while efficiently retrieving the schematics, commencing a significant overhaul of the core control unit under Li Fan's direction. Li Fan was soon lost in a transcendent state, completely absorbed. His fingers dancing across the virtual console like a virtuoso pianist, lines of code cascading down like a waterfall, dazzling to the observer. As he feverishly typed, he envisioned the invincible future of his swarm mecha. Once my swarm mecha takes the stage, it will surely dazzle those unrefined onlookers. What Titan mecha? What stellar battleship? They all must stand aside. My nanoswarm is the mightiest in the universe, and I will not entertain any dissent. Time slipped away as if the speed had been cranked to 8 times normal. Li Fan was entirely immersed in the realm of mecha design, forgetting his very needs. Oblivious to the world outside, Zero remained dutiful, providing various technical supports and occasionally delivering virtual coffee and exquisite snacks, a perfect companion without a flaw. Beep. Countdown for the novice trial. 12 hours. Just as Li Fan was riding high on his excitement, the cold, mechanical voice of the system cut through the air, like a bucket of ice water extinguishing his fervor, forcing him back to the harsh reality. What? Half the time has already elapsed. No. I must go full throttle, accelerate. Li Fan inhaled deeply, refusing to allow any sloth to creep in. Immediately adjusting his focus and plunging back into the design work with renewed vigor. Finally, after an exhausting effort that nearly stripped him of his hair. With only 6 hours remaining on the countdown, the transformation of the core control unit was triumphantly complete. Phew. At last, it's done. Now comes the exhilarating phase of final testing. Li Fan rubbed his weary eyes, his face displaying a blend of fatigue and elation. He could hardly wait to activate the virtual testing program, carefully connecting the modified core control unit to the virtual model of the swarm mecha. Buzz, the entire virtual space trembled slightly, as if a slumbering giant had awakened, with countless tiny nanorobots pouring forth from the core control unit like a black tide, swiftly enveloping the entire testing ground. On my command, activate. Li Fan concentrated all his mental energy, like a maestro leading an orchestra, unleashing his innate ability, mental manipulation. In that instant, he felt as if he had become the mastermind behind these nanorobots, each minuscule entity establishing a profound mental connection with him, enabling him to perceive their existence clearly and control their every nuanced movement with precision. Swish, swish, swish. The swarm of nanorobots sprang to life, responding to his highest command. Moving at breakneck speed, they transformed into a colossal sphere, resembling a mobile metal fortress, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. In the next moment, they dispersed like explosive fireworks, morphing into countless agile black insects darting through the air like bolts of black lightning. Li Fan eagerly experimented with controlling the nanorobots to form various offensive and defensive structures. The nanorobot swarm, as if endowed with life, swiftly morphed into a massive nanolite blade, glimmering ominously, sharp enough to sever anything in existence in the blink of an eye. They regrouped to form an impregnable nanoshield wall, steadfastly defending against all virtual attacks without budging an inch. Incredible! It worked. I truly succeeded. Li Fan leapt from his chair in sheer jubilation. The test results exceeded his wildest expectations, perfect enough to make him question his very existence. The quantum entanglement communication technology not only resolved the challenges of information exchange flawlessly, but the responsiveness and control precision of the nanorobots also met his anticipated goals impeccably. Haha. I am indeed a genius of unparalleled caliber. I actually accomplished it. Li Fan struck a triumphant pose, laughter echoing as he reveled in his success. Feeling akin to a Da Vinci of the mecha realm, or perhaps a blend of Edison and Iron Man, the flawless success of the initial test filled him with confidence, almost lifting him into the heavens. Yet, he did not let hubris cloud his judgment. Instead, he promptly composed himself and delved deeper into design optimization, for he aspired to be the king of interstellar mecha. Though the first test had been a resounding success, there remained ample room for improvement in the finer details. Li Fan stroked his chin, adopting the demeanor of a meticulous client, carefully analyzing the test data. The individual strength of the nanorobots still fell short, and their transformation speed and energy conversion efficiency could be further refined. In the time that followed, Li Fan entered a state of intense focus once more, tirelessly adjusting the material formulations of the nanorobots, experimenting with various alloy ratios, striving to achieve the perfect balance between strength and flexibility. Simultaneously, he worked relentlessly to optimize the control program, aiming to enable the nanorobots to transition between forms more swiftly and seamlessly, facilitating more complex and precise tactical maneuvers. After countless virtual tests and iterative optimizations, Li Fan finally completed the final design draft of the Swarm Mecha. The final version of the Swarm Mech, constructed from the latest vibranium nanometal composite, has seen a remarkable enhancement in both strength and resilience. The control algorithms have undergone profound optimization, propelling the transformation speed and agility of the nanobots to an unprecedented zenith, achieving a level of fluidity that transcends human capability. Gazing at the virtual model of the Swarm Mech, a culmination of countless hours of dedication and effort, Li Fan felt an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and boundless anticipation for the future. The Nanobot Swarm Mech, my groundbreaking masterpiece. Chapter 21. Turning the Tide, entering the simulated combat test. Li Fan took a deep breath and initiated the ultimate testing phase of the Swarm Mech. Loading simulated combat scenario. Opponent generated. As the system and Oppos, prompt faded, the scenery before Li Fan transformed instantaneously, immersing him in a colossal coliseum. His adversary, a massive mech thrice the size of the Swarm Mech, emerged slowly from the shadows, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a small mountain. Goodness, this size is utterly extravagant. Li Fan could not help but exclaim. The giant mech stood at least 30 meters tall, its armor as thick as a city wall. Its primary weapon, a colossal particle cannon that seemed capable of shattering planets, was flanked by rows of missile launchers on each shoulder, glowing ominously with a chilling red light. This is nothing short of a mobile arsenal. System, are you serious? Li Fan felt as though he had stumbled into the land of giants. Overwhelmed by the pressure, combat begins. The system paid no heed to Li Fan's complaints and promptly declared the commencement of battle. The giant mech launched the first strike. Its shoulder-mounted missile silos unleashing dozens of missiles trailing long tails of fire, reminiscent of a swarm of locusts, charging towards the Swarm Mech with reckless abandon. Under Li Fan and Oppos' command, the Swarm Mech swiftly reacted, nanorobots forming several small shields to protect its front. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles exploded in succession, flames soaring, and shockwaves rolling. Although the majority were intercepted, the Swarm Mech was still rocked by the force of the explosions, its shields sustaining considerable damage and scattering into disarray. Goodness, that firepower is ferocious. Li Fan gasped, recognizing the insane density of firepower from the giant mech. Though the Swarm Mech boasted decent defenses, it struggled against such a saturated assault. We can't withstand this. We must devise a cunning strategy. Li Fan quickly recalibrated his tactics. The giant mech was obviously a tank with immense health and attack power, and a head-on clash would yield no favorable outcome. Swarm, activate Sting mode. With a command, the Swarm Mech disassembled into countless nanorobots, surging like a dark cloud towards the giant mech, an awe-inspiring sight that would surely overwhelm anyone with a phobia of crowds. Some nanorobots formed multiple small attack units, darting in from various angles to harass the giant mech with laser beams, mini-missiles, and electromagnetic pulses. An array of assault methods that bombarded the giant mech, creating a cacophony of sparks and clanging as if hammering iron. Meanwhile, another contingent of nanorobots infiltrated the mech's armor seams and joint connections, aiming to penetrate its core components, an insidious maneuver. Think you can get in? Not so easily. A deep voice resonated from within the giant mech's cockpit, evidently indicating that it was not unmanned, but rather operated by artificial intelligence or remote control. Suddenly, an electromagnetic shield surged across the mech and Oppos' exterior, repelling the infiltrating nanorobots with a crackling sound. Simultaneously, the giant mech and Oppos' movements became more aggressive, its massive mechanical arms swinging ferociously, attempting to swat away the surrounding nanorobots as if they were mere flies. My word, this behemoth is surprisingly agile. Li Fan marveled inwardly. The giant mech was not only powerful in offense and defense, but also possessed counter-infiltration measures. Truly a versatile warrior. As the battle intensified, the relentless assaults from the giant mech decimated the Swarm Mech's nanorobots, many of which were obliterated, reduced to clouds of metallic dust, an agonizing loss for Li Fan. This cannot continue. I must find a decisive solution. Clenching his teeth, a fierce glint shone in Li Fan and Oppos' eyes. Swarm, activate and Oppos, Queen Bee and Oppos mode. This was the Swarm Mech and Oppos' ultimate move, and Li Fan's final trump card. Following his command, all remaining nanorobots swiftly converged on the giant mech's head, coalescing into a massive drill that shimmered with radiant energy, a strike that, if successful, would surely deliver a devastating blow. Drill through, Li Fan bellowed. as the colossal drill crashed into the giant mech's head. Alarm! Alarm! High energy response detected. Armor on the head damaged. The giant mech's alarms blared frantically, clearly sensing the imminent threat. The giant mech thrashed in a desperate attempt to shake off the swarm mech and amp Oppo's relentless assault, but all efforts proved futile. The drill, formed by the nanorobots, advanced inexorably, penetrating the giant mech's head armor, sparks flying as the harsh sound of metal grinding sent shivers down one's spine. Now's the moment. Queen Bee, explode. Li Fan and Oppo's eyes gleamed with determination as he issued the final command. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the giant mech and Oppo's head, a massive fireball blossoming forth, with countless fragments scattering everywhere. The colossal machine collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability, resembling a mere heap of scrap metal. Phew, we finally won. Li Fan exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just completed a marathon, utterly exhausted. This harrowing battle had provided him with a profound understanding of the swarm mech and amp Oppo's capabilities, a worthwhile endeavor indeed. S-rank evaluation. I and amp Oppo's am going to strike it rich. Li Fan and Oppo's lips curled into a manic grin. An S-rank evaluation signified that the performance of the swarm mech had reached the pinnacle of current technological advancements. If he could sell it, the profits would be unimaginable. System, can I bring the swarm mech back to the real world? A sudden thought struck Li Fan. An extraordinary mech like this would surely propel him to greatness. Host permissions insufficient. Cannot bring and amp Oppo's swarm and amp Oppo's mech back to the real world. The system and amp Oppo's unfeeling response shattered Li Fan and amp Oppo's fantasies. Insufficient permissions? Again with the insufficient permissions. This wretched system is so full of rules. Li Fan could not help but grumble. This system was nothing short of a hindrance. However, receiving the complete technical data of the and amp Oppo's swarm and amp Oppo's mech was still a valuable gain. Li Fan consoled himself. Although he could not bring the mech back, mastering the core technology would enable him to replicate the swarm mech in the real world, and he would become the father of interstellar mechs. The thought alone sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Chapter 22. The enchanting ice mage. The simulated battle has concluded. Congratulations, host. You have emerged victorious. Swarm mech performance rating. S-class. Upon seeing the pulsating S rating on the floating screen, Li Fan felt as if he had been revitalized, bursting with energy. An S-class rating. How delightful. This maneuver deserves a round of applause. With a sense of euphoria, Li Fan gazed at the azure light curtain before him, his mood transitioning from overcast to clear skies. The previous pangs of regret? What were those? Non-existent. An S-class rating serves as the finest analgesic, remedying all grievances. Trial settlement in progress. Congratulations, host, for completing the nanomech innovation trial, earning 200 star energy points. Task, create your own mech completed. Earning 120 star energy points, swarm mech blueprint has been saved. Wow, this reward is quite impressive. A total of 320 star energy points. Could it be that I, Li Fan, am finally on the verge of a glorious turnaround? Suddenly, a system notification reverberated in his ears. The Stardream Market Logistics permissions have been activated. Current orderable items: superconducting palladium alloy S-class, phase folding armor plate, a class, antimatter core fuel. Logistics permissions for the Stardream Market? That sounds exceptionally sophisticated. Could it be the legendary interstellar online shopping? He rubbed his hands together, like a curious child eager to dive into the system and explore. System. What is the Stardream Market Logistics permission for? It sounds like online shopping. Can I really buy things on the Star Network from now on? Is there free shipping? Do you offer a 7-day no-questions-asked return policy? Li Fan could not help but inquire, his voice tinged with the anticipation of a nouveau riche ready to splurge. Stardream Market Logistics permissions. The host can purchase mech-related materials and enjoy logistics services. The system succinctly explained, its tone as cold and emotionless as a customer service AI. Stardream Market? Purchasing materials? Logistics services? It can be done this way? Li Fan felt as though he had just opened a gateway to a new world, behind which glimmered a treasure trove of golden coins and countless rare materials. Can I really buy materials? How long will it take for the delivery? It won't be Interstellar Express that takes a year, will it? My temper can't wait that long. My and Oppo's, swarm and Oppo's, mech is waiting to be upgraded. Li Fan pressed on, his tone tinged with urgency akin to a shopper anxiously awaiting a delivery. Stardream Market goods will be delivered the next day and stored in the host and amp Oppo's repair shop warehouse. Next day delivery. Wow, that's incredibly fast, Li Fan exclaimed, marveling at the efficiency that surpassed even some terrestrial delivery services. This interstellar era is incredibly competitive. System, are you certain this is interstellar logistics and not the neighbor's delivery? This speed defies logic. I may not be well read, but you mustn't deceive me. Could it be wormhole delivery? He teased, finding the speed too astonishing for the interstellar age, likening it instead to a neighbor personally delivering goods on a small electric scooter, complete with complimentary sausages. This system and AMP, Oppo's, offerings are guaranteed to be top-notch. Please do not question its professionalism. The system retorted haughtily, its tone laced with dissatisfaction. As if to say, do you think I am one of those shabby systems that come with phone top-ups? I'm a noble interstellar system with unmatched expertise. Far more reliable than you, a mere idle host. All right. I believe that the system's offerings are indeed of premium quality. I trust it even more than I trust myself. You are like a dear parent to me. Li Fan quickly responded, eager to appease the proud system, wary of incurring its wrath, as it was indeed his golden ticket. One must never offend the benefactor. He chuckled. So does this mean I have a source for upgrading my mech materials? Wealth and prosperity are just around the corner. The thought alone sends a thrill through him. Li Fan began to envision his mech empire, a grin stretching from ear to ear as he imagined countless coins raining down upon him. Envisioning himself lounging in a pile of gold, counting riches until his hands cramped. With the Stardream market, I, Li Fan, am the brightest star on this street. The father of mechs? That and AMP, Oppo's, a mere trifle. My aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. Let us set a modest goal, earn 100 million. His heart brimmed with ambition, feeling as though he stood at the pinnacle of life, one arm embracing beauty, the other grasping gold, standing atop a mech, with the stars and the sea above him. Exit trial. Feeling fulfilled, Li Fan chose to exit the trial space, his consciousness retreating like a receding tide, the surroundings gradually blurring. When he opened his eyes again, Li Fan found himself back in the familiar repair shop, the golden red hues of the sunset streaming through the window, casting a warm glow that gilded the entire room. He stretched lazily, feeling as if all his bones had been rejuvenated. The virtual pod was surprisingly comfortable, akin to indulging in a spa treatment. He resolved to spend more time within it, enhancing his beauty and prolonging his life. Checking his phone for the time, he was astonished to discover that only 5 hours had passed. What? Only 5 hours? Li Fan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. I spent nearly 2 days in the trial space. This trial space is truly a boon for time management. In the future, if I dedicate a day in there, only a few hours will pass in the real world. This means I can have more time than others to learn, work, and earn. I, Li Fan, am indeed the chosen one, destined to be a winner in life. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a bright future ahead. 100-star energy points. Ice Mage. Level up. Li Fan sprang from his reclined position, the exhaustion evaporating, replaced with an overwhelming thrill and anticipation. He could hardly wait to upgrade his Ice Mage mech and witness its transformation, eager to impress Mu Hongxue. Miss Mu, your Ice Mage is about to undergo a stunning metamorphosis. With confidence, Li Fan rubbed his hands together, picturing the Ice Mage's formidable prowess post-upgrade, sending shivers of excitement coursing through him. As he rubbed his hands together, he nearly drooled, hastily diving into the holographic repair pod. As the blinding light dissipated, the icy blue metallic knee of the mech nearly brushed his nose. He staggered back a couple of steps, gazing up at the 18-meter-tall steel maiden, the circular light strip atop the repair pod shimmering like liquid silver across her shoulder armor. Wow, those long legs and slender waist. If only she could achieve an S-shaped figure, it would be perfection. Li Fan fantasized, rushing to the control panel to initiate the scanning program. Ice Mage, height 18 meters, weight 65 tons. The holographic projection marked a translucent scale on the mech and Oppo's waist. As the scanning beam ascended to the mech and Oppo's throat area, Li Fan suddenly stood on tiptoe. This area, yes. The 7th cervical vertebra armor. He gestured in the air, contemplating whether a miniature force field generator could be integrated. System, do you have any reliable upgrade plans to recommend? Ideally, something that maximizes ice-based abilities. And perhaps, you know what I mean. Li Fan winked, hinting for the system to surprise him. Chapter 23, a sight to dazzle. The chilling sound of the system prompt reverberated within the maintenance chamber. Ice Mage Mecha upgrade notification. This upgrade requires 100-star energy. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Confirm. It must be confirmed. Li Fan and AMP, Oppo's voice quivered with excitement. as if fearing the system might retract its offer. His fingers danced upon the confirmation button like a flurry of raindrops. With a whoosh, the Azure data stream erupted, akin to a flood breaching its dam, instantly engulfing the entire interface, as his vision became a cascade of frosty code. Extreme cold crystal flow, an energy eruption enhancement path. Upon activation, would escalate the Ice Mage Mecha and Appos' ice-based energy output by 300, enhance energy defense by 150, significantly amplify ice skills, and awaken a new martial art technique, Ice Crystal Explosion. Ice Queen form, a form evolution enhancement path, upon activation, would evolve the Ice Mage Mecha into the Ice Queen form, transforming its appearance, granting flight capabilities, greatly enhancing maneuverability, and awakening a unique martial art technique, Frost Storm. Li Fan inhaled sharply, his gaze intensely fixed on the options displayed on the luminous screen, his heart pounding like a drum, a delightful dilemma flooding his mind. The name Extreme Cold Crystal Flow exuded an aura of violent aesthetics, and the thought of Ice Crystal Explosion sent shivers of excitement down his spine. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. The Ice Queen form. A queen? It could evolve further. This was the pinnacle of evolution. He could not suppress a low exclamation, as visions of the Ice Queen and Appos' unparalleled beauty began to materialize in his mind. System. What are the differences between Option 1 and Option 2 aside from their names? He silently pondered, directly addressing the system. Option 1 emphasizes energy output and defense, enhancing the explosive power of ice skills. Option 2 focuses more on form evolution and overall performance enhancement, significantly boosting maneuverability and featuring a unique martial art technique. The system and Appos' response was succinct yet only deepened Li Fan and Appos' inner turmoil. Clearing his throat, he feigned calmness and declared, "Am I, Li Fan, one to be swayed by mere appearances? Certainly not. I merely believe. The Ice Queen form sounds more imposing. Yes, that's it." Ultimately, he could not resist the allure of the title Queen, and without hesitation, his finger decisively selected Option 2, the Ice Queen form. Upgrade plan confirmed. Beginning consumption of 100 star energy. Estimated time, 1 hour. With a thrum, as the system's prompt resonated, the entire maintenance chamber began to tremble slightly. An iridescent blue light enveloped the Ice Mage Mecha, resembling a colossal cocoon, meticulously enclosing the machine within. Energy fluctuations surged like relentless tides, each wave stronger than the last, saturating the space with a biting chill. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, anxiously yet eagerly watching the blue cocoon, as if anticipating the emergence of something new. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed, as a fissure appeared on the surface of the blue cocoon, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, the cracks growing larger and denser. Li Fan held his breath, his pupils narrowing, fearful of missing any detail. Boom! A sharp explosion rang out, as the blue cocoon shattered spectacularly. A blinding blue light erupting like the sun, illuminating the entire maintenance chamber. As the blue light faded, a completely transformed mecha stood silently before Li Fan. Wow! Li Fan could not contain his astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape enough to swallow a fist. Was this truly the Ice Mage? It was utterly a rebirth. No, this was a complete metamorphosis. Li Fan stammered, utterly awestruck by the sight before him. The mecha had shed its former guise entirely. Enveloped in a resplendent frost armor, glistening with an azure sheen, as if carved from the purest ice crystals, exuding both strength and a sense of advanced technology. At its back, a pair of magnificent ice crystal wings unfurled. The wings were translucent and sharply defined, resembling exquisite works of art, gently fluttering as wisps of cold air escaped, as though they could freeze space itself. Ice Queen, Li Fan murmured, his throat dry, saliva uncontrollably pooling. Before him stood not merely an ice mage, but a regal queen forged from snow and ice, noble, stunning, powerful, and inviolable. The Ice Mage Mecha had successfully upgraded and awakened its second form, the Ice Queen. Mecha name: Frost Mage, Assault Type Mecha, Rift Level 1. Ice Queen. What a formidable name. Such a flawless design. Those wings, utterly enchanting. Li Fan circled around the Frost Mage several times, growing more enamored and excited with each glance, his fondness reaching the depths of his being. System, what about the martial arts technique? What is it? Detected that the Frost Mage Mecha can awaken a martial arts technique. Would you like to proceed with the awakening? Note: awakening the martial arts technique carries certain risks and may fail. Would you like to continue? Failure? Impossible. Li Fan waved his hand grandly, brimming with confidence. Who am I, if not the chosen one? A harbinger of fortune. The awakening must occur. Immediately. Right now. Li Fan gestured with authority, embodying the essence of a sovereign queen commanding all. From the Frost Mage Mecha radiated a dazzling blue light, more brilliant than during the upgrade, almost transforming the entire maintenance chamber into a sea of pure blue. A fierce energy wave erupted from the mecha like a volcanic eruption, causing the entire space to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Crack, crack. The floor of the maintenance chamber began to freeze, frost rapidly spreading, covering the ground in an instant, continuing its ascent to envelop the walls and ceiling in a thick layer of ice. Li Fan felt as though he were ensconced in an icy vault, the cold piercing to his bones, his teeth chattering, yet he was exhilarated to the point of shaking. His eyes glued to the Frost Mage Mecha. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy exploded from within the Frost Mage, akin to a volcanic eruption or a tsunami crashing ashore, causing the maintenance chamber to sway violently as if it might tear apart. Li Fan felt his very soul tremble, as if some ancient and powerful force was awakening. A sensation that filled him with unparalleled excitement. From the blue light gradually dissipated, the Frost Mage Mecha standing quietly, resembling a sculpture of ice and snow, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. The frost within the maintenance chamber began to thaw, tranquility returning as if the earlier terrifying scene had merely been an illusion. Frost Mage Mecha has successfully awakened the martial arts technique, Frost Storm. Frost Storm, a unique martial technique of the Ice Queen form, consuming a large amount of energy to summon a terrifying blizzard that delivers devastating strikes to surrounding targets, accompanied by a freezing effect. Frost Storm. Wow, just the name sounds incredibly formidable. Li Fan was ecstatic, his gestures animated, nearly wanting to embrace the Frost Mage Mecha in a fervent display of affection. Had it not been for the thick armor separating them, he might have done just that. Chapter 24. The gratitude of the beautiful sister. As night descended like a colossal beast unfurling its gaping maw, it devoured the last vestiges of the setting sun's glow. The cold starlight of the Kalen star system scattered before Li Fan and Appo's repair shop like shards of silver. A deafening roar shattered the tranquil night, as an interstellar transport ship plummeted from the heavens like a meteor, crashing onto the vacant lot in front of the repair shop. The screeching of the brakes echoed painfully, barely halting its momentum. With a resounding bang, the hatch burst open, and Mu Hongxue soared out of the transport ship like an arrow released from its bow. Upon seeing the tightly shut door of the repair shop, she hastened towards it, a hint of anxiety and worry etched on her exquisite face. As if foreboding an ill omen, her long, pale fingers pressed the call button on the access control panel, her beautiful eyes flashing with a mix of anticipation and unease, reminiscent of a girl awaiting a reply from her idol. Inside the repair shop, Li Fan was engrossed in his work within the repair chamber. Hearing the call, he furrowed his brow, pondering who could be arriving at such a late hour. Could it be yet another clumsy fool who had wrecked their mech? He set down his tools and made his way to the entrance. As he glanced at the monitor, a familiar yet foreign stunning visage appeared on the screen, prompting a subtle smirk to form on his lips. Ah, the main character has arrived. Let the show commence. However, he quickly suppressed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he pressed the button to open the door. Whether it would be a surprise or a shock depended on her capacity to endure it. He looked at Mu Hongxue, his tone gravely low. Prepare yourself mentally. The gravity of his words felt akin to announcing exam results. Following Li Fan into the repair shop and stepping into the maintenance chamber, Mu Hongxue hesitated, utterly bewildered by what he meant by mental preparation. Her heart racing like a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. When her gaze landed upon the mech at the center of the chamber, her breath hitched. Her pupils dilated, and her delicate features became a tableau of sheer astonishment and disbelief. Her mind went blank, stripped of all rational thought, standing as still as a statue. Her beautiful eyes widened, lips parted in shock, rendered utterly speechless, as if she had just encountered an alien. This is my and Appo's, Frost Mage and Appo's. The original Frost Mage had been utterly transformed, now entirely enveloped in crystalline blue armor. A pair of magnificent ice crystal wings unfurled gracefully from its back, reminiscent of the legendary Frost Dragon and Appo's wings, exuding elegance and power. Each flap seemed capable of freezing space, emanating a breath-stealing chill, as if an ice queen from a frozen hell had descended upon the mortal realm. The large screen in the maintenance chamber displayed the mech's information. Mech name, Frost Mage. Assault type mech, Rift level 1, power source, Ice Soul Star Energy Furnace, type 2, armor material, Frost Crystal Steel Alloy, weapon, energy staff, second form, Frost Empress. Martial skill. Ice Storm. Li Fan approached the mech, a hint of pride gracing his features as he introduced it to Mu Hongxue. It is now called Frost Mage, having awakened the martial skill Ice Storm and activated the second form Frost Empress. Rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin, he continued, "Come now, Miss Mu. Allow me to assist you in experiencing the might of the Apos, Frost Empress, and Apos. I assure you, it will leave you yearning for more." His tone carried an almost imperceptible hint of flirtation and anticipation. Taking a deep breath to steady her excitement, Mu Hongxue cautiously entered the cockpit of the Frost Mage. The cockpit was significantly more spacious than before, imbued with a fragrant ambience, akin to stepping aboard a luxurious starship. "Miss Mu, initiate the second form and immerse yourself in the icy yet passionate experience of the Frost Empress." Li Fan's voice echoed through the communicator, laced with a touch of persuasion. Following his instructions, Mu Hongxue gently pressed a cerulean button. With a resonating hum, the Frost Mage was instantly enveloped in an intense, frigid airflow. Crystals of ice swirled around, forming a miniature storm. The scene resembled cranking 10 air conditioners to maximum power and directing the chill towards oneself. The temperature within the maintenance chamber plummeted. Frost began to form on the ground, the walls, and even Li Fan's toolbox. Caught off guard, Li Fan shivered from the sudden blast of cold. Achoo! He sneezed violently, nearly losing his composure. Good heavens! The power is staggering. As he rubbed his arms, he mused inwardly. I should have warned her to control the intensity. Now the maintenance chamber is nearly an ice cellar. Stealing a glance at Mu Hongxue, he observed her fully engrossed in maneuvering the mech, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Utterly oblivious to her surroundings, Li Fan shook his head helplessly, reasoning, well, beautiful women have their privileges. If she wants to freeze, then so be it. After all, I am the friend of young ladies. This is simply unbelievable. Mu Hongxue and Apos' voice trembled, feeling as though she were in a dream. Regaining her composure, she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to suppress her exhilaration, resembling someone who had just won the lottery, yet feigned calm. She recognized that this upgrade far exceeded her expectations. It was akin to a buy-one-get-one-free deal, with a lavish bonus. Mu Hongxue produced a crystal card from her pocket, gracefully handing it to Li Fan. Reminiscent of an interstellar aristocrat. This is 1 million credit points, a partial payment. With that, she glided to the entrance of the repair shop, her slender fingers gently tapping the control panel of the transport ship. With a click, the cargo bay door slowly opened, resembling a vast black hole, revealing a mountain of goods within. Inside, 9 massive energy stones were meticulously arranged, akin to 9 dazzling stars, radiating a mesmerizing light that nearly blinded Li Fan. Among them were radiant stones, starlight stones, and celestial stones, 3 of each kind, collectively valued at approximately 4 million credit points, intended to offset the remaining balance. Turning around, Mu Hongxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude and admiration as she gazed at Li Fan. "Mr. Li, I cannot thank you enough. Your skills are nothing short of miraculous. Truly an eye-opener." "Ah, it's nothing at all. We are friends." Li Fan rubbed his hands together, beaming brightly, his eyes nearly squinting into slits, exuding the demeanor of a money enthusiast. "However, friends or not, accounts must be settled. After all, even brothers must keep their accounts clear. Let alone we are merely Apos, ordinary friends, Apos." He chuckled to himself, contemplating the rich inner dialogue that could rival an epic of the rise of the interstellar merchant. Pausing momentarily, her tone turned sincere. "If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly do my utmost to help." This was the legendary act of repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Mr. Li, may we exchange star signals?" Mu Hongxue and Apos' voice carried a hint of shyness. Miss Mu, from now on, we are partners in collaboration. Do remember to take care of me in future business." Li Fan replied with a smile. "Certainly. With Mr. Li's exceptional skills, I will undoubtedly be relying on you." Mu Hongxue responded with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Li, do you have any other remarkable mechs in your shop?" Mu Hongxue suddenly inquired, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Well, not at the moment. However, as long as there are materials, I can craft an even more formidable mech for you." Li Fan assured with a pat on his chest, though inwardly he mused. It seems that my journey towards the Apos, Starry Sea, and Apos, is destined to commence with this Apos, beautiful sister, and Apos. Chapter 25. Crafting My Own. Within the dimly lit confines of the Mecha maintenance chamber, Li Fan's shadow twisted grotesquely, resembling a struggling question mark. The transport ship of Mu Hongxue had long vanished. That woman departed without so much as a farewell. Frustration overwhelmed Li Fan as he tugged at his hair. His mind buzzing with the audacious blueprints of the swarm mecha, he strode purposefully to the workbench, deftly bringing up the holographic image of the swarm mecha. The swarm mecha. This is a pivotal step towards my journey among the stars. Li Fan gazed intently at the intricate and densely packed schematics, excitement sparkling in his eyes. However, as he scrutinized the material list and energy requirements, the smile on his face gradually faded. This, high-grade alloy materials, specialized mecha core, and this exorbitantly high demand for star energy points. System, could it be that you were mocking me? The corners of Li Fan and Appo's mouth twitched, feeling as though the flicker of hope he had just ignited was doused by a bucket of cold water. Ding! Detecting the host and Appo's current predicament. The system recommends the following solutions. Purchase high-grade materials and energy cores from the Star Dream Market. Complete system-assigned tasks to receive generous rewards. The mechanical prompt of the system resonated, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. The Star Dream Market? That might indeed be a viable option. Li Fan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he promptly accessed the Star Dream Market interface within the system's marketplace. A dazzling array of goods unfolded before him, overwhelming his senses. Various rare high-grade materials, mysterious shimmering ores, and even the legendary S-grade energy core. Alas, this is truly a paradise for mecha engineers. Li Fan gasped in awe, his eyes filled with envy. Yet, upon seeing the staggering prices marked by a long string of star energy points behind each item, he felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. Is this not highway robbery? An energy core costs a staggering 500 star energy points? With my meager savings, I could scarcely afford a single screw. Li Fan was on the verge of tears, feeling that once again, he had been outwitted by the system. Must I simply give up? His brow furrowed deeply as he scratched his head, a sense of unwillingness swelling within him. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the 9 energy stones left by Mu Hongxue on the ground. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited. Li Fan hurried over, crouching down to examine one of the radiant stones. This stone was as large as a table, crystal clear, resembling a colossal gem, with starlight flickering within, emanating mysterious energy waves. Mu Hongxue mentioned that these stones could be worth 4 million credit points. They must be extraordinary. Li Fan stroked his chin, a bold idea exploding in his mind. Why purchase a core? I shall craft my own. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. These 9 stones, each with distinct properties if combined. The radiant stone primarily outputs, the starry stone primarily conducts, and the starlight stone primarily stabilizes. A perfect tricore synergy. Yes, I shall name it the tricore energy system, for it sounds sophisticated and grand. The more he envisioned, the more he could almost see the swarm mecha soaring gracefully through the vast cosmos. Without hesitation, Li Fan plunged into action, equipped with a variety of instruments. He meticulously measured the data of the energy stones. As he delved deeper, he discovered a unique energy fluctuation within the stones that resonated remarkably with the design philosophy of the swarm mecha. This fluctuation was profound and intricate, aligning astonishingly with the principles of clustering and synergy in the swarm mecha's design. Could it be that these energy stones were divinely intended for my mecha? He immediately focused all his energy on attempting to analyze the internal structure of the energy stones and diligently sought methods to transform them into a mecha core. After a relentless period of research, Li Fan ultimately succeeded in deciphering part of the energy stone and Appo's structure and devised a preliminary conversion plan. And now, the moment of witnessing a miracle is at hand. Li Fan rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Utilizing the available materials like a skilled artisan, he carefully connected the energy stones with various precise circuits and chips. Following the design philosophy of the tricore energy system, he constructed a rudimentary energy core model. He gently embedded a radiant stone into a specially crafted metal container, meticulously connecting it to some carefully selected energy circuits and nanowires. The moment Li Fan activated the energy core model, a powerful and overwhelming surge of energy erupted like a tidal wave. A blinding light burst forth from within the model, illuminating the entire maintenance chamber as if it were bathed in the glow of a miniature sun, causing one and Appo's eyes to ache. ZZZZ, the energy core model emitted a sound akin to a painful energy surge. as the surrounding air appeared to be twisted and compressed by an invisible hand, creating ripples throughout. Li Fan gazed intently at the energy core model, excitement and anticipation shimmering in his eyes. It worked. Li Fan triumphantly clenched his fist, but he quickly regained his composure. This was merely a rudimentary model, and to truly implement it on the swarm mecha, he needed to resolve numerous issues. First and foremost was the material. This inferior metal could hardly withstand the energy impact of the stones. Breathe. Remain calm. This is merely the beginning. Li Fan took a deep breath, preparing to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Firstly, the material issue. The ordinary metal used in this simple model simply cannot endure the tremendous energy impact of the stones. He must seek out higher-grade materials. Secondly, there was the problem of energy balance. How to accurately distribute energy among the three cores for perfect synergy. This would require extremely precise calculations and repeated adjustments. For even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic energy instability and unimaginable explosions. Li Fan furrowed his brow, scratching his head, feeling as though he had once again fallen into a new predicament. System, oh system, I am counting on you in this critical moment. Li Fan reached out to the system for assistance once more. Ding. The system is analyzing the host's current situation, filtering optimal solutions for you. This time, the system did not disappoint Li Fan, soon presenting a series of potential solutions. However, when Li Fan saw the lengthy list of resource requirements and time costs associated with those solutions, he couldn't help but grimace again. This system is determined to drain me dry. Li Fan chuckled wryly, feeling utterly helpless. Yet, despite the complaints, he understood that to forge the coveted swarm mecha, he must pay the corresponding price. I'm all in. It's just high-grade materials, just energy balance. I refuse to be daunted. Li Fan resolutely swung his fist, determination gleaming in his eyes. Once more, Li Fan accessed the Star Dream market, meticulously searching through the dazzling array of products. Starfall iron? This material appears promising, exhibiting exceptional hardness and excellent energy conductivity. Though costly, it remains within an acceptable range. This shall be it. Li Fan's eyes brightened as he swiftly pinpointed a rare material known as Starfall iron. Chapter 26, An Extraordinary Night as Dusk Descended. The outskirts of Karen Star lay enveloped in tranquil silence. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sound of rapid, labored breathing, as a figure stumbled towards Li Fan and Apos' repair shop. The figure belonged to a tall woman, her long, ebony hair whipping wildly in the night breeze. Her delicate features marred by sweat and dirt, the once cool demeanor now replaced by an air of disarray. She was Qin Lan, the esteemed young lady of the interstellar Qin family, now reduced to the state of a stray dog. Upon reaching the entrance of the repair shop, Qin Lan seemed to grasp at the last thread of hope, trembling as she pressed the intercom button. The chime echoed through the still night, a desperate plea for help. Li Fan, humming a cheerful tune as he polished a freshly acquired piece of Starfall iron, nearly dropped his treasure at the sudden cry for aid. Who on earth is ringing the doorbell at this hour? Is this some sort of trouble? He muttered, as he activated the surveillance screen. The image that appeared was of a disheveled yet undeniably beautiful woman, causing Li Fan to pause in surprise. Isn't this Muhongxue? Who is this beauty? Wandering in the wilderness at night, seeking help? Has she encountered interstellar bandits? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he finally pressed the button to unlock the door. Why you? Hello. I. Qin Lan began, her voice faltering as she struggled to catch her breath. Come in first, Li Fan said, noticing her frail state. Without further ado, he helped her inside. Casting a sharp glance behind her into the empty darkness, he confirmed there were no pursuers before closing the door, his heart quietly alert. Thank you, Qin Lan murmured, her voice weak. Sit for a moment and have some water, he instructed, guiding her to a resting area and pouring a glass of warm water. Now, what happened? How did you end up here in this desolate place? As her breathing steadied, she took several gulps of the water. I am Qin Lan. She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. I was attacked. Attacked? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, surprise evident in his tone, though his gaze remained composed. By whom? Are you injured? Is it serious? Don and Apos, know who they were. They were piloting black mechs, and they attacked right away. My communicator was also jammed and destroyed. I couldn't call for help. Qin Lan's voice remained weak, but her narrative began to take shape. My mech. It was damaged during a duel with Qin Yu. I couldn't fight back. I could only flee in a panic. And I ended up here. Qin Yu? Li Fan seized upon the name, intrigued. You know Qin Yu? The prodigious mech engineer from the interstellar Qin family? He is my half-brother. Qin Lan bit her lip, a hint of displeasure crossing her face at the mention of him. I have always wanted to surpass him. A flicker of stubbornness and defiance sparked in her eyes as she spoke of her rivalry. Ah, Li Fan nodded, maintaining a nonchalant smile while internally musing, even in such dire circumstances, she still harbors ambitions. This tenacity is rather interesting. I had initially intended to seek out Masterly to repair my mech. Qin Lan continued, her tone imbued with a glimmer of hope. But I never anticipated encountering an attack. Masterly? Li Fan blinked, then grasped the implication. You mean, you're looking for me? Is it possible that you are Master Li and Appo's assistant? She queried, her expression a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. Li Fan, observing the evident lack of recognition in her eyes, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Clearing his throat, he decided to momentarily conceal his true identity. Master Li. He is not here at the moment. However, I can help you get in touch with him. Really? That would be wonderful. A spark of hope ignited in Qin Lan's eyes. However, Li Fan's tone shifted, given your current condition. It might not be safe. Perhaps you should stay here for a while. Until Master Li returns, I can ensure your safety. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Lan nodded. Then, I would appreciate your assistance. Not a bother at all, Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly. He was elated. What a stroke of luck to have a stunning beauty as my company. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows not far from the repair shop, a pair of cold eyes fixated on the scene. The target has entered Li Fan and Appo's repair shop. A low voice transmitted through a communicator, seeking further instructions. Continue monitoring. Wait for the right moment. Came a chilling response from the other end. Unbeknownst to Li Fan, his humble establishment had drawn the attention of those embroiled in an interstellar maelstrom. His thoughts were consumed by the image of Qin Lan's striking yet stubborn face. His mind racing with the potential of her as a significant patron, a veritable mobile vault of wealth. He resolved to protect her at all costs. The thought of losing such a fortunate opportunity was unbearable. He settled Qin Lan in what he deemed the safest corner of the shop, gathering bandages and ointments to perform a makeshift dressing. Observing her face, now tightly wrapped like a mummy, he suppressed a grin and declared earnestly, Miss Qin, rest assured. With me here, not a single hair on your head shall be harmed. As Qin Lan regarded his earnest expression, her lips twitched slightly, internally critiquing, this guy seems unreliable. But I hope he truly possesses the skills he claims. After tending to her wounds, Li Fan began to ponder the situation. The individuals outside were clearly after Qin Lan. She appeared delicate, yet it seemed she had amassed her share of enemies. I must quickly mobilize my swarm, otherwise, if they come knocking, my little shop could very well be dismantled into pieces. With that thought, he slapped his thigh, invigorated, and dashed into the workshop. System. Star Dream Market. I'm back, and this time I'm ready to sweep it clean of all those peculiar materials. He plunged into the Star Dream Market, embarking on a new frenzy of shopping. Stardust, a marvelous material. It can enhance the energy conduction efficiency of mechs. Bye. Phantom Crystal. It enables mechs to become invisible. This is practically a stealth weapon. Must acquire it. This, Dragon Scale Iron. Such a powerful name. It will surely fortify my swarm. 1 ton, please. Just then, as Li Fan enthusiastically added items to his cart, suddenly, the system and Appo's alert echoed like a frigid splash of water, ruthlessly extinguishing the fervor within his restless heart. Ding. The total price of materials added to the shopping cart exceeds 100,000 star energy, surpassing the host and Appo's spending capacity. Please be rational and avoid impulsiveness. What? 100,000 star energy points. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nearly leaped from his chair. He glanced down at his shopping cart, and to his astonishment, it was overflowing with an array of peculiar materials, the price column displaying an overwhelming string of digits that made his head spin. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure and began to meticulously calculate, sifting through each item in the cart, a process akin to slicing away at his own flesh. For every single item was a cherished desire. This and Appo's, stellar sand and Appo's. Well, perhaps I should settle for 100 kilograms. Any more would be excessive. This dragon scale iron, although splendid, it is rather exorbitant. I shall set it aside for now. This phantom crystal, the cloaking ability is undeniably alluring, yet it does not seem absolutely essential. One by one, Li Fan muttered to himself, enduring the agony of sacrifice as he removed each item from the cart, his heart aching profoundly with every deletion. Chapter 27. The deceptive geniusly the starlit sand shimmered with the brilliance of the galaxy, while the dragon-scale iron exuded an ancient and formidable aura. The phantom crystal, however, was ever-changing, and possessing such treasures opened the door to boundless possibilities. Ding. The total price in your shopping cart has skyrocketed to an astonishing 100,000 star energy. Host, please remain calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. The system's cold notification fell upon Li Fan like a bucket of ice water. 100,000? I couldn't even gather that amount by selling my underwear. Li Fan nearly sprayed the interstellar soda he had just ingested. He felt akin to a beggar who stumbled into an interstellar auction, merely gazing longingly at the treasures, utterly unqualified to even touch them. System, can we negotiate? You see, I have labored tirelessly for you. Surely, my efforts count for something? Li Fan activated his daily persuasion mode, attempting to melt the system's frigid mechanical heart with his silver tongue. Host permissions insufficient. Discounts unavailable. Permissions? This thing can be upgraded? Li Fan furrowed his brows. Could it be that he truly needed to spend money? But where could he procure such an abundance of star energy points? The host may enhance permissions by completing special tasks. Special tasks? Surely, you do not expect me to save the galaxy? Li Fan rolled his eyes. Please explore on your own. Explore, you say? I simply wish to empty my shopping cart. Li Fan began to pound the air in frustration. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Qinlan. Yes, that mobile treasury. The haughty young lady whom I had wrapped like a mummy. She is my sole hope for a turnaround. Li Fan smacked his thigh, akin to Columbus discovering a new world. He dashed into the adjacent lounge, his gaze landing on the tightly bandaged Qinlan. Taking a deep breath, he prepared his upgraded persuasion to 0. Ahem, Miss Qin, how well do you sleep? Li Fan's voice was as gentle as the spring breeze of March, though a barely concealed infatuated smile graced his face. I am Li Fan, the proprietor of the Dream Mechanic Shop, and also a remarkably talented mech repairman. He endeavored to make his tone sound sincere and trustworthy, despite the anxiety swirling within him. Qinlan and Appo's consciousness stirred slightly. Through the gaps in the bandages, she seemed to sense Li Fan and Appo's fervent gaze. Miss Qin, your mech has sustained severe damage. Ordinary repairmen are utterly helpless. However, I am different. I possess ancestral secrets and unique skills that can resurrect your mech from the ashes, even awakening hidden combat techniques. Li Fan launched into his performance, spewing forth all manner of technical jargon, nano-repair technology, energy resonance principles, without restraint. After all, Qinlan was currently immobile. She had no choice but to endure his grandiloquence. To be honest, I once restored an S-class mech, bringing it back from the brink of ruin to legendary status. I even installed an invisibility system on a scrappy pirate ship, allowing its captain to evade the pursuit of the Interstellar Federation. Li Fan's tales grew increasingly outrageous, as he nearly elevated himself to the rank of the universe and Appo's premier repair master. Inside the cryopod, a colossal question mark slowly materialized in Qinlan and Appo's mind. This fellow, though seemingly youthful, is he truly reliable? Miss Qin, I understand your skepticism. After all, I do appear rather young and accomplished. But I assure you, I am a once-in-a-century genius in mech repair. If you doubt me, I can perform a free assessment. Should the repairs fail, you owe me nothing. Li Fan pounded his chest in assurance. After all, he had the system backing him. What did he have to fear? Of course, regarding the repair costs, they are not exorbitant, merely 10 million credit points. Li Fan cautiously declared the price, his eyes glued to the cryopod, terrified that Qinlan might expel him at once. 10 million? Qinlan gasped inwardly. This was utterly extortionate. While she was aware of her mech and Appo's severe damage, it surely could not warrant such an amount. This scoundrel is undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation. Yet, upon reflection, her predicament was indeed dire. If she could not find a suitable repairman, she might never return to the interstellar battlefield. Moreover, she vaguely sensed a peculiar aura about Li Fan, an inexplicable confidence. For now, I shall place my trust in you. If you dare deceive me, the wrath of the Qin family will be upon you. Qinlan resolved internally. Rather than waiting idly, she would take a leap of faith. In the next moment, Li Fan and Appo's star credit notification echoed throughout the mechanic shop. Your account has received a transfer. 10,000,000 credit points. Holy moly! It's really here. Li Fan nearly leapt for joy, his fists pumping in triumph as he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. System, here I come. Empty my shopping cart of all its treasures. Li Fan excitedly rushed back to the control panel, entering a frenzied shopping mode. In the Kai 45-star system. Within the underground fortress of a desolate planet, a bunch of useless fools. Are your brains filled with interstellar dust? Cloaked in black. Kyra unleashed a torrent of vitriol at the blue glowing figures before her. In the holographic projection, a woman named Vela knelt on one knee. Her head bowed in report. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Qinlan. She escaped while we were unprepared. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You couldn't even keep an insignificant girl under control. Kyra's voice pierced the air, sharp enough to shatter eardrums. Did I instruct you to move against Qinlan? Huh. My target is Li Fan, that enigmatic mech master. Do you understand? Beside her, a robust man, as solid as a mountain, interjected gruffly. Your Majesty. What is so impressive about a mere mech repairman? I could simply capture him and snap his neck. Barlock, shut your foul mouth. Kyra shot him a fierce glare. Her eyes like daggers. Do you think he's just some old man repairing bicycles on the street? He has revived the scrap and amp, Oppos, Flame Dragon and amp, Oppos, mech, and awaken combat techniques at the stellar level. Such a person must either be utilized by me or vanish completely. But not now. She paused, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Keep your eyes on Li Fan, and also on that Qinlan. Perhaps something new can be played out. Vela and Barlock exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, akin to beasts catching the scent of blood. At that moment, within the dream mechanic shop, Li Fan resembled a frenzied gambler, wildly clicking the purchase button. The star energy points in his account dwindled rapidly, yet he felt no remorse. Instead, an indescribable exhilaration coursed through him. Buy. Today, I shall clear out the star dream market. Soon, all the materials arrived at the mechanic shop. Li Fan could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed into the repair room, commencing his relentless research and development work. The first step, energy balance. This is the crucial key to the mech and amp, Oppos, S-core. Li Fan inhaled deeply, diving into the study of the intricate energy fluctuation diagrams. He experimented with various methods, adjusting energy output and altering material structures, yet each attempt ended in failure. Bang! An energy core exploded in his hand, scattering fragments everywhere. Damn it! Another failure. This energy fluctuation is far too unstable. Li Fan, in a fit of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair, unable to recall how many times he had failed. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair, firmly believing that once he discovered the equilibrium of energy, all dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. Wait, the chaotic matrix. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled an ancient algorithm, employing the chaotic matrix to simulate energy fluctuations in pursuit of the energy balance point. This could indeed be a viable solution. With a surge of excitement, Li Fan rubbed his hands together and commenced programming. He fervently struck the keys, lines of code flowing from his fingertips, intricately weaving a complex energy model. As time ticked away, his eyes reddened from fatigue, yet he remained oblivious to weariness. Chapter 28, Genesis of the Apocalypse. The hum within Li Fan and amp, Oppos, S fabrication bay resonated with the subdued thrum of sophisticated instruments, evocative of a slumbering behemoth on the cusp of awakening. Li Fan, his focus absolute, scrutinized the control panel, his fingers dancing across the holographic keyboard with the dexterity of a seasoned virtuoso. Beads of perspiration traced paths across his brow as he embarked upon an unprecedented undertaking, the creation of a tricore synergistic mecha core. First to grace the stage was the radiant sunstone. With meticulous care, Li Fan nestled 3 sunstones within a custom-engineered crucible. This was no trifling matter. The raw energy pulsating from the stones was akin to a volatile firecracker, threatening to obliterate the entire bay with the slightest misstep. Initiate Chaos Matrix, Li Fan commanded, inhaling deeply as he activated the algorithmic sequence he had rehearsed countless times. Within the crucible, the sunstones surrendered to the intense heat, their frenzied energy gradually yielding to the constraints of the Chaos Matrix, akin to wild stallions being tamed. Stardust, meteorite, iron melt. At Li Fan's decree, an array of meticulously prepared rare materials were introduced into the crucible with pinpoint accuracy. Under the influence of the sunstone and Oppos, S energy, these materials underwent rapid decomposition and fusion, culminating in the birth of a novel alloy. Temperature, 13,500 degrees. Pressure, 7,800 megapascals. Maintain stability. Li Fan and Oppos, gaze remained riveted to the oscillating data displayed on the screen, making constant adjustments to the parameters based on the system and Oppo's prompts. This endeavor dwarfed the complexity of culinary arts. A mere lapse in precision could render the entire concoction worthless. As time ebbed away, crimson veins began to spiderweb across Li Fan and Oppo's eyes, yet he dared not relent his focus. Success. The moment the system chimed its affirmation, Li Fan nearly leaped with elation. Within the crucible, a core radiating an ethereal luminescence ascended, the embodiment of sunstone-forged might. Subsequently, Li Fan replicated the process, forging cores from both starlight stone and astral stone. 3 cores, each resonating with a unique energy signature, yet subtly interconnected. Now came the pivotal juncture. Li Fan arranged the 3 cores according to a specific configuration and activated the tri-core synergy device. The cores responded with a unified hum, the sunstone's ferocity, the starlight stone's profundity, and the astral stone's serenity coalescing under the device's influence. Energy fluctuation stable. Fusion rate 99-100. The instant the system announced complete fusion, the fabrication bay was bathed in an incandescent glow. Tri-core synergy achieved. Li Fan exhaled deeply, wiping perspiration from his brow, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. This endeavor had proven far more arduous than anticipated, yet its culmination was a triumph to be savored. Next came the inscription of runic patterns. Li Fan seated himself before the workstation, the tri-core synergistic mecha core suspended before him. Closing his eyes, he conjured forth a myriad of runic designs, the fruits of his studies within the dreamscape. My mecha aptitude lies in and Oppo's, omniform, and Oppo's, the ability to manipulate nanite configurations. Therefore, the runic design must revolve around this talent, Li Fan murmured, his fingers tracing ethereal patterns in the air, golden light emanating from his fingertips. Gradually, an intricate runic design materialized before him. The primeval rune. This will maximize the nanite configuration control, adapting to any combat scenario. Li Fan gently imprinted the first rune upon the mecha core. The command rune. This will grant control over micro-units, enabling swarm-based attacks. The greater the number, the greater the potency. The second rune found its place upon the core. The assimilation rune. This will allow the mecha to absorb enemy energy during combat, converting it into its own power, growing stronger with each clash. The final rune was imprinted. 3 runes, each endowing a distinct capability, yet harmonizing seamlessly, perfectly complementing the tri-core synergistic mecha core. Done. Li Fan surveyed his creation, nodding with satisfaction. The final act was the moment of revelation, the mecha's genesis. Rubbing his hands together with anticipation, Li Fan inhaled deeply and initiated the fabrication bay's manufacturing function. Inputting the mecha blueprint he had meticulously refined countless times. Begin fabrication. Full throttle. At Li Fan's command, the robotic arms within the bay sprang into action. Their movements a blur of precision, akin to a swarm of octopi dancing in unison. Materials were cut and assembled with unparalleled speed and efficiency, leaving industrial assembly lines in the dust. A colossal mecha frame gradually took shape, its silver-gray metallic skeleton gleaming with a cold, formidable aura, beckoning to be touched and admired. Protective armor. Install. Thick plates of armor were meticulously fitted onto the mecha frame, each piece clicking into place with a satisfying sound. Control module. Install. Power engine. Install. Star Dream Energy Furnace V. Install. Mecha core embed. The instant the tri-core synergistic mecha core was nestled within the mecha's chest, it seemed to awaken. A low hum emanated from it, as if a slumbering titan had finally opened its eyes, ready to announce its existence to the cosmos. The sound, deep and resonant, possessed a metallic timbre that seemed to pierce the very soul, igniting a fervent passion within. Mecha fabrication complete. Martial skill awakening successful. Omnishift with a single thought. The mecha and amp, Oppo's S-form can be altered at will, transforming into myriad guises, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, confounding the enemy. Swarm assault. Nanite mecha morph into an overwhelming swarm, blotting out the sky, leaving nothing in their wake, inducing sheer terror in the enemy. Energy siphon. Become a black hole on the battlefield, voraciously consuming enemy energy, turning their own power against them, leaving them in utter despair. The system and Oppo's melodious voice was, to Li Fan and amp, Oppo's ears, more enchanting than any celestial choir. This was not mere system notification, it was a fanfare of victory, a paean of triumph. Ha! I, Li Fan, am indeed a peerless prodigy, one in a million. Standing before the mecha he had personally brought into existence, Li Fan could no longer contain his elation. erupting into a triumphant roar that reverberated throughout the fabrication bay. The mecha, clad in silvery white armor, possessed sleek lines, a striking silhouette, and an aura of futuristic sophistication. In its chest, the three cores pulsed with resplendent light, like celestial jewels illuminating the cosmos. Its limbs were long and graceful, its joints engineered with intricate precision, enabling it to execute impossible maneuvers, excelling in both close-quarters combat and ranged assaults. Behind it, a pair of colossal metallic wings unfurled, akin to an angel and Apos' descent, exuding an aura of both sanctity and authority. This mecha was undoubtedly the most stylish, the most awe-inspiring, and the most unique creation in the entire galaxy. With it, his ascendancy was assured. He bestowed a resounding name upon the mech, Apocalypse. Li Fan caressed the cold metallic exterior of the mech as one would tenderly touch a beloved, his gaze brimming with obsession and pride. The formidable aura of the Apocalypse mech surged forth, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, instantly enveloping the entire repair shop. Not far away, Qinlan, who had been peacefully slumbering in the lounge, abruptly opened her eyes. She felt as though an ancient, colossal beast had fixed its gaze upon her, every hair on her body standing on end, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 29. A Descent of Divinity. What transpires? Is this a cataclysm? Qinlan, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, arose from her bed and approached the window. Through the glass, she beheld a dazzling radiance and an oppressive aura emanating from within the repair bay. What spectral entity is this? Qinlan exclaimed, astounded. She vigorously rubbed her eyes, assuring herself that she was not ensnared in a dream. The luminescence, the aura, they surpassed even the most formidable mecha she had ever encountered. Could it be that the youth was clandestinely fabricating something earth-shattering within? Her curiosity piqued, Qinlan stealthily made her way toward the repair bay, eager to ascertain the source of the commotion. Simultaneously, within the repair bay, Li Fan was impatient to immerse himself within the Apocalypse mecha, to experience the sensation of piloting it. Enter. Let me enter forthwith, Li Fan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with the fervor of a gleeful child. However, the Apocalypse mecha did not respond as he had anticipated, by opening its cockpit and drawing him in with a tractor beam. What is the matter? Has it lost power? Li Fan pondered, scratching his head as he circled the Apocalypse, unable to locate an entrance. Just as he was grappling with this enigma, an unforeseen metamorphosis occurred. Clang! Li Fan and Apos' mechanical wrench clattered to the ground as the repair bay and Apos' overhead lights commenced to flicker erratically. The Apocalypse mecha, now imbued with the essence of the Star Core, shimmered with a quicksilver sheen as a dispassionate, mechanical voice resonated. Carbon-based life form detected. Executing Protocol 3, Swarm Assault Mode. Hold. This is not documented in the manual, Li Fan exclaimed, reaching for the control panel to consult the instructions. Abruptly, the entire mecha detonated, as if it were a shattered gelatinous mass. The Apocalypse mecha was disintegrating. Indeed, it was disintegrating. The argent exterior, like melting snow, fractured into countless minuscule swarm mecha, resembling myriads of silvery shards suspended in the air. Each fragment emitted a faint, starlight-like glow, buzzing and swirling in the atmosphere. Good heavens! What sorcery is this? Is it self-destructing upon creation? Li Fan exclaimed, recoiling in terror, nearly collapsing to the floor. However, in the ensuing moment, he was transfixed by the spectacle before him. The diminutive mecha components did not scatter aimlessly. Rather, as if possessing sentience, they converged upon him, enveloping him entirely. What is their intent? Li Fan wondered, swallowing nervously as he felt as though he were being abducted by extraterrestrial entities. Instantly, the swarm mecha encased Li Fan, forming a sealed cockpit. A holographic interface manifested before his eyes, displaying mecha diagnostics, engine coordination, 800, neural synchronization, 99, 9, weapon systems loading. Li Fan was rendered speechless. The cockpit ascended gradually as the remaining swarm mecha bifurcated into two argent torrents, commencing the assembly of the mecha and amp, Apos' various components, first the feet, then the legs, followed by the torso, arms, and finally the head. Subsequently, the mecha and Apos' frame emitted a series of clicks and whirs reminiscent of dragons and Apos' scales rubbing together, transforming instantaneously into a plasma-coated exoskeleton enveloping the mecha and amp, Apos' every contour. This sensation, it is exhilarating, Li Fan exclaimed, clenching his fist in euphoria, convinced that he could obliterate a planet with a single strike of the Apocalypse mecha. Concurrently, at 4 in the morning, the firmament of Kalen was still veiled in twilight. In a shadowy recess near the repair shop, a curvaceous woman clad in a black catsuit lurked. Vera, an assassin of the Bloodlettuce Syndicate, stealthily haunted the vicinity of Li Fan's repair shop like a spectral feline. Through a breach in the wall of a dilapidated structure, she fixed her gaze upon the repair shop and Oppo's entrance. Humph, the Cheen family and Oppo's scion and the enigmatic mechanic. Today, none shall elude me, Vera hissed, a sanguinary grin playing upon her lips. Suddenly, a formidable mecha aura, so potent as to be suffocating, erupted from the repair shop, inundating the entire district. Vera's pupils contracted, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. She felt as though she were being scrutinized by a primeval leviathan, her hackles raised, her very breath constricted. Could it be? Has Cheen Lan attained the Stardust grade? Vera pondered, a dreadful thought assailing her mind. She had initially presumed that Cheen Lan was merely a fledgling void-rending grade mecha pilot, easily dispatched. However, the present circumstances suggested otherwise. Impossible! I cannot tarry any longer, Vera exclaimed, gritting her teeth, a glimmer of madness in her eyes. Even if she were of the Stardust grade, she would persist. If she could eliminate her and the mechanic, her standing within the organization would be elevated. With this resolve, Vera and Oppo's respiration quickened, her blood coursing through her veins. She inhaled deeply, the frigid air assuaging her agitated heart. Her fingers caressed the icy pendant adorning her chest, which responded to her intent with an eerie, verdant luminescence. In a flash, the effulgence engulfed Vera's form, materializing a towering, 23-meter mecha, the Ghost Cat, cloaked in darkness like a phantom of the night. This was her customized machine. Its limbs were elongated, its joints bristling with sharp barbs, resembling a predator poised to pounce upon its prey. TSK, little one. You have forsaken the path to paradise and trespassed into the gates of perdition. Vera sneered, her icy electronic voice emanating from within the Ghost Cat and Oppo's cockpit. Today, I shall consign you to the abyss. She expertly maneuvered the mecha, entering the cockpit and executing a series of intricate maneuvers. The Ghost Cat's crimson electronic eyes ignited with an intimidating brilliance. Clack! The Ghost Cat raised its arm, brandishing a menacing, hybrid energy sniper rifle. Vera's breathing regulated. As though she had merged with the mecha, her consciousness sharpened, her perception of the surroundings heightened. Vera activated the Ghost Cat, which emitted a guttural growl. Like a phantom whispering. Let the hunt commence, Vera hissed, piloting the Ghost Cat toward the repair shop. Meanwhile, Cheen Lan surmised that she was hallucinating. To verify her sanity, she ventured outside for a breath of fresh air. She massaged her temples, her mind clouded. She aimed the Ghost Cat and Oppo's sniper rifle at the repair shop and Oppo's entrance, peering through the scope to discern the interior. Target acquired, Vera announced, narrowing her eyes as she spotted Cheen Lan emerging from the repair shop. Perish, Vera declared, pulling the trigger. As Cheen Lan stepped out of the repair shop, a dark flash lunged from the shadows, aiming for her vitals. An intense energy beam erupted from the muzzle, cleaving the night sky and hurtling toward Cheen Lan like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. What? Cheen Lan exclaimed, instinctively attempting to evade, but it was too late. At this critical moment, a brilliant beam of light surged skyward from the machine shop, instantly illuminating the night as if it were day. The deafening sound of an explosion erupted, akin to a thunderclap breaking the stillness. A dark flash, infused with the essence of death, violently struck the very spot where Cheen Lan had just stood, erupting in a cataclysmic burst. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as a cloud of black smoke billowed forth from the epicenter of the blast, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour the surrounding area. What audacity possesses one to threaten those under my protection? Chapter 30. Be my nourishment, what audacity? Who dares to threaten those under my protection? A thunderous roar erupted, resonating through the air, imbued with an unyielding authority that made the eardrums buzz. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal steel beast emerged, akin to a divine being descending, activating its energy shield to stand guard before Cheen Lan. It was Li Fan, piloting the apocalyptic mecha, a veritable god of war, standing tall and resolute. Damn it! How could this mech be so formidable? The incredulity in Vela's electronic voice was palpable as she witnessed the performance of this suddenly appearing mecha, which exceeded all expectations. An ambush against me, and you question my strength? Have you been dazed by the mech's exhaust? Li Fan's voice emanated from the apocalyptic, dripping with unabashed mockery. Cheen Lan, recovering from her shock, gazed at the apocalyptic shielding her. A surge of inexplicable security washed over her. Unable to contain herself, she patted the mech's leg and exclaimed, "Hey, you and the mech, splendid job. Turn that ambusher into scrap metal." "All right, just watch," Li Fan replied, maneuvering the apocalyptic to switch forms. Sensing danger, the Phantom Cat immediately changed its weaponry, the hybrid energy sniper rifle it once wielded vanishing, replaced by two gleaming short blades. Vela, controlling the mech, darted toward the apocalyptic like a specter, her speed unparalleled, leaving trails of afterimages in her wake. "Want to engage in close combat? Just what I desire," Li Fan sneered, as the surface of the apocalyptic gleamed with metallic luster, instantaneously fracturing into dozens of smaller mechas, each a mere tenth of the original size, yet far more agile and versatile. The myriad converged into one. Dozens of miniature mechas swarmed around the Phantom Cat, dancing and transforming, sometimes becoming shields to deflect the blade attacks, other times morphing into sharp weapons to counterattack, leaving Vela overwhelmed. What on earth is this? Vela and Amp, Oppos, as emotions were a tempest of fury and astonishment. She had never encountered such a bizarre mech capable of splitting and reassembling at will, rendering her utterly defenseless. TSK. Can't handle it already? The real show has just begun. A hint of mockery laced Li Fan and Amp, Oppos, S voice, prepare to experience what true claustrophobia feels like. Swarm assault. The apocalyptic mechs split once more, this time producing an astounding number of mechas, thousands, each the size of a fist, resembling a dark, menacing swarm, cascading toward the Phantom Cat. "Ah!" Vela screamed, her greatest fear manifesting in the form of countless tiny mechas. The sight sent shivers down her spine and raised goosebumps across her skin. Buzz, 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 the Phantom Cat swung its titanium short blades frantically, the blades slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Inside the cockpit, Vela and Oppos' complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Damn it, this swarm is like a stubborn gum, impossible to shake off." Vela gritted her teeth. Her once prized speed advantage was rendered utterly useless against the overwhelming tide of miniature mechas. "How about my and Amp? Amp, Oppos, swarm and Amp, Oppos. Impressive, isn't it? Care for something even more exhilarating?" Li Fan and Amp, Oppos' voice emerged from the apocalyptic, dripping with a sinister amusement reminiscent of a villain taunting an unsuspecting maiden before the climax. "You, don't get cocky." Vela, suppressing her fear, activated the Phantom Cat's energy shield in a desperate attempt to fend off the swarm's onslaught. "Oh, you wish to resist? Then allow me to show you what despair truly means. This woman is relentless." Li Fan snorted, energy absorption. The apocalyptic mech ceased its division, merging into a gigantic black vortex, a powerful suction emanating from it, voraciously consuming the Phantom Cat's energy. "What? My energy? It's depleting." Vela and Amp, Oppos' terror escalated as she noticed the energy indicator of the Phantom Cat plummeting, its movements growing sluggish. "Stop struggling, submit, and become my nourishment." Li Fan's voice turned icy and merciless. "No, I cannot perish here." A flicker of madness ignited in Vela's eyes. She was destined to become the Queen of Shadows. How could she meet her end in such a forsaken place? She slammed down on a red button, the chest armor of the Phantom Cat slowly opening to reveal a gaping, ominous cannon, its perimeter pulsating with a dangerous red glow. "This is the Annihilation Cannon? You madwoman, do you wish to perish together?" Sheen Lon gasped. This forbidden weapon held the power to obliterate a small city. "Want to perish together? Not on my watch." Li Fan was already prepared. After all, he was a man well-versed in countless novels and films. How could he be unaware of a villain's tricks? The apocalyptic instantly transformed into a colossal shield, its surface gleaming like an indomitable fortress, standing resolute before the cannon and Amp, Oppos' maw. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The Phantom Cat unleashing a black energy beam, akin to the scythe of death, crashing against the shield forged by the apocalyptic. Yet, this devastating assault merely caused the shield to tremble slightly, leaving not a single scratch. This is impossible." Vela's electronic voice brimmed with despair. Her last resort had failed. Energy absorption continued unabated, the Phantom Cat's energy dwindling like a deflated balloon, until finally, its electronic eye extinguished, rendering it a lifeless heap of scrap. "It is over." Li Fan's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. The apocalyptic reverted to its original form, approaching the Phantom Cat, extending its mechanical arm, and effortlessly crushing the cockpit into a crumpled mass of metal. "Vela has fallen." Ding! Congratulations, host, for destroying the 5th tier fragment star Mecha and Amp, Amp, Oppos, Phantom Cat, and Amp, Oppos, earning 100 star energy points. Oh, an unexpected reward? Li Fan and Amp, Oppos, lips curled into a slight smile. Li Fan walked to Qin Lan's side, inquiring with genuine concern, "Hey, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Lan, still shaken, looked at Li Fan. Her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, shock, confusion, and a hint of admiration. Who exactly are you?" Qin Lan and Oppos' voice trembled. She struggled to reconcile the powerful figure before her with that of a mere mechanic. "Me? I and Oppos am just an ordinary mechanic," Li Fan shrugged innocently. "Though my mech happens to be quite impressive." Qin Lan was speechless. Was this truly what one would call ordinary? Was she not even ordinary herself? This fellow was undoubtedly indulging in a display of self-aggrandizement. Chapter 31. The arrival of the Sea King squad. A faint hum resonated, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. The once majestic apocalypse mech, embodying the essence of a divine being, suddenly seemed to convulse, frantically shedding its components. This was no ordinary disassembly. It was akin to a high-end model being dismantled at the press of a button, disintegrating into countless minute parts. Each fragment shimmered with a cold metallic luster, seemingly alive as they darted through the air, tracing silver arcs that rivaled the most exhilarating scenes of an IMAX space battle. Li Fan emerged from the dissipating mech components, standing confidently in the open space with hands in pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. Exuding an air of self-assuredness, as if the cataclysmic battle he had just fought was merely a casual exercise. He wielded his mental prowess to control the disassembled mech parts, which were not aimless debris but rather a battalion of trained transformers. Under his command, they swiftly reassembled around him, glimmering with silver light, reconstructing the imposing figure of the apocalypse mech, radiating an aura even more striking than a transformer's fusion. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with an enigmatic aura of futuristic technology and an undeniable flair. Qin Lan stood by, utterly astonished, her jaw nearly touching the ground. Was this truly a mech? It was simply art. Li Fan interjected, striking a pose he deemed impressive. Qin Lan was rendered speechless, bemused by his absurd confidence and formidable strength. She stood frozen as if petrified, her once vibrant eyes wide as saucers, filled with disbelief and bewilderment. Her lips parted in astonishment, unable to form words. Resembling a malfunctioning recorder. Gasping, she felt as if her very CPU might overheat. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she feared she was caught in an illusion or had inadvertently stumbled into a bizarre sci-fi film. Was this truly a mech technician? It resembled a human-shaped mobile Gundam. Finally regaining her voice, Qin Lan mentally screamed in astonishment. This fellow must be treating mechs like Lego bricks. The speed at which he disassembles and reassembles them rivals my wardrobe changes. She felt a profound mental shock, her worldview shattered. She began reassessing Li Fan and Oppos' capabilities as if reinstalling an operating system on a supercomputer. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Her gaze grew serious as she affixed a large danger label to Li Fan in her mind. His strength was not merely sufficient for this desolate planet, but could also command respect even in the capital of the Galactic Federation. I must reevaluate my life plans. Qin Lan clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with the desire to cling to his coattails. This individual would undoubtedly be the most dazzling figure on the interstellar battlefield. If I could cultivate a good rapport with him, would and Oppos, I be destined for effortless victories? Clearing her throat, she endeavored to appear less infatuated. Li Fan, your mech is quite unique. She wished to compliment him, but her vocabulary failed to do justice to the miraculous machine before her. As Qin Lan's thoughts wandered, 3 streaks of light pierced the sky like dazzling meteors, landing with a resounding thud at the mech repair shop and Oppos' entrance. The ground trembled thrice. Qin Lan and Oppos' heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Three shattered star-class mechs. My heavens, were they intent on demolishing this shabby shop? The metallic exteriors of the mech sparkled coldly under the sun, casting colossal shadows over the humble repair shop. An oppressive atmosphere descended, suffocating in its intensity. The 3 mechs emanated energy waves so formidable they rendered the earlier encounter with that peculiar feline mech insignificant, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Qin Lan's eyelids twitched as she fixated on the uniform camouflage paint and the emblem emblazoned upon them. The Gaislan Federation fleet. It truly was them. Her breath caught in her throat as recognition dawned. These mechs were none other than Fire, Ishka, and Sea Beast. The Sea King squad. They were the Federation's elite. Each member a battle-hardened veteran, their experience far beyond what mere words could convey, piloting the most advanced mechs available. Why would they suddenly arrive on this forsaken planet? And why here, at this dilapidated repair shop? Could it be? Could it be for Vera? Pale as a ghost, a chill coursed through her, freezing her in place. The three mechs formed a triangular formation, with the foremost black mech exuding an aura of dread. Its head was sharply defined, resembling a poised predator. It was Sea Beast, the pilot, Yunfeng, captain of the Sea King squad. The cockpit of Sea Beast opened with a hiss, and Yunfeng stepped down with a measured gait, clad in a black combat uniform, tall and imposing, his features austere, eyes sharp as blades as he surveyed the surroundings. Ultimately locking onto Li Fan. In a low, commanding voice that brooked no argument, he asked, "Are you the mechanic here?" Li Fan set down the wrench, wiped his hands, and regarded Yunfeng with an air of tranquility, as if he were merely another customer rather than the captain of a renowned mech squad. "Indeed. How may I assist you?" "We offer comprehensive services for mech repairs, modifications, and maintenance, all with utmost integrity." Qinlan watched, wide-eyed, wondering whether Li Fan was genuinely nonchalant or simply oblivious. This was the Sea King squad, the pride of the Federation. Anyone else would have been terrified. Yunfeng's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by Li Fan's response. He cut to the chase, asking directly, "Have you seen Vera?" "Vera?" Li Fan stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. "You mean the one from the Bloodwash Alliance? I believe I've heard of her. What about her? Where is she?" Yunfeng's tone grew colder, the air around them seeming to freeze. It had turned frigid. Li Fan shrugged, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. "Oh, I sent her to meet her maker. Or rather, in this interstellar age, to meet the star deity." Chapter 32. He's surely a profiteer. The two mechs behind Yunfeng activated instantaneously. Ishka and Inferno surged forward like ravenous beasts. What? The cockpits of the mechs sprung open, and two figures swiftly emerged. "Captain, this kid." Tangxi, the mech pilot of Inferno, possessed a physique as burly as a bear and a spirited buzzcut. His face was now contorted with rage as he was about to unleash a torrent of abuse upon Li Fan, but was abruptly restrained by the woman beside him. "Hold your horses, Tangxi." Lu Lin, the pilot of Ishka, was a capable woman with short hair and a comely face. Her usual gentle smile was now replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. She strode forward, attempting to defuse the tense atmosphere. "Mr. Li, greetings. We are the Neptune squad of the Gethsemane Federation fleet, and we are under orders to thoroughly investigate the Bloodwashers Alliance and Appos' unusual activities. Vera is the linchpin of these events, and any information regarding her whereabouts is of paramount importance to us." Tangxi eagerly added, "The higher-ups have discerned that Vera's actions conceal a vast conspiracy. Therefore, a top-secret mission has been issued to locate her, or confirm her demise." Li Fan observed the spectacle before him and mused. This Vera is indeed a hot potato. Even in death, she can stir up such a storm. "Vera has indeed been eliminated by me," Li Fan asserted with composure. "As for any conspiracy, I am utterly ignorant. I am merely a dutiful mech mechanic, desiring only to repair mechs in peace and earn a modest income to support my family." He gestured towards his repair shop with a resigned air. "Forgive me, but I have a mech awaiting repairs in the shop. The client is pressing, and it end Appos' a lucrative deal worth 10 million credits. I can end Appos' to afford to delay." Upon hearing the words 10 million credits, Qinlan nearly coughed up blood, inwardly fuming. This fellow is simply engaging in daylight robbery. Now he remembers to repair my Snowhawk. As if struck by a sudden thought, Li Fan turned to Qinlan, raising an eyebrow slightly, his eyes conveying a subtle hint. "Ah, Miss Qin. Your Snowhawk must be severely damaged. Shall we return to the shop and take a look?" Qinlan was initially taken aback, but she swiftly comprehended that Li Fan intended to divert the conversation. Divert the conversation? Drag me into this? Qinlan and Appos' lips twitched slightly as she inwardly scoffed. This fellow and Appos' thought process is truly unconventional. However, given the current situation, she had no choice but to play along. After all, the Neptune squad was not to be trifled with, and this matter was clearly far from simple. "Snowhawk, severely damaged?" Qinlan deliberately amplified her voice, playing along with Li Fan and Appos' charade, while inwardly ranting, "Severely damaged, my foot. My Snowhawk only suffered a minor scratch on its exterior. This fellow undoubtedly intends to fleece me for all I and Appos' worth." Yunfeng and Appos' gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Li Fan and Qinlan, attempting to discern any flaws in their expressions. Lu Lin maintained her gentle smile, but her eyes held a keener sense of scrutiny. Tang Si, less patient, leaned forward. His voice rumbling like thunder. Boy, don't try to pull the wool over our eyes. You'd better tell us everything you know about Vera. However, Li Fan appeared oblivious to Tang Si's threat, proceeding towards the repair shop and warmly beckoning Qinlan. Miss Qin, this way, please. We must thoroughly inspect our Snowhawk and assess the extent of the damage. With a 10 million credit order at stake, we must ensure your utmost satisfaction. Qinlan inhaled deeply, suppressing the torrent of retorts within her, and followed Li Fan and Apos' footsteps in her high heels. She intended to discover what this fellow was truly up to. 10 million credits. To repair Snowhawk? Tang Si and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Yunfeng. Captain, has this kid lost his mind? How is this any different from robbery? Yunfeng and Apos' brow furrowed deeply, as if grappling with an intractable problem. He sensed an inexplicable peculiarity about this mech mechanic. His composure was beyond the ability of an ordinary person to feign. Furthermore, 10 million credits to repair a Snowhawk? There must be more to this than meets the eye. Lu Lin watched Li Fan and Qinlan enter the repair shop with a pensive expression, then softly said to Yunfeng, Captain, let's not rush. We'll assess the situation. While the matter of Vera is crucial, there may be unexpected gains if we can find a breakthrough with this mech mechanic. Despite his reluctance, Tang Si had to obey his captain's orders. He pouted and muttered, what gains could there be? In my opinion, he's just a mercenary black-hearted profiteer. The trio followed Li Fan into his repair shop. Whoa, Tang Si exclaimed, nearly bumping into the doorframe. This is a repair shop? Are you sure it's not a secret showroom for some top-tier tech company? They had expected a dilapidated, oil-stained workshop run by a shady operator. But the scene before them left them dumbfounded. The interior was brightly lit and brimming with futuristic technology. Metallic walls gleamed with a cold luster, and streamlined decorations resembled the hull of a starship. Various precision instruments flickered with mysterious light, as if whispering the secrets of advanced technology. The entire space was exquisitely cool. Lu Lin couldn't help but remove her sunglasses, a hint of surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes as the corners of her lips curved upward slightly. It seems we need to reassess our perception of Mr. Li's repair shop. Although Yunfeng remained silent, his slightly raised eyebrows betrayed his inner astonishment. With this decor and style, no one would doubt that it was a top-tier interstellar mech repair center. Despite having braced herself, Qinlan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth upon seeing the interior again. This fellow probably poured all his savings into the renovation. Didn't it, amp? Apos, teehee? No wonder he quoted a 10 million credit repair fee. Li Fan chuckled smugly, inwardly thinking, haha, these bumpkins, Haven and Amp. Apos, seen the world, have they? This is a system product, guaranteed to be top-notch. This decor and style are incomparable to those ordinary roadside repair shops. The group arrived outside a massive repair bay. Li Fan expertly manipulated the control panel, and with a deep mechanical whir, the metal door slowly opened, revealing an even more astonishing sight within. Inside the vast space, various mechanical arms danced nimbly like graceful performers, and laser beams crisscrossed and shimmered, as if weaving a mysterious tapestry of technology. In the center, a large lift platform stood empty, clearly a designated workstation for Snowhawk. Qinlan inhaled deeply and walked to the lift platform. The star ring on her wrist emitted a peculiar glow, and she uttered a low cry, Snowhawk, deploy. A faint hum resonated as a beam of silvery white light shot out from the star ring, rapidly coalescing on the lift platform. In the blink of an eye, a sleek, snow-white mech materialized before the group. It was none other than Qinlan and Amp, Apos, as personal mech, Snowhawk. However, Snowhawk appeared rather disheveled. The once smooth, mirror-like exterior was now covered in scorched marks, and some parts even showed signs of melting, as if it had endured a fierce battle and been mercilessly scorched by fire. Hiss! Tang Si sucked in a cold breath, exclaiming, I'll be damned. What kind of terrifying weapon charred it like this? That woman Vera is too ruthless. Qinlan's delicate face flushed slightly as she shot a displeased glare at Tang Si, exclaiming, Mind your own business. This was an accident during training. Yet, internally, she was raging, training, my foot. I was clearly scorched by that wretched brother's flame dragon. How utterly humiliating. Li Fan's lips twitched slightly as he stifled a laugh. Pondering to himself, goodness, the injuries to the Snow Eagle are indeed more severe than I had anticipated. It seems the power of that flame dragon is truly formidable. This 10 million in repair costs is hardly exorbitant. Clearing his throat, Li Fan adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, Miss Qin. The condition of the Endopos, Snow Eagle Endopos, is indeed worse than I had estimated. However, rest assured, under my care, I guarantee it will be rejuvenated, or perhaps even elevated to a new height. Qin Lan raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism. Elevated to a new height? Such bold claims. I shall see how you intend to achieve that. Chapter 33. A new look. Li Fan wore a mysterious smile as he approached the control console, commencing his operations. Ladies and gentlemen, the repair process is rather intricate. To ensure the quality of the repairs, I kindly ask you to wait outside for a moment. There is a real-time monitoring screen outside the maintenance chamber, where you can observe the progress. With that, Li Fan closed the maintenance chamber door without waiting for a response, isolating the Sea King team and Qin Lan outside. Bang! The metallic door sealed shut, creating a barrier between the inside and outside. Tang Si scratched his head in confusion. Captain, what is this kid up to? He and Opos, acting all mysterious. Yun Feng, with a contemplative gaze fixed on the closed door, replied solemnly, let us observe for now. If he truly can repair the Opos, Snow Eagle and Opos, perhaps he possesses genuine skill. At that moment, a smiling image of Li Fan appeared on the large screen outside the maintenance chamber. Pointing at the Snow Eagle, ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. The screen vividly displayed the interior of the maintenance chamber. Li Fan circled around the Snow Eagle, his expression focused and earnest, as if admiring a work of art. He approached the central control panel, his fingers gliding swiftly across the console, inputting commands into the Mech and Opos control system. The mechanical arms began to move with agility, various precision repair tools, seemingly with a mind of their own, accurately located the damaged areas of the Snow Eagle. Laser cutting, nano repair, pulse welding. An array of advanced repair techniques flowed from Li Fan and Opos' hands with seamless grace, dazzling onlookers. Wow, this kid, he really has some skills, Tang Si exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he watched the repair process on the screen. Yun Feng and Lu Lin nodded slightly, their expressions growing serious. Though Qin Lan remained silent, her gaze was fixed on the screen, her heart beginning to waver. Could it be that this fellow is truly as formidable as Qin Yu claimed? On the screen, Li Fan continued his repairs, skillfully maneuvering the mechanical arms to precisely overlay new alloy materials onto the damaged exterior of the Snow Eagle. The charred marks vanished at a visible pace, replaced by a smooth, mirror-like metallic sheen. Yun Feng narrowed his eyes, observing the subtle changes on the screen. Remaining silent yet visibly relieved, Lu Lin, astonished, murmured, the efficiency, it's astonishingly rapid. Qin Lan, arms crossed and lips pressed into a line, found her eyes irresistibly drawn to the unfolding scene on the screen. Not only was the exterior being repaired, but Li Fan also pulled up a complex diagram, light sweeping over the core components of the Snow Eagle, creating a mesmerizing display. What is he doing? Tang Si could not help but inquire, curiosity lacing his voice. It seems he is engraving something? Lu Lin responded uncertainly. The mechanical arm extended a delicate laser cutter, carefully dancing over the core components, as if stitching intricate patterns with utmost precision. Is he engraving pulse patterns? Lu Lin gasped, her eyes wide with shock. He can even perform pulse engraving. That is a sophisticated technique reserved for master mechanics. Yun Feng and Opos' expression grew grave as he remarked. It appears we have all underestimated him. This Li Fan, he is far from an ordinary mechanic. Tang Si, mouth agape, stuttered. See, Captain, $1 million. $1 million to repair a Snow Eagle, perhaps that ISN and Opos, so exorbitant after all? Upon hearing this, Qin Lan nearly choked on her own breath. You lot change your opinions far too swiftly. Just moments ago, you called him a scheming merchant, and now you think $1 million is reasonable. Internally, she scoffed. Humph. Even if his skills are remarkable, $1 million is still an outrageous demand. Once the Snow Eagle is repaired, I shall ensure he understands that the Qin family's funds are not so easily obtained. However, before Qin Lan's internal rant could conclude, the screen shifted once more. Buzz, the Snow Eagle mech emitted a crisp hum, and the previously dull exterior suddenly erupted with brilliant radiance. Silver light, akin to flames, ascended, transforming the entire maintenance chamber into a silvery realm. Wushu techniques. It has awakened wushu techniques. Lu Lin's voice turned sharp, filled with disbelief. Yun Feng and Tang Si stood utterly stunned, eyes wide as if witnessing the miraculous. Qin Lan, completely frozen in place, stared at the screen. Where the reborn Snow Eagle stood, her mind a blank slate. She felt her worldview shatter in that instant. Her snow eagle had not only healed but had awakened wushu techniques. How could this be possible? On the screen, Li Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction, flashing a radiant smile at the surveillance camera. With a hiss, the maintenance chamber door swung open, a palpable chill pouring forth, akin to the opening of an ice vault, sending shivers through those nearby. What on earth is happening? Tang Si exclaimed dramatically, clutching his arms. This snow eagle, its cooling effect is extraordinary. Are you moonlighting as an ice vendor, Boss Li? Yun Feng and Lu Lin furrowed their brows, clearly perceiving the sudden drop in temperature. Only Qin Lan, though shivering slightly, remained fixated on the scene within the chamber. As the door fully opened, the sight before them was unveiled. The once battle-scarred snow eagle mech now stood majestically in the center of the maintenance chamber, its silver-white, streamlined body radiating power and technological prowess. If the previous snow eagle resembled a weathered warrior, the current snow eagle embodied a reborn ice queen, noble, striking, and untouchable. Qin Lan stepped forward, delicately caressing the smooth, mirror-like surface of the snow eagle, feeling the icy coolness beneath her fingertips, as if she were touching genuine ice. She could distinctly sense an exceptionally powerful energy emanating from within the mech, a cold and sharp force entirely different from before. Is this truly my snow eagle? Qin Lan and Amp Appo's voice trembled, laced with disbelief. Li Fan approached with a beaming smile, rubbing his hands together, exuding the air of a seasoned professional. Well, Miss Qin, are you satisfied with our repair results? I guarantee fair play, exceptional value. Stop the banner. Qin Lan shot him a glance, though her lips curled slightly upward, revealing her improving mood. That is a given. Li Fan raised an eyebrow in triumph. When I, Li, take action, it is always a masterpiece. What do we call this? It's Appo's, reviving the withered and bringing forth spring Appo's. Ah, no, that is not right. It Appo's, Appo's, a new look emerges. Rising to new heights. Qin Lan rolled her eyes at him once more, yet her smile lingered, clearly in good spirits. What on earth is happening? It seems to have become significantly stronger. Tang Si, standing nearby, could only roll his eyes in exasperation. I say, Boss Li, your cultural literacy leaves much to be desired. Li Fan disregarded Tang Si and Appo's jibe, turning serious. Miss Qin, the snow eagle has successfully awakened the wushu technique, and Appo's frozen domain and Appo's frozen domain? Qin Lan's voice brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 34, could you repeat that? Li Fan cleared his throat and commenced his explanation. To put it simply, upon activating the frozen domain, the snow eagle mech experiences a remarkable 30 increase in speed, akin to being equipped with a turbocharger, soaring through the air. Simultaneously, it inflicts a 20 slow effect on enemy mechs within a certain radius that lack ice attributes, essentially applying a frost debuff upon them. Tang Si, overhearing this, gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers. What? That and Appo's astonishing. Such speed, combined with the ability to slow down foes. How does one even survive this? Yun Feng and Appo's eyes lit up as he solemnly remarked, if this is indeed the case, then the combat prowess of the snow eagle has escalated by at least 2 tiers. Lu Lin rubbed her hands together in excitement. This frozen domain is tailor-made for the snow eagle, a martial technique par excellence. Qin Lan, you have struck gold this time. Listening to the exclamations around her, and gazing at the rejuvenated snow eagle before her, Qin Lan felt a rush of exhilaration. Initially, she had deemed the 10 million repair fee exorbitant, but now it seemed rather worthwhile. You're not completely inept, Li Fan. However, I still need to scrutinize that 10 million. Qin Lan thought with a hint of pride, her lips curling into a slight smile. Looking at Li Fan's smug face, she suddenly felt that perhaps he wasn't so unbearable after all. Ahem. Clearing his throat to shatter the slightly charged atmosphere, Li Fan said, Miss Qin, now that the snow eagle has been repaired, do remember to take good care of the shop and Appo's business. Qin Lan replied, instantly returning to her aloof, queen demeanor. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Fan, let me make myself clear. If the performance of the snow eagle fails to meet your claims, I will certainly return to hold you accountable. Rest assured, I guarantee your satisfaction. If you are not satisfied, you shall pay nothing. Li Fan promptly assured. His avaricious nature laid bare. TCH, money, money, money. Greedy. Qin Lan muttered under her breath, yet her spirits soared, her heart swelling with delight as she waved her hand, retracting the snow eagle into the star ring. Observing Qin Lan's satisfied demeanor, Lu Lin felt a spark of ambition ignite within her. She turned to Li Fan with a smile. "Bossly, I must commend your skills. I have a mech that sustained minor damages during a mission. Could you take a look at it as well?" With that, Lu Lin released her mech, Iska. It emerged, a sleek figure adorned in military green camouflage, elegant and streamlined. Although it appeared largely intact at first glance, closer inspection revealed several scratches and damages. Li Fan approached, placing his hand on Iska and Amp, Oppo's leg armor, and sensing the energy flowing within. Simultaneously, he called upon the system in his mind. "System, please check this mech." Ding, and Amp, Oppo's, Iska and Amp, Oppo's, mech detected. Meets the conditions for Tier 3 enhancement. Can proceed with Tier 3 enhancement, awaken a second martial technique, and gain a second mech form. Note, this enhancement requires 500 star energy points. Would you like to proceed? The system and Oppo's prompt echoed in Li Fan and Oppo's mind, and he felt a surge of excitement. This was a lucrative opportunity. He retracted his hand and turned to Lu Lin. 8 million credit points, non-negotiable. Li Fan declared firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Lu Lin paused, taken aback, and rubbed her ears, asking again, "How much?" "Bossly, could you repeat that?" 8 million. A fixed price, honest and fair. Li Fan reiterated cheerfully, holding up 8 fingers in front of Lu Lin. 8 million. Lu Lin's voice rose sharply, nearly shattering the repair bay's ceiling. "Are you sure you Haven and Amp, Oppo's, added an extra zero?" Tanxi leaned in, disbelief etched on his face. "That price could buy a brand new star-class mech, right?" "Bossly, isn't that a bit excessive?" Even the usually composed Yunfeng furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Fan. Yet, Li Fan remained unfazed, smiling as he explained. "Ms. Lu, please do not be alarmed. My 8 million is not merely for standard repairs." He paused, raising a finger. "If it were simply a matter of repairs and refurbishments, addressing those scratches and damages would only require 1 million credit points, ensuring your Iska returns to its pristine condition, as if newly manufactured." However, Li Fan's tone shifted to one of gravity. "This 8 million encompasses the cost of enhancing Iska." "Enhancing?" Lu Lin, Yunfeng, and Tanxi exchanged bewildered glances, all slightly dazed. "Indeed," Li Fan affirmed, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "I just inspected your Iska, and it qualifies for enhancement. After my enhancement, it can awaken a second martial technique and gain a second mech form." "A second martial technique? A second mech form?" Lu Lin exclaimed, her voice filled with incredulity at the prospect she scarcely dared to dream of. "Yes, it is indeed that remarkable." Li Fan smirked, his pride palpable. "This is an unparalleled opportunity. Miss it, and it may never come again. Moreover, this second mech form allows Iska to wield greater versatility in combat, adapting to various complex battlefield scenarios." Li Fan grew increasingly animated, envisioning Iska dominating the battlefield with ease. This Lu Lin was utterly captivated by Li Fan and Oppo's vivid portrayal. Her mouth agape, uncertain of what to say. 8 million, while exorbitant. If it truly could elevate Iska to such heights, Lu Lin's resolve began to waver. "We can draft a contract." Li Fan flashed a knowing smile, fully aware of the binding power contracts held in this era. At this moment, Lu Lin, Yunfeng, and Tanxi could no longer remain passive. They understood the implications of a contract. A breach would entail compensation exceeding tenfold. Unable to afford such penalties, a brief stay in a federal prison or a border rehabilitation facility might be in order, an all too familiar scenario for them. "All right, 8 million it is. I will sign the contract with you right now." Lu Lin could no longer contain her excitement, decisively agreeing. She feared that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would slip away if Yunfeng and Tanxi acted first, leaving her in despair. As anticipated, upon hearing Lu Lin and Oppo's words, both Tanxi and Yunfeng sighed in unison. Alas, too late. As longtime teammates, their understanding was profound. Despite the temptation, they would never engage in a bidding war. Furthermore, this was Lu Lin's fortune, and they felt it inappropriate to intervene. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in their hearts as they lamented the potential loss of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 35, Breaking Out of the Cocoon and Transforming into a Butterfly. "Please wait a moment," Li Fan said as he observed Lu Lin's decisive choice of the 80 million package. Internally, he nodded in approval. This girl certainly knows her worth. Being able to afford the Ishka, a star-class mech, and a member of the Federation's strongest squad, this amount of money is merely a drop in the bucket. His fingers danced across the control panel with remarkable speed, akin to a maestro conducting a stirring symphony, and a brand new contract materialized in his hands. With a flourish, Li Fan handed it over to Lu Lin, his movements fluid and charismatic. Lu Lin took the contract, her beautiful eyes swiftly scanning every detail, leaving no punctuation unexamined. Once satisfied, she signed her name with a flourish, exuding the aura of a formidable woman. Ding. 80,000. 000 credit points credited. Li Fan felt as if he could hear the sound of gold coins clinking as the 80 million credit points entered his account, bringing his balance close to the monumental 100 million mark. This overwhelming wealth was dazzling. He chuckled to himself, imagining a life where he could recline in comfort, buying and eating whatever he desired. Such a life was indeed delightful. Li Fan's heart brimmed with joy as he began envisioning a bright future. However, he couldn't help but muse that mechs truly were a bottomless pit for money. He stroked his chin, pondering the reality that without substantial resources, one simply could not afford to indulge in mechs. He instructed Lu Lin, Yunfeng, and Tang Xi to temporarily vacate the maintenance chamber. As he was about to showcase his talents, gazing at the sleek and powerful Ishka before him, Li Fan recalled Lu Lin's rare talent, both offensive and defensive capabilities, and a smile crept onto his lips, a dual attribute enhancement talent? How intriguing. Such rarity is indeed precious. Although rated as A-class, its scarcity was comparable to S-class talents. This truly was an extraordinary gem. Let and Amp. Oppos. SC, her first combat skill is and Amp. Oppos. Counter-Strike Storm and Amp. Oppos. A brief super energy shield that immunizes against most attacks, which then explodes with A-bang, rebounding damage. This skill is simply a perfect match for her mech talent. With a clear vision in mind, Li Fan began manipulating the intricate devices within the maintenance chamber, preparing to undertake a groundbreaking transformation of the Ishka. Upgrade enhancement initiated. Li Fan deftly maneuvered the agile mechanical arms, much like an experienced bomb disposal expert, carefully disassembling the Ishka and Oppos, S-core component, the mech and Oppos, S-heart. A moment's inattention could result in a catastrophic explosion, turning it into a pile of scrap. Following this, he commenced comprehensive maintenance and care of the mech's other parts. His fingers fluttered like a butterfly flitting between flowers, as various tools danced in his hands with seemingly sentient grace. He first utilized a high-energy particle beam to cleanse the mech and Oppos' surface of scratches and damage, the sizzling sound akin to a luxurious deep cleaning spot treatment for the mech. Next, he applied a nano-repair fluid to mend the minute fissures within the mech, a high-tech substance far superior to conventional adhesives, capable of restoring the armor to an impenetrable state. Finally, he optimized and upgraded the energy conduction system, allowing energy to flow more smoothly, as if he were unblocking the vital meridians of the mech, enhancing its combat prowess. As time slipped away, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Under Li Fan's skilled hands, the once fatigued Ishka was rejuvenated, akin to a metamorphosis, radiating a brilliant new aura. Next came the most critical step, inscribing new patterns. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan meticulously selected a special enhancement pattern from the myriad options, one that would bestow the Ishka with newfound power. He guided the mechanical arms with utmost caution, etching the patterns onto the mech and Amp, Oppos, S-core with precision, ensuring each line was flawless and every note exact. This was no trivial matter. Any misstep could render his efforts futile. Outside the maintenance chamber, Lu Lin, Yunfeng, and Tang Xi anxiously awaited. Lu Lin was particularly restless, akin to an ant on a hot pan, stretching her neck to peer through the large screen of the chamber, nervously observing the proceedings within. On the screen, Li Fan appeared deeply engrossed in the Ishka, seemingly contemplating something, delaying his next move. Seeing Lu Lin and Oppos' agitation, Tang Xi Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T contain his laughter. Lu Lin, can you not be so anxious? The money has been paid, the contract signed. Your impatience is futile. Get lost. You, standing there, are so carefree. Lu Lin shot him a glare. If it were your mech, you wouldn't be so calm. You'd have rushed in there to help Li Fan. Hey, I'm just concerned for you. Tang Xi replied with a grin. But do you really believe Li Fan can awaken a second combat skill for the Ishka and grant it a second mech form? I'm not sure. Lu Lin hesitated before nodding. But I believe in him. For some reason, I feel that this Li Fan is quite unfathomable, despite his youth. He gives off an enigmatic aura. Your intuition is spot on. Yunfeng, who had remained silent, finally spoke. This Li Fan is indeed inscrutable. Moreover, he managed to defeat the Oppos, Ghost Cat and Oppos, Mecha the Bloodbath Alliance and eliminate the assassin Vera. His strength likely rivals ours. The three fell into silence, their hearts filled with anticipation as they awaited the moment Li Fan would work his miracle. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the maintenance chamber, followed by a wave of searing heat that surged through the thick door towards the trio. What just happened? Oh no. Lu Lin felt her heart race. Had the maintenance chamber exploded? Would her precious Ishka be reduced to a heap of scrap? This was freshly charged credit. Did it explode? Tang Si was equally stunned. Could a maintenance mech really explode? Was Li Fan engaging in performance art? Explosion is art. He inched back, sensing an ominous air about the blast. Only Yun Feng maintained his icy demeanor, though his gaze was fixed on the chamber door, as if poised to rush in to rescue the mech at a moment and amp. Oppo's notice. Creak. The maintenance chamber door swung open. Yun Feng darted inside like an arrow, so swiftly that he nearly sent Lu Lin and Tang Si tumbling. Yun Feng. Maishka. Lu Lin screamed, abandoning her ladylike composure as she sprinted in after him. Upon entering the chamber, both were rendered speechless. The Ishka before them was no longer the slightly worn model they had known. It had undergone a transformation akin to a swan emerging from a cocoon, or rather, a caterpillar evolving into a steel butterfly. The mech and amp, Oppo's head, once rounded, now bore sharp, defined lines, resembling a fierce metallic helmet, with two prominent spikes protruding from the sides, exuding an air of formidable intimidation. The cerulean-hued optical sensor emanates a piercing brilliance, reminiscent of a hawk intently fixated on its prey. It exudes an astonishingly cool allure. The shoulder armor has been significantly thickened and broadened, with layers of alloy plating providing an overwhelming sense of security. On the right arm, it bears a formidable alloy polearm, stretching an impressive 25 meters, its energy patterns shimmering with a vibrant intensity, while the spearhead gleams with a sharpness capable of reflecting light, seemingly poised to pierce through 10 tanks in a single thrust. The left arm boasts an even grander spectacle, featuring a colossal shield that has been welded directly onto it. The energy shield ripples like water, and the edges of the shield are adorned with serrated spikes, ensuring that close combat is nothing short of gruesome. The overall coloration of the mech has transformed, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence from within, while mysterious patterns emerge on its surface, flickering in and out, instantly elevating its prestige. Its height has surged from 28 meters to an impressive 30 meters, embodying the very essence of a steel giant. Chapter 36. Bidding farewell to the mummy goodness. Is this truly Maishka? Lu Lin rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she had mistakenly entered the wrong repair bay. The modifications are nothing short of miraculous. Tang Si was equally astonished, his mouth agape, capable of holding an egg. He suddenly realized that his previous mockery of Lu Lin for spending extravagantly was utterly misguided, too young, too naive. Boss Li's technology is not merely worth the cost, it is a veritable treasure trove. As Lu Lin regained her composure, she gazed at the invaluable weapons and equipment adorning Ishka, her heart racing with excitement, and her admiration for Li Fan flowed like an unending river. Boss Li, you are absolutely incredible. Lu Lin looked at Li Fan with gleaming eyes. How do you feel? Are you satisfied? Li Fan's lips curled upwards, revealing a smile that suggested everything was under control. Satisfied? More than satisfied. It and amp, Oppo's complete surprise. Lu Lin exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Boss Li, may I give it a try? Of course, it is yours after all. Li Fan nodded, gesturing for her to proceed. Without hesitation, Lu Lin dashed to the cockpit of Ishka and nimbly climbed inside. Neural link established. Activation. Buzz. The radiance surrounding Ishka surged dramatically, the thrusters behind it releasing a soft blue flame. The entire mech seemed to come alive, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Lu Lin moved her limbs within the cockpit, feeling the pulsating strength emanating from the mech. Her agility elevated to an entirely new level when she beheld the core power source transformed into a glimmering stellar crystal core. She couldn't and Oppo's suppress her astonishment. Wow, the stellar crystal core. Boss Li, you have truly gone all out. Lu Lin and Oppo's voice trembled with excitement. The stellar crystal core is a premium item. How much would it cost to acquire one? Boss Li, this is magnificent. This mech has undergone a complete metamorphosis. It's far superior to before. Lu Lin's exhilaration resonated from within the mech, palpable even through the thick armor. Don't just talk, go out and test it. Li Fan chuckled, stepping to the control panel and pressing a button. Click, click, click. The ceiling of the repair shop gradually opened, revealing the azure sky. Li Fan, Yun Feng, Lu Lin, and the ever-curious Tang Si all gazed at Ishka with eager anticipation, eager to witness the astonishing power this revamped mech could unleash in combat. Click, click, click. Ishka's 30-meter-tall steel form descended heavily onto the open ground, enveloped in a storm of ethereal blue metal. Boom. The ground trembled under the force. The few onlookers who had initially gathered had already discreetly departed upon the arrival of the Sea King squad, recognizing the potential danger they posed. Lu Lin's voice rang from within Ishka, brimming with uncontainable excitement and a hint of static noise. Wow. The visibility, the sensation, it's entirely different. Bossly, your craftsmanship is akin to turning decay into marvel, transmuting stone into gold. Tang Si, circling Ishka in awe, exclaimed with wonder, goodness, this spear, this shield, these patterns. You are armed to the teeth. Lin Jia, your mech could easily pass for the latest military model. Indeed, Lu Lin chuckled proudly within the cockpit. Her voice slightly airy. Ishka moved. With a swift motion, its right arm swung, the 25-meter-long alloy spear slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Martial combat technique, master of offense and defense. Activate. With a commanding shout from Lu Lin, the core within the mech erupted with dazzling brilliance. Ishka and Appo's movements quickened, becoming increasingly fluid. The speed of the spear's swings surpassed the limits of the naked eye, leaving only a series of afterimages weaving a dense metal storm in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the spear slicing through the air was relentless, akin to a torrential downpour, reverberating painfully in the ears. Is this for real? This speed is utterly absurd. Tang Si's eyes nearly bulged out as he muttered to himself, is this still Ishka? It feels like a completely different mech. What shocked him even more followed. Second form, Shield Guardian Counterattack. Deploy. Lu Lin activated the skill once more, the colossal shield on Ishka and Appo's left arm thrusting forward with vigor. Buzz. The energy shield expanded instantaneously, doubling the already substantial coverage, nearly enveloping the upper half of the mech entirely. Simultaneously, Ishka slightly crouched, adopting a poised defensive stance. The spear in its right arm remained extended, poised to strike with latent power. Wow, it can do that too. Tang Si was utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape in disbelief. He felt as though his entire worldview had been reshaped by Ishka time and again. Lu Lin was evidently pleased with the new form, her triumphant laughter echoing from within the mech. Haha, this is what it means to be both offensive and defensive, flawless. Behold my power, energy cannon, sky-splitting thunder. The energy cannon on Ishka and Appo's right shoulder abruptly ignited with blinding brilliance. Boom. A robust energy beam surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, shooting skyward. The beam detonated mid-air, creating a colossal orb of light, accompanied by a deafening roar. The shockwave manifested as a tangible force, stirring the surrounding air into a frenzied tumult, scattering dust across the ground. My new skill and form are impressive, aren't they? Lu Lin's voice brimmed with pride and triumph, nearly overflowing from the screen. Then, she made another discovery. Oh, it can do this too? Ishka's spear suddenly emitted a surge of energy, flames entwining around its shaft. The spear's length dramatically increased by several meters. What was once 25 meters now appeared to stretch beyond 30, resembling a colossal pillar reaching toward the heavens. Could it be? It can do that too. Tang Si was completely astounded, a tempest of envy and admiration surging within him. He felt that his previous blazing mech paled in comparison to Ishka, which now seemed like a mere fire stick. Yun Feng's expression turned solemn. He had initially perceived Lu Lin as merely a somewhat talented team member. However, after Li Fan's modifications, Ishka exhibited astonishing potential. The master of offense and defense, the shield guardian counterattack, along with the extendable energy spear. Lu Lin's prowess likely rivaled that of his own as captain. With this thought, Yun Feng could no longer suppress his yearning, casting a fervent gaze toward Li Fan, his tone a blend of anticipation and caution. Bossly, your modification techniques are truly extraordinary. Uncertain, might it be possible for our Sea King squad's mecha to undergo a similar enhancement? Tang Si suddenly realized. Hastening forward as if fearing Li Fan would not hear him, he exclaimed, Indeed, indeed. Bossly, look at my end amp, Appo's, blazing fire and amp, Appo's. While it is commendable, it pales in comparison to Sister Lin and Appo's, Ishka and Appo's. Money is not an issue. As long as you can transform my and Appo's, blazing fire and Appo's, into something akin, I am willing to pay any price. The two gazed eagerly at Li Fan, awaiting his response, as if they were anticipating a decree of fate. Li Fan met their hopeful eyes, glanced at the sky, and slowly shook his head. What does a shake of the head signify? Tang Si and Apos. S smile instantly froze, a chill running through his heart. Could it be that Boss Li is unwilling? Yun Feng's gaze dimmed as well. Indeed, such a level of enhancement is not something to be taken lightly. They had merely approached with a sense of trial, never expecting to be turned down. Li Fan, oblivious to their disappointment, merely checked the time on his Starlink and remarked, "It is getting late, esteemed officers. I believe Miss Qin Lan's injuries require further attention. After all, she has only been hastily bandaged, resembling a mummy. It would be prudent to return her to the Qin family as soon as possible. Should any mishap occur en route, the Qin family would hold me accountable, and my humble establishment cannot bear such repercussions." Upon hearing this, Yun Feng and Tang Si suddenly remembered that they still needed to escort the esteemed Qin Lan. Chapter 37. Li Feixiu in memory. Li Fan leisurely tidied up the tools on the table, muttering to himself, "Farewell, farewell. Overtime requires extra pay. In this day and age, it's truly challenging to be a worker." With a swift motion, he shut the door, shutting out the cacophony of the outside world, as if to also block the eager, hungry gazes of those awaiting upgrades for their mechas. With a decisive click, the repair shop door closed, mercilessly trapping the hopeful expressions of Yun Feng and Tang Si outside. The two looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants in an instant. Is it really closed? Tang Si scratched his head, bewildered. Li Boss's efficiency is astounding. He shut the door without a moment and Apos' hesitation. Yun Feng sighed, patting Tang Si and Apos' shoulder, speaking with sincere gravity. "All right, enough of that. What sort of person is Li Boss?" He ISN and amp. Apos, T someone you can simply sway with money. His skills are likely a treasured family legacy, not to be shared with outsiders. The two were about to discuss how to safely return the mummy-like Qin Lan to the Qin family, as she was undeniably a hot potato. If anything went awry along the way, the Sea King team would certainly be in over their heads. Vroom, 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 a deep, rumbling engine noise approached, shattering the tranquility outside the repair shop. Soon, a dozen sleek hovering airships filled the sky above the workshop. The airships reflected a metallic sheen, emblazoned with an ancient and mysterious family crest. What on earth? What's happening? Tang Si's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he gazed skyward. This commotion. Could it be enemies seeking revenge? Yun Feng and Apos' expression turned serious as he squinted, carefully discerning the insignias on the airships. A foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. One of the leading airships descended slowly, hovering midair, its door gradually opening. A middle-aged man in a sharply tailored black suit, exuding an impressive aura, stepped out with measured strides. His features were stern, and an unyielding authority radiated from him with every move he made. As he stepped off the airship, his gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, instantly locked onto the mummy-wrapped Qin Lan. "Lanner." The man's voice was deep and powerful, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, as he hurried to Qin Lan's side, his tone filled with concern and tenderness. "What happened? Who hurt you like this?" "Dad." Qin Lan looked at her father, who burst in like a whirlwind, her previously composed demeanor shattering into fragments, her tone suddenly petulant. Qin Tianhao glared fiercely, his imposing presence palpable. "Have you lost your mind, girl? You dare to run around in a desolate place like Karenstar? Don't you know it's been unsafe lately?" His words were harsh, yet his hands were gentle as he meticulously examined the bandages on Qin Lan, his brow furrowing deeply. "Ugh," Qin Tianhao inhaled sharply, his fingertips brushing against a bloody bandage, nearly causing him to jump in alarm. "What happened? Who did this? Tell me, and I will take people to tear down their lair right now." Qin Lan was amused by her father's reaction, bursting into laughter as she pointed to her head. "Dad, Don and Apos, T worry, it and Apos, it's not that serious. Look, I and Apos, am perfectly fine, just sustained a minor injury, nothing to fret over." "A minor injury?" Qin Tianhao's voice rose an octave, pointing at the bandages on Qin Lan, practically wanting to etch the words minor injury onto her forehead. "This is a minor injury? Are you trying to fool a ghost? It looks like you and Apos, V been torn to shreds. Come on, Dad. It and Apos, it's really not that bad." Qin Lan rolled her eyes in exasperation, her tone sweet as cotton candy. It was the Bloodwashers Alliance that caused this mess, but it and Apos, it's already been resolved. The Bloodwashers Alliance. Those mad dogs. Qin Tianhao's face darkened at the mention of their name, anger and concern intertwining. I knew those rascals would cause trouble. I received intel about their activities near Star and rushed over, only to be a step too late. His tone was laced with palpable dread and fury, evidently harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Bloodwashers Alliance. But Dad, you didn't and Amp. Oppose. T arrived too late. Qianlan interjected, her tone shifting slightly to one of barely concealed excitement. I owe my safety to Boss Li Fan. Otherwise, I might have truly been dismantled into pieces. Li Fan? Qin Tianhao and Oppose. S brows furrowed in concentration, the name striking a familiar chord, though he couldn't and Oppose. T quite recall where he had heard it. Which Li Fan? Is there such a person on Star? He and Oppose. S the owner of this repair shop. Qianlan gestured towards the modest dream mechanic repair shop nearby, her voice brimming with barely contained enthusiasm. Dad, Don and Oppose. T be deceived by the shop and Oppose. S unassuming appearance. The owner is as low profile as a passerby, but his capabilities are truly unfathomable. Those Bloodwashers were utterly outmatched before him, defeated in a single move. Can you believe it? Defeated in a single move? Qin Tianhao and Oppose. S body tensed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He was well aware of the prowess of the Bloodwashers Alliance. They were no ordinary adversaries. To be capable of vanquishing the Bloodwashers in a single blow, what sort of extraordinary individual could that be? He scrutinized the shabby repair shop once more, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. When did Star harbor such a formidable figure? Lana, tell me more about this Li Fan. What is his true background? Qin Tianhao's tone turned grave, as he felt that the name Li Fan was like a key, hinting at unlocking a door within the depths of his memory. Seeing her father's serious demeanor, Qianlan ceased her playful banter and vividly recounted the ambush she had faced on Star, depicting how Li Fan swooped in like a superhero, annihilating the threat and saving the day. Dad, you should have seen it. The scene was absolutely thrilling. That mecha piloted by Vera was like cardboard in his hands, easily dismantled and reassembled in an instant. I swear, in all my life, I've never seen a mechanic as astonishing as him. As Qianlan spoke with increasing fervor, her gestures animated, she wished to convey every detail of that moment to Qin Tianhao. Listening to her description, Qin Tianhao and Amp. Oppose. S brow furrowed even deeper. Especially upon hearing of Li Fan's remarkable mechanical skills, his astonishment was beyond measure. After all, the Qin family was a titan in the realm of mechas in the interstellar world, having encountered many top-notch mechanics. Yet, for his daughter, who often held herself in high regard, to so fervently praise someone was unprecedented. A storm of emotions surged within Qin Tianhao. Exceptional mechanical skills? Li Fan. Li Facio. Could it truly be him? The floodgates of long-sealed memories burst open in that moment, and a tide of recollections rushed forth. The youthful and impetuous version of himself, the spirited Li Facio, and the modest yet dream-filled repair shop. Qin Tianhao's gaze turned complex as he once again regarded the seemingly ordinary repair shop, a tumult of conflict brewing within him. Should he go in and take a look? Should he confirm this? Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. No, now is not the time. His daughter's safety was paramount. Lana, let us depart. Qin Tianhao took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and spoke in a calm tone. Dad, are we leaving just like this? Aren't we going to thank Boss Li Fan? Qianlan cast a reluctant glance at the repair shop, wishing to converse further with Li Fan. Expressing her gratitude could wait, once her injuries healed. Her father would personally bring her to thank the owner, Mr. Li. Qin Tianhao spoke gently, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. Although Qianlan felt a pang of reluctance, she understood her father's temperament and could only nod obediently. All right then. Turning away, Qin Tianhao addressed Yunfeng and the others with courtesy. I am profoundly grateful for your escort of Lon and Amp. Oppose. Qin is indebted to you. Yunfeng promptly waved his hand. Mr. Qin, you are too kind. It is our duty. Qin Tianhao nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Yunfeng's shoulder, imparting meaningfully, you are all young, with boundless potential. Should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit me on Star, and I shall extend my warmest hospitality. With that, Qin Tianhao instructed his subordinates to assist Qianlan onto the aircraft, following suit. Mr. Li, I truly appreciate your help this time. Before departing, Qianlan made sure to wave goodbye to Li Fan, her tone sincere. Li Fan inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. The aircraft ascended slowly, carrying Qin Tianhao and Qianlan away from Star. Yunfeng, Lu Lin, and Tang Xi remained rooted in place, watching as the aircraft vanished into the horizon. Their curiosity and respect for Li Fan's mechanical skills deepening further. Chapter 38. Is being a beat cop really that easy? Cloud, what do you think? What's the background of this Mr. Qin? Lu Lin couldn't help but inquire. Qin Tianhao's aura was simply too imposing, filled with a palpable sense of oppression. Yun Feng shook his head, offering a wry smile. I have no idea, but judging by appearances, he must be someone of considerable importance. Tang Xi remained silent for a moment before suddenly remarking, I seem to recall hearing the name Qin family of Giles Star somewhere. The Qin family of Giles Star? Yun Feng and Lu Lin exclaimed in unison, their complexions undergoing a dramatic shift. If it were indeed that Qin family, then they were truly dealing with interstellar titans. The three exchanged glances, their hearts all the more shaken. To think that they would encounter someone from the Qin family on such a small world as Star, and even witness the unfathomable prowess of the enigmatic proprietor, Li Fan. With Qin Tianhao's departure, the trio found themselves in a position where they might as well be called the enhancement-seeking three. They had practically taken up residence outside Li Fan and Appo's repair shop. Loath to leave, who could have imagined that the Federation and Appo's strongest Neptune squad would be reduced to loitering outside a mechanic and Appo's shop? No one would believe it. TSK. Tang Xi began acerbically. Just think about our Neptune squad. When have we ever been this humiliated? It used to be that people would beg us for assistance, but now, we're practically begging the boss to enhance our matches. The world has truly changed. Lu Lin rolled her eyes, retorting, stop being so cynical. I dare you to forego the enhancement. She continued, Vera's dilapidated mech was dissected into components by Bosley in mere seconds. Are you oblivious to that? Tang Xi immediately backed down, touching his nose sheepishly and muttering, I was just lamenting. Besides, who doesn't want to become stronger? As the three were lost in their own thoughts, a droning sound filled the air, growing louder as it approached. Beep, 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 the enforcer's hovercraft had arrived. These guys certainly had a nose for trouble. If they hadn't and Appo's shown up after the second form of the Ishkamek had caused such a commotion, then the sun would surely be rising in the west. The door slid open, and Zhang Si-hai, the middle-aged and portly captain of the enforcers, stepped out of the vehicle with a grave expression. He was taken aback when he saw Yun Feng and the others, and then his brow furrowed in displeasure. What are you doing here? Nothing to report, he continued. With such a major incident, why weren't we notified immediately? Yun Feng and Appo's lips twitched involuntarily as he forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Captain Zhang, we were just about to notify you when you arrived like a divine intervention. He cursed inwardly, notify, my foot. If we had notified them, would the Neptune squad have been able to monopolize this opportunity? Zhang Si-hai cast them a dubious glance, sensing that something was amiss with their expressions, and that they were surely up to something. What was that energy fluctuation earlier? Don and Amp. Appo's. Tell me you Don and Amp. Appo's. No. Oh, that? Huang Lin exclaimed, his eyes darting around. That was my new skill, and Amp. Appo's. Thunderous Palm and Amp. Appo's. I just recently mastered it. I was merely itching to try out its power. Sorry, it was a bit too loud. Since things had already progressed to this point, denying it would be futile, so he might as well be candid in his admission. Tang Xi, the Neptune squad and Appo's chief negotiator and a man of considerable charm and tact, immediately flashed a smile that was so sweet it was cloying. By the way, Captain Zhang, when did such a high-tech repair shop open on Star? I and Appo's never heard of it before. Her words carried a hint of probing, as well as a subtle undercurrent of resentment. The Neptune squad was harboring a great deal of pin-up frustration. After all, they were all members of the Federation, albeit from different departments and cities, but this interstellar repair shop was undoubtedly a treasure to the entire Federation. No, the entire Starry Sky Alliance. How could Star keep such an incredible place hidden and not make it public? That was simply not right. What? Are you referring to the one behind you? Only then did Zhang Si-hai notice the repair shop behind Yun Feng and the others. He had been so preoccupied with questioning the Neptune squad that he hadn't paid it any attention. As soon as he caught sight of it, he was petrified, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets and his mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg. Holy crap! What is this thing? When did Star get such a luxurious repair shop? Zhang Si-hai was an enforcer captain who had seen his fair share of the world, but the sight of this building, gleaming with metallic luster and exuding a futuristic technological aura, shattered his worldview. Was this really a repair shop? Or was it some interstellar magnate and Appo's secret base? Seeing Zhang Si-hai's reaction, which seemed genuine, The Neptune squad's simmering anger subsided slightly. However, their disdain for Captain Zhang continued to grow. This Zhang Sihai was truly incompetent. He was completely oblivious to the existence of such a gold mine in his jurisdiction. He was practically blind. What was even more outrageous was that he had allowed the dregs of a cult to attack the place. If not for the intervention of the Greatly Fan, Karen Starr would have lost all face. It was a serious dereliction of duty, absolutely a serious dereliction of duty. Zhang Sihai now felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Although he was unaware of the extent of Li Fan's prodigious repair skills, the specifications of the repair shop alone indicated that it was no ordinary establishment. How could such a large shop be operating within his jurisdiction without anyone reporting it? What were these good-for-nothings doing? Li, this is the area under your responsibility, correct? Explain to me what in Appos is going on, Zhang Sihai demanded, his face darkening as he barked at a young man in the ranks. The young man, upon hearing his name called, recoiled, feeling as though the end of the world had arrived. He stepped forward tremulously, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. That, Captain Zhang, this place was indeed a dilapidated old repair shop just a few days ago. I really didn't expect that it would become like this in just a few days. The young man was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. Who could have imagined that this rundown shop would undergo such a dramatic transformation overnight? Useless. How do I usually instruct you? Be hands-on and pragmatic in all matters. Always verify the facts before reporting. Are you operating solely on intuition? Huh. Zhang Sihai erupted, his roar deafening. The enforcers prided themselves on being pragmatic. And anyone who dared to fabricate information in Zhang Sihai and Appos' territory would face dire consequences. The young man had inadvertently walked into the line of fire and was now suffering the consequences. The young man was so frightened that he nearly fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly as he apologized. I'm sorry, Captain. It was indeed my dereliction of duty. I am willing to accept the punishment. 2 months' salary deducted. Do you have any objections? Zhang Sihai declared, handing down the punishment. The young man felt a pang of anguish in his heart. 2 months and Appos' salary. That was a significant portion of his hard-earned money. However, he knew that he had indeed made a serious mistake, especially since he had embarrassed the Federation enforcers in front of the esteemed Neptune squad. The punishment was, in fact, lenient. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances, replying with a bitter expression, no objections. In his heart, however, he was screaming, my life is so difficult. From now on, I must personally inspect and verify everything. I will never trust my eyes again. All right. The attackers have been brought to justice, so let's put this matter behind us. The surrounding area has sustained considerable damage. Your enforcers will be responsible for repairing it. Yunfeng interjected, seeing that Zhang Sihai had gone on long enough with his reprimand, and hoping to defuse the situation for the young man and Appos' sake. That is our duty, Zhang Sihai replied, knowing when to stop. He surveyed the ravaged ground and felt a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, this location is not the federal city center. Otherwise, the losses would be incalculable. Although the ground is in disarray, the silver lining is that there were no casualties. As for repairs, in this age of interstellar travel, it is a trivial matter that can be resolved in no time. Zhang Sihai promptly directed his subordinates to commence the restoration work. By the way, Yunfeng's eyes twinkled as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could you kindly reinforce the area within a 1-kilometer radius around this repair shop with high-strength materials? Zhang Sihai was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Yunfeng and Appos' reasoning. Why is this necessary? His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he fixed an intense gaze on Yunfeng, wishing to bore a hole through his face with his stare. Captain Yun, what on earth are you planning? A 1-kilometer radius? High-strength materials? Are you intending to construct a mech combat arena here? To showcase the mechs immediately after repairs? This defies logic. We are not in a military-restricted zone. Is such a grand scheme truly required? He felt an immense frustration. Yunfeng, who usually appeared quite reliable, seemed to be concocting some absurdity today. This request was utterly more outrageous than his own troublesome son. Chapter 39. Her Majesty Queen Kira. Yunfeng suppressed a chuckle within, maintaining an expression of calm indifference as if discussing the most mundane matter. Zhang team, remain composed. This situation, I must say, is somewhat your doing. Who instructed you to be so negligent in your duties, allowing those scoundrels from the cult to exploit the loopholes? This esteemed Li Fan is a victim. Shun and Appos, do you show some consideration? As for the specifics of the compensation, consult with the store manager. I merely offer a modest suggestion. Zhang Sihai nearly choked on his own breath upon hearing this. Yunfeng had truly honed his ability to shift the blame. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that not all fault could be laid at Yunfeng and Appo's feet. The audacity of the Bloodbath Alliance to stir trouble on his territory was unacceptable. If word got out, where would Zhang Sihai's dignity reside? Compensation was imperative, and it must be substantial. First, he would ensure that the area outside was properly established for Li Fan, as a gesture of sincerity, making subsequent negotiations for compensation easier. Agreed. This matter is settled. Zhang Sihai clenched his teeth, steeling his resolve. It was merely a matter of laying materials over 100-meter stretch. He could certainly afford it. Consider it a lesson learned through expenditure. Without hesitation, the efficiency of the federal enforcement team was unparalleled. Various engineering mechas were deployed, creating a scene reminiscent of a sci-fi blockbuster. Within merely 2 or 3 hours, the exterior of the mechanic shop transformed completely. The previously uneven ground was replaced with uniform, high-strength materials. With this enhancement, testing mechas here would be a breeze. No longer would they need to worry about leaving massive craters. Yunfeng surveyed the newly revamped battlefield, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After Zhang Sihai completed his tasks, he noticed the 3 members of the Aquaman team still lingering, resembling 3 stationary poles. Perplexed, he inquired, "Gentlemen, what brings you here? Aren't you usually quite busy? Why so leisurely today?" The Aquaman team was a prized asset of the Federation, typically bustling with activity. It was indeed strange to see them idling while observing the ongoing construction. Tang Si smiled brightly. "Oh, there and Appo's. It's no cause for concern. We're merely here to ensure that the Bloodbath Alliance doesn't cause any further disturbances. We intend to keep watch through the night to guarantee Li Fan's safety." Zhang Sihai and Appo's heart sank. These 3 were undoubtedly up to no good. Keeping watch for a night? Nonsense. They were likely eyeing some treasure belonging to Li Fan, hoping to stake out the place. Surely that and Appo's unnecessary? We will deploy personnel for security. You all work so hard. Take this opportunity to rest. This is our responsibility as the Federation. We cannot impose on you further. Zhang Sihai hurriedly asserted, eager to dismiss these unwelcome guests. Lulin immediately chimed in. Oh, Captain Zhang, you speak as if we are outsiders. We are all part of the Federal Enforcement Department, stationed in the Seaway Star system. It is only right that we assist one another. We are not fatigued at all. You think we will leave? Not a chance. We are staying right here. Seeing that these 3 were resolute in their decision to remain, Zhang Sihai had no choice but to grit his teeth. Very well, I shall not persuade you further. However, with your dedication, we cannot fall behind. I shall also remain here for the night. He was determined to uncover the true motives of these 3. The other enforcement team members turned pale at this news. What was happening? They had anticipated a swift return home to their loved ones after finishing their tasks, only to find themselves on duty once more. Their captain was decidedly unreliable. Yunfeng, however, was indifferent. He had resolved to stay. The interstellar mechanic shop was on Federation territory. They were colleagues, and if they wished to wait, let them wait. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded outside Li Fan's mechanic shop. For elite mecha engineers and several federal enforcement team members stood vigil at the entrance, awaiting the dawn's light. Crack! A sharp sound reverberated through the secret fortress, reminiscent of an underground palace, within the Chi 45 star system. That sound was more disquieting than a magnitude 10 earthquake. Kiramodius, the leader of the Bloodbath Alliance, resembled an active volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. The energy radiating from her was akin to a wild stallion, rampaging uncontrollably. With a mere wave of her hand, the metallic chair beside her crumbled like a poorly constructed edifice, shattering into a spiderweb of cracks before collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. Even through her black cloak, the fury within her was palpable, as if she intended to incinerate the entire universe. Fools. A bunch of useless imbeciles. Buffoons. Kira's voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper had scraped across it, each word forced through gritted teeth. I have repeatedly instructed them to behave, yet they dared to defy me. Not only did they create chaos, but they were also bested by a mere mechanic. When did the Bloodbath Alliance become a recycling center for such worthless trash? Now, we have attracted the attention of the Federal Enforcement Team, and as if that weren't and Appo's enough, we have stirred the Aquaman team as well. Do they wish for us to meet our demise at an accelerated pace, summoning the interstellar fleet? Kira's chest heaved violently, her body trembling with rage beneath her cloak. Beside her stood Baroque, who dared not breathe, his every inhalation cautious. fearful that any slight movement might render him a target for Kira and Appo's wrath. At that moment, a striking woman with fiery red hair, clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her alluring curves, broke the suffocating silence. She shook her head lightly. "Boss, it seems that Vela may be in a predicament. Perhaps she is already entangled in extraordinary circumstances." "Oh?" Kira and Appo's tone betrayed no emotion. Yet her gaze was as sharp as daggers, piercing through the red-haired woman, Li Mengxi, as if she sought to unveil her very essence. "Boss, I am willing to replace Vela and continue the surveillance mission at the interstellar mechanic shop, ensuring the task's completion and meeting your expectations." Li Mengxi stood tall, her eyes filled with resolve and determination, as if prepared for battle. No sooner had she spoken than an invisible force erupted like a tornado. Li Mengxi felt herself lifted, her body propelled uncontrollably toward Kira, where she collapsed to her knees, unable to lift her gaze. Her complexion drained of color, turning ghostly pale. She gazed at Kira with terror, her vertically slit pupils reflecting nothing but coldness, an abyss that seemed capable of consuming one's very soul. "You are not faring any better." Kira's voice was frigid, capable of encasing one in ice. "At this juncture, you still contemplate visiting that mechanic shop? Do you desire to escalate matters further, revealing our hand completely?" With a swift motion, Kira seized Li Mengxi by the throat. The pressure threatened to suffocate her, her once beautiful face shifting from pale to purple, resembling a palette of colors. She struggled desperately, managing to utter a single word. "I." Bang! Kira abruptly released her grip, and Li Mengxi crumpled to the ground like a heap of debris. Cough, cough. Li Mengxi was violently coughing, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Hastily kneeling on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Leader, it is Li Mengxi's oversight, yet my loyalty to you remains unwavering. Please, punish me." "Humph." Kayla let out a disdainful snort, her voice laced with contempt, as if emanating from her very nostrils. "Put aside matters concerning Li Fan and his mechanical workshop for now. You are to immediately proceed to Wenxing University and approach that spoiled heir, Qinyu. Should you falter again, you are well aware of the consequences." "Understood." Li Mengxi dared not hesitate, promptly responding and darting away from the underground fortress like a frightened rabbit. Upon exiting, she instinctively touched the remnants of the marks on her neck, a glimmer of ruthless determination flashing in her eyes. After her departure, Kayla turned her gaze towards the silently observing Baroque, her expression as cold as death. "Send someone to follow her, even if she has joined the Bloodbath Alliance. I do not trust her." "Yes." Baroque complied with alacrity, his speed surpassing that of a rocket launch. In the now empty reception hall, Kayla remained alone. She gazed down at her hands, deep loathing reflected in her icy eyes. With a forceful shake, she attempted to rid herself of some repugnant essence, murmuring to herself, "Filthy. Utterly filthy." Chapter 40. Entering the vein inscription trial exhausted, Li Fan collapsed onto his cot, utterly drained. His body felt dismembered, each cell screaming in fatigue. He closed his eyes, seeking refuge in the darkness that enveloped him, threatening to pull him into slumber. Just as he teetered on the edge of sleep, a system notification chimed. Star Dream Space initiated. The familiar sensation of vertigo washed over him as he re-entered the Star Dream Space. This time, the system refrained from immediately assigning him a task, and the unusual quietude left Li Fan somewhat disconcerted. "System, why the uncharacteristic silence today? Has your conscience finally stirred?" Li Fan quipped. The system remained unresponsive. Content with the respite, Li Fan began to meander through the hall. He approached the colossal, translucent holographic screen and began perusing the trial missions. This vein inscription trial, advancement mission seems promising, perfectly suited to my current needs. Li Fan's gaze fixated on a particular task, his eyes gleaming with interest. Mission synopsis: explore and perfect a novel vein inscription combination, successfully integrating it into a mech core to awaken a new martial technique. "This mission is practically tailor-made for me," Li Fan exclaimed, promptly selecting the task. In a flash of light, Li Fan vanished, transported to an entirely new trial space. Within this space lay an assortment of mech cores, alongside unfamiliar instruments and materials. "Well, this will keep me occupied," Li Fan muttered, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He approached a workbench, picked up an unactivated mech core, and began scrutinizing it with meticulous care. The essence of vein inscriptions lies in channeling specific energy circuits to unlock the mech core and Appo's latent potential. Li Fan mused aloud, sketching various vein inscription patterns on paper. Time ebbed away as Li Fan experimented with dozens of different vein inscription combinations, each attempt ending in failure. The mech core remained unresponsive, an obstinate stone. Have I perhaps misconstrued something? Li Fan wondered, running a hand through his hair in frustration, feeling trapped in a cul-de-sac. No. I mustn't amp, oppose, T-yield. I am destined to become a mech master. Li Fan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He began reviewing all the vein inscription knowledge he had acquired, seeking inspiration. Wait, there's something crucial I seem to have overlooked. A spark of insight ignited within Li Fan as he recalled a peculiar energy flow he had inadvertently discovered while repairing the Flame Dragon mech. This energy flow deviated from conventional vein inscription theory, yet it effectively stimulated the mech and oppose as potential. The more Li Fan pondered, the more invigorated he became. Sensing a breakthrough within reach, he immediately seized an engraving tool and began etching a novel vein inscription combination onto the mech core. This combination drew inspiration from traditional vein inscription theory, infused with his own unique understanding and innovation. As the final stroke was completed, the mech core suddenly erupted in a radiant glow. Success! Li Fan shouted ecstatically, nearly leaping for joy. He gazed at the mech core in his hand. Sensing the potent energy it contained, his heart swelling with accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the amp, oppose, vein inscription trial, advancement, and amp, oppose, mission. Mission reward. 500-star energy, 500-star energy. This mission is lucrative. Li Fan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he examined his star energy balance. Li Fan's avarice resurfaced, and he rubbed his hands together. Feeling that exiting the star dream space at this juncture would be premature. With ample time remaining, he resolved to undertake another mission and amass more star energy. Returning to the Star Dream Space Hall with practiced ease, the colossal screen continued to display a myriad of trial missions. Li Fan's gaze swept across the options, abruptly halting at the words Mech Combat Trial. Mech Combat. Ouch, the last time I was pummeled by that AI mech. It was a truly ignominious experience. Li Fan's lips twitched as the memory of his devastating defeat in the previous combat trial resurfaced, a source of profound humiliation. As a man aspiring to become a mech master, he could not tolerate such an affront. Humph, a man must be regarded with fresh eyes after 3 days of separation. I now possess mech talent. Why should I fear a mere AI? I was simply careless last time, failing to evade effectively. Recalling the previous humiliation, Li Fan felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. This time, he would thoroughly trounce the AI with apocalypse and redeem himself. With this thought in mind, Li Fan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was eager to see if the combination of his newfound mech talent and the exclusive Apocalypse nanomech could impede his progress in this mech combat trial. Mech combat trial. Engage, Li Fan declared, promptly selecting the trial. Once more, a flash of light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the hall. A new trial space awaited his conquest. Just wait and see. This time, I will reclaim my honor. I will demonstrate to that AI what it means to be underestimated. Mech combat trial, initiated. Buzz. The familiar white light enveloped Li Fan once more, and the dread instilled by Black Wolf lingered in his memory. But this time, as the light dissipated, Li Fan found himself once again within the grand, circular arena. The metallic walls remained cold and unyielding, and the dome overhead retained its dazzling splendor. However, Li Fan and amp, oppose, mood was markedly different this time. Where once there was trepidation, now there was anticipation. Clang. On one side of the arena, a metal gate ascended, and a sleek, silver mech glided into the arena. Opponent mech combat strength assessment. Swift Shadow, Star Radiance Level 1, Speed Type mech. Oh, a new mech? Last time, it was Hunter, but this time, it's the dazzling Swift Shadow? System, you certainly know how to entertain. Li Fan whistled, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Apocalypse, time to work. With a thought, the nano wristwatch on Li Fan's wrist flashed, and countless minuscule silver particles surged forth, coalescing in the center of the arena like a transforming robot. In the blink of an eye, they had formed a futuristic, silver mech. Apocalypse, scan the enemy mech and analyze its weaknesses. Li Fan commanded from within the cockpit, a faint smile playing on his lips. Scanning complete. Swift Shadow mech. Strengths include high speed. Weaknesses include weak defense and paper-thin armor. Understood. Li Fan snapped his fingers. Apocalypse, send it home. Buzz. The Swift Shadow mech initiated its attack, darting toward Apocalypse like a phantom, its speed creating a series of afterimages on the ground. Speed. Before and Oppos, Apocalypse and Oppos, it and Oppos, S all for naught. Li Fan scoffed. With a mental command, Apocalypse and Oppos, S thrusters ignited, propelling the silver mech forward like an arrow released from a bow. Surpassing Swift Shadow in both speed and power. Bang! Apocalypse executed a sidestep, evading Swift Shadow and Amp, Oppos, S attack while simultaneously extending its right hand with lightning speed. Seizing Swift Shadow's mechanical arm. Heh, apologies, but even the greatest speed is futile if you can't land a hit. Li Fan grinned widely as the armored exosuit of Apocalypse surged with power, effortlessly lifting the Swift Shadow like a massive sandbag and forcefully slamming it down onto the ground. A resounding thud echoed, causing the very earth to tremble. The Swift Shadow exosuit was left in disarray, its armor severely dented. Is that all? Li Fan smirked. Finding it surprisingly fragile, I expected to engage for a bit longer. Crack. The Swift Shadow exosuit struggled to rise, but the Apocalypse did not afford it the slightest chance. It lunged forward, raising its right foot and delivering a ferocious stomp upon the core of the Swift Shadow's mechanism. Bang! Another muffled thud resounded. And the Swift Shadow exosuit was utterly incapacitated, collapsing like a broken toy, emitting sparks in its demise. Congratulations, host, on defeating the Swift Shadow exosuit. Current trial progress. 110? Is it over already? So soon? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing that the difficulty of this trial seemed rather low. System. For the next round, increase the intensity. Spare me the frivolities. Let us get straight to the challenge. Li Fan called out to the system, his tone tinged with impatience. System. This host has exceptionally high demands. Chapter 41. I told you I would return. With a resounding clang, the second metallic gate ascended, revealing a crimson mech, ablaze with ferocity. Enemy mech combat assessment. And Oppos, Flame and Oppos, Stellar Level 2 aggressive type mech. Oh, a fiery hue? Quite festive, ISN and Oppos. T-it? Li Fan quipped. Yet his gaze remained unperturbed. The ensuing battle mirrored the previous one almost precisely, despite the Flame Mecha's formidable offensive capabilities. Its speed and agility paled in comparison to the Oppos, Apocalypse, and Oppos. Li Fan maneuvered the Oppos, Apocalypse and Oppos with seamless grace, dismantling the Oppos, Flame and Oppos, mech into scrap within mere minutes. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Oppos, Flame and Oppos, mech. Current trial progress. 210. Mech Apocalypse level upgraded to Stellar Level 2 as the third and fourth rounds commenced. With another clang, the fourth metal gate rose. And a flicker of change crossed Li Fan's expression, his demeanor turning serious. For the mech that emerged was one he knew all too well. Sleek and blackened, its powerful contours unmistakably belonged to the Black Wolf. Enemy mech combat assessment. Black Wolf, Stellar Level 5 combat type mech. Old rival. Oh? An old adversary returns. How intriguing. The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled upward, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. The humiliation of their last encounter lingered in his memory. This time, the tables would turn. Apocalypse, prepare for combat. This time, we shall engage earnestly. Li Fan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening like that of a drawn blade. With a deep rumble, the Oppos, Black Wolf and Oppos, mech roared to life, exuding a potent aura of battle readiness. An old rival, reunited. The outcome of this clash remained uncertain. Oh, the Oppos, Black Wolf and Oppos. What a serendipitous encounter. Li Fan grinned, recalling the last time he had been left battered and bruised by this foe. Today, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Apocalypse. Advance. Let us initiate a swarm assault to serve as an appetizer for our old friend. In an instant, the Apocalypse mech disassembled, unleashing a multitude of miniature nanomechs that surged forth like a black tide towards the Black Wolf. This dense swarm obscured the sky, eliciting a shiver of apprehension. Facing this locust-like onslaught, the Black Wolf did not retreat but surged forward, its legs propelling it like an arrow from a bow, shattering the ground beneath it. Quite swift. It seems you have improved since our last encounter. Li Fan's expression hardened as he commanded the swarm to converge. Aiming to envelop the Black Wolf darted through the swarm with ghostly agility, evading each onslaught with precision, leaving the nanomechs to flail in vain. Remarkable agility, I must admit. I am surprised. You have certainly honed your skills. Recognizing the challenge, Li Fan and Oppos' lips curled into a confident smirk. Then allow me to escalate our duel. With a resonant hum, the scattered nanomechs began to coalesce, as if drawn by an unseen force, rapidly conjuring countless identical replicas of the Apocalypse mech around the Black Wolf. reality and illusion intertwined, creating a dizzying spectacle that obscured the true form of the apocalypse. The Black Wolf momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by the bewildering display. Surprised, old friend? Li Fan taunted, directing one of the apocalypse doppelgangers to charge at the Black Wolf. With a resounding clash, the Black Wolf swiftly raised its arm to block, but the apocalypse merely feigned an attack. Pivoting to deliver a forceful kick to the side of the Black Wolf, the impact sent the Black Wolf sprawling, its armor dented from the blow. Splendid! Li Fan snapped his fingers, reveling in the effectiveness of his tactic. With a furious roar, the downed Black Wolf unleashed a surge of wrath, akin to a wounded beast, its fury radiating outward. Ah, so you've entered a frenzied state? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. In an explosive burst, the Black Wolf launched itself from the ground. Its speed doubled, akin to lightning as it barreled toward one of the apocalypse doppelgangers, delivering a devastating punch. The force was so tremendous that it seemed to shatter the very air, sending shockwaves through the surrounding apocalypse replicas. Remarkable speed. Li Fan gasped, astonished by the Black Wolf's newfound ferocity. The Black Wolf unleashed a torrent of relentless attacks upon the apocalypse doppelgangers, each strike imbued with tremendous power, as if conjured from a tempest. A cacophony of explosions ensued as several doppelgangers were obliterated, scattering nanometal across the battlefield. Li Fan and Apos' expression shifted subtly. The Black Wolf's rampage had escalated its power to an alarming degree. The swarm assault struggled to keep pace with its ferocity. I cannot afford a head-on confrontation. With a swift shift in strategy, Li Fan directed the remaining apocalypse doppelgangers to evade the Black Wolf's frontal assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. The doppelgangers darted through the chaos, evading perilous strikes with deft agility, yet always managing to escape fatal blows. As the Black Wolf roared in frustration, its attacks intensified, yet it failed to land a decisive hit. Meanwhile, Li Fan's doppelgangers capitalized on fleeting openings to strike back. With a resounding crash, another doppelganger was destroyed, yet at that moment, a flash of golden light appeared as the real apocalypse mech materialized behind the Black Wolf, seizing it by the nape. Gotcha. Li Fan grinned, activating energy absorption. A sinister black glow enveloped the arm of the end amp. Apos, Apocalypse, and amp. Apos, resembling a black hole as it voraciously began to devour the energy of the end amp. Apos, Black Wolf, and amp. Apos, sparks erupted from the end amp. Apos, Black Wolf and amp. Apos, S and amp. Apos, armor as its energy surged uncontrollably toward the end amp. Apos, Apocalypse, and amp. Apos. The Black Wolf mecha emitted a tortured howl, thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape the constraints of the apocalypse, yet it proved utterly futile. The rate of energy depletion accelerated, and the mecha's power began to plummet rapidly. Haha, the stellar absorption technique. Quite pleasurable, isn't it? Li Fan taunted with a sense of triumph. This energy siphoning was nothing short of a cunning skill, specifically designed to counter energy-based mechas. Moments later, the struggles of the Black Wolf mecha waned, ultimately succumbing to complete power loss, collapsing onto the ground like a deflated balloon, emitting wisps of dark smoke. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing the Black Wolf mecha. Current trial progress. 510, Mecha Apocalypse upgraded to Stellar Level 4, Phew. That was a close call. The Black Wolf indeed possesses formidable power when enraged. Li Fan exhaled deeply, reflecting on the preceding battle, which had been rather perilous, nearly leading to his downfall. With a creaking sound, as the ninth metallic gate slowly ascended, an overwhelming sense of oppressive pressure surged forth, enveloping him. Chapter 42, The Final Boss, Sword Bone Dragon before Li Fan. A beast-shaped mech entirely composed of ominous, white bones materialized. The mech bore an uncanny resemblance to a colossal dinosaur, enveloped in a strange purple mist. With a row of blade-like bone spines protruding from its back, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. Enemy mech combat strength assessment. Sword Bone Dragon. Rift level 1 beast-shaped mech. Li Fan's eyelids twitched. The previous mechs were all Starshine level, and now it had abruptly escalated to Rift level? The system was certainly up to something. Sword Bone Dragon. The name possessed a certain grandeur, yet its appearance was rather skeletal. Li Fan grimaced. The design exceeded his aesthetic inclinations. Roar. The Sword Bone Dragon unleashed a deafening roar, akin to a primordial beast awakening, the terrifying sound wave causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Goodness, such a powerful voice. Li Fan dug at his ears. The roar from the Sword Bone Dragon nearly ruptured his eardrums. He commanded, Heaven's Awakening, prepare for battle. This time, we've encountered a formidable opponent. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan cast aside his previous nonchalance. The oppressive presence of the sword-bone dragon was entirely incomparable to the mechs he had faced before. In an instant, the Heavens Awakening mech entered combat mode, the nanometal surged, and a faint golden sheen enveloped its surface, as if donning a layer of battle armor. The sword-bone dragon struck first, its massive tail whipping toward Heaven's Awakening like a steel whip. Boom! The air exploded with a piercing sonic boom, the sheer force seeming to tear apart the very fabric of space. Wow, that tail is incredibly violent. Li Fan was taken aback and hurriedly maneuvered Heaven's Awakening to dodge, narrowly evading the blow. Boom! The tail struck the ground with tremendous force, instantly fracturing the surface. Resembling a spider's web as cracks spread, sending debris flying and dust swirling. That was close. Li Fan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The power of the sword-bone dragon was truly terrifying. One swipe of its tail nearly obliterated him. Swarm assault. Li Fan, refusing to be complacent, immediately initiated the swarm assault, sending countless nanomechs surging toward the sword-bone dragon like a dark tide. Roar. The sword-bone dragon disdainfully roared, its back spines whirring into rapid motion, transforming into a colossal meat grinder. Buzzing. The spines spun at high velocity, emitting a shrill whirring sound, forming a purple tempest that instantly shredded any nearby nanomechs. What? It has this move? Blade Storm? Li Fan's eyelids flickered. The sword-bone dragon could also unleash area of effect skills? Quite impressive. Unity of all things. Li Fan invoked Unity of all things once more, summoning countless clones of Heaven's Awakening from all directions to besiege the sword-bone dragon. Roar. Unmoved, the sword-bone dragon accelerated the rotation of its spines, the purple storm growing more ferocious, resembling a massive purple top that annihilated everything in its vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. The clones of Heaven's Awakening, akin to moths drawn to a flame, charged in but were instantly shredded, unable to approach the sword-bone dragon's core. Wow, that defense is rather grotesque. Li Fan's mouth twitched. The sword-bone dragon's defensive capabilities were excessively high. The swarm assault and Unity of all things had no effect whatsoever. Energy absorption. Undeterred, Li Fan activated energy absorption again, attempting to siphon the sword-bone dragon and Apos' power. However, buzz. The glow of energy absorption fell upon the sword-bone dragon. Yet it vanished without a trace, offering no response whatsoever. Useless? Li Fan was momentarily stunned. Energy absorption had failed? This was a first for him. Roar. Seizing the opportunity, the sword-bone dragon violently lashed its tail, striking one of the clones of Heaven's Awakening. Boom! The clone was obliterated, disintegrating into a shower of nanometal. Oh no, this is getting out of hand. Li Fan's expression grew serious. The sword-bone dragon's power far exceeded his expectations. The skills he had previously relied upon were ineffective, posing a significant challenge. This won't do. I must devise a plan. Li Fan furrowed his brow, his mind racing for a strategy. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the mech wreckage scattered across the ground, particularly the remnants of the Flame Mech and Swift Shadow Mech, which were littered with metal fragments and weapon components. Eureka! A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Li Fan's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Unity of all things. Buzz. The scattered remnants of the Hunter's Swift Shadow and other mechs began to tremble, countless metal fragments as if summoned, soaring into the air. Go! With a swift motion of his arm, Li Fan directed the airborne metal fragments toward the sword-bone dragon like raindrops. Clang, clang, clang. The metal shards struck the sword-bone dragon's bony armor, producing a crisp clanging sound. Yet they were ineffective, barely scratching the surface. As expected, it won't be that easy. Li Fan sighed, realizing that these fragments were too small and lacked sufficient power. However, this is just the beginning. A smirk crept onto Li Fan's face as he maneuvered Unity of all things again, this time targeting the more intact weapon components from the Swift Shadow Mech and Flame Mech wreckage. Buzzing. Several broken beam swords, a few deformed metal spears, and various other weapon parts levitated, suspended around the Heavens Awakening Mech. In an instant, the Heavens Awakening Mech split, transforming into 9 smaller nanomechs, flitting around the weapon parts like agile hummingbirds, and then, click, click, click. The small nanomechs, akin to deft artisans, swiftly assembled the weapon components, crafting rudimentary weapons, beam swords, metal spears, and even a uniquely shaped bone spike blade, which was previously interrupted by Heaven and Apos' awakening during the sword-bone dragon and Apos' attack. Hee, old friend. The weapons have been upgraded. Li Fan grinned, controlling the small nanomechs as they each grasped a weapon, charging once more toward the swordbone dragon like stealthy assassins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The small nanomechs moved with astonishing speed, darting through the swordbone dragon and Apo's spiny tempest, evading the violent assaults while seizing the opportunity to strike at the gaps in the swordbone dragon and Apo's armor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of weapons piercing through the gaps in the armor echoed continuously, though each inflicted minimal damage. The cumulative effect began to pose a genuine threat to the swordbone dragon. Roar. The swordbone dragon seemed to sense the looming danger, becoming increasingly frenzied. Its spines rotating faster, its attacks growing more ferocious. Yet the multitude of small nanomechs, agile and numerous, swarmed around the swordbone dragon like relentless parasites, persistently seeking vulnerabilities to exploit. Suddenly, two of the small nanomechs appeared to discover something and surged forward, accelerating toward the swordbone dragon's underbelly. Thud, thud. Two bone spike blades accurately pierced through the gaps in the swordbone dragon's abdominal armor. Roar. The swordbone dragon emitted a piercing wail. As if struck by a fatal blow, its massive form shuddering violently, causing the spines upon its back to come to an abrupt halt. Eureka! The weakness has been discovered. Li Fan and Apo's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, even the most formidable defenses possess vulnerabilities. Energy absorption. Drain it dry. Without a moment and Apo's hesitation, Li Fan initiated the energy absorption once more, this time targeting the two miniature nanomechs embedded in the swordbone dragon and Apo's abdomen. Buzz. A strange black luminescence flickered to life on the two nanomechs, resembling miniature black holes, voraciously consuming the energy from the dragon's belly. Crackle. Sparks erupted from the seams of the dragon's armored underbelly, and the violet mist began to dissipate rapidly. As the creature and Apo's energy poured into the nanomechs like a torrential flood breaching its dam. Roar, roar. The swordbone dragon and Apo's roars grew increasingly feeble, its struggles lessening with each passing moment until at last, its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, utterly devoid of power, reduced to a heap of smoldering scrap metal. Congratulations, host, on defeating the swordbone dragon mech. Current trial progress, 10-10 finally accomplished. Li Fan exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. This swordbone dragon was indeed a formidable foe, nearly pushing him to the brink of despair. Congratulations, host, on completing the combat trial. Chapter 43. Are you from the demolition office? The system and Apo's voice resonated in Li Fan and Apo's ears, imbued with a mechanical flatness and a hint of pride. Trial duration, 8 hours. Trial evaluation, SSS. Trial completion reward, Star Energy 200. Additional reward, Spiritual Energy Level Defensive Field. What? SSS. Li Fan nearly plummeted from midair. This bone sword dragon was so formidable that he thought he might meet his end there, yet he received an SSS evaluation? Has the system secretly opened a backdoor for me and filled my account? 8 hours. This bone sword dragon is truly resilient. It nearly broke my back. Li Fan rubbed his waist, feeling as if his bones were on the verge of disassembling. Nonetheless, an SSS evaluation sounded immensely gratifying. A spiritual energy level defensive field? That sounds incredibly impressive. Li Fan eagerly rubbed his hands together, eager to check the reward details. Spiritual energy level defensive field, installed in the repair shop. It can withstand all attacks below the spiritual energy level when activated. Li Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was an essential technique for home and travel, not to mention a means of self-protection. With this contraption, who would dare bully him again? Immunity to attacks below the spiritual energy level essentially encased him in an invulnerable shield, didn't it? System, you have truly outdone yourself this time. Li Fan passionately kissed the air, his mood instantly transforming from gloomy to sunny, overcast to blazing bright. He felt as if he could soar. It seems the trials in the star dream space are indeed rewarding. Next time, I must return to reap all the rewards. To collect all of them. Li Fan reveled in his thoughts, feeling invigorated, as if he could dismantle a Gundam with his bare hands or kick a transformer with ease. He flicked his head, banishing the previous disheveled state, now replaced with confidence and inflation. Task accomplished. System, I wish to exit the trial. Li Fan clapped his hands, content. Exiting trial space. Exit successful. A familiar wave of dizziness enveloped him, and Li Fan's consciousness returned to the grand hall of the star dream space. Let us check the time. Oh my, it's almost 7 in the morning. Li Fan glanced at the enormous clock suspended in the center of the hall, startled. He had been so engrossed in the trial that he nearly forgot the time. In reality, he still needed to get up for work. Li Fan did not wish to be late on his first official day. That would be utterly embarrassing. Although he was now the boss, he shouldn't be too arrogant, right? He must set a good example for his employees. System, exit the Star Dream space. Li Fan hurriedly commanded. Exiting Star Dream space. Exit successful. Li Fan's awareness blurred once more, and he felt himself lying on a soft bed, the faint sound of birds chirping wafting in from outside. Phew. Finally back. Li Fan slowly opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling of his bedroom. He stretched lazily, rising from the bed, feeling invigorated. All thanks to the trials in the Star Dream space. Oh right, the spiritual energy level defensive field. Li Fan suddenly recalled the trial reward. He summoned the system and successfully equipped the defensive field. System, hurry, set up that defensive field for me. Li Fan urgently called out to the system. His voice tinged with a tremor. Who would dare cause trouble in his little shop now? One zap for each intruder. Installing spiritual energy level defensive field. Installation progress. 1. 2. The system's unhurried tone made Li Fan's heart itch. He wished he could do it himself. Installation progress. 50. 70. Installation progress. 99. Phew, just a little more. Li Fan's eyes were glued to the system interface, urging it to hurry. Installation complete. With a ping, the system's notification sounded at last. Li Fan exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, but now he was a fortress, impervious to blades and bullets. He yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and activated the switch to open the large door of the repair shop. With a whoosh, it echoed loudly in the tranquil morning. What the? Li Fan was startled by a throng of people at the door, nearly sitting down in shock. The entrance was filled with uniformed enforcement team members, each with a serious expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. Strangely, a few in plain clothes mixed within the crowd had sharp gazes, unmistakably not the kind of individuals to be trifled with. Is this the demolition team starting work early? Li Fan gulped nervously, cautiously inquiring. He pondered. He hadn't even missed rent. So was his shabby shop about to be forcibly demolished? He was still bewildered when a figure suddenly surged from the crowd, rushing into the shop, none other than Tang Si from the Sea King team. Yet, before she could speak, a faster figure dashed in ahead of her. It was Yun Feng, the captain of the Sea King team. Captain, this is so unfair. Tang Si glared at Yun Feng, her pretty face radiating indignation. She had painstakingly persuaded Zhang Sihai to leave, only for her own captain to seize the opportunity without a word. Ahem, we agreed beforehand. You should have waited a bit longer. Yun Feng replied nonchalantly, showing no remorse for his premature arrival. This scene left Zhang Sihai, who had just arrived, utterly astonished. First, he was surprised by Li Fan and Appo's youth, then he was filled with confusion. How could such a young shop owner have made Yun Feng and Tang Si wait all night? Moreover, judging by Tang Si's expression, she seemed quite displeased with Yun Feng's queue jumping. What is going on? Zhang Sihai felt his mind was struggling to comprehend. He had suspected the shop was extraordinary, but he never anticipated it to be this bizarre. What kind of mechanical skills could a young lad possess? Was Yun Feng's mind muddled after being battered by the Blood Washers Alliance yesterday? Not only him, but the enforcement team members behind him wore equally bewildered expressions. No way. The Sea King team waited all night just for him? This young man looks younger than my daughter. Have they lost their minds? They made us wait all night. They are crazy, completely mad. The already disgruntled team members were now on the brink of collapse. Bossly, I still want the reinforcement details we discussed yesterday. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Yun Feng addressed Li Fan directly. Li Fan nodded and handed him a contract. Sign here? Without even glancing at it, Yun Feng signed. Now, Zhang Sihai was truly perplexed. What is this? Signing a contract without even looking at it? Received 80 million credit points. Li Fan and Appo's transfer notification chimed at the perfect moment. What? How much? Yun Feng, are you out of your mind? Zhang Sihai completely exploded. Such a large sum, and you sign without even reading it. Are you buying a mecha or something? Captain Yun, are you confused? Zhang Sihai felt his understanding of reality had been utterly overturned and couldn't help but voice his concern. For members of the federal fleet, saving up money was no easy task, and now, years of savings were at stake. Yet Yun Feng seemed not to hear, instead asking eagerly, so can we begin now? Come in, it's too crowded outside. Let us just have a few in the hall, Li Fan said, guiding Yun Feng into the repair chamber. Huang Lin and Tang Si also entered. Zhang Sihai gritted his teeth and declared, you all wait here. I will go in and take a look. With that, He followed them inside, leaving the numerous law enforcement officers exchanging puzzled glances. What does this mean? We still have to wait? This situation is unbearable. Upon entering the establishment, Zhang Sihai's attention was captured by the equipment within. He was astonished to discover that within his jurisdiction, a top-tier repair shop had quietly opened its doors. Such an elite establishment was a rarity throughout all of Huaxia. Simultaneously, his curiosity deepened regarding Yunfeng and Appo's intentions behind spending a staggering sum of 80 million credit points. He was determined to uncover the secrets concealed within this shop. Chapter 44. The jester is myself inside the profound maintenance chamber. The lighting was dim and cold. Yunfeng took a deep breath, his voice resonating in the vast space. Come forth, sea beast. A gleam flashed from the silver ring on his wrist, causing the air to shimmer slightly. Moments later, a colossal blue mech materialized silently, landing on the ground. This was his exclusive mech, Sea Beast, standing 30 meters tall. Its blue body exuded an aura of power and speed. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the space, as if an ancient leviathan from the deep sea had descended, instilling awe simply by its presence. The surface of the mech was adorned with deep blue scales that reflected a chilling sheen under the lights. On its back, two massive fin-like wings slowly unfurled, their edges sharp as the most lethal of blades. Li Fan's gaze fell upon this behemoth, a fleeting spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. The S-class mech talent, supremacy, quite intriguing. He immediately discerned Yunfeng and Appo's ability and the unique structure of the Sea Beast mech. The realm of combat techniques of supremacy suppressed the opponent and Appo's movements and energy output through the release of a special energy field. And the mech and Appo's structure perfectly aligned with this characteristic. The enhancement plan rapidly took shape in Li Fan and Appo's mind. Bossly, the next steps are in your hands. Yunfeng and Appo's voice broke the brief silence as he turned to leave, granting Li Fan the space he needed. The door of the maintenance chamber closed slowly. Emitting a dull thud, Zhang Sihai watched Yunfeng exit, his expression one of disbelief. Yunfeng, are you truly so unconcerned? This is an 80 million enhancement. You want an amp, Appo's, to even supervise? Yunfeng cast a casual glance at him. What is there to supervise? I trust Bossly and amp, Appo's skills. Beside them, Lu Lin, clad in a sharp uniform that accentuated her tall figure, smiled lightly without speaking. It's not about trust. Zhang Sihai scratched his head. It's just 8 million. That and Appo's, that's no small sum. What if? He pondered, realizing that most members of their enforcement team were merely Star Radiance level 8 mech masters, and those who reached Rift level 2 were exceedingly rare. Talented prodigies like Qin Yu and Qin Lan were few and far between in the entire enforcement team. This was the harsh reality. Not everyone could be a chosen one, nor could everyone stand atop the pyramid. The fact that they could awaken D and C class talents and pilot mechs already set them above countless ordinary individuals, marking them as fortunate children of their era. One must recognize reality, find contentment, and live comfortably. He believed Yunfeng had to be insane to make such an outrageous decision. I say, Captain Zhang, you should prepare the funds, Lu Lin interjected with a hint of mockery. Prepare funds? For what? Zhang Sihai asked, bewildered. Naturally, to cover Bossly and Appo's enhancement fees. Lu Lin replied with a smile. Surely you aren't and amp, Appo's, pretending? Zhang Sihai mused, increasingly convinced something was amiss. Pretending? Captain Zhang, you're overthinking it. Tang Si rolled his eyes. I shall see how long you can keep this up. Zhang Sihai snorted, deciding to watch the unfolding events closely. He doubted these individuals could pull off any tricks. Li Fan stood before the control console, fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard, inputting commands with precision. Energy guidance, commence. Core module activation. Structural reconfiguration, initiate. He inhaled deeply, his focus unwavering. Initiating enhancement program. Sea Beast, Stage 3 enhancement, begin. As his deep voice resonated, the entire maintenance chamber was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling blue light. Within the radiance, energy surged, resembling a colossal vortex that completely engulfed the Sea Beast mech. A low, powerful hum reverberated throughout the maintenance chamber. Various complex energies surged and intertwined, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with world-shattering power. Energy guidance. 100%. Core module, reconfiguration complete. Structural optimization, 90%. 95%. Done. Li Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. Exhaling a long sigh, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The most critical steps had finally been accomplished. Now, all that remained was to witness the moment of miracles. Seeing the maintenance chamber fall silent, Zhang Sihai stood in bewilderment. Is it over? 80 million, and this is the extent of the commotion? Just as he was about to voice his doubts, Li Fan silently chanted within the chamber. Awakening combat technique, commence. As he input the final command, the energy fluctuations within the cocoon intensified dramatically. A deep roar erupted from within, causing the entire maintenance chamber to tremble slightly. With a resounding crash, the cocoon exploded. Brilliant blue light flooding the space. As the radiance faded, the sea beast mech presented itself anew before Li Fan. Its once deep blue scales now appeared even more profound, with hints of azure light flowing, exuding an air of mystery. The fin-like wings on its back grew broader, their edges shimmering with a cold light, as if ready to rend the very fabric of space. A powerful spatial wave emanated from the sea beast mech, even reaching beyond the maintenance chamber. Yunfeng and the others felt this surge, excitement coursing through them. Ding! The sea beast mech successfully awakened a new combat technique, Deep Sea Vortex. Deep Sea Vortex generates a powerful whirlpool through rapid rotation, ensnaring enemies within and inflicting continuous damage. Goodness, that name sounds incredibly imposing. Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim. But wait, they're in Amp, Oppos, S more. Activating the mech and Amp, Oppos, S second form. Li Fan issued another command. The sea beast mech emitted a deep rumble as its structure began to undergo dramatic transformations. The previously streamlined body expanded, limbs grew sturdier, and the fin-like wings retracted, replaced by two massive energy cannons. With a series of mechanical transformations, the sea beast mech morphed from a nimble deep-sea leviathan into a mobile fortress of war. Ding! Congratulations, host. The sea beast mech has successfully activated its second form, Deep Sea Fortress. Deep Sea Fortress sacrifices mobility to significantly enhance defensive capabilities and firepower output, becoming a formidable bastion on the battlefield. The maintenance chamber doors swung open. Yunfeng and the others rushed in eagerly. Boss Li, this is... Yunfeng stammered, unable to articulate his excitement as he beheld the sea beast mech. The Stage 3 enhancement has been completed, Li Fan replied calmly. You may test its capabilities. Yunfeng nodded vigorously, rushing into the cockpit of the sea beast mech. Buzz! The sea beast mech powered up once more, unleashing a spatial wave even more potent and terrifying than before, instantly enveloping the entire maintenance chamber. How can this be? Zhang Sihai was utterly dumbfounded. Before him stood a colossal sea beast mech, as if descended from the heavens, shattering his worldview. It was at this moment that he comprehended the peculiar behaviors exhibited by Yunfeng and the others. They were not mere theatrics, but rather a genuine caution against him. Fearing that this unsophisticated bumpkin might disrupt Li Fan and Oppos' enhancement. How could I have been so foolish, like a jester, dancing to their tune? Zhang Sihai felt a burning sensation in his cheeks, as if he had been soundly slapped multiple times, engulfed in a profound sense of embarrassment. He longed to find a crevice in the ground to conceal himself. Chapter 45. Hurry, wife. Transfer the funds. The enhanced sea beast mech now radiated a brilliant transparency, akin to a sapphire submerged in the depths of the ocean, with ethereal blue light pulsating, enigmatic and profound. The mech and Oppos' surface was adorned with countless twinkling stars, as if a piece of the night sky had been embedded within it. Is this the sea beast mech? Zhang Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he might be mistaken. Moreover, the mech and Oppos' particle thrusters had been upgraded, becoming more robust and powerful, their nozzles shimmering with dazzling blue light, as if ready to unleash an energy capable of annihilating anything in its path. The design of its arms had also transformed. The original mechanical structure was now encased in a sleek layer of armor, and two transparent blades had been added at the elbows, glimmering with a chilling sharpness. This 80 million was well spent. This visual spectacle is something of a marvel, Zhang Sihai exclaimed, utterly convinced. It was no mere enhancement. This was akin to acquiring an entirely new mech. That's merely the superficial aspect. Lulin interjected with a hint of smugness in her tone. True enhancement is not something an outsider like you can discern. Superficial? What do you mean by that? Zhang Sihai frowned, a hint of defiance in his voice. The materials have been upgraded, and the core components must surely have been reinforced. Isn't that sufficient? Can you truly devise new combat techniques for the mech? His tone dripped with sarcasm, as he believed that combat techniques were fixed upon creation, and any post-manufacture modifications were sheer folly. Lu Lin did not directly answer his question, but instead smiled mysteriously, saying, "You will soon discover whether it is folly or not." At that moment, Yunfeng had already entered the cockpit of the Sea Beast mech bus. The Sea Beast mech roared to life once more. A surge of potent energy rippling outward as the workshop's ceiling slowly retracted, revealing the azure sky. Boom! A radiant blue beam erupted from the mech's rear, propelling it skyward, swiftly vanishing from sight beyond the workshop. "Let us go," Lu Lin called out, and alongside Tang Si, they piloted their respective mechs, following closely behind. "Hey, wait for me." Zhang Sihai, seeing this, hastily steered his mech in pursuit. Outside the workshop, chaos ensued. "What is happening?" "Enemy attack. Prepare for battle." Members of the enforcement team, initially on guard outside the workshop, were startled by the unfamiliar mech soaring into the sky, mistakenly believing it was an enemy incursion, and quickly raised their weapons in alarm. "Wait, don't fire. That's Captain Yun's Sea Beast mech." Fortunately, a keen-eyed individual recognized the mech and shouted to halt the chaos. "What? Captain Yun's mech? How can this be?" "Indeed. How has the Sea Beast mech come to look like this? It's magnificent." The enforcement team members stood dumbfounded, gazing at the mech that resembled a colossal sea creature in the sky. Just then, the Sea Beast mech abruptly halted mid-air. A low, rumbling roar emanated from the mech, followed by a terrifying spatial fluctuation radiating outward from its center. "Deep sea vortex." Yunfeng and Appo's voice resonated from within the mech. As soon as he finished speaking, the space surrounding the mech began to twist and contort, forming a vast vortex. Crack, crack, crack. At the vortex's center, the fabric of space was torn apart, revealing a pitch-black void, as though it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Boom! The Sea Beast mech dove downward, targeting a reinforced patch of ground outside the workshop, specifically designed for testing mech performance. The immense vortex, fueled by terrifying spatial power, struck the ground with tremendous force. A thunderous roar echoed, and the earth trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The high-strength alloy surface was blasted into a colossal pit, surrounded by a web of alarming cracks. Zhang Sihai stood transfixed at the horrifying spectacle before him, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. He had finally come to believe Lu Lin and Appo's claims. This Sea Beast mech had indeed been transformed with new combat techniques, and the sheer power of these techniques was astonishingly formidable. "Hey, wife, quickly. Transfer 80 million credit points to me. Now." Zhang Sihai snapped back to reality, frantically pulling out his communicator, dialing his wife's number with urgency. On the other end, a voice filled with disbelief responded, "Do you even know what you're saying? Hello, wife. Listen to me. This isn't just frivolous spending. It's an investment. A guaranteed profit investment. Do you understand?" Zhang Sihai exclaimed, exasperated, his voice rising in pitch. 80 million. Not a single credit less. If it's even one credit short, we'll. On the other end, his wife's voice grew louder, clearly enraged. "Zhang Sihai, have you gained some audacity? You dare threaten me? 80 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Investment? I think you've lost your mind. Oh dear, please just let me finish." Zhang Sihai pleaded, his brow drenched in sweat, his gaze fixated on the Sea Beast mech above. At that moment, the Sea Beast mech underwent yet another transformation. Buzz. A deep humming sound, akin to the breath of a leviathan from the abyss, resonated throughout the sky. The once sleek form of the mech began to expand and morph rapidly. Heavy armor plates unfolded from within the mech, layering upon its surface. The initial blue radiance gradually shifted to a profound dark blue, imparting an imposing sense of invincibility. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of metal grinding was both grating and filled with power. In mere seconds, the Sea Beast mech transitioned from an agile assault unit into a floating fortress of steel. Deep Sea Fortress. Yunfeng and Appo's voice echoed once again from the mech, now laced with a chilling edge. Field deployment. As soon as he uttered these words, an invisible force field unfurled outward from the mecha center. Buzz. The air seemed to warp around them, and the previously clear sky grew dim and foreboding. My mech feels so heavy. Good heavens. It feels as though I'm carrying a mountain. My vision is compromised. I can't see anything clearly. Within the field, several members of the enforcement team cried out in terror, feeling as if they were submerged in the deep sea, beset by overwhelming pressure that rendered even breathing a struggle. Had he not witnessed this awe-inspiring scene with his own eyes, Zhang Sihai would never have believed that such phenomena could occur. Furthermore, how could someone as young as Li Fan have achieved such an extraordinary transformation of the sea beast mech? Who, indeed, stood behind him with such remarkable influence? Zhang Sihai, have you lost your senses with your wealth? Once again, the thought of kneeling before the motherboard has crossed your mind, has and Appos, Tiet? Zhang Sihai, lost in a reverie, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the furious outburst of his wife emanating from the communication device. Quick, transfer the money. If you don't send it to me, I will file for divorce. At that moment, Zhang Lei was truly engulfed in madness. A cold snort echoed from the other end of the line. Very well, just you wait. Almost immediately, the notification of the money being transferred chimed in. Deep down, she understood that Zhang Sihai's uncharacteristic outburst was not trivial. The funds could be sent now, but the reckoning would come later. To exhibit such audacity, one must inevitably bear some consequences. 80 million has been received. Bossly, here I come. Just as the notification for Zhang Sihai and Appos' S-star message sounded, he shot towards Li Fan like a bolt of lightning, his speed surpassing even that of his youth when he pursued his wife. Hey, Boss Zhang. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Tang Xi sidestepped and blocked Zhang Sihai's path, smiling cheerfully as he spoke. Chapter 46, Have you always been this brave? In the repair room, shadows danced, and the sparks from the welding gun flickered like stars. Zhang Sihai's heartbeat nearly drowned out the roar of the machinery. He fixed his gaze intently on the disassembled blaze mecha, his eyes reddening as if they might bleed. Bossly, you must be cautious. This is my prized possession. His voice trembled slightly, a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Captain Zhang, rest assured. Li Fan replied without turning, his focus unwavering as he maneuvered the mechanical arms. Do you doubt my skill? Haha, I trust you implicitly. Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin, reminiscent of a begging puppy. Suddenly, the door to the repair room creaked open. Tang Xi's towering figure blocked much of the light as he appeared at the threshold. Bossly Tang Xi's voice was unnaturally high-pitched, grating on the nerves. I want to enhance mine too, he swayed his hips, casting what he presumed to be a flirtatious glance at Li Fan. Ugh. Lu Lin covered her mouth, feigning nausea. Tang Xi, if you keep this up, I might actually throw up. Li Fan also felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He hastily pulled out a contract. Enhancements are fine, but first, sign this contract. Tang Xi took the contract, barely glancing at it before hastily signing his name. Wait, hold on, Zhang Sihai exclaimed, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Are you all trying to cut in line? He pointed at Tang Xi and Lu Lin, his voice sharp enough to shatter glass. I was the first to arrive. Is there no sense of order? Boss Zhang, please remain calm. You will be next. Li Fan soothed with a sly smile. Enhancements aren't a one-time affair. Everyone will have their turn. Zhang Sihai calmed slightly but remained vigilant, eyeing the members of the Yunlong team. If they all lined up before him, he would be waiting until the cows came home. No, he couldn't wait any longer. Clearing his throat, Zhang Sihai turned to the bewildered members of the enforcement team behind him. What are you all dawdling for? Go back and rest. This is not your concern. He didn't want these rookies to witness his desire for enhancement, lest it tarnish his authority as captain. Captain, we. The enforcement members exchanged looks, their curiosity piqued. Back to your posts. Zhang Sihai waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Captain, can we also? One bolder team member asked cautiously. Don't even think about it. Zhang Sihai glared, nearly spitting in the member's face. Can your meager salaries even afford a single part? Now get lost. The team members left dejectedly, glancing back as they departed, already scheming on how to scrape together enough funds for their own enhancements. After all, who wouldn't want to possess martial prowess? Li Fan. Thank you immensely for your help. Yin Feng approached Li Fan with sincere gratitude. The shortcomings of the Sea Beast have been rectified, and I am filled with confidence for the future. I believe the Sea King team will undoubtedly become the strongest force on the federal battlefield. Captain Yun, you are too courteous. This is merely a fair transaction. Li Fan replied nonchalantly, his tone betraying no emotion. Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on Li Fan, practically pleading. Bossly, don't you think it's my turn now? Before Li Fan could respond, Zhang Sihai and Appos' communicator chimed incessantly. He looked down, his expression darkening like a stormy sky. That scoundrel Li Kaifeng. Is he really going to penalize me? Zhang Sihai gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. Which rat reported me so quickly? Fuming. He shook with rage, his fingers trembling as he swiped the screen. With a decisive click, he turned off the communicator. I've powered down. Let us see if you can still reach me. Zhang Sihai lifted his chin defiantly, as if he had won a battle. Lu Lin rolled her eyes beside him. Captain. Isn't this just burying your head in the sand? What do you know? Zhang Sihai shot her a glare. This is a strategic retreat. In the enforcement team headquarters, inside Li Kaifeng and Appo's office, he sat behind a spacious desk, his expression dark and brooding. On the screen before him was an unread message. One he had just sent to Zhang Sihai. Zhang Sihai actually dared to ignore my message. Li Kaifeng and Appo's anger flared like wildfire. What audacity! Does he truly believe he is untouchable? He slammed his palm on the desk, causing the teacups to rattle. How outrageous. He even dares to shut down his communicator. Am I merely a figurehead in this position? His frustration grew, his chest heaving with indignation. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll never learn. Fine. Deduct 2 years' salary and performance bonuses from him. Li Kaifeng's voice was laced with venom. Let him have a rude awakening. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, he dialed another number. Prepare the enforcement airship. We're heading to the Dream Mechanic shop. I want to see exactly what Zhang Sihai is up to. And while we're at it, I shall meet this mysterious Bosley as well. In the Dream Mechanic shop, after shutting off his communicator, Zhang Sihai paced like a restless ant on a hot pan, anxiety consuming him. Where is that tank C? Has it been hours already? He craned his neck repeatedly, peering towards the repair room, nearly willing the door to burst open. Captain Zhang, can you not settle down for a moment? Lu Lin shook her head in exasperation. The way you're pacing is making my head spin. What do you understand? This is an enhancement. An enhancement! Zhang Sihai exclaimed, his hands flailing with excitement. Do you comprehend what this means? My mecha will possess martial prowess. Just wait. I'll see who dares to underestimate me. As time ticked by, Zhang Sihai's patience wore thin, each second stretching endlessly like a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Finally, after nearly 4 torturous hours, the repair room door creaked open. They're out. They're out. Zhang Sihai exclaimed, rushing forward like a man reborn. Tang Si followed closely behind, his face alight with excitement as he dashed into the repair room. Before their eyes stood a resplendent blazed mecha. Its original dark red paint had transformed into a fiery crimson, shimmering with a metallic sheen. The mecha's contours were sleek, its formerly bulky areas now compact and robust, exuding an explosive sense of power. The original beam cannon has vanished, replaced by a design that is both understated and enigmatic, rendering its power inscrutable at first glance. Is this my blazing fire? Tang Si's eyes widened in disbelief. It's incredibly stunning. Zhang Sihai was equally astonished, nearly drooling in awe. Li Fan stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Why not give it a try? Tang Si eagerly leapt into the cockpit. A soft mechanical whirring ensued as the blazing fire mech gradually rose to its feet. This sensation. Tang Si exulted, exuberantly gesturing within the cockpit. It feels as though the entire mech has become a part of me. Li Fan nodded in approval. Let's take it for a spin, right outside the shop. Tang Si piloted the blazing fire out of the repair shop. The mech's engine emitted a deep growl, reminiscent of a beast poised for action. My heavens! Is this truly blazing fire? It appears transformed. The color is rather flamboyant, isn't it? It seems to have undergone reverse enhancement, has it? How could the beam cannon have been dismantled? Surely, Li Boss's skills cannot be so lacking? The law enforcement team members, who had been observing from outside, began to murmur among themselves upon witnessing the transformation of the blazing fire. Undeterred by their chatter, Tang Si took a deep breath and forcefully pushed the control stick. Chapter 47. My fingerprints are ready. At that moment, the flame mecha suddenly sprang to life. Its armor rapidly disassembled, revealing an array of concealed beam cannons within. The mechanical sounds echoed ominously as the cannons swiftly adjusted their angles, aiming at the sky. What is happening? Goodness, so many beam cannons. The firepower is utterly overwhelming. Bosley is incredible. The onlooking enforcement team members were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Could this possibly be the second form of flame? One team member stammered. Second form? This is clearly the full firepower mode. Another team member exclaimed excitedly. Bosley is truly a genius. He has enhanced flame to such an extraordinary level. I have made up my mind. I also want Bosley to enhance my mecha. Me too. Me too. In an instant, the crowd was ablaze with fervor, all captivated by Li Fan's remarkable skills. Tang Si, already buoyed by excitement, found himself grinning as Li Fan calmly remarked, Let them witness what true enhancement looks like. Li Fan and Amp, Apos. S voice was not loud, yet it radiated an inexplicable confidence. He gestured subtly to Tang Si, just as Tang Si prepared to execute a maneuver. He suddenly felt an unusual tingle in the control stick. Looking down, he noticed a holographic interface had popped up with a red warning. Detected driver heart rate at 120. Recommended to activate and Apos, Don and Apos. T be afraid, little one and Apos, calming mode. Don and Apos, T touch that. Li Fan suddenly chuckled over the communication channel. That S meant for novices. A vibration button, I mean. A mental stability program. At that moment, the lava-like veins on the flame mecha surged, and the once smooth armor appeared as though it had been torn apart by magma. With hundreds of miniature cannon ports emerging from the fissures. What a fierce design. Someone in the crowd shouted. Bosley truly understands the romance of men. Tang Si was frantically navigating the control panel. Wait. What does this sunshine blaze button do? And why is there an option for birds are beautiful? The former unleashes a barrage of particle beams, while the latter. Li Fan suddenly revealed a devilish smile. The latter will remain a secret for now. It will be utilized in future battles to ensure survival. The shrill sound of mechanical friction roared like a beast, drowning out all conversations. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the external armor of the flame mecha began to peel away like petals. The entire mecha transformed, with its back armor unfurling like a peacock's tail to reveal 228 miniature missile launch ports, while the knee armor ejected 2 high-frequency particle vibrating blades. Most strikingly, a red warning light emblazoned with the words nuclear goodness protruded from the top. What was once merely a close combat mecha had instantly transformed into a mobile fortress of firepower. Incredible! Am I seeing this correctly? How many barrels are there? Bosley is astonishing. The enforcement team erupted in excitement. The earlier skepticism had morphed into gasps of awe and reverence. This is no longer merely flame. It is an absolute hive of destruction. Tang Si was equally awed by the spectacle before him, swallowing hard as he stammered, Bosley. This firepower. Li Fan and Apos. S lips curled into a knowing smile, as if everything was under his control. The firepower is merely an appetizer. Let S test its might. With Li Fan and Apos, S permission. Tang Si could no longer contain his exhilaration. He thrust the control stick forward, and the flame mecha instantly locked onto a distant target, the abandoned building. Fire at will. Tang Si bellowed, slamming his finger down on the launch button. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted like a volcanic eruption, tearing through the air. Countless brilliant beams surged forth from the flame mecha-S barrels, resembling furious fire dragons, cascading towards the target with an air of annihilation. The sky was instantly painted a fiery red, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The dense barrage wove an impenetrable net of firepower, completely engulfing the target area. The ground trembled violently from the explosive force, as if it were about to be torn apart. Goodness, this power. Is this truly a firepower test? This is nothing short of a cleansing barrage. How absurd. Is this really and amp, Apos, flame and amp, Apos? The enforcement team members were left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, eyes nearly popping out of their heads. They had witnessed powerful mechas before, but nothing at this level. This was no enhancement. It was a complete transformation. The barrage continued for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. As the smoke cleared, the previously flat target area had morphed into a massive crater, charred and still emitting thick plumes of smoke. The edges of the pit were cracked, resembling the aftermath of a meteor strike, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Silence reigned. A deathly quiet. Everyone stood mesmerized by the scene before them, the air thick with tension, save for the sound of labored breathing. This power. It was Tang Si who first regained his composure. He gazed at the immense pit, his voice trembling with disbelief. Bosley. This is beyond the testing parameters, isn't it? Li Fan waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The power is adequate. At the very least, it can intimidate. Intimidate? This is nothing short of a humanoid nuclear bomb. Bosley, I am completely in awe. Your skills are nothing short of divine. I too wish to enhance my mecha. Bosley, please help me enhance mine as well. Yes. I want that too. Whatever the cost. The enforcement team was instantly ignited with fervor, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, surrounding Li Fan with fervent pleas. The earlier doubts and disdain had evaporated, replaced by unabashed admiration and yearning. Among the crowd, Zhang Sihai was particularly animated, his face flushed with excitement. He rubbed his hands together, like an ant on a hot skillet, frantic with anticipation. Witnessing the flame and Oppo's terrifying enhancement, he was utterly restless, eager to rush forward and have his hurricane upgraded without delay. Bossly, when can you enhance my Endopos, hurricane Endopos? I Endopos am not in a hurry, truly not. You go ahead with your work, just take a look at mine afterward. Really? As Zhang Sihai spoke, he eagerly massaged Li Fan's back, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, completely shedding his previous demeanor as an elite enforcement officer. Lu Lin, observing Zhang Sihai's obsequiousness, couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter, the greedy boss hasn't even spoken yet, and he's practically worshipping him. How pathetic. Li Fan paid no mind to the commotion, striding directly towards the repair shop. Wait, Boss Li, don't go. Zhang Sihai slid to a halt, clutching Li Fan's leg. Look, I've even pre-signed the contract with my fingerprint. Li Fan glanced at him with a leisurely expression and replied, What's the rush? One cannot eat hot tofu in haste. Enhancing a mecha is not like cooking instant noodles. It cannot be done in 3 minutes. Indeed. You are absolutely right. Zhang Sihai nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Well, Boss Li, my talent and Oppos, Hurricane and Oppos, pertains to the B-level and Oppos, Wind Assault domain. And Oppos, I was wondering, during the enhancement process, could we possibly? Li Fan's gaze drifted over the contract, recognizing that a signature was inevitable. He stated, the price is 80 million, no credit extensions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai and Oppos' eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded, bowing slightly. No problem. Money is not an issue. He produced a pristine contract, presenting it to Li Fan with both hands, his sycophantic smile nearly reaching his ears. Li Fan accepted the contract, glanced it over, and after confirming its accuracy, promptly inscribed his name. All right then, Team Zhang, the contract is signed, and the funds are secured. Please follow me to the maintenance chamber. Li Fan gestured towards the door of the maintenance chamber, his tone remaining composed. Chapter 48. The Arrival of the Wind God, the Onset of the Storm. Excellent. I am on my way. Zhang Sihai exclaimed with excitement, rubbing his hands together, eager to rush into the maintenance chamber. However, before he could step inside, the enforcement communicator blared ominously, akin to a death knell. Glancing at the caller ID, his face drained of color. It was his superior, Captain Li Kaifeng of the enforcement team. See, Captain, what instructions do you have? Zhang Sihai stammered as he answered the call, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Sihai, you have grown quite bold. How dare you abandon your post? Return immediately and await your punishment. Li Kaifeng's roar reverberated through the communicator, causing Zhang Sihai's eardrums to throb painfully. Instantly, his face turned ashen. He glanced at the maintenance chamber just within reach, then at the communicator in his hand, his eyes flickering with desperation. This was an enhancement opportunity, a rare chance. If he missed this, who knew when he would have another? Captain, I truly have urgent matters to attend to once I finish. I will report back to you immediately. Zhang Sihai stuttered, attempting to evade the situation. Urgent matters. It seems you are blinded by greed. Li Kaifeng's tone grew colder. Zhang Sihai, I am giving you one last chance. Now, return at once, or you shall never wear that uniform again. With gritted teeth, Zhang Sihai steeled himself, a glint of reckless determination flashing in his eyes. His mind was clouded with fervor, and he could no longer think rationally. To hell with the punishment. To hell with packing up. I will enhance first and explain later. He abruptly ended the communication and tossed the device aside. Taking a deep breath, as if making the most significant decision of his life, he pressed the star ring on his wrist, unleashing a hurricane within the maintenance chamber. Captain, once my hurricane enhancement is complete and my power has surged, I will return to face the music. Zhang Sihai ran while silently praying. Realizing he had to take this gamble, Li Fan observed Zhang Sihai's frenzied demeanor with a slight smirk, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The door of the maintenance chamber slowly closed, sealing Zhang Sihai away with his mech. Time ticked away, and Zhang Sihai paced anxiously outside the maintenance chamber, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. He glanced at the time repeatedly and peered at the large screen on the chamber, but saw nothing, his unease mounting. Why is this taking so long? What could Li Boss be up to? Could something have gone awry? Zhang Sihai's mind began to spiral into dark thoughts. Could it be that Li Boss is deceiving me? Collecting my money and vanishing? A terrifying notion suddenly struck him, causing his heart to leap to his throat. Impossible. He doesn't seem like the type to deceive me over such a trivial amount. He desperately reassured himself, yet his unease burgeoned like rampant weeds. Suddenly, A thunderous roar emanated from within the maintenance chamber, followed by a surge of violent energy that made the entire chamber tremble. What in the world? Zhang Sihai jumped back, cautiously eyeing the door. Bang! The maintenance chamber's door burst open as if kicked by a prehistoric beast. A whirlwind of metal debris surged forth, nearly toppling Zhang Sihai at the threshold. Goodness! Li boss, is this an enhancement or a demolition? Zhang Sihai shouted, struggling to maintain his balance. He could not afford to hesitate. He plunged into the maintenance chamber, only to freeze in utter disbelief. The once silver-white hurricane had undergone a dramatic transformation. The mech now radiated a profound azure hue, as if sculpted from a colossal crystal. The already sleek lines had become even sharper, exuding an aura of speed and aggression. This is akin to the descent of the wind god. Zhang Sihai stammered with excitement, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Li Fan emerged from behind the mech, clapping his hands casually as he remarked, "So, Zhang boss, are you satisfied?" "Absolutely. Beyond satisfied. This is nothing short of a masterpiece." Zhang Sihai nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Li boss, you are truly remarkable. This is pure artistry." He circled the hurricane several times, growing increasingly enamored, itching to leap aboard and soar through the skies. Do not be solely entranced by its exterior. The essence within is paramount, Li Fan smiled and said. The hurricane has not only been visually upgraded, but has also awakened a new martial technique. Onset of the storm. New martial technique. Zhang Sihai gasped, his eyes widening even further. It is known that dual martial techniques are the exclusive abilities of advanced mechs, each possessing the cataclysmic power to alter the course of battles. Zhang Sihai could hardly fathom that his hurricane could also wield dual martial techniques. Li Fan asserted confidently, onset of the storm, as the name suggests, involves forming a powerful storm through rapid rotation, combining both offense and defense. Zhang Sihai felt his blood surge with exhilaration, eager to test the potency of the onset of the storm. Wait, there's more. Li Fan dropped another bombshell. The hurricane has also activated its second form, Gale Shadow Hunt. Second form. Zhang Sihai felt his heart racing furiously. Li boss, you aren't teasing me, are you? Do I appear to be jesting? Li Fan pointed at the hurricane. In the Gale Shadow Hunt state, the mech sacrifices a portion of its defense to greatly enhance speed and maneuverability, transforming into a phantom assassin on the battlefield. Zhang Sihai was rendered speechless, feeling as if he were caught in an exquisite dream, one that was almost too good to be true. Well, Zhang boss, do you still think my fees were exorbitant? Li Fan asked with a smile. Not at all. Not at all. Not in the slightest. Zhang Sihai waved his hands emphatically. Li boss, you are like my rebirth. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Zhang boss, do not just revel in your joy. Now that the hurricane has been enhanced, it's time to take it out for some practice. Isn't it? Chapter 49. Hurricane. Strike. Amidst the low, rumbling mechanical roar, a powerful gust of air surged violently from within the hurricane. Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together and lunged forward, only to be nearly toppled by the sudden blast. Good heavens! He gasped as he staggered to regain his footing, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the colossal machine before him. This force. It was at least tenfold stronger than before. His heart raced with excitement, yearning to leap into the cockpit and experience the hurricane's newfound ferocity. However, just as he was at the height of his exhilaration, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, crashing down upon him. Zhang Sihai, you dog, get out here. 10 seconds. I'll give you just 10 seconds. If you don't crawl out in 10 seconds, you can forget about your salary for the month. And your captain can forget about his job too. The voice struck like a death knell. Zhang Sihai jolted, the thrill on his face instantly freezing, resembling a duck caught by the neck. His heart sank. He thought, oh no, Li Boppy is here. With a sorrowful expression, he cast a lingering glance at the hurricane, resembling a condemned prisoner bidding farewell to life. The onlookers, who had been eagerly anticipating Zhang Sihai's display of prowess in piloting the hurricane, were rendered dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. What is going on? Wasn't he just being impressive? Shoo, quiet down. Didn't you hear? Li Boppy has arrived. Li Boppy? Who is that? Who else could it be? The director of our inspection department. Oh, it's him. Then Zhang Sihai is in for it now. Several junior officers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of schadenfreude. Li Boppy has truly come. Zhang Sihai lamented internally. He took one last wistful look at the hurricane, as if bidding adieu to a beloved. Director, I'm coming right away. As he spoke, he hastily removed a silver bracelet from his wrist. A blue light flashed as he aimed the star ring at the hurricane, which vanished instantly, absorbed into the ring. Zhang Sihai stood at attention, taking a deep breath, nearly straining his lungs. His heart was heavy with frustration. Yet he forced a smile that was more painful than tears as he trotted towards the door. Good heavens! Director, why have you come in person? Look at the sweat on your brow in this heat. As he spoke, he pulled a crumpled handkerchief from his pocket, poised to wipe Li Kaifeng's face. The burly figure standing at the entrance was none other than the director of the Inspection Bureau, Li Kaifeng, also known as Li Bapi. Li Kaifeng and Amp, Oppo's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his brows twisted into a knot, and his eyes bulging like copper bells. He shoved Zhang Sihai's hand aside, spitting words like venom. Enough with the theatrics. Zhang Sihai, you've grown quite bold. Haven't you? Ignoring my calls and going missing. Do you still recognize me as your director? Yes, absolutely. Zhang Sihai nodded vigorously. You are my benefactor. How could I overlook you? With a forced smile, he began to explain, I was just busy repairing the mecha, lost track of time. Repairing the mecha? More like you're aiming to fly high. Li Kaifeng disregarded his excuse entirely, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Sihai, raising his voice by several decibels. You little brat, think you sprouted wings? Zhang Sihai opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but the words caught in his throat. He couldn't very well confess that he had lost track of time in his excitement over the Hurricane's upgrades, could he? That would surely lead to his skin being flayed by Li Bapi. The onlooking junior officers were stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking. Look at Zhang Sihai. He is cowering like a grandson. Indeed, Zhang Sihai is in for a rough time now. His salary is about to be slashed. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant? Li Kaifeng, seeing Zhang Sihai's stammering and hesitance, was further incensed. What do you mean what? I see you're just asking for a beating. Starting today, your salary is halved. You'll get it back only when you perform to my satisfaction. What? Zhang Sihai's mind went blank. His mouth fell open, eyes wide in disbelief. Li Bapi truly lived up to his reputation. Please, director. I didn't mean it. Let me explain. Zhang Sihai pleaded, stamping his feet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He glanced at the nearby onlooker, Li Fan, his gaze pleading for help. Come on, man, help me out. But alas, Li Fan was engrossed in his phone. Oblivious to the commotion, Li Kaifeng, seeing Zhang Sihai still attempting to argue, was even more furious. Explain? You still have the gall to explain? Do you want me to kick you out right now? No, director. I was wrong, truly wrong. Zhang Sihai bowed repeatedly, nearly kneeling before Li Kaifeng. I promise. I want to do it again. Just then, Li Fan finally set his phone down and looked up at Li Kaifeng, speaking in a calm tone. Director, Zhang is just a bit anxious. Please don't blame him. His voice, though soft, carried an unexpected weight. Li Kaifeng scrutinized Li Fan, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. This young man appeared rather ordinary, yet spoke with such conviction. Could it be? Who are you? Li Kaifeng inquired cautiously. I am Li Fan, the owner of this repair shop, Li Fan replied with a gentle smile. Earlier, I assisted Captain Zhang with his mecha repairs. Li Kaifeng and Oppo's eyes brightened, and he subtly probed further. Oh, were you repairing or enhancing the mecha? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai's heart sank. Oh no. Li Bapi is trying to extract information. He quickly shot Li Fan a desperate look, hoping he would cover for him. However, Li Fan seemed oblivious to the silent plea and continued. Indeed, I just happen to possess some unique repair techniques. Unique repair techniques? Li Kaifeng's interest piqued, sensing he might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. A smile crept onto his face as he remarked, Li Fan, you carry on with your work. Zhang Sihai, come with me. His tone had noticeably softened. Zhang Sihai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly followed Li Kaifeng out of Li Fan's repair shop. Yet, his heart was heavy with regret. My hurricane. I didn't even get to test it. Forget your testing. Hurry back and write a reflection report. Or else you'll lose 2 years and 4 months of salary, plus the year-end bonus. As soon as they exited the repair shop, Li Kaifeng's demeanor shifted, and he pointed a finger at Zhang Sihai, berating him. Zhang Sihai could only sigh in resignation. Life is indeed difficult for me. Chapter 50. Spend money to gain strength. A group of law enforcement officers exchanged glances, not daring to breathe a word, and silently retreated. After all, the repair shop was not going anywhere. There would be plenty of opportunities to enhance the mechs in the future. They were not as impulsive as Captain Zhang. After all, as one reaches middle age, one must have a hobby. Aside from family, mechs were the lifeblood for Zhang Sihai. As the crowd dispersed, the repair shop finally fell quiet. As if the previous clamor had merely been a fleeting dream, Tang Si emerged from the flames and approached Li Fan, solemnly clasping his fists in gratitude. "Boss Li, I truly cannot thank you enough for this." "It was but a trifling effort," Li Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively, accustomed as he was to such scenes. Yun Feng and his companions stepped forward, sincerely stating, "Boss Li, we owe you a great debt this time. We will make every effort on the compensation front. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us." They understood the significance of this enhancement. Such kindness must be repaid. Li Fan nodded slightly, not declining their offer. As the top-tier combat unit in the Federation, the Sea King squad might indeed prove useful in the future. Seeing Li Fan and Appos' acquiescence, the three men beamed with joy, expressing their thanks once more before taking their leave. Watching them depart, Li Fan let out a long sigh and murmured to himself, "Finally, some peace and quiet. These past 2 days have truly exhausted me." Indeed, these days had been the busiest since he opened the repair shop. First, he had eliminated the Bloodbath Alliance S. Vera, followed by the mech enhancements for Yun Feng and Zhang Sihai. It had been a whirlwind, leaving no moment for respite. What can I say? My exceptional talents come with an overwhelming burden of busyness that belies my age, he lamented with a hint of self-deprecation. Then turned back into the shop. Gazing at the alluring sum in his account, a contented smile spread across his face. 330 million. Such a figure brings joy to the heart. Li Fan reclined in his rocking chair, blissfully fixated on the account balance, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Such savings were rare even among the majority of star fragment level mech engineers. Only the elite could boast such wealth. Of course, compared to starry sky level mech engineers, he still had a ways to go. However, he reminded himself that he was still a Rift sky level mech engineer. Such prowess was hard to believe. No, strength is paramount. Wealth alone cannot resolve all issues. Li Fan slapped his thigh and resolved to commence training with the universal meditation method. A pricey purchase from the system that could enhance his mental prowess, essential for mastering higher-level mechs and awakening superior martial techniques. He settled cross-legged in the rocking chair, closed his eyes, and began to meditate according to the incantation of universal meditation method. 1 hour, 2 hours, Li Fan opened his eyes and rubbed his temples, feeling significantly less fatigued, yet his mental strength remained stagnant. What is this? After all my efforts, my mental prowess hasn't budged an inch. Li Fan nearly leapt from his seat. Ding! The familiar system notification chimed. The current host practicing universal meditation method, initial edition, has reached the limit of level 4 mental strength. To continue enhancing, please exchange for the subsequent universal meditation method, intermediate edition, and universal meditation method, final edition. Li Fan and Appos' mouth twitched. More spending. Truly, the system is an insatiable pit. Yet, for the sake of becoming stronger, he resolved, I must invest. Clenching his teeth, he declared, I am now a wealthy man. How much for the next editions? I and Appos' purchased them all. Ding. Account balance. Minus 40,000,000. 0 credit points. Li Fan nearly coughed out blood. What the 40 million? Are you robbing me? He felt a wave of despair, although he had earned over 300 million in the past 2 days. Losing 40 million all at once was still heart-wrenching. The system coldly prompted, Universal Meditation Method, Intermediate Edition at 500 star energy. Universal Meditation Method, Final Edition 1500 star energy. Ding. Universal Meditation Method, Intermediate Edition, and Universal Meditation Method, Final Edition have been issued. Please check your inventory. A buzzing sensation enveloped his mind, akin to enlightenment, as a torrent of information flooded in. Li Fan felt as if he had been stuffed into a knowledge compression bag, his head nearly bursting. System, this is forced indoctrination. Can't you be a little gentler? Rubbing his temples, he grumbled. Yet, despite his complaints, he quickly settled down to organize the new content of Universal Meditation Method swirling in his mind. The initial edition focused on oneself as the eye, gathering the tides of star energy, but the intermediate and final editions required the construction of multiple star energy tide eyes. Li Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was akin to becoming a walking artillery platform. As he meticulously studied, he realized that the complete meditation method had maximized the efficiency of mental power cultivation. Multiple star energy tides operating simultaneously would exponentially increase energy gathering speed. It was akin to wielding a cheat code. No wonder it is so expensive. You truly get what you pay for, he mused. However, The complexity of constructing multiple tied eyes seemed overwhelmingly high. It felt akin to simultaneously juggling a dozen Rubik's cubes, ensuring each one turned correctly. A minor misstep would lead to utter failure. He attempted to construct a second tied eye in his palm as described in the Intermediate Edition. The result pop. The nascent form of the tied eye collapsed in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. Oh dear. This difficulty is utterly hellish. Li Fan massaged his throbbing temples, lamenting. 40 million seems a bit steep for this. However, Li Fan was not one to give up easily. I refuse to be deterred. I am destined to become the strongest mech engineer in the galaxy. He gritted his teeth and tried again. Once, twice, thrice, failure, failure, still failure, damn. This meditation method is far more challenging than repairing mechs. Li Fan couldn't and oppose. Help but curse. Just as he was about to lose his mind, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, constructing multiple tied eyes is akin to multi-threaded operation? This is my forte. Li Fan smacked his thigh, feeling enlightened. What is most crucial in multi-threaded operations? Synchronization, coordination, resource allocation. He murmured to himself, if I treat each tied eye as an independent thread, then allocate mental resources wisely, ensuring their synchronization and coordination, it should work. With this thought, clarity dawned upon him. He closed his eyes once more, took a deep breath, and divided his mental energy into two streams. Beginning to construct the tied eyes in his palms. This time, he eschewed speed for steadiness, cautiously controlling every nuance of his mental energy flow. Success. Moments later, Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing forth. In his palms floated two miniature whirlpools of star energy, slowly rotating and emitting a gentle glow. Double the joy, here I come. Li Fan grinned widely, displaying an expression of triumph. He did not hasten to construct more tidal eyes. Instead, he resolved to elevate his current level of mental prowess. First, he would solidify his foundation before aspiring to loftier realms. Li Fan mused. One cannot achieve greatness in a single gulp. Taking too large a step may lead to misfortune. Thus, he sat cross-legged, centering himself. As the star energy whirlpools in his palms simultaneously spun, voraciously devouring the surrounding star energy, his mental level began to surge at a visibly rapid pace. Level 4 intermediate. Level 4 advanced. Level 5. Boom. At the moment, his mental level transcended to level 5. Li Fan felt as though a shackle within his mind had been shattered, rendering the entire world more lucid and vibrant. Is this the sensation of a star fragment level mecha master? Indeed, it feels remarkably different. As he reveled in the surging mental energy within him, he could not help but exclaim in awe. However, he also keenly noticed that the acceleration of his mental enhancement was gradually decelerating. It appeared that a methodical approach was necessary. Progress must be made at a measured pace. Li Fan reminded himself, haste makes waste. Rushing to the pinnacle may lead to self-destruction. He slowly withdrew his focus, opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of excitement within. Chapter 51. The Ascension of Apocalypse. The enmity of the Qin clan, the exhilaration of leveling up swept through Li Fan like a refreshing breeze, yet he quickly regained his composure. The title of a fragment star mecha master seemed incongruous when paired with the apocalypse of the rift level. This simply wouldn't and oppose, do. His old companion needed to keep pace with him. Li Fan stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the weathered exterior of the apocalypse. Memories of the fierce battle against the sword-boned dragon flooded back, each perilous moment vividly etched in his mind. The apocalypse had exerted itself to the utmost. Yet the disparity remained glaringly apparent. Flexibility was its most significant shortcoming. The sword-boned dragon slithered like an agile serpent, while the apocalypse resembled a cumbersome tin can, struggling to turn. Its energy conduction efficiency was low, and the material strength was insufficient. The more Li Fan pondered, the more he felt that the apocalypse required a complete overhaul. Should he encounter a formidable foe again, it might truly be disassembled into components. A sense of urgency surged within him. Slapping his thigh, Li Fan recalled the nano-mecha renovation trial within the system. This could be the opportunity for the apocalypse's metamorphosis. Without hesitation, he leaned back in his recliner, closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually descended into the system space. Ding. The nano-mecha renovation 3-star trial has officially begun. Please, host, follow the system prompts to complete the nano-upgrade modification of the apocalypse mecha. The system's cold voice resonated, instantly invigorating Li Fan. A nano-upgrade modification? The very name exuded sophistication and grandeur, understated luxury with profound depth. He rubbed his hands together, reminiscent of an eager online shopper ready to unwrap a package. Thinking, I wonder what marvelous items I might acquire this time. Before him, A metallic platform slowly revealed a holographic projection, akin to a magic trick. The three-dimensional structure of the Apocalypse Mecha presented itself in 360 degrees, devoid of any blind spots. Various parameter data cascaded like a waterfall, more detailed than the measurements of a Victoria and Appos' secret model. Energy conduction efficiency, 72. No wonder it always felt lacking in power during combat. It turned out energy was leaking along the way. Material strength, B grade. Li Fan facepalmed. What difference was there between this strength and that of paper? With a mere sneeze from the opponent, the Apocalypse might very well disintegrate. Flexibility, C-. Upon seeing this evaluation, Li Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. C-. Even a rusty turtle would be more agile than this. The Apocalypse was not merely a mecha, it was practically a mobile coffin. Li Fan's heart raced. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. In its current state, if the Apocalypse did not undergo an upgrade, it would surely become a heap of scrap metal. System. Is there any way to rapidly enhance the energy conduction efficiency? Li Fan fervently called out to the system in his mind, his tone dripping with flattery. After all, when faced with difficulties, seeking the system was a fundamental quality of a transmigrator. Ding. Detection of host needs, intelligence online, potential for growth. Recommended solution. Replace with psychic-grade superconducting materials, which can boost energy conduction efficiency to over 95. Exceptional results, honest and trustworthy. The system astonishingly offered a rare discount, almost leading Li Fan to believe he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Psychic-grade superconducting materials? The name alone suggested a hefty price tag. Li Fan's lips twitched. Is there a more economical option? Ding. Detection of host's financial situation. Recommended solution. Employ nanocarbon tube technology to microscopically alter existing materials, boosting energy conduction efficiency to over 85. This is perfect. I'll go with that. Li Fan decisively chose the second option. Practicality was the way to go. Ding. The chosen plan has been confirmed. The nanocarbon tube modification is commencing. As the system's notification chimed, the holographic projection of the Apocalypse Mecha began to transform. Countless tiny nanocarbon tubes spread throughout the mecha's every corner as if they were alive, intricately weaving the original material structure into an invisible web. A subtle crackling of electricity resonated, and Li Fan could feel the energy surging within the mecha, as if something had been activated. Watching the energy conduction efficiency steadily rise on the holographic projection, Li Fan felt an indescribable exhilaration swell within him. At Wenqing University, in the meditation room, a soft blue energy aura flowed gently within the training chamber. In the center of the room, Jinyu sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, his breathing deep and steady. Surrounding his body, stars twinkled, a testament to the high concentration of his mental energy. After a long moment, Jinyu opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. Mid-level for psychic power. He had finally broken through. A subtle smile graced Jinyu and Appos' lips. The arduous training had not been in vain. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the door of the meditation room was pounded upon, shattering Chinyu's train of thought. A familiar voice boomed like thunder. Chinyu, get out here. Who else could it be but his dear sister, Qinlan? Chinyu rubbed his temples in exasperation. This girl was undoubtedly here to pick a fight. He stood up, sauntering to the door, which he opened. Outside stood Qinlan, hands on her hips, a playful smile on her face, exuding an air of annoyance. Oh, ISN and damp. Appos, this my damp. Appos, beloved and damp. Appos, sister? What brings you here? Chinyu teased with a grin. Cut the playful banter. Qinlan glared with her beautiful eyes. Chinyu, your last victory was unearned. This time, I want a rematch. Chinyu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is it that you didn't and amp? Appos, call me brother enough last time? You. Qinlan blushed with indignation, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chinyu, don't get cocky. If it weren't for you seeking Master Li's help to ascend and awaken your martial techniques, do you think you could have defeated me? Oh, is that so? Chinyu crossed his arms, watching her with feigned nonchalance. So, does that mean your mecha has recovered and awakened its martial techniques as well? Of course. Qinlan proudly lifted her chin. I have returned to my peak state. This time, I will make you sincerely acknowledge me as an Appos, sister and Appos. Sister? Chinyu Kuden and Appos. Helped but chuckle. Qinlan, have you forgotten that you were born a minute after me? Qinlan refused to back down. Don and Appos. Changed the subject. I am certain I will win this time. Chinyu pretended to clean his ears, feigning ignorance. TSK. The way some people can't handle defeat is truly eye-opening. How about this, dear sister, call me brother once more. And perhaps I will be in a good mood and let you have one hand? Qin, you. Qin Lan gritted her teeth in frustration. This time, I nearly didn't make it back. If it weren't for the help of a benefactor, you might not have seen your sister again. Oh, what do you mean by that? Qin Yu noted that Qin Lan did not seem to be joking and ceased his playful demeanor. Qin Lan huffed. Humph, during my journey to Kalen Star, I was ambushed by the Bloodwash Alliance. Qin Lan paused dramatically. If it weren't and Oppos, T for Boss Lee and Oppos, as timely intervention, I might have truly met my end there. What? Li Fan? Qin Yu's voice suddenly rose, his expression one of disbelief. You mean, Li Fan saved you? And repelled the assassins from the Bloodwash Alliance? This? How could this be possible? I knew you wouldn't believe me. Let me tell you, those assassins from the Bloodwash Alliance are no pushovers. If it weren't and Oppos, T for Bosley. Chapter 52, From Ancient Martial Arts to Mech Cultivation in the Cultivation Chamber. Qin Lan began to recount the scene from that fateful moment. The assassin's mech was ruthlessly cunning, and just as I thought my demise was imminent, the pilot of the mech descended upon us like a divine being. And then, Qin Yu was utterly captivated by Qin Lan's narrative. Qin Lan endeavored to recall every detail of the apocalypse mech, striving to convey it vividly to Qin Yu, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Qin Yu gazed at Qin Lan with a hint of nostalgia. He shook his head solemnly and remarked, regardless of his intentions, saving you constitutes a debt of gratitude towards our Qin family. We must repay this debt. Indeed, Qin Lan nodded, her expression turning grave. By the way, Bosley mentioned that Karen Star is currently unstable. Unstable? Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Is the ambush by the Bloodwashers Alliance merely the beginning? Their motives must be significant, and with our current strength, we could only become cannon fodder. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Lan reined in her previous irritation and nodded earnestly. Indeed, we are still too weak. Had their conversation been overheard by the freshmen at Wenqing University, they would have undoubtedly exclaimed, incredible! You two, one the top scholar and the other the second. If this is considered weak, what does that make us? Pathetic? We need to work harder and train together, Qin Lan declared, inhaling deeply as if making a momentous resolution. With hands on her hips, she struck a pose of authority. From now on, you can train with me, and I shall ensure you remain diligent. Just you? Qin Yu scoffed, mercilessly dismissing her. You are only fit to be my sparring partner. Qin Yu, don't overstep. Qin Lan's eyes widened in indignation, glaring at him fiercely. Oh, are you flustered? Qin Yu teased, raising an eyebrow. What's the matter? Am I hitting a nerve? You. Qin Lan's chest heaved with fury, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Just as her words hung in the air, the atmosphere between them became charged, as if it were infused with gunpowder. Coincidentally, several freshmen from Wenqing University passed by, sensing the palpable tension and scuttling away in fright, like quails. Quickly, this is the battlefield of the amp, Oppos, top scholar and amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, second place and amp, Oppos. We cannot afford to provoke them. My goodness. What are they up to now? Last time they exchanged blows in the training room, they nearly tore the roof off. Hush, keep it down. We mustn't let them hear us. Let us hurry and slip away to avoid being collateral damage. As they murmured, they quickened their pace, eager to vanish from sight, their speed rivaling that of a sprint. In the Star Dream space, at the Nanomech Innovation Trial Arena, Li Fan stared at the floating blueprint of the Apocalypse mech, pulling at his hair in exasperation. Suddenly, a burst of fireworks erupted from the virtual projection, and Li Fan, with his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, leapt up from the control panel. My previous design of the three-core energy convergence was utterly inhumane. The holographic screen displayed the energy curve of the radiant core, resembling the erratic heartbeat of a Parkinson's patient. Suddenly, a system alert sounded. Warning, radiant core energy overload detected. Li Fan fixed his gaze on the fluctuating energy graph, his finger tracing a suddenly collapsed waveform. Wait, doesn't this phase shift resemble the energy flow of ancient martial artists? The nano repair arm paused midair. Do you intend to integrate martial arts meridian theory into the quantum energy system? The main AI of the Star Dream space exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Li Fan, however, grinned widely, his fingers dancing across the holographic keyboard. Countless golden patterns emerged on the surface of the mech model, gradually outlining a glowing network reminiscent of human meridians. The bottleneck of three-core energy convergence ISNTA lack of energy but turbulent energy flow. What if we allow the energy to circulate like internal force? As he pressed the confirmation button, the three diamond-shaped cores in the mech's chest began to resonate. The once volatile energy flow transformed into a smooth cycle within the golden veins, ultimately erupting at a specific node like an acupoint. Warning: output power has exceeded critical threshold. The AI's alarm suddenly changed pitch, followed by a cheerful electronic melody. Congratulations! The energy system innovation of the Apocalypse mech has been successful. The efficiency of three-core convergence has been enhanced. The charging time for the Marshall Technique swarm has been reduced by 50. Li Fan slapped the control panel in excitement, leaping into the air. It worked. I knew it. Combining ancient martial arts with technology is the true path. Congratulations. You have completed the Nanomech Innovation Trial Arena, Energy Core System Innovation, Rating S. Reward: 500 Stellar Energy Points, Apocalypse Mech Ascension Modification Blueprint, saved to personal terminal. The electronic voice of the system echoed through the vast star dream space. Li Fan beamed with a radiant smile. An S rating. I knew it. For a genius like me, this mere innovation trial is a piece of cake. Heh, I wonder who was previously pulling at their hair in frustration. The AI quipped without mercy. If it weren't for this AI feeling sorry for you and secretly granting you a little leeway, would you have succeeded so easily? Li Fan's smile faltered instantly. Ahem, what are you saying, dear AI? I was merely engaging in strategic hair-pulling to enhance my thinking. Besides, an S rating is a genuine testament to my prowess, far surpassing your leeway. With that, Li Fan eagerly exited the star dream space. As his consciousness returned to his physical body, he abruptly sat up from the recliner and dashed toward the repair bay. Ascend! Ascend! My Apocalypse is about to ascend. Upon entering the mech maintenance bay, the massive repair chamber hummed with activity. The silver-white Apocalypse mech stood silently within, like a stoic warrior awaiting inspection. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, greedily eyeing the repair chamber. He expertly operated the control console, importing the recently acquired Apocalypse Mech Ascension Modification Blueprint into the system. A cold, synthesized electronic voice rang out, detected and amp. Opos, Apocalypse Mech Ascension Modification Blueprint and amp. Opos. Would you like to proceed with the Ascension modification immediately? Estimated time for this modification: 3 hours. Estimated consumption: 800 stellar energy points. Commence modification. Li Fan decisively pressed the confirmation button. A mere 800 stellar energy points? That and amp. Opos, S nothing. For my Apocalypse, this investment is trivial. The repair chamber sprang to life, countless nano-mechanical arms extending forth, emitting a fine buzzing sound as they commenced a comprehensive modification of the Apocalypse mech. Li Fan watched with satisfaction, envisioning the majestic form of the Apocalypse mech post-ascension. He paced excitedly outside the repair chamber, anticipating the transformation from Voidbreaker to Star Shatterer, a qualitative leap. 3 hours passed. The humming of the repair chamber gradually subsided. The newly transformed Apocalypse mech finally revealed its true form. Wow! Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The sight before him was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, the entire surface is enveloped in a dark night nano-coating, and the quantum patterns seem to consume all sources of light as they flow. 3 honeycomb-shaped energy cores embedded in the chest rotate slowly in the form of a Tai Chi Bagua array. The height of the mech has significantly increased, towering at 35 meters, resembling a colossal iron giant, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chapter 53. The hive form. Li Fan rubbed his eyes, hardly able to believe the sight before him. The system's notification chime rang out once more. Congratulations. The Ascension modification of the Apocalypse mech is complete. Current level, Star Shattering Level 7. Ding. The Apocalypse mech has completed its Ascension modification. Would you like to awaken the second mech form? The system's prompt echoed in Li Fan's ears, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Awaken. Of course awaken. Was there even a question? System, do you take me for a fool? I would be a complete idiot to pass on this opportunity. Without hesitation, Li Fan selected yes, fearing the system might retract its offer. As his confirmation echoed, the massive repair chamber emitted a low hum once more, and countless dazzling light screens rose, enveloping the platform housing the Apocalypse mech, resembling a colossal cocoon. Dozens of nimble nanomechanical arms extended from all directions, skillfully reaching towards the 3 rhombus-shaped energy cores nestled within the mech and amp. Opos, S chest. Their movements were gentle yet swift, akin to seasoned obstetricians preparing for the birth of a new life. Minutes stretched into what felt like a century as Li Fan waited anxiously, each second akin to a kitten scratching at his heart, rendering him restless and impatient. At last, the system's notification broke the suffocating silence. Ding! Congratulations! The second form of the Apocalypse mech has successfully awakened, Hive form. The Hive form. In this state, the Apocalypse mech cannot perform direct attacks, but can utilize its mech talent one thought. 10,000 followers and oppos to control and attract surrounding metal, mech debris, and parts, drawing them into the end oppos, Hive and oppos, interior. Within the end oppos, Hive, and oppos, it will automatically assemble numerous small swarm mechs, akin to worker bees hatching in a beehive. Absorbing high-grade mech remains allows for the hatching of queen mechs, which are twice the size of worker mechs and possess even greater combat capabilities. Friendly reminder, the Hive form will consume a substantial amount of energy, so please use it judiciously. Listening to the system and amp, oppos, S introduction, leaf fan and amp, oppos, S mouth dropped open in astonishment, unable to close it for a long while. Wow, this is simply incredible, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. This was akin to a mobile armory. With the end oppos, Hive and oppos, form, could he not infinitely spawn units? What enemies, what fleets, they would all be mere trifles. Ecstatic, he spun in place several times, eager to find a location to test the might of the Hive form. Stroking his chin, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Absorbing metal and mech debris to automatically create swarm mechs? This was the ultimate manifestation of turning refuse into riches. Wait a moment, absorbing high-grade mech remains could also hatch queen mechs? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Did this mean that as long as he dispatched enough high-grade mechs, he could command an invincible army of queen mechs? With this realization, Leaf Fan's breath quickened. He could almost envision himself leading a vast legion of swarm mechs, sweeping through the stars and conquering all in his path. However, the system and oppos, S final advisory brought him back to a measure of calm, consuming a vast amount of energy. It seemed the Hive form could not be used recklessly. Leaf Fan stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Nevertheless, if wielded wisely, this would undoubtedly be a powerful trump card. Taking a deep breath, he activated the switch, opening the heavy dome of the repair chamber, and with a leap, he emerged in the rejuvenated Apocalypse mech boom. The massive mech landed with a resounding thud, creating a powerful gust that sent debris swirling around. The moonlight cast a cold, dazzling glow on the mech's pristine silver-gray armor. In the distance, a squad of law enforcement officers clad in black uniforms diligently carried out their night watch. Their energy weapons flickered with a ghostly blue light as they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The sudden noise from the repair shop immediately captured their attention, and they turned in unison towards the slowly opening dome above. Hey, isn't that Bosley? What on earth is he doing out here in the middle of the night? A young officer scratched his head in confusion. Idon and Amp, oppos, no. Shuden and Amp, oppos, we go remind Bosley to be cautious while out at night? You might not have heard, but our Bosley is the kind of person who can slice through star-shattering level mess with a single blow. Does he need our reminders? The difference between people is indeed striking. Comparing ourselves to Boss Lee is like a firefly competing with the full moon. It and oppos, just embarrassing. Hey, you guys should be mindful of the occasion when you and Amp, oppos, reboasting. Even if you praise Bosley to the heavens, he can and Amp, oppos, hear you. The captain lightly coughed, interrupting the officer's chatter. Wait a moment. What is Bosley planning? Is he going to practice mech control outside? A sharp-eyed officer suddenly pointed at the Apocalypse mech, exclaiming, Holy cow! Is that the legendary and oppos, Apocalypse and oppos, mech? This is my first time seeing it in person, it and oppos, so stunning. At this moment, Leaf Fan was completely immersed in the cockpit of the Apocalypse, experiencing the wondrous sensation of the mech merging with him. Unbeknownst to him, his appearance had become the most dazzling spectacle in the eyes of the law enforcement officers. Wait a minute. I remember Bosley and Amp, oppos, and Amp, oppos, Apocalypse and Amp, oppos, mech being around 25 meters tall. Right? But why does this mech seem nearly 35 meters high? One officer raised a question, shattering the collective amazement. A chorus of swallowing sounds rippled through the crowd. He has enhanced and upgraded the Apocalypse. Bosley, has he broken through to star-shattering level mechmaster? Good heavens! How is this possible? A star-shattering mechmaster at such a young age is simply unheard of. And that's not all. Don't forget, he was able to slay star-shattering mechmasters even when he was merely a rift-level mechmaster. Now that he has broken through, one end oppos, he be unstoppable across the stars. People are just on different levels. I feel like my whole life has been in vain. Bosley, please. Spare us your prowess. How are we ordinary folks supposed to live like this? As the powerful aura emanating from the apocalypse mech gradually spread, the law enforcement officers finally confirmed their suspicions. Amidst their astonishment, they began to lament their fate. Having seen all manner of extraordinary talents and prodigies, they had never encountered someone like Li Fan, an existence so astonishing that it was simply beyond comprehension. Chapter 54, Considering a Career Change to Beekeeping? As dusk descended, the training grounds of Karen Star lay in serene silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects, heralding an impending disruption of this tranquility. Suddenly, a silvery beam of light pierced the night sky as the apocalypse mech ascended, its metallic shell glinting with a chilling radiance under the moonlight. Within the cockpit, Li Fan's lips curled into a playful smirk. He was not here to show off, tonight. He intended to demonstrate the formidable power of his newly awakened second mech form, the Hive. With a hum, the apocalypse mech abruptly halted midair, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The silvery mech began to disassemble, fracturing into countless tiny metal components, akin to a swarm of disturbed bees darting through the sky. The moonlight cascaded down, causing each minuscule piece to reflect glimmers of cold light. Parameters of the Hive system raced across Li Fan's retina. Hive form compatibility, 92.7. He murmured, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. In his earpiece, the buzzing sound of liquid metal and friction resonated, reminiscent of a mysterious symphony. The mech fragments commenced a synchronized rotation, each hexagonal armor edge emanating a ghostly blue luminescence, merging machine and starry sky into one. Subsequently, these tiny mech swarms, as if drawn by an invisible force, swiftly reassembled and reconnected. Moments later, the once mighty apocalypse mech vanished, replaced by a colossal hive suspended in the air. The hive gleamed with a metallic sheen, every hexagonal structure fitting together seamlessly, resembling a piece of exquisite craftsmanship. At the training grounds periphery, the startled law enforcement team members gawked in disbelief at this extraordinary scene. What is this? Is Boss Lee considering a career in beekeeping? A young officer rubbed his eyes, his voice laden with confusion. You know nothing. The captain interjected forcefully. This is art. This is mech art. Though he too was at a loss regarding the nature of this spectacle. As the law enforcement team collectively grappled with their bewilderment, Li Fan activated his talent, 10,000 thoughts. One command. Whoosh, off in the distance, the remnants of the ghost cat mech, previously destroyed by Li Fan, seemed to come to life, quivering violently. Broken metal parts, twisted circuitry, and even scattered screws on the ground raced towards the hive, as if drawn by a powerful allure. What is happening? Is this some sort of recycling? One officer exclaimed. No. Look, those remnants are shattering upon contact with the hive. Another officer and Oppo's voice was filled with astonishment. And then? What happens next? Everyone held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation, fearing to miss a single detail. At the moment those ghost cat mech remnants touched the hive and Oppo's surface, they disintegrated into streams of metallic debris, drawn into the hive and Oppo's side doors. Immediately, the entire hive began to pulse with an eerie red glow, reminiscent of the heartbeat of some ancient behemoth, each thump sending shivers down the spine. Within the vast interior of the hive, the red light intensified, creating an overwhelming pressure that left one breathless. My goodness! Look! An astute law enforcement officer suddenly pointed at the hive in alarm. The hive's side doors slowly opened, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, revealing a chilling sight within. Dozens of enormous swarm mechs emerged in succession, each exuding a palpable aura of danger. These swarm mechs, pitch black in hue, bore a striking resemblance to wasps, their tails shimmering with ghostly blue light, and their 6 mechanical legs gleaming ominously, unmistakably menacing. Boss Lee has transformed trash into treasure. No, this is not treasure. This is a weapon of mass destruction. My goodness, I feel my heart racing. The law enforcement team members were utterly astounded by Li Fan and Oppo's audacious display, rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, the financially savvy Li Fan remained wholly absorbed in his own realm, commanding the swarm mechs with his 10,000 thoughts, one command talent. The swarm mechs executed an array of intricate maneuvers in midair, diving, spiraling, halting abruptly, and accelerating with remarkable agility. Each swarm mech operated as an extension of his own body, exhibiting unparalleled dexterity. As Li Fan reveled in his mastery, he remained oblivious to the multitude of lights illuminating the nearby residential buildings of Karen Star. It was the dead of night, and the residents were losing their patience. This has been going on for days. Enough is enough. I just managed to get my child to sleep, and now he has to wake again. I'm going to take action. I've called the law enforcement team 800 times. Why haven't they arrived yet? The residents grumbled, wishing fervently for Li Fan's repair shop to be dismantled. Simultaneously, the private communicator of law enforcement Chief Li Kaifeng was nearing overload. Hello? This is Li Kaifeng. What? The dream repair shop is in trouble again. Another report of interstellar pirates? Li Kaifeng massaged his throbbing temples, feeling on the brink of collapse. What does Li Fan have against interstellar pirates? Or perhaps against my sleep? Cursing under his breath, he leapt from his bed, hastily donning his clothing. Zhang Sihai, get over here. Bring your team. We're heading to the dream repair shop. Li Kaifeng's voice reverberated through the entire law enforcement headquarters. Zhang Sihai, on duty, jolted upright from his chair. Another trip to the dream repair shop? Chief, can I take a day off? Zhang Sihai lamented, feeling as if he was developing a phobia of the repair shop. Take a day off? Just try it. If you dare not show up today, I'll have you sweeping the streets tomorrow. Li Kaifeng roared, abruptly ending the communication. Moments later, a sleek black mech, striking in design, soared from the law enforcement headquarters, racing toward the dream repair shop. Following closely were several smaller law enforcement mechs, streaking across the night sky. What has Li Fan concocted this time? As Li Kaifeng piloted the mech, he mentally prepared himself to remain calm, no matter what awaited him. After all, when dealing with Li Fan, one's heart must possess the fortitude to endure. Chief, numerous unidentified flying objects detected ahead. They are approaching rapidly. Zhang Sihai's voice on the communicator bore a hint of panic. Unidentified flying objects? Could they truly be interstellar pirates? Li Kaifeng's heart raced as he swiftly adjusted the mech's radar, scanning the front airspace. Soon, the radar screen filled with a myriad of red dots. This is a swarm. Li Kaifeng's eyes widened, his worldview shifting once more. Chief, the swarms, they seem to be heading straight for us. Zhang Sihai's voice trembled with fear. All personnel, on high alert. Prepare for battle. Li Kaifeng took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment within, and issued the combat orders. He swiftly adjusted the mecha's stance. The main cannon began to charge, targeting the approaching swarm of mecha with increasing proximity. Chapter 55, Director Li and Amp. Appos. Olive branch, a blinding white light tore through the night, akin to a divine being descending or a lion and Amp. Appos. Furious roar. The formidable white mech surged into the sky above the dream machine repair shop, exuding an overwhelming pressure. What the hell? An astral-level mech. And Amp. Appos. White lion and Amp. Appos. Has the director lost his mind? Is he intending to dismantle the enemy and Appos' stronghold? Director, remain calm. These are our people. Are you trying to purge your own ranks? Zhang Sihai bellowed frantically into the communicator, nearly straining his vocal cords. Yet, at that moment, Li Kaifeng was entirely consumed by rage, incapable of heeding any advice. The scum of the Bloodbath Alliance dare to lay a finger on those under my protection. You are declaring war on the entire Gaislan Federation. Today, you shall understand why the flowers bloom so red. Li Kaifeng's eyes blazed with fury, his aura of hostility surging forth like a material force, reminiscent of an enraged primordial beast. He was utterly blinded by wrath, mistakenly believing that the infamous interstellar pirate organization, the Bloodbath Alliance, had attacked the Dream Machine repair shop in a bid for vengeance on behalf of Li Fan. The law enforcement team has Director Li taken the wrong medication? Or has he been possessed by aliens? The Bloodbath Alliance? How could they possibly be here? We are. No. We are the honorable law enforcement team. Oh no. The white lion is charging towards us. It's about to fire upon us. Run. If we don't flee, we will be turned into barbecue skewers. The members of the law enforcement team, witnessing the rampaging and Amp, Appos, White Lion, and Amp, Appos, were paralyzed with fear, hastily piloting their mechs in all directions like startled rabbits, wishing desperately for 2 additional legs. This was no jest. The White Lion was an astral-level 6th-tier super mech. Its colossal form towered over them like a mountain. A single misstep would reduce them to mere pancakes, if that main cannon struck them directly. The image was too horrific for them to contemplate. Li Kaifeng was confident he wouldn't accidentally harm these inept allies, but his mind was solely focused on obliterating those scoundrels of the Bloodbath Alliance, reducing them to dust. Die. Feel the iron-fisted justice of my wrath. With a thunderous roar, Li Kaifeng instinctively swung a heavy fist. Boom, the towering white lion, standing at 50 meters tall, Even a casual punch was larger than an entire swarm mech. The gust from his fist felt like a Category 12 hurricane, stinging against their skin. At that critical moment, Li Fan and Oppo's apocalyptic mech activated its defensive program in swarm mode. Over a dozen swarm mechs charged forth recklessly, akin to moths drawn to a flame, colliding bravely against the fist of the White Lion. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted across the night sky, resembling stunning fireworks, flames soaring high, as they valiantly blocked the devastating punch of the White Lion. Li Kaifeng was momentarily stunned, as if he had struck a mound of cotton, unable to exert any force. He could scarcely believe his eyes, these small. Unknown mechs had managed to withstand the full might of his White Lion. Li Kaifeng was the commander of a 5th-tier astral mech fleet, an exceptional figure in the entire Starshine Federation. The fact that they had so easily defended against his attack was scientifically implausible. It was nothing short of fantastical. Director, this is all a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. You are about to commit fratricide. Li Fan and Oppo's voice finally broke through the public communication channel, tinged with bewildered exasperation. Misunderstanding? Li Kaifeng was jolted back to reality, taking in the desolate scene around him. Reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by a typhoon, along with the law enforcement officers still reeling in shock, each resembling wilted eggplants. He suddenly comprehended. All of this is your doing? Li Kaifeng pointed at the destroyed buildings and the toppled law enforcement mechs, his voice trembling with astonishment. Ahem. Well, Director, I was merely testing the second form of the mech and inadvertently applied a bit too much force. Li Fan explained awkwardly, his voice dwindling until it was nearly inaudible. Second form. Li Kaifeng felt as if his CPU might overheat. This Li Fan not only commanded hundreds of swarm mechs as if he were their queen, but could also transform the mechs themselves. What kind of black technology was this? Had he smuggled himself from some alien civilization? This fellow was nothing short of a prodigy. No. He was a combat prodigy among prodigies. Hiss. Li Kaifeng inhaled sharply, feeling his CPU overload, nearly crashing in place. With a tone laced with cautious inquiry, he asked, Li Fan, would you be interested in developing within the Federation fleet? Letting aside other matters, the repair cost would be strictly according to your standards. Not a penny less. He paused momentarily, then quickly added, just give me a nod, and I promise to grant you the utmost freedom within my capabilities. Do whatever you wish. I shall not interfere. How does that sound? Is it a fair deal? In truth, Li Kaifeng had contemplated recruiting Li Fan into the fleet long before. After all, this young man's mech repair skills were nothing short of miraculous, akin to a human augment. However, the thought of the exorbitant repair fees made Li Kaifeng's heart ache, leading him to temporarily dismiss that notion. Besides, it was merely about mech repair and enhancement. There was no need to drag Li Fan into the fleet when he could simply visit the Dream Machine repair shop periodically. Yet, having witnessed Li Fan and Oppo's terrifying combat prowess, comparable to that of an astral-level mech master, Li Kaifeng could no longer remain composed. He yearned to extract his very heart and soul to recruit this humanoid giant into the Federation fleet. This was power akin to his own, and he was still so young. Currently, Li Fan was merely a fledgling of the star fragment level, yet he could unleash such astonishing combat strength. What would happen when he matured into an astral-level mech master? The implications were too magnificent for Li Kaifeng to fathom. With Li Fan's displayed potential, it was not unthinkable for him to eventually become a celestial star level or even a cosmic level superpower. At that point, would the entire Gaislan Federation not stride with unparalleled confidence? However, in response to Li Kaifeng and Oppo's olive branch, Li Fan resolutely shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Director, but I must decline. Should you require enhancement or repairs for your mech, you are always welcome to visit me at the Dream Machine repair shop. The idea of joining the fleet was ludicrous, setting aside the fact that Li Fan had no intention of doing so, even if he did. Such a move was out of the question. The Dream Machine repair shop was his foundation, his lifeblood. This was a truth he held in clear regard. If he were to leave the Dream Machine repair shop, would the system continue to provide its nurturing support? That was uncertain. Thus, no matter how grandiose Li Kaifeng and Oppo's promises, Li Fan would never acquiesce. Observing the determined expression on Li Fan's face, Li Kaifeng understood that this young man was genuinely disinterested in joining the fleet. Though he felt a tinge of regret in his heart, he could only let out a resigned sigh and utter, well, it seems that our fleet and you, dear Li Fan, are destined to be fated yet unconnected. To coerce Li Fan into joining? What a ludicrous notion, setting aside the formidable prowess that Li Fan possessed. It remained uncertain whether he could even contend with him. Moreover, he relied on Li Fan for future upgrades of his White Lion, making it utterly impossible to sever ties with him. After all, one could afford to offend many, but never the human cheat code. Chapter 56. Is Li Fan's strength incomprehensible? By the way, why not construct a training ground in the vast open space surrounding the repair shop? Li Kaifeng stroked his chin, grinning mischievously. Why not go all out and establish a high-level training venue fit for a competition? He calculated gleefully in his mind. It's not my money being spent. Beside him, a member of the enforcement team turned pale upon hearing this, stammering, But, director, a training ground of that scale. How much would that cost? The basic training ground is already. Internally, he lamented, Director, you are being generous with someone else's money. How much of the taxpayers and Oppo's hard-earned money would this consume? My performance bonus, sob. What do you mean and Oppo's, but and Oppo's? Just say it. This time, when the Bloodwashers Alliance attacked, Li Fan disregarded his own safety, stepping forward to eliminate the assailants on the spot, thus saving the residents of Karen Star. What else is there to say? This is a heroic act. This is the compensation he rightfully deserves. Do you understand? Li Kaifeng and Oppo's eyes widened, his expression shifting instantly as he shouted with righteous indignation. He paused, then donned a facade of false seriousness, looking at Li Fan for his opinion. Li Fan. My dear brother, you have no objections, right? Li Fan's lips curled slightly upward, his heart brimming with joy. This old fox is quite shrewd. A free training ground is too good to pass up. I have no objections, Li Fan replied readily. He calculated in his mind. This training ground is worth far more than any cash compensation. In the future, testing mechas will no longer be a constrained affair. Li Kaifeng internally reveled in his success. This is splendid. Not only do I grant a favor, but I also save a significant sum of money. This training ground shall be considered a public facility for the repair shop. Yes, what a splendid title. Shawan, draft an announcement. Li Kaifeng commanded with a wave of his hand, directing the nearby Shaowang. Let us say the recent earthquakes were caused by our federal fleet conducting secret tests on new weaponry. Assure everyone that there is nothing to worry about. Everything is under control. Shaowang looked bewildered. Director, are you speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? But, who am I to question you? The director. Once the announcement was made, public attention was indeed swiftly diverted. So it turns out the federal fleet is developing new weaponry. I knew there had to be a reason for the earthquakes. Remarkable, our federal fleet. This is the rhythm of dominating the entire universe. Support the federal fleet, for the glory of the Federation. The phone lines of the petition department finally quieted, and the staff collectively sighed in relief. Thank you, federal fleet. Thank you, new weaponry. Thank you, director, for your imaginative thinking. Meanwhile, Zhang Sihai hurried into Li Kaifeng and Oppo's office, his expression grave. Director, the preliminary investigation results are out. Zhang Sihai panted as he spoke. I suspect Deputy Director Ji may be involved in this matter. Oh. Li Kaifeng raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Zhang Sihai to continue. The former Deputy Captain Ji. He borrowed 3 cheetah mechas from the fleet under the pretext of executing a secret mission. And then, those 3 mechas went missing. Zhang Sihai's voice dwindled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Continue the investigation. Li Kaifeng's gaze sharpened. Focus on him, but proceed with caution. Do not alert the snake in the grass, and do not be misled by certain individuals. Yes, Director. Zhang Sihai saluted and exited the office. Once outside, Zhang Sihai Kuden and Oppo's helped but sighed deeply, filled with regret. Alas, if only I had heeded that kid Huang Lin and Oppo's advice to be more vigilant. Perhaps. He shook his head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts, and hurried toward his office. The starry night was tranquil. Yet the lights of the federal fleet remained ablaze, for both suppressing public opinion and conducting covert investigations were no easy tasks. On the other hand, Li Fan had returned to the repair shop, reclining comfortably in his chair, his gaze penetrating through the ceiling, reaching far beyond. It seems it is time for a visit to the old house. He murmured softly, a note of resolve in his voice. Initially, safety was the primary consideration at the repair shop. However, the enhancement of his strength had granted him newfound confidence. With stellar-level strength, even briefly touching the celestial level, he felt sufficiently capable of self-defense within the Federation. Even if the Bloodwashers Alliance were to return, he was confident he could escape unscathed. thanks to the agility of his mecha. Furthermore, judging by today's events, Li Kaifeng, this federal director, was certainly not a bystander. Within the headquarters of the federal fleet, Mu Qianqi was grappling with the threat posed by the Zhenjiang beasts, the rare large-scale beast tide occurring in the Federation and Appo's jurisdiction had placed immense pressure on this top-tier powerhouse from Huaxia. As if misfortune comes in pairs, the shadow of the Zhenjiang beasts had not yet dissipated when the attack from the Bloodwashers Alliance followed closely behind. Sigh. Life was much easier for that fellow Li Feixiu. Mu Tianqi rubbed his temple, his thoughts drifting back to the past, recalling that elusive old friend and the subtle connection he shared with Li Fan. A knock on the door interrupted his reverie as Yunfeng entered. Due to his focus on enhancing the mechas, Yunfeng had not yet reported on the incident involving the Bloodwashers Alliance, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. Chief Mu. Yunfeng saluted and got straight to the point. I am here to report on the situation at the Dream Repair Shop. Coincidentally, the federal report has arrived. And you were the first on the scene, so let us see if there are any discrepancies. As Mu Qianqi spoke, he projected Li Kaifeng's report, and they reviewed it together. This doesn't add up. Yunfeng quickly identified an issue, pointing at a segment of the report. The battle was actually concluded independently by the owner of the Dream Repair Shop. By the time we arrived, it was already over. What he was referring to was the account in the report that depicted Team Sea King collaborating with Li Fan to repel the Bloodwashers Alliance. Perhaps this was a narrative added by the Federation to save face, but Yunfeng had no interest in such hollow accolades. Team Sea King was built on the foundation of truth, and Li Fan's contributions could not be erased. Mu Tianqi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He had not delved into the details, even assuming that Team Sea King was the main force and Li Fan merely an auxiliary. But now, Yunfeng claimed that the remnants of the Bloodwashers Alliance were solely vanquished by Li Fan. He recalled that Li Fan was of similar age to Mu Hongxue, and typically, geniuses at that age were still hovering around the sky level. Meanwhile, Weila was indeed a bona fide stellar-level mecha master. He single-handedly eliminated a stellar-level mecha master piloting a stellar-level mecha. Mu Tianqi could not help but question this. It was indeed beyond reason. A youth yet to reach his 20s possessing such terrifying strength? Throughout the history of the 4 dominant factions in the universe, one could not find another like him. Of course, Bosley. His strength is indeed unfathomable. Yunfeng and Appo's tone was filled with admiration. He was a meticulous man who never exaggerated. Mu Tianqi, unfathomable? What leads you to say that? Could it be that the lad truly possesses extraordinary abilities? His father's strength was indeed formidable, but merely a notch above his own. Could his son be this formidable? Mu Qianqi found it hard to comprehend, yet at that moment, curiosity began to take precedence. What his daughter Mu Hongxue said could be dismissed as a jest, but Yunfeng and Appo's words demanded attention. Elaborate. Mu Qianqi set aside the intelligence review for the moment. His interest in Li Fan had eclipsed all else. This must begin with the mechanical repair skills of Bosley. When mentioning Li Fan, Yunfeng's tone ascended, brimming with admiration. You mean to say, he can awaken new combat techniques and mechas, and even unlock a second form? Your Sea King squad sought his enhancement? Zhang Sihai went so far as to offend Li Kaifeng for the sake of strengthening his mecha? How? Is that even possible? Upon hearing Yunfeng and Appo's account, Mu Qianqi was utterly stunned, his eyes wide open, as if he had heard a tale from the fantastical. He suddenly recalled Mu Hongxue and Appo's earlier mention of the profound transformation experienced by her mecha, the Ice Mage, after its advancement, an indescribable scene. Could it be that? Mu Tianqi yearned to immediately seek confirmation from Mu Hongxue, but, considering the late hour, he had to refrain. You take the information back for now. I need some time to reflect. At this moment, the commander of the Federal Fleet was thoroughly shaken. He required time to process all of this. Indeed, Yunfeng complied and departed, finding no surprise in Mu Tianqi's reaction. After all, it is difficult for anyone to believe that such a legendary mechanic is concealed within the borders of the Federation. Chapter 57. The director joins the queue today. Mu Qianqi slammed 2 reports onto the table, causing the teacup lids to rattle. This Li Fan, is he truly that remarkable? He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling a buzzing in his head. What on earth is going on? One report paints Li Fan as merely lucky, while the other elevates him to near-divine status. The more he read, the more his head ached. Is there even a shred of truth in either of these documents? Mu Qianqi rolled his eyes in exasperation. That little girl, Hongxue, was just here boasting about Li Fan and Appo's mechanical skills, claiming they were and Appo's extraordinary, remarkable, and Appo's I thought she was just spinning tales. Mu Tianqi slapped his thigh. So, she was actually telling the truth. The aide, who had been silent, was startled and nearly spilled the freshly brewed tea. This can end amp. Oppos. TB right. That kid Li Fan looks barely in his 20s. How can he possess such immense talent? The aide muttered under his breath. Barely in his 20s? What do you know? Mu Tianqi shot him a glare. The aide, bewildered by the reprimand, thought to himself, when I was in my 20s, I was a commendable soldier in the Federation. However, he dared not retort to the commander, instead quietly placing the teacup down and retreating to the side, continuing to play the invisible man. This matter is quite peculiar. Mu Tianqi stroked his chin, his eyes darting about. No, I must carefully sort this out. The more he pondered, the more unbelievable it became. A youth in his 20s, capable of single-handedly defeating a stellar-class mecha pilot and awakening new combat techniques in mechas. Even unlocking a second form? This is utterly fantastical. I need to verify this myself. Mu Tianqi abruptly stood up, resembling a child brimming with curiosity, eager to rush to the dream workshop to uncover the truth. But as he stood, he suddenly remembered something, sitting back down, a crafty glint in his eyes. Wait. It seems that Hong Xue and Li Fan have a good relationship, and they are of similar ages. He envisioned Hong Xue and Amp, Oppos, as charming face and recalled Li Fan and Amp, Oppos, as youthful and vibrant countenance. That old fellow, Li Fatio, placed Li Fan on Karen Star, claiming it was to hone his skills. I suspect he has ulterior motives. The more Mu Tianqi considered it, the more he sensed something amiss. He and Li Fatio had decades of friendship. He knew his temperament well. If Li Fan is indeed so exceptional, then arranging a match between him and Hong Xue might not be a bad idea. Strengthening ties, this is a profitable venture. The more Mu Tianqi thought about it, the more pleased he became, his face breaking into a wide smile, as if he could already envision the joyous scene of grandchildren playing at his feet. In the luxurious presidential suite of a hotel, several silk pajamas lay scattered across the soft bed. Achoo! 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 Li Fatio suddenly sneezed 3 times in quick succession, startling the woman in his arms, Lan Siyun. Oh dear, Fatio, what is wrong? Did you catch a cold last night? Lan Siyun quickly pulled away from his embrace, her fair hand pressed against his forehead, her voice laced with concern. Li Fatio and Oppos' nose was itchy, and after rubbing it several times, he tightened his hold on Lan Siyun, grinning as he replied, It's nothing, just some old geezer secretly cursing me behind my back. Lan Siyun glared at him playfully, her small fist pounding his chest. How can you say that? Disappearing is one thing, but you even blacklisted Li Fan. Aren't you being a rather unreliable master? What if something were to happen to him? Relax, that kid is tough as nails, he won't encounter any trouble. Li Fatio waved dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. This is called free-range parenting, you understand? Young eagles must be tossed out to learn to fly. After a while, I'll sneak back and give him a surprise. Lan Siyun still harbored some doubts, her brow slightly furrowed, but upon seeing Li Fatio's carefree face, she could only sigh helplessly. She knew once he made up his mind, it would be impossible to sway him. On Karen Star, in the office of the Federal Law Enforcement Bureau, Director Li Kaifeng stared at the luminous screen before him, his dark circles resembling those of a panda. He was fixated on the continuous stream of intelligence regarding the G family, which was both dazzling and perplexing, far more captivating than the designer bags in his wife's closet. G Silong, you crafty old fox, a year ago you complained to the Federation about your family and Oppos' business failing, seeking A and Oppos' support and Oppos' of rare minerals. And where are they now? Did you gobble them all up, or feed them to your pack of interstellar hyenas? The more Li Kaifeng read, the angrier he became, wishing to smash the screen to smithereens. He felt like a monkey being toyed with, at the mercy of the G family and Oppos' cunning schemes. And you, G Silong and Oppos' nephew, weren't you the deputy captain in the fleet? You seem to be quite friendly with your uncle lately. Are you two colluding to plunder the Federation's resources? Li Kaifeng gritted his teeth, increasingly convinced that the G-uncle-nephew duo were unscrupulous businessmen, one feigning poverty while the other engaged in covert dealings, their cooperation seamless. He rubbed his aching temples, feeling as though his brain cells were being fried by these trivial matters. The G family, particularly that deputy captain, was like a ticking time bomb, ready to obliterate him at any moment. No, I must devise a plan to defuse this bomb, Li Kaifeng muttered to himself, a fierce glint in his eyes. He had no intention of becoming the first director in Federation history to be undone by unscrupulous merchants. That would be utterly disgraceful. He donned his uniform, placed his hat firmly on his head, and hurried out of his office. However, upon arriving at the dream workshop, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A long queue stretched out the door, a sea of people as far as the eye could see. Hey, have you heard? Just a couple of days ago, Boss Lee single-handedly took on the Bloodwash Alliance. That spectacle was more thrilling than a galactic blockbuster. They say he took down stellar-class mechas with a single punch, like playing whack-a-mole. What's that? I heard Boss Lee's mecha can transform. One moment it's a towering figure, the next it's a mighty robot. It can turn into, whatever it is, it's incredibly impressive. You guys are so out of the loop. The latest news is that Boss Lee's repair shop account has been suspended. They say business was too booming, inciting envy. And got reported. Reported? Who could be so malicious? I bet it's that G family bunch. Li Kaifeng listened to the murmurs from the queue, growing more alarmed and conflicted. These rumors, a mix of truth and fiction, but one thing was certain, Li Fan's mechanical skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Yet, with so many people, how long would it take for him to finally get his turn? Li Kaifeng was at a loss, pondering how to squeeze through the crowd. This is even more vexing than investigating the hidden strongholds of the enigmatic Bloodwashers Alliance. Before him stood the grand entrance of the Dream Repair Shop, which opened with a swift motion. Li Fan stepped outside, gazing at the long, serpentine line of people, his face a portrait of helplessness. How? Can there be so many people again? Li Kaifeng's eyes brightened, and he was about to call out Boss Lee when he noticed Li Fan raise a hand in a shushing gesture. Li Kaifeng was taken aback, pondering what mischief Boss Lee was up to. Was he afraid of being discovered by the G family? It made sense, as he was indeed a focal point of attention now. A previous batch of customers had come, but only a handful truly required meticulous repairs. This time, however, it was drastically different. Clearly, these individuals had come seeking his exceptional mechanical skills after witnessing them firsthand. Among the throng, Li Fan also spotted the familiar figure of Zhang Hao. So many people, how long will this take? For the first time, Li Fan entertained the notion of expanding his shop and hiring assistants. Couldn't he possibly attend to every customer personally? Not to mention, the costs were prohibitive for many. Even if everyone could afford it, how long would he be occupied with this multitude? Fortunately, he suddenly spotted Li Kaifeng at the back of the crowd. Li Fan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly waved. Director Li, over here. He surveyed the long line of people, a bitter smile playing on his lips, and then he pulled out a megaphone. Indeed, it was the kind often used by street vendors. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen. Li Fan cleared his throat and announced through the megaphone. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support for the Dream Repair Shop. However, due to our limited space and staff, we are unable to accommodate such a large number of guests at this time. The crowd erupted in murmurs, many beginning to voice their discontent. No way? Did we really come here for nothing? Exactly. I traveled across the neighboring star system to get here. Boss Lee, this isn't fair. We are your loyal fans. Li Fan quickly raised the megaphone again, continuing, please, everyone, remain calm. To prevent chaos and ensure fairness, we will implement a reservation lottery system for customer service. A reservation lottery? What does that mean? How will it work? Li Fan patiently explained, starting tomorrow. We will release 3 reservation slots daily on our official account on the Star Network. Everyone can draw lots based on luck, and those selected will be able to come in for their mech repairs. It will be absolutely fair and just, no favoritism. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some were in agreement, others opposed, while a few began searching for the Dream Repair Shop's official account online. Sigh, had I known, I would have checked the Star Network first. Boss Lee, can't you make an exception? We came from so far. While some hoped for leniency from Li Fan, he understood the implications of setting a precedent. If he made exceptions for some, what about the others waiting in line? When would this end? Thus, he decisively stated, I'm sorry, but there is nothing I can do. If you wish to come, please return and draw lots. Noticing the growing discontent, he added, additionally, this gentleman here. He gestured towards the stunned Li Kaifeng, is a client who had made a reservation in advance. Today, we are serving him specifically. So, I kindly ask everyone to return and draw lots tomorrow, if that is agreeable. Li Kaifeng was taken aback. When did I make a reservation? I was completely unaware. However, he noted that Boss Lee was quite adept at managing the situation, providing him an escape route. A voice from the crowd called out, since Boss Lee has said so, let us trust him this time. Yes, Boss Lee is the man who can take on the Bloodwashers Alliance. He wouldn't deceive us. I must win the lottery tomorrow. I want Boss Lee to repair my mech. Li Kaifeng approached the entrance of the Dream Repair Shop, his expression a mix of emotions. Li Fan, you don't have to send away so many customers just to help me enhance my mech. I can wait. Li Kaifeng believed Li Fan was dismissing other customers solely to assist him, leaving him feeling like he owed a significant favor. Li Fan, however, was perplexed. No. I simply thought with so many people, I wouldn't get any rest today. Plus, we agreed on enhancing your mech beforehand. Li Kaifeng replied, all right. Perhaps I overthought it. It seems that having such skill allows for a degree of indulgence. Other repair shops are eager for a continuous stream of customers. Yet Li Fan seems to lament the abundance. Indeed, given his level of expertise, ordinary orders could hardly satisfy him, even under stringent conditions. Once news spread that he could significantly enhance mech performance and awaken new skills, the dream repair shop would hardly lack clientele, and most would likely be high-end customers. This was precisely what Li Fan was contemplating. He had initially thought of sustaining his business through basic repair services, but it now seemed unnecessary. If such work were required, he could simply hire someone to handle it. Beep, the host's thoughts detected. Special task triggered. Expand the dream repair shop and recruit a mechanical repair employee. With a time limit of 3 weeks. Requirements. Employee must possess at least 1-star mechanical repair skills. Task rewards. Unlock master-level mechanical repair techniques. Gain weapon enhancement. And starship enhancement branches. Li Fan was momentarily stunned upon receiving the system and Appos' task. Just as he had considered hiring someone, the task appeared? Could it be that the task was issued based on my thoughts? This was something Li Fan would need to observe further, yet the task's requirements were undeniably challenging. A 1-star mechanical repair master was a figure of considerable renown in the mechanical repair community. Such a person could command respect wherever they went. To attract someone of that caliber to work in his shop was no small feat, however. The rewards of this task were too tempting for Li Fan to refuse. Setting aside the 4-star mechanical repair techniques, he could not possibly overlook the branches of weapon enhancement and starship enhancement. Having experienced the wonders of system enhancements, Li Fan understood that any enhancement from the system would be beyond imagination. If weapon and starship enhancements were included, his earning potential would undoubtedly soar. Yet, regarding the starship, it appeared there wasn't sufficient space in the shop. After surveying the size of the dream repair shop, Li Fan concluded that enhancing a starship here was rather impractical. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from accepting the task. At this moment, Li Kaifeng had already entered the dream repair shop. Observing Li Fan lost in thought, and he inquired with curiosity, "Boss Li, what is the matter?" Li Fan snapped back to reality, waving a hand dismissively. "Nothing, just pondering a few things." He then guided Li Kaifeng into the repair chamber. This was Li Kaifeng and Appos' first time in Li Fan and Appos' repair chamber, and even he had to admit that it was the most well-equipped facility he had ever seen. "Director Li, please come in. Make yourself at home." Li Fan warmly invited, casually shutting the door with a thud, cutting off the prying gazes from outside. "Boss Li, you are too kind." Li Kaifeng expressed gratitude, but inwardly he felt elated, thinking that Li Fan was determined to help him enhance his mech. Otherwise, why would he send away all the other customers? Yes, it must be so. Boss Li is truly a good person. Li Fan quickly interjected, "Director Li, where's your mech? Let me take a look." Li Kaifeng nodded slightly, making his way to the center of the maintenance chamber. He raised his wrist and gently tapped the miniature projection button on his personal terminal. With a hum, a silvery quantum beam instantaneously projected into the vacant space ahead, constructing a temporary holographic field. The edges of the field flickered with faint runic glimmers, gradually dissipating to reveal a sleekly designed white mech. Its surface cloaked in a layer of nanoscale adaptive armor, reflecting a cold, piercing sheen. "Boss Li, this is my and Appos, White Lion and Appos." Kaifeng and Appos' voice brimmed with an unmistakable pride, as if he were introducing a comrade in arms. Li Fan and Appos' gaze, akin to that of a scanner, slowly traversed the white mech, meticulously assessing every detail. He inhaled sharply, not out of admiration for the White Lion's prowess, but from sheer intimidation. This machine exuded an overwhelming presence. Compared to the previous models he had repaired, this White Lion was nothing short of a child and Appos' toy. An invisible pressure enveloped him, making it feel as if breathing had become a challenge. Was this the pressure of a Starry Sky level 7 mech? How terrifying. A sense of caution crept into Li Fan's heart. This task would not be simple. He suppressed his astonishment and began to observe the White Lion more closely. Its appearance, its streamlined form, its materials. Clearly, it was no ordinary creation. examining the structure, the design philosophy, the craftsmanship. Li Fan felt akin to a newly walking infant witnessing Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash. The disparity was glaring. The design. The craftsmanship. My goodness. No, I must remain composed. I cannot let myself be overwhelmed. The system's task awaits me. However, considering the capabilities of this mech, the enhancements would surely be quite lucrative, wouldn't they? Hehehe. The greedy side of him revealed. It appears I still have a long journey ahead. Yet, this path seems quite enticing. Li Fan circled the white lion 3 times, rubbing his hands together like someone who had just encountered an unparalleled beauty. Ahem, a rather lecherous individual. Clearing his throat, he pretended to stroll around the mech with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with fervor. The particle accelerator of the left leg joint requires recalibration, and the transition thruster nozzles on the back are utterly coated in quantum frost. Observe the core energy supply circuit. Suddenly, Li Fan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, if these 3 energy conduits were modified to a helical rebar structure, the output of the shockwave blade could at least double. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng's heart skipped a beat, wondering if Boss Li had detected some issue. Truly, he was an expert. Please, Boss Li, share your insights. I will cooperate wholeheartedly, Kai Feng hastily declared, anxious that Li Fan might withdraw his support out of displeasure. Li Fan cleared his throat, adopting an expert demeanor as he pointed at the white lion. After my comprehensive and meticulous examination, the energy conduction efficiency, reactor power, armor toughness, and other aspects of your white lion exhibit significant potential for enhancement. He paused, raising 4 fingers. I recommend a level 4 enhancement plan. It will undoubtedly transform your white lion and elevate its combat capabilities. Li Fan proceeded to elaborate with enthusiasm. First, we must upgrade the energy conduction system to utilize quantum entanglement conduits, boosting efficiency by at least 30. Next, the reactor should be replaced. Have you heard of the AND-APOS, Black Hole Annihilation Reactor AND-APOS? It AND-APOS is powerful and offers sustained endurance. Additionally, the armor could be upgraded to AND-APOS, Dragon-Scale Composite Armor, AND-APOS, effectively doubling its defensive capabilities. Oh, and I can install AND-APOS, Spatial Jump Engine AND-APOS, for crucial moments to ensure your survival. After the enhancements, your white lion will not only be faster and sturdier, but will also gain a completely new combat technique. He deliberately left a suspenseful pause, smiling meaningfully. Kai Feng felt a surge of excitement, eager to witness the enhanced white lion wreaking havoc. Boss Li, how much would this level 4 enhancement approximately cost? Kai Feng inquired cautiously, bracing himself for the financial implications. Li Fan extended 1 finger and then added 5 more, grinning broadly. Not much, just a friendly price of 5 billion credit points. Kai Feng nearly choked on his own breath. 5 billion. His annual salary and allowances wouldn't even amount to such a sum if he abstained from food and drink. Boss Li, this price. Kai Feng felt as if his heart were bleeding. This was not merely enhancing a mech, it felt like a flesh wound. Noticing Kai Feng's expression, Li Fan quickly reassured him. Director Li, please do not find it exorbitant. This investment is absolutely worthwhile. Consider the combat power of your white lion post enhancement, the increased success rate of your missions, and the augmented rewards you would receive. These are intangible riches. Moreover, you will acquire a brand new combat technique. Such a skill cannot be purchased with money. Just imagine, at a critical juncture, an unexpected ability could potentially save your life. This is an invaluable treasure. Li Fan's persuasive rhetoric finally swayed Kai Feng's resolve. All right, Boss Li, I shall proceed. Kai Feng grit his teeth, forcing the words out. For the sake of power and new skills, he was willing to make the sacrifice. Seeing Kai Feng and AND-APOS' agreement, Li Fan immediately retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his drawer and handed it to him. Director Li, please review the contract, and if there are no issues, kindly sign. The contract clearly outlined the enhancement plan, costs, and the rights and obligations of both parties. Li Fan even added a special clause stating, Party A, Li Fan, holds the final authority to interpret the enhancement effects. Li Fan's inner thought, heh. This is preventive measure. In case the enhancement effects are less than expected, I have a say. Kai Feng scrutinized the contract and, after confirming its accuracy, affixed his signature. A pleasant collaboration. Li Fan beamed as he collected the contract and remarked to Kai Feng, Director Li, please transfer the funds. Kai Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the pain of parting with his wealth, and opened his personal terminal to transfer 5 billion credit points to Li Fan's account. Ding dong, Li Fan's terminal chimed with a crisp notification, his account balance soaring. 1.5 billion has been credited. Gazing at the long string of numbers, he felt as if he were dreaming. His greedy nature resurfaced. I'm rich. I'm rich. The system does not deceive me. Directorly, please return home to rest. The enhancement will require several days, and I will notify you when it is ready for collection, Li Fan informed Kaifeng. Kaifeng nodded and exited the maintenance chamber. He longed to return home and find solace, alleviating the wounds within his heart. Once Kaifeng departed, Li Fan promptly closed the shop door, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to commence the Level 4 enhancement of the White Lion. Chapter 58. Solo venture into Civica Star. Li Fan took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. System, initiate the elevation enhancement program for White Lion. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire maintenance chamber was engulfed in a blinding white light, far more extravagant than the earlier entrance effect of Li Kaifeng's White Lion. Clatter. Dozens of mechanical arms emerged from all directions, resembling a horde of frenzied tentacled creatures, encircling the White Lion. Various tool heads gleamed ominously as they skillfully traversed the surface of the mech, akin to a group of surgeons performing a delicate cranial operation. Zzz. Energy surged through the chamber, crashing about wildly. The mechanical arms dexterously switched to filigree engraving tools, a serious endeavor indeed. The engraving tool rapidly etched into the core components of the White Lion, sparks flying. Boom. Suddenly, a searing flame erupted from within the White Lion. Reminiscent of a dragon awakening and exhaling its fiery breath, the high temperature instantly scorched the entire chamber, warping the air itself. Li Fan felt as though he had stepped into a sauna, one heated to an extreme. Goodness, what a commotion! Li Fan was startled and quickly stepped back, nearly toppled by the wave of heat. This was not enhancement. It was akin to alchemy. System, are you sure this isn't some kind of ultimate biochemical weapon being concocted? Ding. Rest assured, host, everything is under control. This is a normal phenomenon caused by an overload of energy within the White Lion. The system explained solemnly. Li Fan, I can hardly believe you. The entire maintenance chamber began to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment, resembling an earthquake. Li Fan's eyes widened as he scrutinized the transformations of the White Lion. He certainly did not want his hard-earned establishment to be ruined by the system. The outer armor of the White Lion writhed and morphed as if imbued with life. The original white coating gradually faded away, revealing a silver-gray metallic sheen underneath, with mysterious dark red patterns faintly visible. Crack. The skeleton of the White Lion emitted crisp sounds, as if it were undergoing some arcane ritual. Ding. Detected that the White Lion mech is undergoing crystal pattern awakening. Upon successful awakening, the mech will gain a crystal pattern enhancement, boosting overall performance by 35. My goodness, this is remarkable. Li Fan was left speechless. It was as if he had struck gold. Boom. Another surge of intense flame erupted from the White Lion, akin to a volcanic explosion. The heat scorched the chamber, warping the air. What a tumult. Li Fan jumped back. This was not enhancement. It felt more like alchemical creation. The chamber shook violently, threatening to collapse. Li Fan and Appo's eyes widened. The White Lion and Appo's outer armor seemed to be animated, continuously writhing and reshaping. The original white paint gradually disappearing to reveal a silver-gray metallic luster. Crack, crack. The mech and Appo's skeletal structure emitted sharp sounds, seemingly undergoing a form of reconfiguration. The joint structures became increasingly complex and precise. Li Fan faintly observed the mechanical arms employing a magnetic levitation assembly technique, seamlessly attaching new armor plates to the White Lion. Is this a skeletal reconstruction mimicking beasts? Li Fan gasped, astonished. This technology I have only seen in textbooks. At the core power source, a dramatic transformation occurred. The original materials were replaced with a new, more efficient, and stable alloy. The proportions of various elements continuously adjusted to achieve optimal energy output. This material ratio, quite intriguing. Li Fan pondered, deep in thought. It seemed he had much to study. Rumbling. The explosive sounds emanating from within the White Lion grew increasingly thunderous, shockwaves crashing one after another, as if they would overturn the entire maintenance chamber. No. If this continues, my establishment will be lost. Li Fan, distressed by the trembling walls around him, hastily piloted the Apocalypse mech to the front of the White Lion. Apocalypse, activate energy shield, full power. Buzz. The Apocalypse mech was instantly enveloped in a pale blue energy shield, firmly blocking the heat and shockwaves from outside. Li Fan managed to shield himself, but the surrounding precious equipment suffered. Zzz. Crack. The shell of the electronic platform melted like ice cream, the internal components emitting desperate cries. Just as a disaster seemed imminent, a golden light suddenly flared. The psychic-level defensive field activated just in time, barely halting the scattered sparks and preventing the flames from spreading. My heavens, my equipment. My finances. Li Fan winced painfully, for these were hard-earned credits. Had he known, he would have invested in higher-grade fire protection equipment. Now, it seemed, saving a little money would cost him dearly. Meanwhile, outside the maintenance chamber, Li Kaifeng furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his gaze. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a familiar, yet far more terrifying energy fluctuation emanating from within the chamber. What on earth is he up to in there? Li Kaifeng murmured, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. He was eager to ascertain the situation inside. Were it not for Li Fan's rules, he would have rushed in without hesitation. But for now, he could only wait. In the Federation, perhaps only Li Fan could instill such restraint in him. As Li Kaifeng anxiously awaited, the great doors of the maintenance chamber suddenly swung open with a crash. His eyes brightened as he craned his neck, practically wishing to peek inside. Boom. A wave of heat rushed out, mingled with the scent of burnt metal. Li Kaifeng instinctively took a step back. This odor was quite intense. Then, a silver-gray mech slowly emerged. The once ostentatious white coating of the white lion had entirely vanished, replaced by a powerful silver-gray hue, the contours of the body flowing smoothly, exuding a primal beauty. Is this the white lion? Li Kaifeng's eyes widened, his voice trembling. The white lion stood upright, its core power source emitting a deep, resonant rumble. Buzz silver patterns, like lightning, spread across the surface of the white lion, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Is this the crystal pattern? Li Kaifeng exclaimed, clearly sensing the white lion's aura escalating at an astonishing rate. Roar. The white lion released a deafening roar, akin to a true lion awakening. Buzz. As Li Kaifeng activated the star ring, a pale blue beam of light shot from the chest of the white lion, smoothly drawing him into the cockpit. Click. The hatch closed, and Li Kaifeng felt as though he had merged with the white lion, an unprecedented sense of power coursing through him. Is this the sensation of rebirth? Li Kaifeng's voice trembled slightly as he attempted to maneuver the white lion. Each movement was remarkably fluid, devoid of any awkwardness. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the white lion stomped its foot, causing the entire maintenance chamber to vibrate. Whoa, Director Li, could you please be a bit gentler? If you break this, you'll have to compensate me. Li Fan shouted from outside, his heart aching at the thought. Only then did Li Kaifeng snap back to reality and quickly temper his strength. Taking a deep breath, he began to examine the new functionalities of the white lion. Is this the second form of the mech? Furious Lion? Li Kaifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Eager to test it out, he concentrated. And the form of the white lion shifted instantaneously. Roar. The white lion unleashed a deafening roar, its head armor swiftly transforming to reveal a fierce lion and Apos' head. Its eyes glowing ominously red. A crackling sound ensued as an invisible ray shot from the lion and Apos' head, sweeping across a metal frame in the maintenance chamber. Crack. The metal frame instantly froze, then twisted and deformed as if crushed by an unseen force. This power is terrifying, Li Kaifeng gasped, realizing that this furious lion form could not only intimidate enemy mechs, rendering them momentarily immobilized, but also slow their movements. Truly a masterful control technique. Moreover, there were two new combat techniques. As he continued to investigate, Li Kaifeng discovered that the white lion boasted two entirely new combat skills. One was a rending claw, which allowed the mechanical claws of the white lion to tear through space, generating a powerful suction force to draw enemies closer. The other was raging lion tail, utilizing the thrusters on the back of the white lion to spin at high speed, creating a massive energy storm for area attacks against foes. Haha. Excellent. 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 I can feel a long-lost surge of spiritual energy. Li Kaifeng couldn't contain his laughter. This enhancement exceeded his expectations by tenfold. It should be noted that his talent was merely B-level, enhancing combat power, and becoming a star-level mech master was nearly his limit. His visit to Li Fan was initially a desperate gamble, hoping that the enhancement of the white lion would catalyze his own breakthrough. Li Kaifeng felt the bottleneck he had experienced for years beginning to loosen, as if the door to becoming a spirit-level mech master was gradually opening before him. Thank you so much, Boss Li. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Li Kaifeng, will go through fire and water for you," he declared, patting his chest with conviction. "Director Li, you're too courteous. It was merely a small favor." Li Fan humbly waved his hand. However, he thought to himself that he needed to find a way to repay this favor. Suddenly, Li Kaifeng interjected, "Boss Li, thank you immensely. However, I have urgent matters to attend to at the Ji family and must take my leave." "What? In such a hurry?" Li Fan was taken aback. The favor he had intended to ask slipping away. "Yes, it is of utmost importance and cannot wait." Li Kaifeng nodded, his expression serious. "Very well, then. Please take care on your journey, Director Li." Although Li Fan felt a pang of regret for the lost favor, he understood the gravity of the situation and spoke quickly. Li Kaifeng expressed his gratitude once more before piloting the White Lion skyward, vanishing into the horizon. Sighing, Li Fan gazed in the direction the White Lion had disappeared, feeling a mix of envy and helplessness. After bidding farewell to Li Kaifeng and returning to the repair shop, Li Fan felt compelled to retreat to his room and begin his training. He sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes, and commenced the cosmic meditation technique. Streams of pure perceptive energy surged into his mind, akin to nourishing rain revitalizing parched earth. Li Fan sensed his mental strength rising exponentially, as if propelled by a rocket. His previously somewhat unstable fifth-level mental strength solidified under the influence of this cosmic energy, becoming as steadfast as a mountain. Moreover, it continued to expand, racing towards the mid-tier of fifth level with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, having left the dream repair shop, Li Kaifeng piloted the White Lion like a streak of light, heading straight for the Ji family on the planet Cibica. The Ji family, humph. This time, I shall see what schemes you are concocting. His gaze sharpened, a cold smile gracing his lips. As he soared above Cibica, he sensed something amiss about the planet. Without delay, he arrived at the G Corporation headquarters, suddenly feeling as though a chilling wind had swept through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "Why does this building feel like a haunted house?" As a star-level mech master, his sixth-level mental strength was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. From a distance, the G Corporation building appeared shrouded in dark mist, exuding an eerie aura that made one uncomfortable. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a pervasive malevolence surrounding the building, as if hundreds of souls had perished there. What he initially suspected to be a mere connection between the Ji family and the Blood Reapers Alliance now felt almost conclusive. TSK, it seems the Ji family has truly allied with those scoundrels from the Blood Reapers Alliance. Li Kaifeng stroked his chin, a cold smile forming on his lips. At this moment, Li Kaifeng was mentally prepared to retreat. He swiftly maneuvered the White Lion, preparing to return to his fleet and issue a full assault order. While being a star-level mech master granted him formidable strength, he firmly believed in the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Moreover, the malevolent aura emanating from the Ji family building instinctively evoked a sense of danger within him. Without knowledge of the enemy's capabilities and firepower, acting recklessly would be unwise, a lesson he had long learned through experience, which had allowed him to escape peril on numerous occasions. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his emotions. His fingers gently pressed on the control stick of the White Lion. The thrusters on the back of the White Lion roared to life, ready to launch. Powerful energy waves surged around the mech, poised to unleash astonishing speed at any moment. Li Kaifeng's gaze remained fixated on the Ji family building, his eyes shimmering with vigilance. He did not fully relax, even in retreat, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. Years of combat experience had taught him never to let his guard down, especially in the face of unknown adversaries. Indeed, this is the base of the Blood Reapers Alliance within the Gaislan Federation, Li Kaifeng remarked with an air of indifference, directing his gaze toward the Ji family building as if already pronouncing their doom. Collaborating with and persecuting the citizens of the Hua Federation is a grave crime. Such individuals are even more detestable than the Blood Reapers Alliance itself. First, I must leave. Li Kaifeng's eyes flickered as he prepared to withdraw. Cough, Director Li. Since you are here, why not come in for a chat? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air behind Li Kaifeng, sharp and grating, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 59. The Steel Spirit Energy Level Mech. Li Kaifeng slowly turned around, only to behold a middle-aged man clad in a black tank suit, with a sinister countenance, standing atop the tallest point of the skyscraper. Ji Tianqing? Li Kaifeng's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized the individual before him as the head of the Ji family, Ji Tianqing. Li Kaifeng had not anticipated that the head of the Ji family would personally appear, gazing down at him from the pinnacle of the Ji Corporation building. His demeanor reminiscent of a predator surveying its prey. Director Lee, your discernment is commendable. It appears that the Federal Bureau's intelligence has merit after all. Ji Tianqing and Amp. Oppos. S lips curled into a faint, chilling smile, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the cockpit of the White Lion. Li Kaifeng narrowed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy akin to a tide surging toward Ji Tianqing. He sought to probe the extent of Ji Tianqing and Amp. Oppos. S strength and the ulterior motives concealed beneath that smile. However, the moment Li Kaifeng and Amp. Oppos. S mental energy brushed against Ji Tianqing, it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. It was as though an invisible barrier enveloped Ji Tianqing, consuming his mental probing entirely. A spirit energy level mech master? Li Kaifeng and Oppos. S heart sank, his expression turning grave. Above the starry level lies the spirit energy level. A spirit energy level mech master possesses the capacity to wield mental energy for both offense and defense, a feat far beyond the capabilities of a starry level mech master. The only explanation for Ji Tianqing's effortless absorption of his mental energy was that Ji Tianqing was, indeed, a hidden spirit energy level mech master. Director Lee, since you are here, why not step inside for a chat? The doors of the Ji family are always open to you, Ji Tianqing continued, his tone laced with amusement. As if toying with a trapped prey. A chat? Ji Tianqing, do you take me for a child? Li Kaifeng retorted with a cold laugh, his voice projecting through the White Lion and Oppos. S speakers, resonating with metallic echoes. Treason and betrayal against the Hua Federation, your Ji family has outlived its purpose. Ji Tianqing and Oppos. S smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling malevolence. Li Kaifeng, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe that with your starry level mech, you can run rampant in my Ji family's territory? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. Before he could finish, Ji Tianqing and Oppos. S arms flung open, unleashing a violent surge of energy from within. With a resounding roar, a pitch-black mech, towering at 63 meters and exuding a menacing presence, emerged amidst flashes of purple-black light. This mech, in stark contrast to the majestic White Lion, radiated an aura of brutal ferocity akin to a demon ascending from the depths of hell. Its crimson electronic eyes fixated on the White Lion, as if intent on devouring it whole. The mech emitted a deep, guttural roar, brimming with savagery and bloodlust. My exclusive mech, the Colossus, Li Kaifeng, to perish by its hand is your honor. Ji Tianqing sneered, his voice saturated with pride and cruelty. Furious lion form, activate. Li Kaifeng commanded, the White Lion roaring back, its sound waves clashing with the Colossus's growl. Interesting, Ji Tianqing mused, narrowing his eyes, though his lips curled with disdain. Merely a display. He commanded the Colossus to charge forward, producing a thunderous sound. The Colossus surged forward with astonishing speed, covering thousands of meters in an instant. Its massive fist akin to a meteor hurtling toward the White Lion. With no embellishments, it was pure power and velocity. The ground trembled as if struck by a colossal hammer, the vibrations unmistakably reaching the cockpit of the White Lion. Li Kaifeng's pupils dilated in shock. He barely perceived a blur. The Colossus and Oppos. S fist was upon him. What the? This speed is unreal. Li Kaifeng exclaimed internally, instinctively maneuvering the White Lion to evade. The fist grazed the White Lion's armor, sending a gust of wind that rattled the mech's surface. That was close. Cold sweat dripped down Li Kaifeng's back. Had he been struck head-on, his mech would have surely crumbled. Quick on your feet, aren't you? Ji Tianqing remarked, somewhat surprised, yet his tone remained condescending. But how long can you keep that up? The Colossus pressed the attack, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the White Lion. Roar. The White Lion retaliated, its legs propelling it like an arrow released from a bow. Trying to flee? Ji Tianqing sneered, futile. The Colossus's thrusters erupted with power, accelerating relentlessly in pursuit. Flee? Who said I was running? Li Kaifeng smirked slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I merely intend to create distance for my ultimate move. Furious lion form, lion's roar. The core engine of the White Lion roared to life, energy coalescing into a piercing hum. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted from the White Lion, its sound waves expanding like a tangible force. What is this sound? Ji Tianqing's expression shifted, his head ringing as his mental energy reverberated under the impact, momentarily slowing his control over the Colossus. Target immobilized. Li Kaifeng rejoiced internally. This lion's roar was the signature crowd control ability of the furious lion form, specifically designed to disrupt an enemy's rhythm. And there's a speed reduction package. Li Kaifeng seized the moment, launching a counterattack. Furious lion form. The white lion shimmered. Ethereal energy chains materializing and ensnaring the Colossus's limbs like living entities. Roar. The Colossus roared in fury, struggling against its restraints, yet the energy chains tightened their grip, slowing its movements as if it were mired in quicksand. Beautiful, Li Kaifeng exclaimed in exhilaration. This combo was nothing short of perfect. I and Oppos, V got you now. Watch my performance. Taking a deep breath, Li Kaifeng and Oppos, S gaze sharpened, furious lion form, tearing claw. Energy surged through the white lion and Oppos, S claws, coalescing into two razor-sharp blades. The surrounding space warping as if on the brink of rupture. Break for me, Li Kaifeng bellowed, commanding the white lion to lunge forward. Its claws imbued with the terrifying power to rip through space, aiming directly at the Colossus and Oppos' chest. Roar. The Colossus also roared, its crimson electronic eyes flashing with ferocity. Despite being slowed and immobilized, its combat instincts remained formidable. Black energy erupted from the Colossus and Oppos' right fist, coalescing into a massive black gauntlet, its surface bristling with deadly spikes, exuding a destructive force. Boom. The tearing claw collided with the Colossus's gauntlet midair. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. The sound of space being torn asunder. The blades of the white lion's claws met the Colossus's black gauntlet in a fierce confrontation. Chapter 60. Come to take your life. The piercing sound of energy friction echoed like a chainsaw slicing through metal, sending shivers down one's spine. The black energy pulsated violently around the fists of the golem, striving to resist the tearing force of the rift claw. In Li Kaifeng's eyes, the golem's fist appeared as a colossal black meteor, descending with apocalyptic force, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as the energy shockwave spread outward like a tsunami, causing nearby structures to shake violently as if on the brink of collapse. Crack! The white lion and Oppos' mecha armor groaned under the strain, the energy shield on its arm exploding in a shower of sparks. What power! Li Kaifeng felt an overwhelming force wash over him. Coughing, he sensed a heaviness in his chest, a metallic taste in his throat, nearly spitting blood. Ha! Delightful. Bring it on. The manic laughter of Ji Tianxing echoed, brimming with arrogance and insanity. Have you felt the power of psychic energy? This is the chasm that separates you from me. The golem broke free from the bindings of the lion shadow, unleashing a breathtaking speed, appearing before the white lion like a specter, and struck down once more with brutal force. Bang! The white lion was struck again, its armor caving in significantly, sparks flying, teetering on the edge of collapse. No, a direct confrontation is futile. Indeed, a psychic-level mecha master is terrifying. Li Kaifeng gritted his teeth, his complexion pale, the situation dire. If this continues, the white lion will truly be reduced to scrap. Before he could finish his thought, several uniquely designed black mechas had encircled him from all sides. These mechas bore blood-red skull insignias, exuding a chilling energy. Unlike the streamlined design of the federal mechas, these were rugged, with sharp angles, embodying a brutal aesthetic. Hey, Ji Tianxing, can you not play fair? Turning a duel into a brawl? Li Kaifeng maneuvered the white lion evasively while voicing his frustration over the communication channel. Are all of you from the Blood Reaper Alliance so lacking in class? Or are you afraid of losing to me, hence calling for backup? All's fair in war. Li Kaifeng, you are far too naive. Ji Tianxing sneered, his voice echoing through the battlefield. In this world, there is only victory or defeat. There is no fairness. Moreover, there is no need for ethics when dealing with a lackey of the Federation. What a twisted rationale you have. Li Kaifeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is our Blood Reaper Alliance and AMP, Oppos, S and AMP, Oppos, Blood Skull and AMP, Oppos, series mechas. Ji Tianxing proclaimed with pride. How about it? Aren't they impressive? They were specifically designed to deal with you so-called elites of the Federation. The weaponry of the Blood Skull mechas is also quite peculiar. In addition to standard beam rifles and energy swords, they feature bizarre melee weapons such as chainsaws with barbs and massive electromagnetic hammers. They are indeed cool, albeit a bit ugly. Li Kaifeng muttered under his breath, then took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Onward. Tear him apart. At Ji Tianxing and Oppos' command, several Blood Skull mechas launched their assault simultaneously. In an instant, beams, energy projectiles, chainsaws, and electromagnetic hammers rained down like a torrential storm, completely engulfing the area where the white lion stood. Zzz. Boom. The cacophony of explosions, energy collisions, and metal grinding melded into a deafening symphony. The white lion darted left and right amidst the hail of fire, narrowly evading disaster. Li Kaifeng concentrated all his efforts, executing his maneuvers to perfection. Each dodge was a near escape. Any misstep could lead to being struck. Damn, these foes are too well coordinated. Li Kaifeng gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The blood skull mechas were clearly specially trained. Their attacks were tightly synchronized, leaving almost no openings. Worse still, the nature of their attacks was exceedingly peculiar. Some could even penetrate the white lion's energy shield, inflicting direct damage to the body. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Left arm energy shield severely damaged. Structural integrity down to 85. Warning. Right leg propulsion system malfunctioning. Mobility reduced by 20. Alarms blared within the mecha. Red warning lights flashing furiously, the situation growing increasingly desperate. Li Kaifeng, give it up. You are doomed today. Ji Tianqing's voice rang out again, laced with mockery and triumph. Enough talk. You think I would surrender? In your dreams. Li Kaifeng roared, forcing the white lion through the blockade of a blood skull mecha, charging towards Ji Tianqing and Amp, Oppos, S-Golem. Capture the leader first, right? Li Kaifeng, you think you can play that card? Ji Tianqing sneered, but unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity. The golem suddenly surged forward, its massive frame exploding with astonishing speed, wielding a colossal alloy warblade, and swung down toward the white lion. Clang. Sparks erupted. The white lion raised its beam sword to block, but was sent reeling back by the golem and Amp, Oppos, S overwhelming strength. Damn, how has this guy and Amp, Oppos, S power increased so much? Li Kaifeng cursed under his breath, feeling his arms go numb. The golem was no ordinary blood skull foot soldier. It was one of the top mechas of the Blood Reaper Alliance, boasting formidable performance. Moreover, the white lion was now battered and bruised, in a severely weakened state. Li Kaifeng, it's over. Ji Tianqing laughed maniacally, commanding the golem to unleash even fiercer attacks. The alloy war blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound, crashing down onto the white lion again and again, each strike causing the energy shield to flicker violently, the body groaning under the strain. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Multiple damages to the body. Energy core unstable. Warning. Body is about to go out of control. The shrill alarm reverberated through the cockpit, the red warning lights flashing so intensely that they nearly blinded Li Kaifeng. It's over. A chill ran through Li Kaifeng's heart. He had done his utmost, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. He was utterly powerless to turn the tide. Am I going to die? I really don't want to. Li Kaifeng smiled bitterly, slowly closing his eyes. However, in this moment of impending doom, boom, 3 streaks of light descended accurately around the white lion, kicking up clouds of dust. It was Yun Feng's sea beast, Lu Lin's Ishka, and Tang Xi's blazing fire. Wow, what a stunning entrance. Li Kaifeng's eyes widened, his previously despondent heart igniting with hope. Reinforcements had arrived. Ji Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the arrival of allies. Who are you? Ji Tianqing bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. The Sea King Squad. Here to take your life. Yun Feng's voice was deep and commanding, resonating throughout the battlefield via the Sea Beast's loudspeaker. The Sea King Squad. Never heard of it. Ji Tianqing forced himself to remain calm. Do you really think you can stop me with just a few of you? Can you stop me? Why not give it a try? Tang Xi's voice emerged from the flames, laced with a hint of mockery. Honestly, you dark and dreary mechs are quite hideous. It's a real eyesore. What did you say? Ji Tianqing was incensed by Tang Xi's words, his rage boiling over. You're asking for death. Oh dear, are you angry? Are you feeling humiliated? Tang Xi continued to stoke the fire. Did I hit a nerve? It's not your fault for being ugly. But coming out to scare people is certainly a mistake. Shut up. Charge. Kill them. Ji Tianqing completely lost his temper, commanding the golem to charge ahead. The blood skeleton mechs responded in kind, launching an assault on the 3 mechs of the Sea King Squad. Go. Yun Feng urged, as the sea beast surged forward, its surface glowing with a blue radiance. Deep sea vortex. The sea beast spun rapidly, generating a powerful whirlpool of water that ensnared several unsuspecting blood skeletons. The tremendous pulling force caused the blood skeletons to emit a distressing metallic screech. Crack. Bang. Several blood skeletons were torn to shreds by the vortex, exploding into fiery fragments. Ishka followed closely behind, with Lu Lin controlling the mech, wielding a massive alloy spear, charging into the fray like a Valkyrie of old. Master of attack and defense. Ishka and Oppos' movements became extraordinarily swift, her spear creating afterimages as each strike landed precisely on the blood skeletons and Oppos' vital points. Clang, clang, clang. The spear clashed against the weapons of the blood skeletons, sending sparks flying. They were utterly unable to withstand Ishka's onslaught and were sent hurtling away. Tangxi's flames transformed into a mobile artillery platform, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Die, you ugly monsters! Tangxi shouted excitedly. The armor on the back of the flames unfolded, revealing 228 miniature missile launchers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The missiles rained down like droplets, accurately pursuing the blood skeleton mechs. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed, the blood skeleton mechs bursting like fireworks, reduced to burning scrap metal. The knee armor deployed high-frequency particle vibration blades, glinting with a dangerous sheen. The flames plunged into the enemy ranks, slicing through the blood skeleton mechs like a lawnmower. The red warning lights atop flashed, the words nuclear approval gleaming with irony. Wow, this is too intense. Li Kaifeng watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such a ferocious display of firepower. Is this the enhanced mech? It and Amp, Oppo's, ridiculously powerful. Seeing so many blood skeleton mechs dispatched so effortlessly by the Sea King squad, suddenly the golem sprang into action. Shockwave, Ji Tianqing roared. As the armor on the golem and Oppo's chest split open, revealing a dark cannon mouth. Buzz, an invisible shockwave radiated outward, crashing into the three mechs of the Sea King squad like a colossal hammer. Yunfeng, Tangxi, and Lu Lin felt their heads buzz, as if pricked by countless needles, their vision darkening and their mech operations momentarily stalling. Now's the chance. A sinister smile flickered in Ji Tianqing and Oppo's eyes as the golem and Oppo's right arm began charging its energy cannon, targeting Yunfeng and Oppo's sea beast. Simultaneously, the golem and Oppo's left arm swung a massive alloy blade down towards Lu Lin and Oppo's Ishka. A sidekick. The golem raised its right leg, delivering a powerful sidekick toward Tangxi's flames. This series of attacks was as swift as lightning and brutally fierce. Not only was Ji Tianqing formidable in strength, but he also possessed extensive combat experience, adept at seizing every opportunity to eliminate his foes. Domain sovereignty. In a moment of dire crisis, Yunfeng gritted his teeth, overcoming the pain, and activated the martial technique of the sea beast. An invisible energy field instantly enveloped the golem. Ji Tianqing felt his mech grow heavy, its movement slowing. Energy output suppressed. Deep sea vortex. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfeng controlled the sea beast to spin rapidly, creating a colossal whirlpool, attempting to ensnare the golem within. Humph. A trivial trick. Ji Tianqing scoffed, as the golem emanated a black glow, resisting the pull of the vortex with sheer force. Master of attack and defense. Lu Lin also regained her composure, wielding Ishka's spear to counter the descending alloy blade. Clang. The spear clashed with the blade, sending sparks flying. Ishka was jolted backward repeatedly, but managed to block the strike. Damn it. Tangxi was the last to recover, and faced with the golem's sidekick, there was no time to evade. The flames could only absorb the blow. Boom. The flames were sent flying, rolling several times before barely stabilizing. Haha. You think you can challenge me with just the few of you? Ji Tianqing laughed triumphantly. Don't get too cocky. Yunfeng gritted his teeth, commanding the sea beast to charge once more. Ishka and the flames followed closely behind, engaging in a fierce battle with the golem. Energy cannons clashed, alloy weapons collided, and mech fragments flew in all directions. Although the three mechs had been enhanced by Li Fan, the disparity in levels was insurmountable. Against the psychic-level golem, they found the battle exceedingly arduous. The sea beast and Oppo's deep sea vortex was powerful, yet its effect on the golem was limited. Ishka and Oppo's masterful agility failed to compensate for a significant lack of strength. The flames and Oppo's full fire mode, while ferocious, met with the golem and Oppo's astounding defenses. This one and Oppo's do. Tangxi shouted anxiously. We must find a way to break through his defenses. Leave it to me. Lu Lin and Oppo's cool voice resonated. Shield guardian counter. The massive shield on Ishka's left arm suddenly expanded, forming a vast energy barrier that enveloped her entirely. Simultaneously, Ishka crouched into a defensive stance, her right arm poised with the spear. The golem's attacks struck the energy shield, producing violent tremors. Ji Tianqing frowned, surprised that Ishka had such a trick up her sleeve. However, he was unfazed. A mere turtle shell, how long can it withstand me? Ji Tianqing sneered, as the golem and Oppo's energy cannon recharged, preparing to unleash an even more ferocious attack. Yunfeng, Tangxi, how are you? Lu Lin inquired anxiously from within the shield. I'm not dead yet. Yun Feng's voice was faint. Cough, cough. I can still fight. Tang Xi struggled to rise. But the flames were too severely damaged to move. Damn it. Is it really going to end like this? Yun Feng clenched his fists in frustration. Director. He turned to Li Kaifeng, his eyes filled with despair. Li Kaifeng and Apos. S expression was equally grim. He had an Apos. T anticipated Ji Tianxing and Apos. S overwhelming strength. Have I truly been too reckless? He felt a pang of regret within. Had he not been so stubborn, he would not have implicated the 3 members of the Sea King team. Haha, you might as well resign yourselves to your fate. The triumphant laughter of Ji Tianxing echoed. The energy cannon of the demonic mech had reached full charge, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Chapter 61. The celestial being descends to save the 4. At this critical juncture, a silvery figure descended from the heavens like a shooting star. Boom. The silver mech landed firmly in the center of the battlefield, positioning itself between Ishka and the golem mech. It was. Yun Feng and the others widened their eyes, filled with astonishment and confusion. The apocalypse. Li Kaifeng instantly recognized the mech. Li Fan. A surge of joy surged within him, as if hope had been rekindled. Director Li, I am here to assist you. Li Fan's voice resonated from the apocalypse, clear and resolute. How did you arrive? Li Kaifeng was taken aback with both surprise and delight. I sensed a powerful energy fluctuation in this vicinity, so I came to investigate, Li Fan briefly explained. Excellent. Your arrival is most timely. Li Kaifeng exclaimed excitedly. That is a psychic level mech. You are no match for it. Run. Do not worry. Leave it to me. Li Fan replied with unwavering confidence. The apocalypse mech slowly turned to face the golem mech. Oh, another fool come to die? Ji Tianxing scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. However, he found the mech somewhat intriguing. He scrutinized the apocalypse, seemingly noting some extraordinary features. Boy, state your name. Ji Tianxing arrogantly demanded. Inside the apocalypse. Li Fan smiled faintly. You are not worthy to know my name. Arrogant. Ji Tianxing roared in fury. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The golem mech radiated a surge of black light, its aura swelling instantly. Yet, the apocalypse mech remained motionless, silently standing its ground. Hive mode activate. Li Fan and Apos, S voice echoed within the apocalypse. A series of mechanical transformations ensued, and the outer armor of the apocalypse rapidly unfolded, revealing countless micro-launchers. The entire mech resembled a colossal hive. What is this? Ji Tianxing's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition washing over him. What on earth is this? His heart sank. Mech talent, myriad manifestations, activate. Li Fan's voice resounded within the apocalypse, calm and self-assured. As his words fell, a miraculous scene unfolded. The scattered remains of blood skeleton mechs around them began to tremble as if summoned by some mysterious force. Clank, clank, clank. Countless parts and fragments surged toward the apocalypse mech like moths drawn to a flame. How is this possible? Ji Tianxing's eyes nearly bulged out. The moment these remnants drew near the apocalypse, they were absorbed into the micro-launchers. Within the apocalypse, it was as if a massive black hole was devouring all metal. Zzzzz. A series of nauseating sounds echoed. In hive mode, the interior of the apocalypse buzzed with activity, as countless mechanical arms swiftly disassembled and reassembled the absorbed parts and fragments. Soon, small mechs emerged from the hive, resembling a newly hatched swarm of bees. These small mechs varied in shape. Some resembled birds, others ferocious beasts, and some insects. Yet, without exception, they emanated a chilling metallic sheen, brimming with murderous intent. What kind of mech is this? Yun Feng and the others stared, dumbfounded. It seems to be the second form of apocalypse. Li Kaifeng murmured. He realized that advanced mechs often possessed multiple forms to adapt to different combat environments. However, he had never seen a second form that could repurpose debris fragments for its own use as the apocalypse did. Who exactly is this young man? Li Kaifeng and Apos. S curiosity about Li Fan and Apos. S identity deepened. A mere parlor trick. Although Ji Tianxing was startled, he quickly regained his composure. Even if you can control these scrap metals, what can you do to me? He commanded the golem mech to launch another assault. The energy cannon of the golem mech unleashed a searing beam toward the apocalypse mech. Interference, Li Fan commanded. Instantly, the surrounding small mech sprang into action. Some emitted electromagnetic disturbances, others fired mini-missiles, while yet others sprayed high-pressure water streams. A torrent of diverse attacks cascaded toward the golem mech like a tempest. Damn it! Ji Tianqing felt an overwhelming sense of chaos. The movements of the golem mech became sluggish. This kid, can he really control so many mechs simultaneously? He was internally astounded. Could it be? A terrifying thought flickered through Ji Tianqing's mind. But he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He refused to believe that this young man possessed such terrifying talent. Just as Ji Tianqing was flustered, Li Fan made another move. From among the various small mechs surrounding the apocalypse, several darted toward Li Kaifeng, Yun Feng, Lu Lin, and Tang Si. These small mechs did not attack. Instead, they circled around the four, emitting a soft blue glow. Are they repair drones? Yun Feng's gaze sharpened as he immediately recognized the purpose of these small mechs. This kid can actually multitask, controlling repair drones for battlefield emergencies? Li Kaifeng's heart surged with astonishment. Zizi. A series of subtle sounds emerged. Under the repair drone's ministrations, the wounds on the four mechs visibly healed at an astonishing pace. The once damaged armor regained its smooth, pristine condition. Broken circuits swiftly reconnected. These repair drones, akin to skilled interstellar mechanics, utilized their precise mechanical arms and various miniature tools to perform rapid and accurate repairs on the mechs. Inside the mechs, intricate circuits and components were rapidly disassembled, replaced, and reassembled under the drone's control. Energy conduits were reconnected, damaged sensors replaced, and even the tiniest scratches were flawlessly restored. Clank, clank, clank. The repair drones maneuvered gracefully around the four mechs, their mechanical arms expertly welding the damaged armor. Is it fixed already? Tang Si gaped, watching as the previously charred marks on his fire mech vanished, replaced by a vibrant new red. My and Appo's, Ishka and Appo's, has been restored. Lu Lin and Appo's voice brimmed with surprise. Fantastic. We can continue fighting. Yun Feng and Appo's steady voice came through the communicator, imbued with unwavering determination. Li Fan, little brother, thank you. Li Kaifeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He understood that without Li Fan's timely intervention, the four of them would likely not have lasted this long. No need for pleasantries. We are comrades. Li Fan beamed, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Now it is time for us to counterattack. Buzz. The engine of the White Lion mech emitted a deep rumble, akin to a lion awakening, brimming with latent power. Surrounding the apocalypse mech, numerous small mechs followed closely, resembling loyal guardians. Li Fan, you are responsible for covering me while I launch the main assault. Li Kaifeng's voice resonated through the communication channel. Got it. Li Fan readily replied. The White Lion mech surged forward, its speed rivaling that of lightning. Furious roar of the lion. It bellowed, as the head armor morphed into a fearsome lion's visage, unleashing a heart-stirring roar. Invisible rays shot forth from the lion and Appo's mouth, aimed directly at the golem mech. The movements of the golem mech instantaneously slowed. Now and Appo's, the time. A glint of determination flashed in Li Kaifeng and Appo's eyes. Rending claw. The mechanical claws of the White Lion mech shimmered with a chilling light as they struck out fiercely. The very fabric of space seemed to tear, a powerful suction gripping the golem mech tightly. Damn it. Break free. Ji Tianqing struggled frantically, yet the golem mech was ensnared, as if mired in a quagmire. Around the apocalypse mech, the swarm of small mechs surged like a tidal wave. Some launched small missiles, others unleashed jets of high-pressure water, while yet others emitted electromagnetic interference. A cacophony of attacks poured forth upon the golem mech like a tempest. Bang! Crackle! Boom! The armor of the golem mech erupted with explosive sounds, sparks flying in every direction. Ji Tianqing's desperate scream echoed. He realized his fate was sealed. Domain domination. Abyssal vortex. Master of defense. Shield counterattack. The fire mech unleashed its full firepower. Yun Feng, Lu Lin, and Tang Si seized the opportunity, maneuvering their respective mechs to unleash a barrage of assaults. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated. The core of the golem mech was struck by the White Lion and Appo's rending claw, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that transformed it into a colossal fireball. Ji Tianqing perished in the inferno. The aftershock of the explosion raised a section of the G Corporation building to the ground. Boom. The G Corporation building collapsed entirely. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sky. Is it over? Tang Si and Appo's voice was tinged with a sense of relief. Perhaps. Lu Lin replied uncertainly. Ji Tianqing must be dead for sure, right? Yun Feng inquired. Absolutely. The and Appo's, rending claw and Appo's, struck his core. Li Kaifeng asserted confidently, though a slight frown creased his brow. Something feels off. Li Fan murmured to himself. He commanded the Apocalypse mech to deploy numerous small drones, initiating a search of the battlefield. Li Fan, what are you searching for? Li Kaifeng asked. Debris, Li Fan replied succinctly. Debris? The golem mech was obliterated. What debris could possibly remain? Tang Si queried in confusion. No, I mean, something else. Li Fan and Apos, as tone grew increasingly grave. The scanning system of the Apocalypse mech diligently surveyed the surroundings. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Apart from Ji Tianqing and those blood skeleton mechs, there is nothing else. Where are the other members of the Ji family? What about the other mechs of the Bloodwash Alliance? This, Shuden and Apos, TB. Li Fan's voice trembled with shock. Could it be? Yun Feng seemed to realize something, his expression shifting. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Li Kaifeng suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation. Damn. The Ji family and the Bloodwash Alliance must have a far greater scheme in motion. Lu Lin's tone was laced with urgency. Quick. Contact headquarters immediately. Li Kaifeng commanded decisively. On a desolate planet, the surface was pockmarked and barren. Howling winds whipped up clouds of dust. Inside an underground fortress, lights blazed brightly. In a vast conference hall, every seat was occupied. At the hall's apex, a grand throne was occupied by a woman. She was tall, with long, fiery red hair resembling flames. Her skin was as fair as snow, yet emanated an icy aura. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all. She was Queen Kayla, the leader of the Bloodwash Alliance. Queen Kayla surveyed the throng below, a sea of faces. Some were interstellar pirates, others traitors from various factions, and some were wanted criminals. Her voice was chilling and authoritative. We shall make the entire star system tremble beneath our feet. As her voice grew more fervent, the crowd below began to stir with excitement. Long live the Queen. Long live the Bloodwash Alliance. Eradicate the government's lackeys. We shall establish a new order. The deafening cheers reverberated throughout the conference hall. Chapter 62. A new challenge approaches. The dilapidated Ji family mansion stood under the night sky, like a skeleton gnawed upon by a colossal beast. Its crooked form an eerie silhouette. The charred remnants of walls still emitted wisps of smoke, and the air was heavy with the acrid scent of burnt debris. The core of the White Lion mech pulsated with a crimson glow, and Li Kaifeng's voice resonated from within. At last. It is over. Li Fan, my dear brother, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not arrived in time, I might have met my demise here today. Li Kaifeng's tone was imbued with appreciation, tinged with a hint of dread. Yun Feng, maneuvering the sea beast mech, gently descended to the ground and remarked gravely, Director, I fear this matter is far from simple. Indeed, Lu Lin, piloting the Ishka mech, interjected as she prodded a massive concrete slab with her alloy spear. That Ji Tianqing met his end too easily. Tang Si. Aboard his firestorm mech, with smoke still wafting from the miniature missile launchers on his back, boisterously declared, Who cares? The man is dead, and the mission is accomplished. Li Fan floated in midair, controlling the Apocalypse mech, silently observing his surroundings. I say, can you all lighten up a bit? He suddenly broke the heavy silence. It was a significant victory. Let us celebrate. How about I treat everyone to interstellar barbecue? Pfft. Tang Si nearly spewed his energy drink. Li Fan, your heart is too big. Just finished a battle, and you're already thinking about food? Food is paramount. Li Fan retorted with conviction. Besides, when one's stomach is empty, how can one muster the strength to think? Nonsense. Lu Lin chuckled, shaking her head. All right, enough banter. Li Kaifeng interrupted their exchange. Li Fan, you mentioned earlier that you alerted them? What do you mean by that? Oh, it's quite simple. Li Fan scratched his head. After you left my shop, I sensed that the situation was not trivial. You going to the Ji family alone, what if danger arose? Thus, I discreetly contacted the Sea King squad. You rascal. Li Kaifeng chuckled, exasperated. Wherein and Apos, T you afraid I would scold you for meddling? Well, I was concerned for your safety. Li Fan grinned. And you saw for yourself how formidable the Sea King squad is. They were invaluable in a critical moment. Indeed, we owe them a great deal. Li Kaifeng nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, there is another matter. Li Fan continued. As they were leaving, I overheard Yun Feng mention that the Ji family possesses A and Apos, spiritual energy level and Apos, mech master, and feared you all might struggle, hence he piloted the Apos, Apocalypse and Apos, to join you. After all, your mechs were all personally upgraded by me. It would be quite embarrassing if they were all destroyed here. Li Fan, I truly appreciate your help. Li Kaifeng reiterated his thanks, sincerity evident in his voice. Ah, No need for such formality. We are brothers. Li Fan waved dismissively. Moreover, your mechs were modified by me. I would be heartbroken if they were all rendered useless. You scamp. Li Kaifeng teased, pointing at Li Fan. All right, enough chatter. Go rest. You must be exhausted today. No rush, no rush, Li Fan chuckled. Just then, Li Kaifeng's communicator abruptly rang, interrupting their conversation. Hello, Commander? Li Kaifeng answered, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. What? The Jinchong beast tide has erupted? The target is Vanji Star. Understood. I will return to the Fleet-S command post immediately. After hanging up, Li Kaifeng and Appo's countenance darkened ominously. What's wrong, Director? Yun Feng sensed the tension and inquired hastily. Serious trouble. Li Kaifeng inhaled deeply, his voice solemn. I just received an urgent communication from Commander Mu Tranchi. The Jinchong beast tide has erupted. Advancing from the K534 star system towards the Gaislon Federation's main star, Vanji Star. The scale is unprecedented. What? Lu Lin, Tang Si, and others gasped in shock. The Jinchong beast tide. Li Fan murmured to himself, although he was not well acquainted with the term. The reactions of those around him conveyed the gravity of the situation. Li Fan, I apologize. We must return to the fleet at once. Li Kaifeng patted Li Fan and Appo's shoulder apologetically. This beast tide is no trifling matter. We must give it our all. I understand. Li Fan nodded in comprehension. You all go ahead. I will take care of myself. Take care. Li Kaifeng cast one last glance at Li Fan before turning to the Sea King squad and commanding. Let us move out. Yes. Yun Feng, Lu Lin, Tang Si, and the others responded in unison, swiftly piloting their mechs into the sky, transforming into streaks of light as they vanished into the night. Li Fan stood in place, watching the Sea King squad depart. I cannot afford to delay. I must enhance my strength. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Fan's eyes. He turned and piloted the Apocalypse mech back to his dream machine repair shop. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. He swiftly secured the shop's doors and activated the defensive system within. Buzz. A faint energy shield enveloped the entire shop, isolating it from the prying eyes of the outside world. Li Fan sat cross-legged in the center of the shop, closed his eyes, and began to operate the celestial meditation technique. As the technique flowed through him, Li Fan felt as though he were immersed in an endless expanse of starry skies, countless stars twinkling and radiating brilliant light. These rays coalesced into rivers of starlight, flowing towards the center of his brow. His mental strength surged at a visible pace. Breakthrough, Li Fan roared internally. Boom. He sensed something shatter within his mind. A powerful wave of mental energy radiated outward from him, causing the furniture in the shop to tremble slightly. 2 hours later, Li Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. Finally, I have broken through. He exhaled deeply, feeling the tumultuous surge of mental energy within him, a joyful smile gracing his face. Level 6 mental strength. A celestial level mech master. His perception was now magnitude stronger than before. Within a kilometer radius, no sound or movement escaped his awareness. He could even see the dust particles floating in the air and hear the faint snoring coming from the adjacent room. This sensation was truly remarkable. Li Fan expelled a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated. He gradually stood up, stretching his limbs, and a series of crisp cracks echoed from within his body. Is this the power of a celestial level mech master? Truly extraordinary. Li Fan clenched his fists, marveling at the surging mental energy within him. The celestial meditation technique is indeed a marvel of creation. In just 2 hours, it propelled his mental strength to level 6. Such a training speed is astonishing. He lifted his gaze towards the window. The night was deep, and the stars twinkled brightly. The future is promising. A gleam of confidence sparkled in Li Fan's eyes as he looked forward with anticipation. He opened the StarNet, seamlessly navigating to the homepage of his dream machine repair shop. The homepage was inundated with numerous comments, all revolving around the daily selection of 3 individuals for mech advancement and repair slots. The slots were far too limited. Securing one was nearly impossible. Indeed, I strongly urge the proprietor to increase the availability. I would willingly trade 30 years of my best friend's single status for a chance at selection. Do you really believe this owner possesses such remarkable prowess? Could it be mere hype? Huh. I would gladly exchange a 30-centimeter reduction in height for a chance at selection. Let us not be deceived by the individual above. He seeks to partake without contributing. As Li Fan perused the myriad of comments, 2 dark lines appeared on his forehead. The diverse array of remarks filled the entire page. A testament to the shop's popularity. Li Fan scrolled through the comments, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appeared the venture was indeed yielding positive results. Just as he reveled in his success, a peculiar comment caught his eye. Hey, I have never heard of this so-called dream repair shop. I do not believe it. If the owner possesses genuine ability, I challenge him to a contest. The comment was from a user named Ching Kong. Her words dripped with skepticism and provocation. Li Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He clicked on Ching Kong's profile, discovering her real name was indeed Ching Kong, age 20. And she was a one-star master-level mechanic, with official certification displayed prominently. Ah, a prodigious young talent in the realm of mechanics. Li Fan stroked his chin, contemplating. Is it not fortuitous that a one-star master mechanic has come knocking at my door? He had been pondering how to fulfill the system's task of recruiting a star-level master mechanic. After all, such esteemed craftsmen are typically cherished like treasures in their respective shops. How could he entice her to willingly work for him? This was no trivial endeavor. Yet now, it seemed an ideal candidate had presented herself. A subtle smile of amusement crept across Li Fan's face. Since you have taken the initiative to approach me, do not blame me for being impolite. He promptly sent a message to Ching Kong. Greetings, I am Li Fan, and I accept your challenge. Chapter 63. The Three Masters head west. Ching Kong was intently focused on the holographic screen. Captivated by the exhilarating mecha duel taking place in the martial arts arena of Wenqing University. In the vivid display, the Yanlong mecha piloted by Qin Yu exuded an aura of majesty, each movement imbued with both power and grace. The modifications on the Yanlong are nothing short of exquisite. Ching Kong exclaimed, her finger gently sliding across the screen to magnify a close-up of the mecha and Appos' core patterns. The intricate designs concealed profound mysteries, leaving her curious about the master craftsman behind them. Supporting her chin, her eyes sparkled with admiration and curiosity. How I wish I could witness this modification technology firsthand. Perhaps I could glean a few techniques from it. However, it must be said that Qin Yu's arrogance was somewhat excessive, having won the match. He seemed to revel in his triumph, and Ching Kong felt an urge to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. She pursed her lips, internally voicing her disdain. This design style of the patterns seems somewhat familiar. Ching Kong scrutinized the screen closely, a sudden thought crossing her mind, only to shake her head in denial of her own conjecture. At that moment, the holographic computer emitted a notification sound, interrupting her thoughts. Distracted, she glanced at the message. Who could this be? Is it a scammer? Ching Kong pondered, her finger tapping the screen to unveil the sender's information. Dream Mechanic Shop. Li Fan? Her brow furrowed slightly upon reading the details. She had never heard of this establishment before. Could it be an obscure repair shop? Recalling the mixed reviews about the Dream Mechanic Shop on the Star Network, some praised the owner's exceptional skills while others deemed it mere hype. She swiftly typed a reply. You must be the fraudulent mechanic from that so-called Dream Mechanic Shop. Within the shop, Li Fan lounged comfortably in a rocking chair, legs crossed, perusing various comments on the Star Network. Occasionally, he tapped the screen, selecting lucky customers for the following day. Upon seeing Ching Kong's response, a subtle smile of amusement played on his lips. How intriguing. You are the first to dare call me a fraud, he mused, typing back. I am not a fraud. I came to accept your challenge because I heard you wished to test your mechanical skills against mine. Receiving Li Fan's reply only solidified Ching Kong's suspicions. This fraud is indeed bold enough to accept the challenge? He must be seeking to ride my coattails. A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes as she responded. Since you are so confident, let us raise the stakes. The loser must publicly apologize and admit that all their previous claims were false. Li Fan chuckled lightly. Is that all? If you lose, you will work at my shop for 3 years. What? Ching Kong was taken aback by the audacity of his condition. She quickly replied, have you lost your mind? I am an officially certified one-star master mechanic. Why would I work for you? Yet, she immediately followed up with, no problem, I accept. But I have one more condition. If you lose, you must shut down your so-called dream mechanic shop and never open another repair shop again. Upon reading her stipulation, a flicker of intrigue crossed Li Fan and Appos' eyes. This little girl has some bite, he thought, stroking his chin. But I appreciate that. He promptly sent a message. It's a deal. Ching Kong was momentarily stunned by Li Fan's response. This guy truly dares to make such a proposal? Is he not afraid of losing terribly? She pondered, yet his confidence suggested he must possess genuine skills. Perhaps he could indeed defeat her? After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and replied, all right, I accept your terms. Time, tomorrow, location, your mechanic shop, on your home turf. Li Fan then announced 3 slots for repairs or upgrades of mechas on the shop and Oppo's homepage, adding a note. 1 machine will be out of service tomorrow. Business resumes the day after. The comments section of the homepage quickly filled with astute netizens piecing together the unfolding narrative. Posting. Bosley must have accepted that challenge from someone named Qin Kong. This Qin Kong is no ordinary individual. Her profile boasts the official certification of a 1-star master mechanic. What is going on? A 1-star master mechanic is set to duel a small shop owner? I'll bet 5 coins that the shop owner is just seeking publicity. Don't underestimate him. I once secured a slot with this owner. He certainly has real skills. If he had real skills, he wouldn't be resorting to such tactics. News of the agreement between the two spread like wildfire across the Star Network, igniting fervor in the entire mechanical community. Well, the owner of the Oppo's Dream Mechanic Shop and Oppo's is audacious enough to challenge a 1-star master mechanic? Qin Kong is renowned as a prodigious talent. Having achieved her status at such a young age, her abilities are not to be underestimated. This is going to be an exciting showdown. I wonder if the owner of the Dream Mechanic Shop is genuinely skilled or merely a charlatan. I'll wager a pack of spicy strips that this owner is just playing it up. If he wins against Qin Kong, I'll broadcast myself eating Mecha. Meanwhile, in the Mecha combat arena of Wenxing University, 2 mechas were locked in fierce battle. Boom. Qin Lan piloted the swaying mecha, executing a graceful slide to evade the fiery punch of the Yanlong, followed swiftly by a glinting ice claw aimed directly at Yanlong's chest. Clang. Ice shards exploded. The Yanlong staggered back, nearly losing its balance. Qin Yu, you're failing miserably. This is the 10th time, and you're still this pathetic. Qin Lan and Oppo's voice echoed from the swaying and Oppo's speakers, laced with pride and mockery. Little girl, don't get too cocky. If your and Oppo's, swaying and Oppo's, hadn't he been modified, I would have knocked you down long ago. Qin Yu retorted defiantly. Oh, are you still talking back, little brother? A loss is a loss. What excuses are you making? Qin Lan continued to provoke him. You. Say that again. Qin Yu fumed, nearly bursting with rage. If they weren't separated by their mechas, he would have charged at her. Just say it, little brother. I'll talk. Qin Lan made a face at him. Just you wait. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. As the two exchanged verbal jabs, a nearby conversation captured their attention, causing them to quiet down and listen intently. Old Zhang, have you seen the forum? The genius mechanic girl from Diluin University is set to duel the owner of a shop called Dream Mechanic from a remote planet, and they and Oppo's placed a bet. I've never heard of that shop or the owner, Li Fan. I wonder what their skills are like. She is a genius who earned her 1-star master mechanic title before 20. Most at her age can only reach the level of advanced mechanic. The Dream Workshop is said to be located on Curran Star. Did Qin Lan visit Curran Star recently? Qin Lan furrowed her brows slightly, her voice tinged with concern. Brother, do you think Li Fan will be all right? His shop was just beginning to flourish. What if he loses? Come on, what are you worrying about? The changes in our mechas are a testament to Li Fan's capabilities. Qin Yu comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. But what if he loses and can't keep the shop running? I still want him to help me enhance my Snow Eagle. Qin Lan pouted. I say, why don't you just marry him? That would solve everything, wouldn't it? Qin Yu teased. Shut up. I just don't want to have trouble finding such an excellent mechanic in the future. Qin Lan's cheeks flushed as she quickly retorted. Stop overthinking. Let's hurry and see him. We can cheer for Bosley too, Qin Yu declared, heading towards the door. Hey, wait for me. I want to go too. Qin Lan broke free from Qin Yu's grasp and quickly followed behind. In an office at Diluin University. Professor Fu. This is terrible. Something big has happened. Xiefeng rushed into the office, breathless and agitated. What is the commotion? Has the sky fallen? Or have you gotten into trouble again? Fu Yiqing looked up from his documents, his tone calm and questioning. It's Qin Kong. She made a bet with someone? Xiefeng gasped. A bet? With whom? What are the stakes? Fu Yiqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. With the owner of a small mechanic shop on Current Star. If she loses, she has to work for him for 3 years. Xiefeng stammered. What? Fu Yiqing sprang to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. Qin Kong has agreed to a challenge from the owner of Oppo's Dream Workshop Oppo's, and if she loses, she will work for him for 3 years. Xiefeng repeated, bracing himself. This is utter nonsense. How could she be so foolish? Fu Yiqing slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. Professor, please calm down. Qin Kong might have acted impulsively. Xiefeng quickly intervened. Impulsively? This is no trivial matter. They likely intend to exploit Qing Kong's reputation to promote their shop. Fu Yinqing's anger intensified. So, what should we do now? Should I go fetch Qing Kong? CF Feng tentatively proposed. Fetch her? What good would that do now? The news has already spread. The entire mechanic community is in an uproar. Fu Yinqing rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yinqing slowly suggested, "How about you investigate this dream workshop and its owner, Li Fan?" CF Feng blinked, surprised. "Professor, do you suspect that Li Fan is up to no good?" Fu Yinqing stroked his beard, his gaze sharp with scrutiny. How can an obscure shop owner possess the ability to make her willingly agree to work for him for 3 years? This situation is decidedly peculiar. Are you implying that Li Fan may have employed some underhanded tactics? CF Feng frowned, sensing the complexity of the situation. Not necessarily tactics, but I suspect that this fellow may be concealing something, playing the part of a fool to deceive the unwary. Fu Yinqing snorted. Go call Qing Kong here. Before long, Qing Kong entered the office. Teacher, did you call for me? Upon seeing Fu Yinqing's serious expression, her heart sank. I've been informed by CF Feng about your bet. Fu Yinqing addressed her directly. Teacher, Qing Kong lowered her head, realizing she had caused trouble. You, who usually shows great intelligence. How could you be so reckless this time? Fu Yinqing lamented, disappointment evident in his tone. I just couldn't hold back. Qing Kong murmured defensively. This is no trivial matter. Do you understand the implications of your loss? Fu Yinqing and Appo's voice rose again. I know. I would have to work for him for 3 years. Qing Kong's voice trailed off. 3 years. Do you realize how significant this time is for you? You are still young, in a prime period for self-improvement. How can you squander it on such a folly? Fu Yinqing and Appo's agitation grew. Teacher, I was wrong. Qing Kong kept her head down, unwilling to argue further. Enough. It's too late for regrets now. Fu Yinqing took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Teacher, what should we do now? Should I speak with Li Fan and cancel this bet? Qing Kong looked up, hope shimmering in her eyes. Cancel? Do you think that's feasible? The entire mechanic community is already aware. Do you believe he will let you off easily? Fu Yinqing shook his head. What should we do? Qing Kong was in a state of panic. Let us do this. Tomorrow, take me to Current Star. Fu Yinqing pondered for a moment. Teacher. You're going to Current Star too? Both Qing Kong and CF Feng were taken aback. They hadn't expected Fu Yinqing to personally intervene. Why wouldn't I go? Who else would act as a judge? Fu Yinqing glared at them. What if they resort to trickery and you lose? Would you want to work for them for 3 years? While you may not care about your reputation, I still value mine. Fu Yinqing huffed, his tone brooking no argument. All right, teacher. I'll arrange for a starship. We'll set off first thing in the morning. CF Feng declared decisively. Qing Kong felt a wave of relief wash over her. With her teacher involved, she felt much more secure. After all, Fu Yinqing was a prominent figure in the Mecha Maintenance Association of the Gaislan Federation. With him on their side, even if Li Fan had some tricks up his sleeve, they would not have to fear any underhanded schemes. Chapter 64. The contest begins as the morning sun streamed through the cracks of the workshop window. It bathed Li Fan and Appo's face in warmth. He stretched languidly, rising from his bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Business had been exceptionally good these past few days. If this momentum continued, he would be one step closer to achieving his modest goal. Li Fan felt a surge of joy, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. He quickly completed his morning routine, tidied himself up, and, brimming with anticipation, made his way to the door. With a creak, the door swung open. But instead of the expected sunlight flooding in, he was met by a dense throng of people, pressing against the entrance like a relentless tide. Li Fan stood frozen, his smile faltering. What on earth was happening? Was today a special occasion? Why were there so many people? He felt utterly baffled. Wow, the boss is out. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Boss Li, we've heard about your wager with Master Qing Kong. We're here to cheer you on. Boss Li, do you need any leg accessories? What do you think of me? Voices clamored together, creating a raucous atmosphere akin to a festival. Li Fan and Appo's confusion deepened. Wait a minute. A wager? What wager? How could they possibly know? He gazed bewilderedly at the crowd. Come on, don't play dumb. A sharp-eyed young man called out. This has spread like wildfire through the repair circles of Kalen Star. Who doesn't know about it? Indeed. Boss Li, you're so capable. You must not fear her, right? Others chimed in. We all support you. It suddenly dawned on Li Fan that it was that little girl Qing Kong behind all this. No wonder his right eyelid had been twitching these past few days. It turned out someone was stirring the pot. He shook his head in resignation. That girl truly thrived on chaos. Just then, two figures emerged from the crowd, Qin Yu and Qin Lan. Li Fan, I didn't realize you were quite the celebrity. Qin Yu teased with a grin. Brother Li Fan, we're here to cheer you on. Qin Lan chimed sweetly, raising her phone. I've started a live stream so more people can see your brilliance. Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Miss, you truly thrive on chaos, don't you? Hee hee. That's what makes it lively. Qin Lan playfully stuck out her tongue. At that moment, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Make way, make way. Qi Kong, flanked by Fu Yunqing and Xie Feng, pushed through the throng. Li Fan, I've arrived, Qin Kong declared, her gaze locking onto him with a hint of provocation. Oh, you brought some backup, did you? Li Fan quipped, glancing at Fu Yunqing and Xie Feng, his tone teasing. Humph, I don't need backup to deal with you. Qin Kong retorted dismissively. Li Fan chose not to respond directly and instead inquired, and these two are? This is my mentor, Professor Fu Yunqing, Qin Kong introduced. And this is my senior brother, Xie Feng. Professor Fu? Xie Feng? Whispers erupted among the crowd. Who are they? They seem quite formidable. You don't know them? Professor Fu Yunqing is a veteran figure in the Kalen Federation's Mech Repair Association, and Xie Feng is a one-star master mechanic. Rumored to be second only to Master Qin Kong in skill. My goodness, Master Qin Kong has called in reinforcements. Now, this was bound to be entertaining. Qin Yu and Qin Lan also approached, bowing to Professor Fu. Greetings, Professor Fu. Professor Fu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Li Fan, speaking slowly. Young man, I have come to serve as the judge for the wager between Qin Kong and you. If you truly possess the skill, I am willing to promote you. Professor Fu's voice was soft yet clear, resonating with everyone present. Wow, Professor Fu is willing to promote Li Fan. His identity just became even more mysterious. Could it be that he truly possesses extraordinary talents? This contest promises to be even more thrilling than we imagined. Who is this old man? Such a grandiosity. Keep your voice down. He is Professor Fu Yunqing, a towering figure among federal mechanics. What? He is Professor Fu Yunqing. My heavens. I am in the presence of a living legend. Excited murmurs filled the air. Hearing the discussions, Li Fan smiled slightly at Professor Fu, saying, I appreciate it, Professor. Then, Li Fan led Professor Fu, Xie Feng, Qin Kong, and the others into the workshop. Once inside, both Professor Fu and Xie Feng were taken aback by the sight before them. The workshop was adorned with an array of advanced mech repair equipment, many of which they had never even seen before. The silvery metal gleamed under the lights. These are, Xie Feng stammered, his eyes wide with astonishment. These are the tools I use in my shop, Li Fan remarked nonchalantly. My goodness, this equipment, there's probably no other place on Kalen Star that can match it. Professor Fu marveled, his excitement palpable after so long. Li Fan, your shop. Qin Kong was also momentarily speechless. She had assumed Li Fan was merely a clever but ordinary mechanic, unaware that he possessed such a grand establishment and cutting-edge equipment. So, do you still think I am boasting? Li Fan smiled at Qin Kong. She fell silent, forced to admit that she had indeed underestimated him. With such equipment and tools, his repair capabilities could not possibly be lacking. All right, if that's the case, let us begin. Qin Kong inhaled deeply, her eyes reigniting with determination. Since this is a contest between mechanics, let us engage in something technical. Professor Fu interjected. For the first round, we shall test your eyesight. Eyesight. Both Li Fan and Qin Kong looked puzzled. Indeed, eyesight is a fundamental skill for a mechanic, Professor Fu explained. An excellent mechanic must not only repair mechs but also accurately identify their issues. This requires a discerning eye. And how do we compete? Li Fan asked. Quite simply. Professor Fu gestured for his assistant to present two stones. These two energy stones are similar in color and shape. You must discern their types, attributes, and which kind of mech they are suited for. You have 10 minutes. The assistant placed the stones before Li Fan and Qin Kong. One stone was slightly darker in hue, while the other was lighter, both emanating a faint glow and adorned with intricate patterns. Qin Kong picked up the stone, scrutinizing it carefully. Although she was a one-star master mechanic, she typically dealt with more common energy stones and had rarely encountered stones with such high similarity. Li Fan also took the stone, examining it intently. While he had the system's assistance, he understood he could not rely solely on it. After all, the system was merely a tool, and true skill resided within himself. Time ticked away, and beads of sweat began to form on Qin Kong and Appo's forehead. She felt as though her mind was about to explode. She still could not determine the types of the two energy stones. Time's up. The voice of Fu Yiqing resonated through the air. Qing Kong, feeling a sense of helplessness, set down the stone and turned her gaze towards Li Fan, eager to see what this individual would articulate. The two stones before them were distinguished by color. The darker one was a starstone, while the lighter one was a starlight stone. Li Fan began to speak slowly. Starstone? Starlight stone? A murmur of intrigue swept through the crowd once more. I believe I have heard of these two types of stones. So have I. They are indeed rare energy stones. The realization dawned that Li Fan could identify these two stones, suggesting he possessed some level of skill. The starstone is typically employed in the core of a stellar-class assault mech, Li Fan continued. Conversely, the starlight stone is utilized in the core of a sky-class combat mech. As for this particular starstone, he lifted the darker stone, revealing its inner structure, which had undergone a radiative reaction. I deduced that this starstone is scrap material from a forged core. What? Fu Yiqing was taken aback by Li Fan's declaration. He hurried to Li Fan's side, scrutinizing the starstone with keen interest. He had not anticipated that Li Fan could not only recognize these two rare energy stones, but also ascertain the origin of the starstone. Such discernment was nothing short of extraordinary. Professor Fu, am I correct? Li Fan inquired, casting a glance at Fu Yiqing. Indeed, entirely accurate, Fu Yiqing replied. Taking a deep breath, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. The first round goes to Li Fan. Hooray! Qianlong exclaimed, leaping with enthusiasm. Well done, Li Fan. Qin, you shared in the joy for Li Fan. How? How is this possible? Qing Kong wore a face of incredulity, utterly unable to accept the outcome. Chapter 65. The Dream Mechanic Workshop. At the speed of light inside the repair bay, the atmosphere was so tense it felt almost tangible. The voice of Fu Yiqing shattered the silence, each word resonating in the hearts of those present. The second round is a test of focus. Li Fan raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Focus? For him, it was as easy as reaching into his pocket. Indeed, Fu Yiqing elaborated, when mechanics repair mechas, they must maintain intense concentration. Any external distraction could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Thus, in the second round, we will conduct the assembly of the control circuits for the mecha cockpit under a distracting environment. He paused, emphasizing, you will have 1 hour. Moreover, to increase the challenge, I have invited 2 and AMP, Oppos, special guests and AMP, Oppos, to create distractions. Oh, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Li Fan and AMP, Oppos, SIs, special guests. Fu Yiqing smiled mysteriously. They are Qianlong and Qin Yu. Before he could finish, the crowd erupted. What? The Qin siblings? How could they possibly be here? Old Fu, you certainly know how to make a grand entrance. Qin Yu's voice approached, imbued with his characteristic nonchalance. Ha ha ha. Young Master Qin, young Lady Qin, you are most welcome. Fu Yiqing boomed as he stepped forward to greet them. 2 mechas, one silver-white and the other fiery red, descended gracefully onto the open space of the repair bay. They were the Snow Eagle of Qianlong and the Flame Dragon of Qin Yu. As the mechas landed and the hatch opened, Qianlong and Qin Yu leapt down side by side, igniting a frenzy among the students. Heavens! The mechas of the Qin siblings are simply breathtaking. The sleek design, the lustrous finish, perfection. Look, the Snow Eagle's ice ability launcher and the Flame Dragon's flame sword are both top-tier configurations. Fu Yiqing gazed at the mechas before him, unable to conceal his astonishment. A mecha, and the craftsmanship, the details, were even more exquisite than those produced by the Federation's leading mecha manufacturers. He couldn't help but approach the Flame Dragon for a closer examination. These, the patterns on the core of the mecha. Fu Yiqing's voice trembled as he beheld the intricately carved, art-like mysterious patterns. These patterns were unprecedented, yet they contained a powerful energy that made one's heart race. Professor Fu has a keen eye. Qin Yu chuckled. These patterns are the work of my brother Li Fan. What do you think? Li Fan. Both Fu Yiqing and Qin Kong exclaimed simultaneously, their voices laced with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that such formidable mechas were crafted by Li Fan. Qin Kong's face turned ashen. She felt her confidence being relentlessly shattered. She had always prided herself on being a genius, viewing Li Fan as merely an ordinary person with a modicum of cleverness, unworthy of comparison. Yet now, reality struck her like a resounding slap, harsh and undeniable. Li Fan not only recognized rare energy stones but also enhanced such top-tier mechas. To elevate a mecha to this degree was beyond the capability of an ordinary mechanic. It required at least a 5-star master-level expertise. Qin Kong, do you still believe Li Fan is unworthy of competing with you? Fu Yanqing looked at her, a hint of disappointment and reproach in his tone. Teacher, I. Qing Kong lowered her head, at a loss for words. Enough idle chatter. Let us prepare to begin. Fu Yanqing interrupted her. Li Fan, Qing Kong, come forward. Li Fan and Qing Kong approached the control panel. Confronted by an array of intricate circuit boards and components, a dizzying sight. Begin, Fu Yanqing commanded. Li Fan and Qing Kong moved simultaneously. Qing Kong took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. After all, she was a one-star master mechanic with solid fundamentals. She quickly found her rhythm, her hands flying over the circuit boards, striving for precision and stability, avoiding any errors. However, Li Fan's speed exceeded all expectations. His hands seemed to transform into shadows, dancing over the circuit boards. Components were installed with pinpoint accuracy, and circuits connected swiftly. His movements were devoid of any excess or hesitation, flowing seamlessly like water. In less than half an hour, Li Fan halted his work. I'm done. His voice was calm, yet it reverberated like thunder within the repair bay. What? Fu Yanqing and Qing Kong shot their gazes towards Li Fan, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Qing Kong stared at the control circuit that Li Fan had flawlessly assembled, utterly dumbfounded. She had barely completed half of her work, and Li Fan had finished entirely. This speed was almost inhuman. Li Fan, are you certain you didn't cheat? Fu Yanqing couldn't help but inquire, struggling to grasp the reality before him. Professor Fu, do you think I would need to cheat? Li Fan retorted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fu Yanqing was rendered speechless. Indeed, given Li Fan's demonstrated prowess, he had no need for such dishonesty. I concede. Qing Kong and Appo's voice was low and hoarse as she finally acknowledged her defeat, overwhelmed and utterly convinced. Li Fan, I'm sorry, I was too arrogant before. She stepped before Li Fan, her tone sincere. It's all right. Ignorance is no crime. Li Fan chuckled softly. But do you remember our wager? Wager? Qing Kong blinked in surprise, quickly recalling their previous agreement. Do I really have to work for you? Her voice trembled. The esteemed one-star master mechanic was to work for an obscure young man? Of course, a deal is a deal, Li Fan said with a grin. Don't worry. I won't shortchange you. Accommodation and meals are included. Plus. Wait. Qing Kong suddenly interrupted. Is working really that enjoyable? Huh? Li Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated her question. I've never had a job before. But I've heard that working allows you to meet many different people and learn a plethora of new things. Her voice trailed off, a hint of longing and anticipation surfacing on her face. Li Fan was left speechless, astonished at her unique perspective. All right, since you're so eager to work, let us sign a contract, he said with resignation. Great. How long? Qing Kong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. 1 year? 2 years? 3 years, with no salary. Li Fan replied coolly. Not a problem. Qing Kong agreed without hesitation. Li Fan looked at her, internally marveling. This girl truly was a peculiar character, yet quite amusing. Li Fan, congratulations on winning this contest. Fu Yanqing approached him, his tone filled with admiration. Your mechanical skills surpass my expectations, and I apologize for my earlier doubts. Professor Fu, you flatter me, Li Fan responded humbly. Li Fan, should you find the time in the future, I would like to invite you to my Mechanic Research Society for a thorough exchange of mecha repair techniques. Fu Yanqing extended the invitation. Absolutely, I would be delighted. Li Fan replied with enthusiasm. CFO, let us depart. Chapter 66, Expanding Greatness and Creating Splendor. Beneath the profound expanse of the starry sky, Li Fan's holographic image hovered before his workstation, his brow furrowed in concentration, immersed in the intricate calculations of mecha design. He was abruptly jolted back to reality by a crisp notification that echoed through the silence. Employee recruitment successful. One-star master-level mechanic, Qing Kong, has joined the team. Taking 2 days. 4-star mechanic skills unlocked. Reward. Inherited skill, Ripple Weapon Forging Method. Weapon enhancement and starship enhancement features are now available. At last, it has arrived. Li Fan clenched his fist tightly, taking a deep breath as if to release the pent-up excitement that had been building within him. After a prolonged wait, the dawn of opportunity had finally emerged. The system panel was revitalized, showcasing 2 new branches, weapon enhancement and starship enhancement, like 2 radiant stars shining brightly in his field of vision. Eagerly, he clicked on weapon enhancement. Weapon enhancement. Consume star energy based on weapon level. Starshine level 1 point. Rift level 10 points. Shattered star level 100 points. Mecha enhancement consumes 1/10 of this. That seemed reasonable. Li Fan nodded to himself, shifting his gaze to starship enhancement. However, upon a mere glance, his expression darkened, as if doused with icy water. Starship enhancement consumes star energy based on starship level. Starglow level 1 million points, Spirit level 10 million points, Universal level 1 billion points. Damn. Li Fan couldn't help but curse, a chill running through him, making his teeth ache. Was this system out of its mind? This was not enhancement. It was akin to an interstellar daydream, where everything was within reach, but one would have to sell everything to afford it. He felt his heart twitch. The consumption was more exaggerated than a black hole devouring starlight. While Mecha enhancement was somewhat affordable, Starship enhancement seemed designed to dissuade any attempts. The cost of Starship enhancement was 100-fold that of Mecha enhancement. An insatiable beast for wealth, indeed. Li Fan couldn't and amp. Oppose. Help but grumble. Fearing the enhancement costs might as well treat the galaxy as an ATM. This was not merely consuming star energy. It felt like consuming his lifespan. He felt like a laborer who had diligently saved to buy a house, only to find that the prices had escalated from a down payment to the square of the down payment, all multiplied by pi. What on earth was this? Well, starships would have to wait. Li Fan forced himself to calm down. He felt like a gambler cornered by loan sharks, clinging to the last few scratch-off lottery tickets as his only hope. Starships were predominantly controlled by fleets, while fleets may be affluent. The enhancement cost for a Heng Tian-level starship would translate into trillions of credit points, an amount even fleets would struggle to bear. This endeavor seemed feasible only for the interstellar tycoons, those with entire mining operations, those whose wealth could rival entire star systems. A vision formed in his mind. A group of interstellar magnates clad in diamond-encrusted space suits, casually sipping universe-class vintage wine while nonchalantly pressing the starship enhancement button, watching their balances dwindle with expressions of carefree indifference. Comparing people only breeds resentment. Mechas compared to starships were even more infuriating. Li Fan shook his head, deciding to relinquish the impractical dream of starship enhancement for now. It was wiser to focus on mecha studies and ensure a stable life first. After all, dreams are essential. Who knows? Perhaps one day the system might offer discounts. Moreover, this was merely the cost. He still needed to turn a profit. It seemed only the Gaislan Federation and Oppose, main fleet could bear such expenses. Furthermore, it appeared that only they possessed universal-level starships. Li Fan gradually calmed his thoughts, shifting his attention to the final 4-star master-level mechanic inheritance repository. The repository detailed the prices for each 4-star master-level mechanic inheritance, approximately 1,000 star energy, equivalent to 20 million credit points. If this price were made public, it would surely incite a frenzy. For those influential families, a single 4-star inheritance skill could elevate their entire family's mecha combat prowess and even potentially cultivate a 4-star mechanic. Not to mention 20 million. Even multiples of that would attract a throng. Li Fan quickly skimmed through, not rushing to purchase. Having just mastered 10 3-star inheritance skills, he could afford to wait on the 4-star inheritance. Furthermore, he possessed a skill that had reached perfection, the ripple weapon forging method. Li Fan speculated that this might have been the system's intention. Aware that he lacked the means to enhance starships, it provided him with a weapon forging skill. As a 4-star inheritance skill, its value was unmistakable. A 4-star master-level mechanic could rival a Starglow-level mecha master. Ripple mechanic? The name sounded like a blacksmith who had an epiphany while in a bathhouse. Yet, to be included in the system, this individual must have been formidable, at least. Far superior to a pauper like him who couldn't and oppose to even enhance a starship. Li Fan chuckled at his own self-deprecation, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Regardless of who this ripple mechanic was, this forging skill now belonged to him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the spacious repair chamber. Before him lay a mountain of superalloy materials. These glimmering pieces, radiating a cold metallic sheen, nearly filled half the chamber, exuding an air of "I am expensive. You cannot afford me." How many zeros would this translate into if converted to credit points? Would it be enough for a level up in starship enhancement? Forget it. No use dwelling on it. Thinking too much only leads to tears. Li Fan mused as he began to spread the superalloy materials across the floor. Each piece resembled a raw gem awaiting refinement, yearning for Li Fan to breathe new life into them. This forging skill primarily targeted melee weapons, rendering energy weapons and firearms ineffective. In other words, this was a skill exclusively for and Oppose, close combat maniacs and Oppose. Li Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he was destined to embark on a path of one strike for 999, all gear obtained through combat. He retrieved a beam-cutting tool from his toolbox, his prized possession, which he usually hesitated to use. However, in the pursuit of forging this weapon, he deemed it worth the investment. Virum, the beam-cutting tool whirred to life, its power set to maximum, the blade shimmering with a brilliant white light. "Come on, my dear. Let me see your true power," Li Fan called out, bringing the blade down upon the superalloy. Simultaneously, his right hand was not idle, the one thought. 10,000 accompaniments, skill activated. With a swift motion, he grasped at the air, and the severed piece of superalloy seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, continuously adjusting its position and angle. Li Fan and Amp, Oppo's hands danced, sometimes as fierce as a tempest, at other times as gentle as a spring breeze, disassembling, adjusting, and shaping the superalloy. The sensation was akin to playing an ultra-challenging 3D puzzle game, except the materials were superalloy, the tools were beam-cutting devices, and the player was Li Fan, endowed with one thought, 10,000 accompaniments. Confirming his progress, Li Fan began to move, polishing the next section. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew within the repair chamber. Beads of sweat formed on Li Fan and Amp, Oppo's forehead, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed and resolute. Time, at that moment, seemed to lose all significance. Uncertain of how long it had been, Li Fan and Oppo's right hand suddenly struck down. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the weapon prototype, leaving behind a series of fist imprints. These imprints would serve as connection points for the grip. Subsequently, he meticulously replicated these imprints, creating an irregular matrix. If a person with a phobia of dense patterns were to see this, they would likely faint on the spot. Li Fan couldn't and Amp, Oppo's help but quip. Once completed, he carefully arranged the sensing components on each imprint, forming a complex circuit board. Finally, he covered it with a layer of superalloy, flawlessly concealing all internal structures. Phew. The task was accomplished. Li Fan exhaled deeply, gazing at the 15-meter-long gigantic blade before him, his heart swelling with a sense of achievement. The massive blade lay silently on the ground, its entire body an obsidian hue, devoid of any superfluous adornments, yet emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one and Amp, Oppo's spine. It resembled a slumbering behemoth, poised to unleash cataclysmic power upon awakening. This length is taller than my mech, ISN and Oppo's. If I take this out, it would surely terrify a group of children. Li Fan stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Nonetheless, I like it. This is a broadsword, forged entirely from superalloy, virtually indestructible. The blade is not traditionally single-edged, but features a uniform width design. This kind of design typically renders weapons more susceptible to damage. However, the brilliance of the ripple weapon forging method lies in its density compression technology, embedding a substantial amount of superalloy into the blade while utilizing electronic components to adjust sharpness, allowing the weapon to transform from a sharp tool to a blunt instrument, adaptable to various combat scenarios. Indeed, it and Amp, Oppo's quite impressive. Li Fan gazed at the weapon he had crafted with his own hands, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This was his first independently forged weapon of star-breaking caliber. Yet, it was still not enough. A glint of determination flashed in Li Fan and Amp, Oppo's eyes. Let and Amp, Oppo's test the enhancement effect. He placed his hand on the grip of the broad blade. Stage 4 weapon enhancement. Elevates the weapon by one tier and adds a random attribute. Li Fan was taken aback, having initially assumed that weapon enhancement merely elevated material quality, not realizing it could also confer attribute bonuses. Weapons with attribute enhancements are invaluable to mecha masters possessing corresponding attributes. While their rarity does not rival that of innate skills and specialized traits, they are still exceedingly uncommon. Boom. At the moment of enhancement, a deafening roar erupted, and a flash of red light enveloped the broadsword entirely. From the tip to the grip, visible changes occurred. The original superalloy was replaced with a translucent material imbued with a purple sheen. Purple crystal, one of the materials of dragonflame stone. Renowned for its sharpness and high ductility, dragonflame stone is a superior material, typically utilized in star-falling level mechas and weapons. The appearance of the broadsword underwent a complete transformation. Boom. Another resounding blast, as black flames ignited along the blade. The golden patterns Li Fan had inscribed rapidly spread. Extinguishing the flames, leaving only a wisp of black fire retreating to the junction of the grip and blade. Not bad. Resting his chin on his hand, Li Fan pondered for a moment before naming this weapon. The first weapon shall be called Candle Shadow. The deity of Zhongshan, Candle Shadow, is rumored to possess flames of black fire. Li Fan felt a surge of pride, convinced of his naming prowess. After admiring Candle Shadow for a while, Li Fan clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. This repair shop needs an upgrade. There's hardly enough space for the weapon. Indeed, he had realized the repair room was too small when Li Kaifeng visited earlier. While it could accommodate a star-breaking mech, it felt cramped. Now, with a single broad blade occupying half the space, what would happen if he acquired more items? Having made up his mind, Li Fan swiftly took action. He dialed Li Kaifeng and Appo's number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang and Li Kaifeng, who was currently preoccupied with matters concerning the CF family and his office, frowned. Who was calling at this hour? Upon seeing the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow. Appo's Li Fan. Instantly, he switched from the CF family's chaotic situation to the enthusiastic mode of Li Fan's little admirer, his transformation quicker than flipping a page. Hello, Li Fan. What can I do for you? Speak freely. I'm at your service. Li Kaifeng was brimming with enthusiasm, almost singing a song for Li Fan over the phone. After all, the mecha Li Fan had enhanced had turned his fortunes around, allowing him to not only survive a dire situation, but also glimpse the threshold of a breakthrough. This is a thigh worth holding on to. Moreover, Li Kaifeng was a man of his word. Director Li, is it possible to sell me the land surrounding my dream repair shop? Li Fan wasted no time, getting straight to the point. He was calculating that the land in the outskirts of Yuhai City was at least 60 to 70,000 square meters, resembling a university town. If he could acquire it all, not only mechas, but even starships could navigate through it. Li Kaifeng was initially taken aback, wondering what this kid wanted the land for. Surely he wasn't planning to grow vegetables and raise pigs? I intend to expand the shop. Li Fan's words nearly choked Li Kaifeng. What? Expansion? Great, great, great. Li Kaifeng sprang up from his chair, exclaiming 3 times in quick succession. Is 25,000 square meters enough? If not, we can add more. Whatever you need. Of course. If Li Fan is expanding, I wholeheartedly support it. This indicates an increase in orders. Business will flourish. This not only means he would have more resources for his next enhancement, but would also benefit a multitude of mecha masters. A truly noble endeavor. Furthermore, the land would otherwise remain barren. Allowing Li Fan to utilize it would be advantageous for all. That is enough. Thank you, Director Li. How many credit points do you need? I and Appo's transfer them to you right away. Hearing that it was feasible, Li Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. If there was no land, the system might not acknowledge it, leaving him in dire straits. Let me think. Let and Appo's calculate at 2,000 credit points per square meter. Li Kaifeng waved his hand, offering a rock-bottom price. If it weren't for the fact that this land was still under Huaxia's jurisdiction, he would have considered giving it away for free. After all, the land belonged to the state. He was merely an administrator, and the credit points would ultimately need to be submitted publicly. If it weren't for the land's remoteness, he would and Appo's to even have had the opportunity to negotiate. Upon hearing the price, Li Fan instantly understood that Li Kaifeng was giving him the green light. And he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Li. I will transfer the amount to you now. With that, he hung up decisively. Beep, beep, beep. 5 billion credit points deposited into Starry Sky Treasure. On Li Kaifeng and Appo's end. As soon as he hung up the phone, a notification of the deposit came through. Xiao Wang, come in for a moment. Allocate the 5,000 square meters of land around K5 Road on Karen Star to the Dream Repair Shop. Li Kaifeng acted swiftly, immediately instructing his secretary, Xiao Wang, to handle the paperwork. With this, the troubles concerning the CF family had long been cast aside. Now it's settled. In this turbulent world, as Li Fan expands, our fleet strength will rise in tandem. If a conflict arises, we will be more confident. Li Kaifeng sighed in relief, feeling accomplished once more. Although he had previously triumphed over that old fellow Ji Tianqing, he knew deep down that it was all thanks to Li Fan's timely intervention. Had it been in the past, he would have likely been doomed. I wonder if Zhang Xihai is gone? He should have. Given his constant eagerness to enhance and his relentless drive, the mere thought of Zhang Xihai made Li Kaifeng chuckle. That kid was truly dedicated to enhancement. However, it seems that Director Li has evidently forgotten. He is the last fortunate soul who can enjoy VIP services without queuing. Does Zhang Sihai wish to strengthen? Nonsense. He has been dreaming of it. In the past, he went to great lengths to persuade Li Fan to initiate the enhancement process, sacrificing his dignity and enduring the painful price of worn-out knees. The posture he adopted was impeccable, and his devotion was palpable. He nearly prostrated himself before Li Fan. Even now, when the skies darken and rain falls, a dull ache lingers in his knees. The sensation is beyond description. Yet, aspirations are lavish, while reality is stark. Just yesterday, after completing the myriad trivial tasks in the fleet, he tirelessly handled the chaotic mess left by the Xie family, only to carve out precious moments to impart wisdom to the newly appointed mecha engineers. When he finally returned home, weary and ready to unwind, he was struck with a thunderous announcement. The Dream Mecha repair shop will adopt a lottery system for service, with 3 slots available each day. This news hit Zhang Sihai like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. Having set the Dream Mecha repair shop's StarNet account to high priority, he was among the first to see the announcement. He hastily rushed to participate in the lottery, his hands moving with such speed that they seemed to blur. However, when he saw the words proclaiming that the lottery had concluded, despair washed over him. He felt as if his very soul had been drained. Collapsing onto the sofa, eyes vacant, devoid of any will to live. Yet, somehow, he inexplicably found himself clicking on the lottery page once more. The heart that had grown cold reignited with a flicker of hope. However, upon witnessing the astronomical number of participants, the glimmer in his weathered eyes was extinguished. The figures were so densely packed that they were beyond counting, more numerous than the stars in the sky, thicker than the hair on his own head. Was this truly a lottery? It felt more like a hellish mode of selection. He felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean, at risk of being engulfed by the relentless tide of lottery participants. He pounded his chest and let out a heart-wrenching wail. What a calamity! The sound was so soul-stirring that it moved hearts to sorrow and brought tears to the eyes of listeners. He felt even more aggrieved than Doi, more wretched than the humble vegetable. Here he was, Zhang Sihai, the esteemed captain of the law enforcement team, reduced to competing with a throng of people for a mere lottery slot. Is there any justice left? Any law to uphold? He now longs to gaze skyward and cry out, Heaven, Earth, when will it finally be my turn for enhancement? Chapter 67. A glimpse into the Dream Workshop. In the afternoon at the Dream Workshop, sunlight streamed through the glass windows, bathing Li Fan in a warm glow. He lounged in his boss and Oppo's chair, blissfully scrolling through the balance of his mobile banking account, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Suddenly, a sharp ping echoed, startling him as if a thunderbolt had struck from a clear sky. A system prompt materialized before his eyes. Expansion area discovered, 250,000 square meters, requiring 25,000 star energy points. Would you like to expand? What on earth? 250,000 square meters? 25,000 star energy points. Li Fan and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Those figures were more exhilarating than the growth of his bank account balance. After a moment and Oppo's calculation, he realized it equated to 500 million credit points. Just moments ago, he had watched 500 million credit points vanish from his account, leaving him with just over 2 billion. And now, another 500 million. Li Fan couldn't and Oppo's help but rub his forehead in exasperation. This system was more extravagant than the most prodigal offspring of a wealthy family. Earning money was like capturing ghosts, while spending it was akin to a rushing river. He sighed deeply, lamenting how even the system had begun to teach him the thrill of experiencing a sudden financial downfall. Though the thought of such expenditure made his heart ache, Li Fan gritted his teeth and, with a tearful resolve, chose to expand. After all, one must invest to reap rewards. Inner thought, it's imperative to expand. Please spare me, dear system. Expansion commencing. Estimated duration, 24 hours. As the system's notification faded, the Dream Workshop began to grow at an astonishing rate, resembling a scene from a science fiction film where an alien spacecraft descended upon Earth, complete with a grand metallic shell rising from the ground. Inside, a cacophony of sound erupted, akin to countless Godzillas convening for a demolition meeting. Trees toppled, the ground shook, and dust swirled. The spectacle was even more boisterous than the busiest construction site. Fortunately, Li Kaifeng, the crafty old fox, had foreseen this upheaval and had previously announced the impending construction around the Dream Workshop, mitigating the shock of this earth-shattering noise. Otherwise, the local residents would have surely been left astounded. Li Fan mused, this ISNT merely an expansion, it's a cosmic upheaval. he resolved to present Li Kaifeng with a banner emblazoned with the words, "Masterful technique, marvelous revival." Occasionally, a passerby would stop to gawk. Is this the latest technology from our Federation? When did it become so advanced? They even employed a golden light screen for construction? Who knows? Perhaps it relates to previous weapon research? Maybe our developments have gained recognition from the Federation, leading to this covert construction? Oh, that makes some sense. Should we film a video? I see you're getting more reckless. It's been said that this is a confidential project. Not to mention whether your video can even be released. Even if it could, do you think you could secure free food and lodging for years? Haha. Just a jest. It's all a misunderstanding. The recent tremors had led the public to connect the dots between the golden light screen and the seismic activities. And they collectively chose to remain silent. Only Qin Kong, upon returning, gazed in astonishment at the scene. Li Fan, what is that thing in the back? Qin Kong was utterly perplexed, wary of being disrespectful. The individual before her was at least a 5-star mechanic master, certainly not one to appreciate interruptions. Working at the Dream Workshop was already a stroke of fortune. She resolved to cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Qin Lan and Meng Yu observed the golden light screen with curiosity. Is this construction? Odd. I hadn't heard of any major projects here. And, has it commenced so soon? Qin Kong silently stood by, hesitant to speak, fearing Li Fan might still be irritable. Maintaining silence was the best way to enhance her favorability. Oh. I'm in the process of expanding. Li Fan cast a casual glance at Qin Kong, his expression nonchalant. Expansion? Is Boss Li preparing to launch a new venture? Hearing this, Qin Yu was exhilarated. Li Fan would not initiate an expansion without reason, and if expansion was underway, it surely meant he was preparing to develop new business. As the second customer of the Dream Workshop, she could not miss such an opportunity. Qin Lan and Qin Kong perked up, attentively gazing at Li Fan with eager anticipation. Well, sort of. I plan to sell some weapons and possibly auction some mechas I've crafted. Li Fan candidly shared his recent plans, confirming that the primary reason for the expansion was indeed to embark on new business ventures. He would continue to reinforce mechas daily, but maintenance would be entrusted to Qin Kong. In his remaining time, he aimed to create more weapons and even mechas for auction. After all, money truly doesn't last long. Weapons? Mechas? Are you selling them directly? Upon hearing Li Fan and Appo's words, Qin Yu could no longer contain her excitement. Her eyes sparkled at the prospect of witnessing the weapons and mechas crafted by Li Fan firsthand. How could a mechanical enthusiast like her not be thrilled? So, does Boss Li have anything ready for us to see? Qin Lan looked at Li Fan with hopeful anticipation. Previously, they had only witnessed the enhancement of their own mechas, well aware of Li Fan's exceptional skills. Now, to see his personal creations filled her with eagerness. This had always been a regret for Qin Lan. Qin Yu, however, remained more composed. Nevertheless, the opportunity to see more of his work was still thrilling. There are no mechas at the moment, but I do have a weapon available. Li Fan did not refuse their request. As the Zhuyin was originally designed for standard fragmented star-level mechas, rendering it unsuitable for his personal use. He led the trio into the first maintenance bay. At that moment, the mechanical arms, typically used to secure mechas, lifted Zhuyin, presenting it in all its glory before the three women. Upon seeing Zhuyin, the three were momentarily frozen, as if petrified by the gaze of Medusa. Gasp, is that dragon flame crystal? Qin Kong, true to her expertise, immediately recognized the material, nearly popping her eyes out in astonishment. The craftsmanship, the audacity, who but a master mechanic could possess such talent? Forging a weapon from dragon flame crystal was akin to presenting a sumptuous feast in the realm of mechanics. For Qin Yu, the situation was a bit peculiar. Upon seeing Zhuyin, his Inferno Dragon mecha reacted as if it had encountered a cat, bristling with alarm, the flames at its core dimming slightly, as if sensing a formidable adversary. Li Boss, is this weapon perhaps the legendary attribute weapon? Qin Yu and Appo's voice trembled, for it was far more impressive than his Inferno Dragon great sword. Qin Lan wished to inquire about the weapon as well, but she was overwhelmed by an intangible pressure emanating from Zhuyin, making her chest feel tight and her breath shallow. It felt as if a timid lamb had encountered a Tyrannosaurus, instinctively trembling in fear. Well, it can be loosely classified as fire attribute. Li Fan nodded nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Fire attribute. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Appo's eyes instantly sparkled like two radiant suns. However, that brilliance quickly dimmed, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. What a pity. This is a broadsword, and it requires at least a spiritual energy level mech to wield effectively. While he is indeed a fire attribute mech master, this broadsword has no connection to her and Appo's, Flame Dragon and Appo's, mech. It is utterly mismatched. This is specifically designed for a Starry Sky level mech. Li Fan shook his head, correcting Qin Yu's misunderstanding. Furthermore, a weapon forged from the elite material. Dragon Flame Stone Crystal is far beyond what her current physique can handle. It clearly belongs to the realm of spiritual energy level masters. Sky level. The trio exclaimed once more. Li Fan continued to elucidate, although the material of Appo's, Zhuyin and Appo's, is an alloy. The circuit components he initially embedded are perfectly compatible with Starry Sky level mechs. Zhuyin is undoubtedly a weapon exclusively for Starry Sky level mechs, without a doubt. Chapter 68. Let us not compete. Let us give it to Father. The voice of Qin Kong quivered slightly as she fixated on the broad blade named Zhuyin, her pupils constricting. As an experienced mechanic, she understood the implications far better than anyone else. The Dragon Flame Stone Crystal, renowned for its indestructibility, was the core material of Zhuyin. Not only would embedding intricate circuit components be a formidable task, even the most skilled mechanic would struggle to leave a mere scratch upon its surface. Bossly, how did you manage this? Qin Kong and Appo's voice trembled just enough to be noticed, as the reality of the situation surpassed her comprehension. Li Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile playing on his lips, enigmatic in nature. Some things are beyond your current reach. Qin Kong inhaled sharply, her admiration for Li Fan swelling like a torrent. Simultaneously, an inexplicable unease crept into her heart, leading her to doubt her own abilities in Li Fan's presence. Her modest mechanical skills felt utterly insignificant. Though Qin Lan and Qin Yu had only a rudimentary understanding of mechanical technology, they too sensed the extraordinary difficulty involved. Bossly, your skill is simply extraordinary, Qin Lan exclaimed with genuine awe. This Zhuyin could only be crafted by a legendary master mechanic, I presume? Qin Yu added, unable to contain his admiration. Li Fan merely smiled in silence. For him, this level of craftsmanship was merely a modest demonstration of his capabilities. Bossly, what price do you intend to set for Zhuyin? Qin Lan inquired cautiously, striving to temper her excitement. After all, this was a weapon exclusive to fragment star-level mechas. Its value was incalculable. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan extended 3 fingers. 300 million credit points. He had taken into account the reinforcement costs, material expenses, and the unique secret technique of ripple weapon forging, arriving at what he deemed a reasonable price. 300 million. Qin Kong nearly leapt from her seat, her eyes wide as saucers. Bossly, this is far too cheap. To her, the value of Zhuyin warranted at least several times that amount. It felt as if Li Fan was engaging in charity. What a conscientious mechanic he was. Her admiration for him soared even higher. 300 million. Qin Lan and Qin Yu were equally astonished, though their reactions diverged significantly from Qin Kong and Appo's. They exchanged glances, each discerning the desire reflected in the other's eyes. Bossly, I want Appo's, Zhuyin and Appo's. Qin Yu blurted out, his tone resolute, fearful that someone might snatch it away first. Although his Flame Dragon mecha could not yet utilize this broad blade, and he still had a long journey ahead to attain the status of a sky-level mecha master, that did not deter his desire to possess it now. What if he needed it in the future? Even if he could not use it himself, gifting it would certainly elevate his stature. Qin Lan, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Xiao Yu, hold on. I might need Zhuyin even more. She thought of her father, Qin Tianhao, as a starry level tier 3 mecha master with the starry level mecha Zhuolong. Zhuyin was practically tailor-made for him. If she could present Zhuyin to her father, he would surely be overjoyed. Furthermore, this would be the perfect way to repay her father and Appo's nurturing. Sister, you don't even use a broad blade. What do you need Appo's, Zhuyin and Appo's for? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. My dad might need it. Qin Lan replied, a hint of guilt in her voice, simultaneously dialing her father's number. Hello, Dad. I have something to tell you. On the other end, Qin Tianhao, engrossed in official duties, initially assumed it was an urgent matter when he received his daughter's call. However, upon hearing her explanation, he sprang from his chair. Dear daughter, what did you say? A weapon exclusive to a starry-level mecha? Only 300 million credit points. You heard correctly, Dad. It's 300 million. Don't you think Zhuyin would be a perfect match for your Zhuolong mecha? Qin Lan exclaimed excitedly. Perfect. It's a match made in heaven. Qin Tianhao and Appo's excitement was palpable, his mustache twitching with delight. Quickly, buy Appo's, Zhuyin and Appo's. I'll transfer the money to you right away. All right. Qin Lan hung up the phone. A triumphant smirk directed at Qin Yu. Xiao Yu, I'm afraid and amp. Oppos, Zhuin and amp. Oppos, is for my dad now. Qin Yu was left dumbfounded, blindsided by the unexpected turn of events. Sister, you can't be serious. I said I wanted it first. This isn't about me being unreasonable. It's just that Dad needs it more. Qin Lan shrugged. Looking helpless, Li Fan watched the unfolding scene, bemused by the sisters and Oppos' rivalry over the weapon that hadn't even been sold yet. Ahem. He cleared his throat, interrupting their bickering. Before you both get too eager, let me say this. Although, and amp, Oppos, Zhuin and amp, Oppos, is a weapon exclusive to starry-level mechas, not everyone can wield it. Moreover, my mechanic shop is just starting out. I will certainly produce even better weapons in the future. Here is my promise. Whenever you need, you can come to me for custom mecha weapons, whether they be rift level or fragment star level. It will be no problem. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan and Qin Yu fell silent. Boss, you can also manufacture rift level and fragment star level mecha weapons. Qin Lan and Oppos' eyes widened, her voice brimming with delight. Of course, it and Oppos. It's merely a matter of time for me, Li Fan replied nonchalantly, confidence lacing his tone. With the system at hand, crafting even the most advanced mecha weapons was within his reach. Wonderful. Qin Lan and Qin Yu cheered, their excitement palpable. They no longer needed to quarrel. Whenever they desired a weapon, they could simply seek out Boss Li. By the way, Boss Li, isn't your mechanic shop a bit small? Qin Lan suddenly remarked, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, boss, your skills are so exceptional. You should consider expanding. Qin Yu chimed in. Li Fan sighed at their observations. I wish I could, but funds are limited. That is easily resolved. Qin Lan declared, waving her hand. Boss, if you craft and amp, Oppos, Zhuin and amp, Oppos, for me, I'll help you tackle the expansion of your mechanic shop. How does that sound? Li Fan hesitated. He was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Boss, please don't hesitate. Consider it an advance investment from us. Qin Lan smiled encouragingly. We are counting on you to craft even better weapons for us in the future. Yes, boss, please agree. Qin Yu urged. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Fan felt he could not refuse any longer and nodded in acceptance. Very well then. Thank you both. Boss. Do you also produce ranged weapons? Qin Yu inquired suddenly, realizing that she might lack some long-range combat options. Certainly, Li Fan affirmed. I can create melee weapons, ranged energy weapons, and large-scale ranged weapons, all of them. Moreover, I believe there is a significant market potential for Starshine level and Rift level mecha weapons, as these two levels have the largest number of mecha masters, and the profits are quite promising. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan and Qin Yu and Oppos' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Boss, we look forward to your new creations. Qin Lan exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, Boss Li, please do not let us down. Qin Yu and amp, Oppos' face was filled with anticipation. Li Fan, observing their excited expressions, could only shake his head helplessly. These two sisters were indeed so fervent that it was somewhat overwhelming. After agreeing to inform them once Li Fan had crafted the weapons, they took their leave. Once the two departed, the vast Dream Machinery repair shop was left with only Li Fan and Qin Kong. In this moment of leisure, Li Fan seized the opportunity to assess Qin Kong and amp, Oppos' mechanical skills. He paused to gaze at her before speaking. Qin Kong, follow me. With that, he turned and made his way to the repair area. Upon hearing this, Qin Kong's nerves instantly tensed. She understood that the true test was about to commence. Chapter 69. The Worker. Qin Kong inside the maintenance chamber. The air was stagnant. Qin Kong followed closely behind Li Fan, her palms already damp with perspiration. She understood that the forthcoming assessment would determine whether she could truly become Li Fan and amp, Oppos' trusted aide. Exhaling deeply, she attempted to dispel the suffocating sensation in her chest. Li Fan approached the door of chamber number 3 and extended his hand to open it. With a low hum, the door gradually swung open, revealing a meticulously organized array of materials stacked within several large storage containers. At a mere glance, Qin Kong's heart raced violently. Star-patterned steel, secret silver alloy, Titan meteorite iron. Each of these was a legendary material for crafting mechas. Any one of them was enough to incite fierce competition among star-tier mecha artisans. And yet, here were so many. Qin Kong gasped in astonishment. The value of these materials likely surpassed everything she had encountered in the past decade combined. Did she truly possess the capability to wield them? What if she failed? Are these enough to craft a battle blade, an energy gun, and a heavy cannon? Li Fan's voice was as nonchalant as if he were inquiring about her meal for the day. Qin Kong felt as though she were on the verge of suffocating. Boss, you can amp, oppos, be serious, can you? The prospect of creating all three types of weapons at once felt overwhelmingly daunting. Is it impossible? Li Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he noted her prolonged silence. And no problem. Qi Kong hastily shook her head, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. She could not falter. This was Li Fan's test for her, a singular opportunity to prove herself. If she could not even handle this challenge, what right did she have to remain by his side? In her heart, Qin Kong silently encouraged herself. You can do this. Li Fan observed her nervous demeanor, pondering silently. The girl had a solid foundation, yet lacked refinement. He wondered if she would grasp his intentions. His request was not to deliberately complicate matters for her, but rather, he genuinely wished for her to grow swiftly and become self-reliant. After all, he had more pressing matters at hand. The crafting of star-tier weapons was merely a small part of his grander scheme. His true ambition lay in the creation of even more advanced mecha armaments. All of this required him to invest considerable time and energy into research. Thus, he needed to cultivate an assistant capable of handling star-tier weapon production. And Qin Kong was the candidate he held in highest regard. May this girl not disappoint me, he thought to himself, taking a deep breath. Qin Kong endeavored to calm her racing thoughts. She knew this was not the time for distractions. She had to concentrate and fulfill the task Li Fan had assigned her. Energy gun, let us begin with you, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the rare materials before her. With delicate fingers, she selected the super alloy and resonance alloy, the optimal choices for crafting the core components of the energy gun. Pulse forging hammer, activate, she commanded, and a uniquely designed forging hammer sprang to life. Thud, thud, thud. The hammer struck the super alloy and resonance alloy at a distinctive frequency. Each blow was accompanied by subtle pulse waves. Qin Kong's movements were incredibly adept, clearly indicating her familiarity with this forging technique. Each strike was meticulously controlled in both strength and angle, maximizing the materials and oppos potential. Such skill was not something just anyone could achieve, without a solid foundation and ample experience. One could not master such advanced forging techniques. Beads of sweat formed on Qin Kong and Oppo's forehead, yet her gaze remained intensely focused, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only her and the materials in her hands. Meanwhile, Li Fan sat in the nearby rest area, seemingly leisurely playing on his phone. In reality, his attention had never strayed from Qin Kong. Through his mental acuity, he could clearly observe her every movement, every subtle action. Her fundamentals are solid, and she has a good grasp of the materials and oppos properties, he thought, nodding in quiet approval of her performance. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He yearned to witness more of her potential and whether she possessed the qualities necessary to become an outstanding mechanic. Let us continue observing. I hope she can surprise me, he mused, maintaining the facade of casualness as he continued to engage with his phone. Approximately half an hour later, finally completed, Qin Kong released a long breath. A sense of relief washing over her. She held the freshly crafted energy gun in her hands, scrutinizing it carefully. The weapon gleamed in silver, its body sleek and filled with a sense of technological sophistication. Subtle energy fluctuations emanated from the muzzle, hinting at its formidable power. I wonder how the boss will evaluate this. Qin Kong felt a flutter of anxiety within her. While she was fairly pleased with her creation, Li Fan's standards were exceptionally high, and she was uncertain if she would earn his approval. Cautiously, she placed the energy gun on the workbench and turned to face Li Fan. Boss, the energy gun is ready. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness. Li Fan, upon hearing her, slowly set down his phone, his gaze landing on the energy gun. He merely cast a cursory glance, offering no immediate comment, and instructed, continue. With the battle blade. Huh? Qin Kong was taken aback. She had anticipated a thorough examination and feedback from Li Fan, yet his response was unexpectedly casual. Boss, aren't you going to take a look? She couldn't and oppos, help but inquire. There and oppos. No need, Li Fan replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. I trust your abilities. Qin Kong stood frozen, bewildered. What did the boss mean? Was he satisfied or dissatisfied? Why was there no indication either way? Her heart fluttered anxiously. But she dared not press further, instead quietly moving to the other side to begin preparing for the creation of the battle blade. It seems the boss and Oppos' expectations are even higher than I imagined, she thought to herself. To expedite the process, Qin Kong decided to employ her unique skill. One-star mechanic inherited technique, dual heart coordination, activate. She proclaimed, her eyes sharpening instantly. In an impressive display, both her hands sprang into action simultaneously. Her left hand worked on the blade of the battle sword, while her right hand focused on crafting the hilt. To multitask in such a manner was no simple feat. It demanded exceptional mental control and a profound understanding of mechanical skills. Qing Kong's breath grew hurried, clearly indicating the immense strain this state placed upon her. Yet, her movements remained unaffected, becoming increasingly swift and precise. Nearly 20 minutes later, a soft hum filled the air as a 5-meter-long battle blade materialized on the workbench. The blade, as dark as ink, exuded a chilling gleam, as if it could sever anything in its path. The edge was extraordinarily sharp. A gentle swing left a faint white mark in the air. Embedded in the hilt was a deep blue gemstone, faint energy pulses radiating from it, adding an air of mystery. It's done. Qing Kong wiped the sweat from her brow, a joyous smile breaking across her face. This time, she felt even more satisfied with her creation. The boss, with unwavering confidence, declared that the battle blade was completed, eagerly anticipating Li Fan's approval. Li Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 70. The internet celebrity Li Fan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 5-meter-long battle blade. Well, this thing he mused for a moment before speaking slowly. Its appearance is passable, though rather dark and unremarkable. One might mistake it for a steel pipe stolen from a construction site. Yet, it is, after all, a weapon compatible with a stellar-class mech, so it is somewhat appealing. Qing Kong rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, reminiscent of a puppy awaiting praise from its owner. She pondered, does this count as a compliment from the boss? Or is he mocking me? That metaphor about a fire would stick it's a bit too down to earth. Isn't it? Boss, do you think it's acceptable? Qing Kong asked eagerly, her eyes brimming with expectation. Li Fan stroked his chin and replied leisurely, it's adequate, but the proficiency needs more practice. A sense of unease gripped Qing Kong's heart. What did the boss mean by that? It's quite simple. Li Fan waved his hand decisively. From today onwards, you are to fabricate 8 battle blades and 8 energy guns daily. Additionally, you will handle the routine maintenance of the stellar-class mechs. A trifling matter. Qing Kong was left dumbfounded. 8 battle blades, 8 energy guns, and maintenance for the stellar-class mechs? Boss, are you trying to work me to the bone? Her mouth hung open in shock, unable to close for quite some time. This workload exceeded what she had accomplished in the entire previous month. However, after a moment's reflection, Qing Kong realized that the boss had his reasons for such an arrangement. All right, boss, I promise to fulfill the task, she declared, clenching her teeth and responding loudly. It's just a matter of working hard. Who's afraid of it? I'm determined to become a top-notch mechanic. Li Fan observed Qing Kong's valiant demeanor, amused inwardly. Little girl, you said it yourself. Don't come crying to me later. Clearing his throat, he feigned seriousness. Qing Kong, I understand this task is quite demanding, but it's all for your own good. Only through high-intensity training can you grow rapidly and meet my expectations. Do you understand? Understood. Qing Kong nodded vigorously. She comprehended that the boss was offering her a unique opportunity. Such chances were rare, and others would covet them. She must seize this opportunity to prove her capabilities and not disappoint her boss's hopes. Encouraged, she ignited her fighting spirit. As if intending to reduce every obstacle to ashes, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction at her fervor. A teachable child. That's enough for today. You may return to rest and come back tomorrow. He gestured for Qing Kong to leave. See you tomorrow, boss. Qing Kong bowed and exited the workshop. Watching her retreating figure, Li Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. This girl is quite motivated. I hope she can persevere and not let me down. He picked up his phone and resumed watching short videos. This young lady dances splendidly. Her figure is truly alluring. As for whether Qing Kong could complete her tasks? With him around, she wouldn't have a chance to slack off. Finally done. Qing Kong exhaled deeply, placing the last tool back in its place and swiftly tidying up her storage bed. She glanced at the time and murmured, it's still early. I can catch 2 more episodes of my soap opera. How delightful. As for Li Fan's mention of 8 battle blades, 8 energy guns, and the routine maintenance of stellar-class mechs? That can wait until tomorrow. After all, the boss didn't say it had to be done today, right? The thoughts of a young girl often soar to the skies, frequently overlooking the lurking dangers. Humming a cheerful tune, Qing Kong skipped out of the mechanic shop. She looked up at the starry sky, marveling at how bright the stars were tonight. Boss, I'm off. See you tomorrow. She called back into the room before bouncing away. Inside, Li Fan sat cross-legged on the floor, hands forming seals, eyes closed. A pale blue light swirled around his body. An invisible wave emanating from him, gradually radiating outward. He was practicing the cosmic meditation technique. At this moment, Li Fan's mental energy resembled a voracious beast, fervently devouring the surrounding cosmic energy. His mental power level was visibly increasing. 20 early 6th level, 30 early 6th level. Li Fan silently calculated the time. At this rate, he would likely break through to the mid-6th level in about 3 days. By then, his mental prowess would be significantly enhanced, allowing for even more precise and fluid control over mechas, as if they were an extension of his own arms. After an indeterminate period, Li Fan slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickering within, as though stars were shimmering in his gaze. Feeling the surging mental energy within him, he smiled slightly. This cosmic meditation technique is truly potent. Li Fan stood up to stretch his muscles, preparing to wash up and sleep. Just then, his wristband vibrated violently, inundated with an incessant stream of StarNet news notifications, threatening to overwhelm it. Glancing casually, he was taken aback, nearly wide-eyed in shock. Stunning. A septuagenarian publicly apologizes to a youthful lad. The heartwarming reason revealed: a mysterious mech master emerges on Karan Star, leaving even star-class mech masters in awe. Exclaiming, "It's unbelievable." Passion collides. Young men and women brawl in the streets, drawing 1,000,000 spectators as the scene spirals out of control. Li Fan, what on earth is all this nonsense? Rubbing his eyes, he peered closer and gasped, cold sweat trickling down his back. How did it feel like these news headlines were connected to him? Particularly the second one, about the mysterious mech master on Karan Star. Could it be referring to him? A sense of foreboding washed over Li Fan, as if an invisible net was closing in around him. He hastily clicked on the news details to read more. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became, as if he had swallowed a fly. The scenarios depicted in the news increasingly resembled his earlier contest with Qin Kong. And that star-class mech master, it couldn't possibly be that guy named right, CFO. Li Fan slapped his forehead, finally recalling. Oh no, this is serious. He felt an overwhelming urge to scream at the heavens. He simply wanted to lay low and make money, yet inexplicably became an internet sensation. Now, it seemed the threshold of his mechanic shop would be trampled tomorrow. Li Fan felt tears welling up. All he wanted was to quietly cultivate without interruptions. He turned off his wristband, lay in bed, and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The news headlines and the comments from netizens echoed in his mind incessantly, buzzing like a swarm of flies around his ears. This mech master is astonishing. Even star-class mech masters are utterly in awe. I've decided. Tomorrow, I'm going to Karan Star to apprentice under this master. Hey, everyone, let us form a group. I want to learn mech skills too. Li Fan sighed helplessly. It seemed tomorrow would be another sleepless night. Chapter 71. Following the big shot to prosperity. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently rousing Li Fan from his slumber. He stretched languidly, the sound of cracking joints resonating through the stillness, invigorating his entire being. A new day heralded a fresh beginning. Li Fan murmured softly to himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future, perhaps tinged with a subtle thrill for the surprises soon to unfold. He quickly completed his morning routine, hastily devouring a few bites of breakfast before eagerly rushing towards the repair shop. After all, the sensational news from the previous night had stirred his curiosity and unease, akin to a cat scratching within him. While he was not particularly worried about gaining fame, he did fear that unnecessary troubles might disrupt his tranquil life. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the repair shop, he stood frozen in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Is this truly my repair shop? Li Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he was imagining things. The once familiar metallic dome had vanished. In its place stood a towering superalloy structure, soaring to a height of nearly 100 meters. The silvery exterior reflected the morning sun, radiating a chilling metallic sheen, brimming with futuristic allure. Enormous floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the interior without reservation, revealing an array of mechs lined up neatly, resembling a poised army of steel, exuding an imposing presence. This is utterly outrageous. Li Fan gaped, unable to close his mouth, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream. Circling the repair shop, he discovered that its area had astonishingly expanded to a staggering 250,000 square meters. This scale rivaled that of a small interstellar port. In his heart, he silently called out, "System, have you secretly upgraded without my knowledge?" Yet, the system remained aloof and silent. Li Fan smirked, his heart brimming with joy. Oh, How delightfully proud it seems. It appears my small goal has drawn closer. With a buoyant stride, he entered the repair shop, and the sight within further dazzled him. The previous handful of repair bays had multiplied to more than 3 times their original number. Each bay was equipped with the latest technology, capable of effortlessly handling various types of mechs. At the back of the shop, a vast warehouse had materialized. Upon entering, he found it empty, devoid of any contents. What purpose could this space serve? Li Fan pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. He decided to partition this warehouse for use as a starship repair area. After all, his ambitions extended beyond mere mech repairs. He aspired to venture into the realm of starship maintenance. Yes, that settles it. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, then began adjusting the number and layout of the repair and display areas, striving to make the entire shop appear more organized and professional. After a flurry of activity, he surveyed the transformed repair shop, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Perfect. He couldn't help but mentally commend himself. Next, it was time to await customers. With enthusiasm sparkling in her eyes, Qing Kong skipped to the entrance of the repair shop, only to freeze in her tracks. Wait, have I come to the wrong place? She blinked rapidly, rubbing her eyes to dispel the possibility of an illusion. Where had that small metallic dome gone? How had it transformed into? Qing Kong struggled to find the right words in her mind. A colossal skyscraper. The silver exterior shimmered in the sunlight, nearly blinding her alloy eyes. This is utterly absurd. Qing Kong felt as though her CPU might overheat, unable to process the information before her. Circling the skyscraper, she realized the area must encompass dozens of football fields. Her mouth agape, she could have swallowed an oversized interstellar burger. Suppressing a gulp, she cautiously stepped inside. Li Fan? Her voice trembled slightly. Li Fan stood before a massive repair bay and turned at the sound of her voice. Oh, Qing Kong, you're here. He replied with calm nonchalance, as if the towering structure were merely a minor detail. What is happening? Qing Kong stammered, pointing around her, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Oh, you mean this? Li Fan replied dismissively. This is just a minor upgrade to the repair shop. Minor upgrade? Qing Kong nearly fainted on the spot. Was this truly what one called a minor upgrade? What then constituted a major upgrade? Transforming an entire planet into a repair shop? Qing Kong felt her worldview shatter under the unprecedented impact. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart. So, what is that exhibition hall in the back for? She inquired, pointing curiously at the expansive space behind the shop. Oh, that is for displaying Stargrade weapons and mechs. Li Fan casually remarked. Stargrade? Qing Kong felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Stargrade? That was the stuff of legends. Across the entire Karen star, there likely was even a single Stargrade weapon to be found. Qing Kong felt as though she were trapped in an extraordinarily surreal dream. All right, stop dawdling. Get to work in repair bay number 10, Li Fan said, patting her shoulder and interrupting her thoughts. Oh. Qing Kong nodded mechanically, making her way to bay number 10. Upon arrival, she found the space completely bare, lacking even a wrench. Li Fan, there aren't any materials here, she said weakly. Oh, I forgot. Li Fan slapped his forehead and called out to the air, Central Control, prepare the materials. No sooner had he spoken than a faint mechanical sound filled the air. Buzz. Various materials appeared in an instant within the repair bay, neatly arranged on the workbench. Qing Kong was once again astounded. What kind of black technology is this? She couldn't help but speculate about Li Fan's true identity. This guy. Surely he must be a powerful figure from the Central Star region, right? Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary technology? What are you daydreaming about? Get to work. Li Fan's voice broke through her thoughts. Huh? Oh. Qing Kong quickly snapped back to reality. She began, wanting to inquire about Li Fan's identity, but he interrupted her. Don't ask so many questions. Just work hard. And I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month. A bonus? Qing Kong's eye sparkled, instantly invigorated. Money to be made? What was she waiting for? She dove into her work, beginning to assemble various intricate components. She had to admit that the equipment in this repair shop was genuinely advanced. Every tool she could possibly need was readily available, and they were remarkably easy to use. As she assembled, she stole glances at Li Fan. This guy was definitely not ordinary. Chapter 72. The first batch of customers at the new shop outside the repair shop stood 3 fortunate young men blessed by the goddess of fate, Qin Fenghua, Xie Fei, and Wang Feng. They were the lucky ones chosen for this enhancement event. Goodness! Qin Fenghua exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape as if he could fit a melon inside. Is this the repair shop? Xia Yifei, equally astonished, rubbed his eyes vigorously. Could it be? Am I dreaming? He even doubted if he had wandered into the wrong filming location. Only Wang Feng wore a triumphant smile. As a loyal customer, he had witnessed the evolution of this establishment firsthand. You wouldn't understand. This is Boss Li's little upgrade. Qin Fingbua and Xia Yifei nearly had their eyes pop out. A little upgrade? Is that what you call it? What on earth would a major upgrade look like? Opening the shop at the center of the galaxy? They felt as if their processors might overheat. This repair shop bore no resemblance to a mere mechanical repair facility. It was more extravagant than an interstellar battleship. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows gleamed, the metallic walls shimmered with cold light, and that towering sign? Indeed, it was a sign. It featured a font they had never encountered before, swirling and dancing, proclaiming it as the Dream Repair Shop. Yet this font radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. More dazzling than the starry sky. Qin Fingbua gasped, instinctively checking his pockets. Oh no, the credit points he had brought might not suffice for refreshments. Xia Yifei cautiously tugged at Wang Feng's sleeve. Old Wang, are you sure this is the repair shop? It feels more like an interstellar museum. Wang Feng patted his chest, wearing an expression that suggested they had struck gold. Of course, it and Appos, S.A. repair shop. Boss Li and Appos, S skills are. Just wait and see. Li Fan glanced at Qin Fingbua and Xia Yifei, a slight smile curving his lips, but he offered no explanation, merely stating, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Welcome to the Dream Repair Shop. May I ask if you three prefer maintenance or enhancement? The voice of the intelligent reception system was devoid of emotion. Enhancement. It must be enhancement. Wang Feng replied eagerly, with Qin Fingbua and Xia Yifei nodding frantically. They had witnessed the mechs that had been enhanced. They resembled humanoid Gundams. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Wang Feng grinned, adding this time, I can finally fulfill my long-held desire for enhancement that I missed out on last time. Previously, he had missed the chance due to insufficient credit points, and he regretted it deeply. This time, he was determined to seize the moment. A round, plump robot appeared before the trio, guiding them to the respective maintenance chamber. Please follow me. The robot led them through a corridor imbued with futuristic elements until they arrived at a maintenance chamber marked with the number 3. Please wait here. Boss Li will be with you shortly, the robot stated before quietly departing. Qin Fingbua began to fidget. What do you think Boss Li will enhance us to? Xia Yifei felt a twinge of anxiety. I've heard that Boss Li's skills are extraordinary. He can elevate ordinary mechs to the pinnacle of stellar quality. Wang Feng remained calm. Just wait for the show to unfold. Suddenly, the door to the maintenance room swung open. Li Fan emerged, surveying the three with a penetrating gaze. He gestured to Qin Fingbua and the others, speaking in a flat tone. The enhancement to stellar level costs 1.3 million. You understand the rules, right? This was merely a formality. The enhancement fees had long been posted on the StarNet, clear as day. Stellar, 1.3 million. Rift, 20 million. Meteor, 80 million. Galaxy, 1.5 billion. As for the psychic level, Li Fan hadn't even listed it. Few psychic practitioners could be found in the Gethland Federation for him to enhance. The three chorused, we understand, we understand. It was worth every penny. Instantly, they felt a wave of tension wash over them, holding their breath in anticipation. Are you certain about the enhancement? Li Fan and Appos' voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Absolutely. Very certain. Unquestionably certain. They replied in unison. Li Fan nodded. Good. Let us commence. He stepped before them, his gaze sweeping over the mechs behind them. Rift level 2 Foot Furious Eagle, Stellar level 3 Thunder, Stellar level 4 Blaze. Li Fan accurately named each mech's model and level with a tranquil tone, as if appraising mere toys. Qin Fingbua felt a twinge of irritation at Li Fan's nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but speak up. Boss Li, although our mechs may not be the top tier, do you have confidence in enhancing them to our desired level? Indeed. Boss Li, we came here with high hopes. Please Don and Appos, let us down. Xia Yifei chimed in. After all, while the shop appeared luxurious, they had yet to witness his true prowess. Both spoke with a hint of skepticism, implying that Li Fan was merely a flashy shopkeeper without genuine skills. Wang Feng remained silent, standing quietly by, trusting in Li Fan's capabilities and the strength of this enigmatic owner. Li Fan, unfazed by their doubts, merely smiled, a hint of amusement in his expression. Central Control. Prepare the materials. Without further ado, he issued the command. Understood, Boss, replied the mechanical voice of the central control system. The floor of the maintenance chamber slowly opened, revealing a massive platform that gradually rose, laden with various gleaming metallic materials pulsating with powerful energy waves. Qin Fengbo and Xie Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. These materials. They had only seen them in textbooks and at top-tier mech exhibitions. Each one was worth a fortune. They were the finest materials for enhancing stellar-grade mechs. This. Qin Fengbo felt his tongue tie in knots. Xie Fei stood frozen, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. They felt as if they were dreaming. No, they wouldn't dare dream so extravagantly. The doubts they had expressed earlier now echoed back at them like resounding slaps, stinging their cheeks. Qin Fengbo opened his mouth to apologize but found his throat dry, unable to utter a word. Xie Fei quickly regained his composure, saying, Boss Li, we failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive our ignorance. Their attitudes shifted 180 degrees. Sincerity radiating from their voices as they feared Li Fan would be displeased and cast them out. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. Ignorance is no sin. He gestured to the materials on the platform, beginning a brief introduction. These materials are essential for enhancing stellar-grade mechs. Star Iron can enhance the mech's defensive capabilities. Thunderstone can boost its attack power. Wind Spirit Crystal can increase its speed. Li Fan recited the attributes and functions of each material with familiarity. Qin Fengbo and Xie Fei felt a surge of excitement. They realized these materials were not only expensive, but also possessed extraordinary properties. Li Fan casually handed them a contract, and without a glance, they all signed it. Subsequently, they proceeded with the transfer. 200 million credit points received. A rotund robot materialized before the trio, guiding them out of the maintenance chamber. Without further ado, let us commence the enhancement. Li Fan approached the control console, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen, deftly maneuvering through an array of intricate programs. Central Control. Initiate enhancement protocols for maintenance chambers 3, 4, and 5 concurrently, he commanded. Understood, boss, the central system acknowledged. Within the maintenance chambers, the rhythmic sounds of machinery echoed. 3 colossal mechanical arms gradually extended, commencing the processes of scanning, disassembling, reassembling, and enhancing the 3 mechs. Qin Fengbo, Xie Fei, and Wang Feng stood nearby. Their expressions a blend of anxiety and exhilaration as they observed the proceedings. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. In that moment, they envisioned their mechs undergoing a profound transformation, poised to emerge as more formidable entities. Li Fan's actions flowed seamlessly, a harmonious execution of tasks. The simultaneous enhancement of the 3 maintenance chambers demanded not only exceptional technical prowess but also formidable mental fortitude. Qin Fengbo and Xie Fei watched in awe, with one even discreetly capturing Li Fan and Appos as process on his phone. Such a spectacle was indeed a rare occurrence. This operation was nothing short of miraculous. Li Boss and Appos' expertise was undeniably unparalleled. Chapter 73. Fist against the Nanshan Elderly Care Center with a flurry of swift fingers. Li Fan orchestrated a symphony of technology and strength at the control console of the maintenance room. 3 mechs, 3 maintenance pods, and 3 sets of mechanical arms operated in exquisite harmony under his command. Metal clashed, and sparks flew, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Qin Fengbo, Xie Fei, and Wang Feng watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Could this truly be the work of a mere human? Qin Fengbo felt his worldview shatter. Xie Fei pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. Ouch. This is no dream. Boss Li is incredible. Wang Feng gazed at Li Fan with rapt admiration. His mind racing. Boss is amazing. Boss is invincible. Boss is my god. The speed at which Li Fan enhanced the mechs was nothing short of extraordinary. If typical mech enhancement was akin to a snail and Appos' pace, Li Fan and Appos' was a rocket launch, complete with dazzling special effects. As the enhancement progressed, the 3 mechs began to transform astonishingly. The previously dull armor now gleamed with a cold metallic luster, as if newly imbued with life. Waves of immense energy radiated from within the mechs, akin to a slumbering giant awakening, sending shivers down their spines. Qin Fengbo and Xie Fei trembled with excitement, acutely aware that their mechs were undergoing a metamorphosis, becoming stronger, and even stronger still. The sensation was euphoric. My goodness, this effect is explosive. Qin Fengbo couldn't and Appos' help but exclaim. Xie Fei dropped to the ground, exclaiming, Boss Li, please accept my knee. Wang Feng, meanwhile, discreetly pulled out his phone, recording the mech enhancement process with a steady hand. This will surely astonish everyone in my circle. Just then, Qin Kong strolled in, humming a tune, toolbox in hand. Boss, I brought those parts. Before she could finish, her gaze was arrested by the scene before her. Li Fan commanded the three mechs like a sorcerer wielding thunder, executing maneuvers that left her questioning reality. Is this magic? Qin Kong felt her mind racing, reflecting on her previous weapon creations. She felt like a novice apprentice in comparison to Li Fan's prowess. Boss, your skills are simply divine, Qin Kong exclaimed. Compared to you, my creations seem like mere scraps of metal. The more she spoke, the more disheartened she became, realizing the chasm between her abilities and Li Fan and Appo's. S was not just a gap, it was an insurmountable chasm. Yet, despite her dismay, Qin Kong was not one to easily concede defeat. She clenched her fists, flames of determination igniting in her eyes. No, I cannot be left behind by the boss. I must strive harder, work tirelessly, and one day catch up to his footsteps. In her heart, she steeled herself to transform all her frustrations into motivation. Ding! The central control system chimed with a crisp notification. The enhancement programs for maintenance pods 3, 4, and 5 were complete. Li Fan slowly withdrew his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. Done. Turning to the awestruck trio, he raised a slight smile. So, how do you feel about it? Absolutely satisfied. Qin Fingbua and the others nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. This mech is fiercer than any I and Appo's VE piloted before. Bossly, you are my savior, Xia Fei exclaimed, nearly speechless with excitement. Boss, do you think my mech can conquer the skies, punch the Nanch on elderly care center, and kick the Beihai kindergarten? Wang Feng asked dreamily. Li Fan, what on earth are you talking about? Clearing his throat, he interrupted their flattery. All right, enough of this. Hurry and test the mechs. Don't waste my time here. Understood. The three replied in unison before eagerly climbing into their respective mechs. Virum, three mechs roared to life simultaneously, their engines growling like three beasts poised for action. Charge! Qin Fingbua shouted, driving his mech out of the maintenance pod, careening wildly across the expansive testing ground like a rampaging bull. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Qin Fingbua and Appo's laughter echoed within the cockpit, jarring the eardrums of those nearby. Watch this. Xie Fei, refusing to be outdone, maneuvered his mech into a series of acrobatic feats, soaring through the air and spinning rapidly like a graceful dancer. My mech can finally fly. Tears of joy nearly brimmed in his eyes. Wang Feng remained more composed, meticulously testing the mech's performance metrics. Weapon systems, operational. Defense systems, functional. Power systems, optimal. All metrics meet and far exceed expectations. He calculated silently, unable to suppress a beaming smile. Boss, this mech is simply a divine weapon. He marveled. After a thorough testing session, the trio sang praises for the mech's capabilities. Bossly, you are truly miraculous, Qin Fingbua proclaimed sincerely. From now on, I will be your #1 fan, Xie Fei vowed, thumping his chest. Boss, could we possibly add some more features to my mech? Perhaps, wings? Wang Feng inquired with anticipation. Li Fan, do you think this is a Gundam game? Enough with the demands. Get going, don't hinder my business. Yes, we're leaving. The trio hurriedly agreed, driving off in their mechs, thoroughly satisfied. Those three are quite amusing. Li Fan mused as he watched their departing figures with a faint smile. Qin Kong, do you see? This is the allure of a mech technician. Li Fan turned to the contemplative Qin Kong. Yes, she nodded vigorously. Boss, I will work hard. I believe in you, Li Fan encouraged, patting her shoulder. Keep at it. Young lady. Yes, boss. Qin Kong's eyes sparkled with determination, ready to pour all her passion into her craft. Observing her fervor, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. At last, she awakened. This mech is nothing short of a metamorphosis. Qin Fingbua piloted his mech, soaring through the testing grounds, reveling in an unprecedented sense of fluid control. Hee. A product from the boss is guaranteed to be top-notch. Xie Fei executed drifts with his mech, agile as a large cat. Boss, your technique is simply extraordinary. Wang Feng focused on the data, analyzing the dashboard's soaring figures, utterly in awe of Li Fan. Standing aside, Li Fan observed the trio and Appo's elation, a smug grin adorning his face. Oh, this is just the beginning. Barely had they departed when Li Fan's communication device erupted with notifications. What is happening? He stared at the incessantly popping messages, utterly bewildered. As he clicked open the page, he was astonished to find an abundance of videos and posts pertaining to his extraordinary repair shop. One particular video had amassed over 100 million likes, and the comments section was abuzz with activity. Goodness, has this proprietor struck gold? Simultaneously operating 3 repair bays? Such dexterity must take years of solitude to master. A comment from above read, "You're missing the point. The true marvel lies in the skill. It's simply unparalleled. Where is this repair shop? I wish to seek mentorship. Let us form a group. I too wish to go." Chapter 74. The tool user Ching Kong gazed at the 3 figures, her eyes shimmering with longing. How wonderful it would be to pilot a mech. Li Fan noticed the desire glimmering in her gaze and was somewhat taken aback. "Don't you enjoy machinery repairs?" From her initial bold self-challenge to the tireless work of recent days, he was utterly convinced of Ching Kong's talent and passion for mechanical repair. "I do. Of course I do." Ching Kong replied hastily, her voice imbued with unwavering conviction. Yet, she soon sighed softly, her expression becoming somewhat ethereal. "But if I could, I would love to personally experience what it feels like to soar through the starry skies in a mech." A smile graced her lips, tinged with youthful yearning. No mechanic could resist the allure of piloting a mech they had crafted with their own hands, and she was no exception. Li Fan regarded Ching Kong, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, leaving behind a teasing grin. "Work hard. Dreams are meant to be pursued. Who knows, they might just come true." Deep within, he harbored an audacious vision. What if one day he could create a mech that ordinary people could pilot safely without any special talents? Although this goal appeared distant, his suggestive words sent ripples of excitement through Ching Kong's heart. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with excitement, her voice trembling with anticipation. "Manager. Do you mean?" "Ahem." I said nothing. Li Fan feigned mystery, shrugging as he turned to walk toward the repair shop. "Show me the results of today's work." Ching Kong watched his retreating figure, her eyes ablaze with exhilaration, as if she wished to illuminate the entire cosmos. She clenched her fists tightly, as if resolved. If one day Li Fan truly allowed her to pilot a mech, she would gladly dedicate her life to this work. Her heart soared like a little bird as she hastened to catch up with Li Fan, returning to the repair shop. The two arrived at repair bay number 10. 16 starry-level mech weapons lay quietly on the ground, their metallic sheen glimmering with a cold, lethal beauty. "Boss, look. These are the 16 starry-level mech weapons I completed during this period." Ching Kong's voice held an unmistakable pride, reminiscent of a little girl showcasing her cherished toys. Yearning for adult affirmation, Li Fan stepped closer, scanning the weapons. He casually picked up a nearly 5-meter-long battle blade, weighing it in his hands. This blade was entirely jet black, exuding a fierce design, with a glimmering edge that caught the light. However, a slight furrow appeared on Li Fan and Appo's brow. Ching Kong's heart leaped to her throat. This blade, Li Fan's voice was somewhat subdued. Ching Kong felt her heart nearly cease. It seemed a bit rough. Li Fan slowly articulated, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Ching Kong's complexion drained of color. "Boss, I finished this one in a rush, so it may be a bit hasty," she hastily explained, her voice dwindling, her head bowing as if she were a child caught in a mistake. Li Fan nodded. "I understand." He bore no intention of reproaching her. "In the future, be mindful not to sacrifice quality for speed." His tone softened. Ching Kong exhaled softly. "Yes, boss, I will remember. I will learn from this lesson and never repeat it," she fervently assured, her sincerity evident. Li Fan set down the battle blade and continued inspecting the other weapons, meticulously examining each one, occasionally nodding or frowning. Ching Kong's emotions mirrored his expressions, her palms sweating with anxiety. At last, Li Fan completed his review of all the weapons. He turned to face Ching Kong. "Aside from the first blade, the rest meet the standards," he stated calmly. Ching Kong was momentarily stunned, then a wave of elation surged within her. "Does this mean boss recognizes my work?" However, Li Fan's tone shifted, causing her heart to race again. "Your overall skill has substantial room for improvement." Li Fan looked at Ching Kong with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "Keep striving, Ching Kong. I believe you can excel even further." He patted her shoulder encouragingly. "Yes, boss. I will not disappoint you." Ching Kong nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with determination. Li Fan approached a row of mech energy guns, scrutinizing them closely. Feeling the textures on their surfaces, the 4-meter-long gun bodies were distinct from the silver energy gun Ching Kong had previously crafted. The main body was a deep cosmic blue, adorned with shimmering silver stars, infused with a sense of mystery and profound beauty. The gun muzzle was designed to resemble a slightly ajar dragon's mouth, subtly radiating energy. exuding an overwhelming pressure. This batch of energy guns. Li Fan caressed the gun's body, admiration flickering in his eyes. The craftsmanship was exquisite, far surpassing the earlier battle blade. Qing Kong, what is going on here? Li Fan turned to her, curiosity evident in his tone. At the mention of his words, Qing Kong perked up. She straightened her posture, a hint of pride illuminating her face. Hiki, boss, to be honest, my forte lies in firearms manufacturing, Qing Kong declared with confidence. When I initially tested for the one-star master mechanic, I passed solely based on my skills in gun manufacturing. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Li Fan. Understanding dawned on Li Fan. So that's it. No wonder she excels in firearms manufacturing. She specializes in it. Very well. Very well. Li Fan nodded with a smile. Qing Kong, you indeed possess great talent in firearms manufacturing. Keep at it, and aim to become a top firearms master soon. Li Fan recognized her remarkable talent and passion for firearms crafting. Given time, she would undoubtedly achieve great success in this realm. Qing Kong felt a surge of joy upon hearing Li Fan and Appos' praise. At last, the boss acknowledges my abilities. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Yet, she did not allow herself to bask in pride. She was aware of her shortcomings, especially in the realm of battle blade crafting, and knew she needed more practice. Boss, could you possibly offer me some guidance on battle blades? Qing Kong gazed at Li Fan eagerly, her eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. She hoped to receive his mentorship to swiftly enhance her skills in blade crafting. Li Fan smiled slightly and shook his head. No need for guidance. You are already doing excellently. That will be all for today. You may clock out. Li Fan waved his hand, signaling that Qing Kong could leave. Qing Kong was taken aback, disappointment flashing across her face. What did this mean? Did the boss think she was too inept to warrant guidance? Or did he find her blade crafting skills unsatisfactory and no longer wish to teach her? Her mind raced with worries, and her despondency deepened. By the way, Li Fan suddenly added, starting tomorrow, your workload will double. 16 battle blades, 16 energy guns, plus the daily maintenance of 2 level mechas. Is that clear? Li Fan gazed at Qing Kong and calmly inquired. In an instant, Qing Kong was rendered speechless. Boss, are you trying to drive me to my demise? Her mouth fell agape, wide enough to accommodate an egg. She had thought today was exhausting enough, only to discover that tomorrow would demand double the effort. This was nothing short of a hellish workload. Tears threatened to spill as she felt akin to a beleaguered little bee, tirelessly laboring each day without a moment and Appos' respite. Yet, she dared not counter Li Fan and Appos' commands, reluctantly acquiescing. No problem, boss. A slight tremor colored her voice. Observing her helpless expression, Li Fan secretly chuckled to himself. Little one, you brought this upon yourself. Do not weep later. With a wave of his hand, he concluded their exchange. See you tomorrow, boss. Qing Kong replied weakly, turning to leave the number 10 maintenance chamber. Her silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn, resembling a defeated creature, dejectedly retreating to her humble abode. Chapter 75. The malevolent capitalist Li Fan gazed at the retreating figure of Qing Kong, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Little girl, this is merely the beginning. The days ahead are still long. I hope you can endure and not disappoint me. The maintenance hatch slammed shut behind him with a resounding clang, isolating him from the cacophony outside. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the weapons that lay quietly on the workbench. These were the treasures that would bring him fortune in the days to come. Approaching the combat blade, he wasted no time and directly accessed the system panel. Selecting the enhancement function, with his right hand outstretched, his fingertips lightly brushed the cold blade. Enhancement, initiate. First level weapon enhancement initiated. -1 energy point. This remarkably low consumption of energy brought Li Fan a thrill akin to discovering a hidden treasure. A slight vibration coursed through his fingertips as an indescribable energy flowed forth, instantly merging with the combat blade. The blade, originally forged from low-grade superalloy, began a visible transformation. The metallic patterns seemed to come alive, reorganizing and aligning themselves. The color deepened from a mundane silver gray to a profound dark silver, exuding an air of danger. Energy fluctuations flickered along the blade's edge, sharp enough to seem capable of rending space itself. In mere seconds, an ordinary low-grade superalloy combat blade had metamorphosed into a resonant alloy blade perfectly suited for a starry-level mech. A smirk tugged at Li Fan's lips. This sensation was exhilarating. Without hesitation, he commenced the enhancement of the next blade. First level weapon enhancement initiated. -1 energy point. The same process, the same efficiency. One blade after another underwent transformation at Li Fan and Appo's hands. Within the maintenance chamber, the system prompts echoed like a delightful symphony. 10 minutes later, Li Fan surveyed the row of resonant alloy blades shimmering with a chilling glow, nodding in satisfaction. The efficiency was simply astounding. Having completed the blades, Li Fan hurried towards the energy guns. He was eager to see what tricks Qin Kong, with her decent appearance, could conjure. Picking up an energy gun, he examined it closely. This gun has some intriguing features. Li Fan keenly noticed that the internal barrel of the energy gun possessed unusual patterns. These were no mere decorative engravings. This was ballistic correction? His eyes lit up. This girl was hiding quite a skill. Ballistic correction, as the name implies, adjusts the trajectory of the energy beam for greater precision. Such a feature was rare among starry-level weapons, typically found only in those of higher caliber. As the path of an energy beam is influenced by numerous factors, making precise targeting a formidable challenge. To achieve ballistic correction in a starry-level energy gun was quite impressive. It seemed Qin Kong and Appo's potential exceeded his expectations. However, that was not enough. A playful smile crept onto Li Fan and Appo's lips. He intended to make this energy gun even more formidable. Accessing the system panel, he activated the enhancement function once more. First level weapon enhancement initiated. -1 energy point. The familiar surge of energy enveloped the gun. The internal energy matrix began to undergo drastic changes. The already intricate structure grew even more complex and efficient. Energy transmission efficiency skyrocketed, and its power surged accordingly. In mere seconds, an ordinary starry-level energy gun completed a magnificent transformation. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. This feeling was truly delightful. He did not pause, immediately proceeding with the enhancement of the next energy gun. First level weapon enhancement initiated. -1 energy point. The same process, the same efficiency. One energy gun after another was upgraded in Li Fan's capable hands. Within the maintenance chamber, the system alerts resonated like a beautiful symphony. 10 minutes later, all 8 energy guns had been enhanced. The gentle glow of the setting sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm golden-red hue over the workshop. Li Fan meticulously arranged the 16 enhanced combat blades and energy guns on display, stand number 2. The presentation is simply exquisite. Admiring his handiwork, Li Fan took out his phone and snapped numerous photos. He focused on angles, lighting, and composition, striving for perfection in every shot. With everything finalized, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, gazing at his creations on display, stand number 2. Sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating the weapons with a captivating halo. He eagerly captured more images from various angles and perspectives, ensuring each weapon sparkled brilliantly. After completing the photo shoot, Li Fan opened the Star Network homepage of his dream workshop. With practiced ease, he crafted a message and uploaded the images. Our workshop has just received a new batch of starry-level mech weapons. 16 resonant alloy blades and 16 ballistic corrected energy guns. Exceptional performance and guaranteed quality. Act swiftly to purchase. Click send. As soon as the message was dispatched, Li Fan's communication device erupted with a flurry of notifications. What is happening? He mused, bewildered by the incessant stream of alerts. Upon checking the Star Network homepage, he found the comments section ablaze. Wow, has the boss found a cheat code? This speed and quality are simply astounding. 16 resonant alloy blades? 16 ballistic corrected energy guns? Am I seeing things? Where is this workshop? I must see it. Count me in. I want to buy one too. Boss, are you hiring apprentices? I can do anything. Serve tea, do laundry, cook. The likes, comments, and shares surged uncontrollably. Li Fan, dazzled by the rapid influx of attention, felt his smile stretch from ear to ear. This wave of excitement was undoubtedly a success. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a few particular comments caught his eye. Ice Queen, boss, I want all these weapons. How much? Name your price. Qin Yu and Appo's sister. Boss, my brother Qin Yu has his eye on your energy gun. Could you save one for him? Invincible Flame Dragon. As my sister said, I want the energy gun. I and Appo's pay any price. Li Fan's spirits soared as he recognized the IDs. ISN and AMP. Appo's. This new Hongxue, Qinlan, and Qin Yu? What a stroke of luck. He felt a wave of joy. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Yet, business was business, and he needed to maintain his composure. Clearing his throat, Li Fan began to respond to the comments. At that moment, Qin Kong languidly slumped in front of her computer, idly browsing the Star Network. Suddenly, a notification caught her attention. New arrivals at Dream Workshop. 16 resonant alloy blades and 16 ballistic corrected energy guns await your acquisition. Taken aback, she clicked the link. Wait, is this the boss's workshop? Recognizing the familiar logo of Dream Workshop, her eyes widened in astonishment. She examined the images closely. Is this truly starry-level weaponry? Qin Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. The battle blade and energy gun depicted in the image are strikingly exquisite, radiating a lustrous sheen that unmistakably marks them as extraordinary creations. Qin Kong murmured to herself, realizing that these weapons surpassed anything she had ever crafted. Reflecting on her previous endeavors, she felt as though they existed in disparate realms, one soaring in the heavens, the other buried underground. The prowess of her boss was astonishing. A wave of intense frustration washed over her, making her feel like a novice apprentice gazing up at a master of great renown. She was unwilling to resign herself to being left behind. Clenching her fists tightly, a flicker of determination ignited in her eyes. I will strive harder. I will exert myself relentlessly. One day, I shall catch up to my boss. In her heart, she silently encouraged herself, vowing to transform all her discontent and setbacks into motivation for progress. Li Fan observed the messages in the comment section expressing interest in purchases. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Business was knocking at his door. However, he refrained from rushing to respond, opting instead to sift through the inquiries. After all, customers varied in status. Individuals like Mu Hongxue, Qin Lan, and Qin Yu were clearly affluent and deserved a proper reception. As for those merely browsing or hoping to snag a bargain, they could be set aside for the moment. Li Fan first replied to Mu Hongxue, "This batch of weapons has been meticulously crafted by our establishment, and the quality is assured. The price is a straightforward 10,000 credit points." He boldly set a high price, knowing well that Mu Hongxue was wealthy and that he should take advantage of the opportunity. Following this, he responded to Qin Lan and Qin Yu. "You desire an energy gun, correct? Not a problem. In light of your acquaintance with Qin Yu, I shall reserve one for him. As for the price, let's adhere to the market rate, 90,000 credit points each. What do you think?" Li Fan sent messages to Qin Lan and Qin Yu while temporarily disregarding the other inquiries. He wished to observe the reactions of these three before making further decisions. Li Fan was confident that for individuals of their financial stature, such sums were trivial. Indeed, it wasn't long before Mu Hongxue replied, "No problem, boss. I will transfer 10,000 credit points immediately." She responded with enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, Qin Lan and Qin Yu followed suit with their replies. "Thank you, brotherly. Please be sure to reserve a weapon for me. Boss, you are truly generous. From now on, I shall be your loyal customer." Chapter 76. Is this truly stellar grade? On the planet Jills, within the Qin family's study, the lighting was soft and inviting. Qin Tianhao and Appo's gaze was fixated on the holographic screen displaying a message just received from Mu Chanqi. His temples throbbed incessantly as though a small drum was beating relentlessly within. 15,000 stellar-grade mecha weapons in just 1 month. That old fellow must think stellar-grade weapons are as plentiful as cabbages, available in any quantity desired. The price of stellar-grade weapons is secondary. For a colossal entity like the Qin family, finances are not a concern. The crux of the matter lies in the time constraint and the sheer volume required. To gather such a vast number of qualified weapons compatible with the Federation and Appo's standard mecha in such a short time frame is an endeavor more arduous than scaling the heavens. Qin Tianhao, irritated, rubbed his temples, feeling as if he were about to lose a few more strands of his already thinning hair. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Qin Tianhao snapped, his mood less than amiable. The door swung open with a rush, and Qin Lan burst in like a whirlwind, her little face flushed with excitement. "Dad, no need to buy weapons anymore." Qin Tianhao was taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. "What do you mean, no need to buy? Has that old man Mu changed his mind?" "It's not Uncle Mu, it's Li Fan. Boss Li. He is selling weapons on the Star Network." Qin Lan spoke rapidly, like a rapid-fire barrage. "Li Fan?" Qin Tianhao frowned, recalling someone who seemed to be his daughter's savior. "That mechanic? He sells weapons? What sort of weapons could he possibly sell?" Qin Tianhao, perplexed, accepted the holographic screen handed to him by Qin Lan, and the words Dream Mechanic Store caught his eye. He casually scrolled through the product listings. Resonance alloy battle blades, ballistic correction energy guns. These are all stellar-grade weapons, aren't they? Resonance alloy? Isn't that a material for crafting fragmentary star-grade mecha weapons? Observing his daughter's excitement, she seemed rather taken with them, yet currently, Qin Lan was not eligible to wield such items. Qin Lan blinked her large eyes, looking at him as if to say, "Are you foolish, Dad? Dad, look further down. Examine the product details closely." Qin Tianhao's brows furrowed deeper. He patiently continued scrolling. Stellar grade. Mecha weapons? Qin Tianhao's voice suddenly escalated, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He leapt from his chair, fixating on the text on the holographic screen, wishing he could bore a hole through it with his gaze. Stellar grade. Incompatible with the Federation's standard mechas. This is akin to a timely delivery of coal in winter. No, it is even more fortuitous. It is like bringing an ocean to a parched desert. Qin Tianhao's heart raced wildly, feeling as though he might suffocate from excitement. Dad, look. Stellar grade. Compatible with the Federation's standard mechas. Qin Lan stamped her foot in urgency, wishing to thrust the holographic display into her father's vision. Qin Tianhao's heart threatened to leap from his throat. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his exhilaration. His voice trembling as he inquired, Xiaolan, is this store reliable? How many stellar-grade weapons can he possibly have? Dad, Bosley is wonderful. Moreover, he has saved my life. His skills are beyond question. Qin Lan fervently endorsed Li Fan. Good, good, good. Qin Tianhao repeated thrice, thrilled as he paced the study. Do you have his contact information? Quickly, give it to me. Qin Lan promptly sent Li Fan's star network contact to Qin Tianhao. Elated, he immediately dialed Li Fan's communication line. Beep, beep. The connection was established, and Li Fan's youthful visage appeared on the holographic screen. Hello. May I ask who this is? Li Fan and Appo's voice carried a hint of the casualness typical of youth. Hello, Bosley. I am Qin Tianhao, Qin Lan's father. Qin Tianhao hurriedly introduced himself, his tone laced with urgency and unmasked respect. Oh, it's Uncle Qin. Greetings. Upon recognizing Qin Lan's father, Li Fan became instantly warm and welcoming. Bosley, I noticed you were selling stellar-grade mecha weapons. May I inquire how many you can produce? Qin Tianhao suppressed his inner excitement, striving to keep his voice steady. Stellar-grade weapons. Li Fan stroked his chin, appearing to ponder seriously. In a day, I could manage about 40 to 50, though it depends on the model and specifications. 40 to 50. Qin Tianhao nearly gasped in disbelief. This output, while not comparable to those large armament factories, is miraculous for a mechanic shop. Bosley, would this arrangement work? I require a substantial order of this style of stellar-grade weapons. Qin Tianhao tentatively proposed. A substantial order? How substantial? Li Fan's interest peaked. 15,000, including battle blades and energy guns. Qin Tianhao relayed Mu Tianqi's request. 15,000. Li Fan was taken aback as well. This was indeed a massive order. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he possessed a system. This quantity is indeed a bit excessive. Li Fan deliberately elongated his words. But it was not insurmountable. Fantastic. Bosley, whatever requirements you have, please do not hesitate to ask. Qin Tianhao was elated, feeling as if he might take flight. Li Fan pondered for a moment. If it is merely a matter of production, the timeline is too protracted. I have an idea. I wonder if President Qin would be amenable. Speak. Qin Tianhao was now wholly deferential to Li Fan. I could enhance the existing basic stellar-grade weapons, directly upgrading them to stellar-grade resonance alloy weapons. This would expedite the process significantly, Li Fan proposed. Enhancement. Qin Tianhao was momentarily stunned. But then he quickly realized this was a brilliant idea. Yes, absolutely. As long as quality can be assured, I will accept any method. Qin Tianhao agreed without hesitation. Rest assured about the quality, it will be flawless. Li Fan assured confidently. Then, Bosley, if I supply 15,000 basic weapons, how long would you need to complete the task? Qin Tianhao posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Li Fan silently calculated in his mind. Well, conservatively, about a month. A month. Qin Tianhao was so elated he nearly leaped for joy. This speed surpasses even his expectations. Excellent. 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 Bosley, I am committed to this deal. Qin Tianhao decisively declared. Let us sign the contract tomorrow. Absolutely. Uncle Qin, see you tomorrow. Li Fan responded with a smile. After ending the communication, Qin Tianhao excitedly paced the study several times before slamming his hand on the table. Bring someone to me. Master, what orders do you have? Secretary Wang entered the room. Wang immediately. Contact the logistics department of the Federation fleet and instruct them to inventory and package all basic weapons suitable for stellar-grade mecha from the fleet's equipment store. Qin Tianhao's voice resonated with excitement and urgency. Master, it's already rather late. Wang glanced at the time, somewhat hesitant. Late. Late for what? This is a matter of life and death. What does time matter? Qin Tianhao bellowed. Immediately. At once. Handle it. If you fail, pack your things and leave. Why yes. Master, I will go right away. Secretary Wang, startled, quickly rushed out, observing Xiao Wang's flustered retreat. Qin Tianhao let out a long sigh, feeling as though a colossal weight that had burdened his heart had finally been lifted. Li Fan, truly, you are my fortunate star. Qin Tianhao murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Chapter 77, Fire at Will. As the communication screen dimmed, Qin Tianhao exhaled slowly. A heavy weight upon his brow, akin to chains that bound his heart. The burdens of a family head rendered him unable to experience the ease of ordinary life. Father, what troubles you now? The voice of his daughter, Qin Lan, wafted in like a gentle breeze, dispelling the somber atmosphere of the study. Qin Tianhao snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting to the doorway where his daughter stood, a radiant presence akin to the warmth of winter sun. A tender smile broke across his face. Lan Lan, you've arrived. What brings you here? Father, don't even think about going back on your word. Qin Lan pouted, her tone laced with youthful innocence. What is it? Qin Tianhao, momentarily taken aback, displayed a flicker of confusion in his eyes. My snow eagle still requires a suitable weapon. Qin Lan reminded him, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Qin Tianhao smacked his forehead, the memory returning to him. A slight embarrassment crossed his features, but he quickly assumed the guise of a doting father. Look at my memory. Fear not, Lan Lan, how could I ever forget? He then shifted his tone to one of negotiation. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Tomorrow, when we sign the contract, I shall assist you in selecting the finest weapon. How does that sound? Father, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you? Qin Lan and Apos, eyes widened in disbelief, her hands placed firmly on her hips, exuding a demeanor that dared him to deceive her. A pang of unease struck Qin Tianhao. He had indeed let this slip from his mind amidst recent chaos. How could that be? My precious daughter, has there ever been a moment when I have misled you? He hastily reassured her, though his voice betrayed a hint of guilt. His mind whirled in contemplation. Lan Lan, what kind of weapon do you desire? Speak freely, and I promise to procure the finest for you. He thumped his chest, projecting an air of confidence, even as he internally strategized how to fulfill this promise. I want a combat dagger, Qin Lan declared without hesitation. And a sniper rifle, she added, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of wielding such formidable arms on the battlefield. It must be the best, she emphasized, her tone resolute and unwavering. Absolutely. Qin Tianhao agreed with fervor, though a flicker of concern began to gnaw at him. A combat dagger? A sniper rifle? And the best, no less. This girl certainly had lofty expectations. Yet, a cunning glimmer crossed his eyes. Perhaps he could consult that young man, Li Fan? After all, he had a knack for enhancing and modifying weapons. There could be a chance to arrange something special for Lan Lan. Content, Qin Lan departed the study, leaving Qin Tianhao to confront his conundrum alone. He returned to his chair, activating the star map, his gaze wandering over the myriad of coordinates. The Bloodbath Alliance. Where are you hiding? Qin Tianhao and Apos, his expression darkened ominously, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Those who dare to touch the Qin family shall pay a bloody price. In the Federal Operations Conference Room, the air was thick with tension, almost palpable. On the screen, countless red dots flickered, each representing a monstrous chitinous beast. It was a tide of beasts. The situation was dire. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and weary. He was Su Lao, the chief strategist of the Federation. The intelligence from the reconnaissance fleet indicates that this chitinous beast tide is unprecedented, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Moreover, among them are numerous high-tier chitinous beasts, with the possibility of and Apos, king-level and Apos, entities present. Silence enveloped the conference room, the gravity of the news stunning everyone into disbelief. What directives have come from headquarters? A voice trembled with desperation. Su Lao shook his head slowly, his eyes reflecting helplessness. The border star regions are in crisis. The Obsidian fleet is preoccupied in the Gamma system and cannot assist. The Titan fleet is engaged in a purging operation in the Oort Nebula, far removed from our immediate needs. As for the Guardians fleet, he let out a bitter laugh, tinged with self-mockery. They are currently in a standoff in the Andromeda galaxy against the mechanical deity cult, and cannot be relied upon. What do we do now? Are we to await our doom? Despair quickly spread through the conference room. Etched upon every face was fear and uncertainty. Enough. A thunderous roar shattered the suffocating silence. A scarred man slammed his hand onto the table, rising abruptly. He was Zhao Gang, captain of the Thunder and Appos, fleet. What of the star rail cannons? Blast those beasts to oblivion. I refuse to believe they can turn the tide against us. His voice boomed with a ferocity akin to a raging lion. No. A middle-aged woman interjected firmly, her resolve unyielding. She was Lin Wan, captain of the Phoenix and Appos, fleet. The star rail cannons possess immense power but have a wide coverage area. Firing them could inadvertently harm civilians. Moreover, Lin Wan inhaled deeply, striving to quell her rising anxiety. The chitinous beasts are highly sensitive to energy fluctuations. The charging process of the cannons would surely alert them. The consequences would be catastrophic. What then? Are we to idly watch as these beasts invade our cities and slaughter our kin? Zhao Gang retorted, frustration palpable in his voice. Lin Wan fell silent, acutely aware of the truth in Zhao Gang's words, yet she had no better solutions. She bit her lip, her gaze reflecting the turmoil within her. Enough. A low, authoritative voice interrupted their dispute. Mu Tianqi, the federal chancellor and commander of the operation, rose slowly. His gaze swept over the assembly, sharp as a blade. Now is not the time for quarrels. Relay my orders. His voice resonated with gravity, each word pronounced with clarity. Deploy the unmanned fleet, equipped with high-energy bait, to draw the chitinous beast tide towards wasteland number 7. Simultaneously, he paused, the seriousness of his tone intensifying. All mech pilots, enter first-level readiness status. Prepare to engage at a moment's notice. Yes. The assembly responded in unison, their voices reverberating within the chamber. Dismissed. Mu Tianqi waved his hand decisively, and one by one, the attendees departed the conference room, their footsteps heavy with the weight of impending doom. Alone, Mu Tianqi stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the profound and enigmatic starry expanse. What on earth has transpired at headquarters? He murmured, his brow furrowed in concern. He could not shake the feeling that matters were far more complex than they appeared. The tide of monstrous beasts, the Obsidian fleet, has been restrained. The Guardian fleet stands in confrontation with the mechanized deity sect. Is it truly mere coincidence? Mu Tianqi let out a resigned sigh. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a vast web of conspiracy, a vortex that was dragging the entire Federation toward an irretrievable abyss. He hastened towards the command center. Suddenly, the communicator chimed. It was his aide. Commander, there is an urgent encrypted communication from the Dark Eagle Special Operations Group. Mu Tianqi's heart sank, and he swiftly entered his private office. Closing the door behind him, he activated the holographic projection. A scarred visage materialized on the screen. It was Luo Feng, the leader of the Dark Eagle Special Operations Group. What is the situation? Mu Tianqi inquired directly, his tone urgent. It is not optimistic, Luo Feng replied, his voice low and tinged with gravity. According to our intelligence, this beast tide was not a natural occurrence. What do you mean? Mu Tianqi's expression shifted, pressing for clarification. There are unseen hands at work. We discovered the remnants of an energy wave emitter at the periphery of the Chanchong beast activity zone. Mu Tianqi's pupils dilated in shock. Do we have confirmation of who is behind this? Currently, there is no direct evidence, but based on the analysis of the energy wave signatures, it is highly likely to be the work of the Blood Reaver Alliance. What are their intentions? Mu Tianqi's voice turned frigid, devoid of any emotion. To divert our attention. Commander, I believe this is merely the beginning. They may have ulterior motives. Luo Feng's tone was grave, laden with concern. Mu Tianqi fell silent for a moment, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Continue the investigation and report immediately upon any developments. Understood. As the communication ended, Mu Tianqi stood by the window, his countenance dark and foreboding. The Blood Reaver Alliance, a nefarious organization comprised of various outlaws, had grown increasingly rampant in recent years. What exactly do they seek? Chapter 78. Captain Zhang in high spirits. Li Fan was in exceptionally good spirits, buoyed by Qin Tianhao's order for 15,000 starry weapons, a sum not to be dismissed lightly. He hummed an off-key tune as he pushed open the iron door of the lounge with a resounding bang. The energy wrench danced nimbly at his fingertips, occasionally tapping lightly against the wall to produce a few mischievous sparks. This splendid fortune has finally come my way. Li Fan raised an eyebrow in triumph. The entire lounge suffused with an air of self-satisfaction. He settled cross-legged in the corner, preparing to commence his daily training. After several days of practice, Li Fan had mastered the control of the Star Force tides, no longer causing the ruckus that threatened to uproot this humble establishment. After all, the shop and Appos, soundproofing, well, was practically non-existent. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the universal meditation method he had exchanged from the system. Mysterious runes flickered in his mind, resonating with the pulse of the cosmos. As Li Fan's spirit gradually immersed itself, he felt the slow ascent of his mental power, each increment bringing him joy. The star force gathered in his palms like a gentle brook, swirling slowly to form a miniature star nebula that radiated a soft glow, illuminating the entire lounge. The star force surged, nourishing Li Fan's sea of consciousness, and he sensed his mental strength steadily improving, just a step away from reaching the mid-level of the 6th tier. At this critical moment, a faint sensation of being watched suddenly washed over him, like a cold needle piercing his awareness. Li Fan snapped his eyes open, his sharp gaze slicing through the window. No one. He furrowed his brow, instantly expanding his perception like an invisible radar, scanning every nook and cranny around him. Yet, still no findings. Was it an illusion? Perhaps he was simply fatigued? Li Fan pondered, but nonetheless decided to err on the side of caution. He understood the principle of keeping wealth hidden. He pursed his lips, quickly centering his mind and suppressing the fluctuations of star force to a minimum. The nebula gradually dissipated, and the light within the lounge dimmed accordingly. Outside the dream machine repair shop, in a shadowy corner, Zhou Shun rubbed his eyes vigorously, disbelief etched across his face. What on earth was that? He blinked hard, trying to clarify the fleeting glow he had just witnessed. He had distinctly seen twinkling star-like lights within the repair shop. Although faint, it was certainly not mere lighting. Yet now, the glow had vanished, and everything returned to stillness. As though all he had witnessed was but a figment of his imagination. Could it be that he was simply exhausted and hallucinating? Zhou Shun muttered to himself, his brow furrowing in concern. As an experienced law enforcement officer, he recognized that even the slightest anomaly could conceal significant secrets. What exactly was hidden within the shabby shop? His heart raced, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. If he reported this information to the organization, the reward would surely sustain him for quite some time. Li Fan gradually opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, having completed his training. He stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body, and approached the monitor. The screen displayed surveillance footage of the area surrounding the repair shop. Li Fan squinted, scrutinizing every corner. Indeed, in a shadowy recess across from the shop, a furtive figure was glancing towards him repeatedly. What a scoundrel, prowling about at this late hour like a peeping Tom. The longer Li Fan observed, the more he felt something was amiss. The silhouette seemed increasingly familiar. This looks like someone from Captain Zhang Si-hai and Amp. Oppo's S law enforcement team, Dozen and Amp. Oppo's T it? Li Fan gasped in shock. He recalled that the last time Zhang Si-hai visited the shop, this individual had been lurking behind him. What was he doing here, sneaking around? Li Fan found himself perplexed. Logically, Zhang Si-hai should trust him by now. There was no reason to send someone to surveil him. Could it be? A thought flashed through Li Fan and Amp. Oppo's S mind. No. He needed to call Zhang Si-hai and inquire directly. Li Fan promptly dialed Zhang Si-hai and Amp. Oppo's S number. Li, my brother? What brings you to call at this late hour? Zhang Si-hai's face lit up upon seeing Li Fan's incoming call, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. After all, Li Fan was a substantial benefactor. Every time he reached out, it was for good reason. Captain Zhang, is one of your subordinates loitering outside my shop? Li Fan cut straight to the chase. Huh? Zhang Si-hai was taken aback, his smile freezing on his face. Li, are you sure? Absolutely. I have the surveillance footage. It's crystal clear, Li Fan asserted with confidence. Zhang Si-hai fell silent for a moment, his voice turning grave. Li, this matter is somewhat complicated. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. With that, Zhang Si-hai abruptly hung up. It seemed that something was indeed amiss. Li Fan set the phone down, his brow furrowing. He had a nagging suspicion that this situation was far from straightforward. Zhang Si-hai's reaction only solidified his concerns. Could it be remnants of the Bloodbath Alliance? The thought flickered through Li Fan and Oppo's S mind. After all, the Bloodbath Alliance was a formidable force, not easily eradicated in a single sweep. It appeared that caution was warranted. Li Fan took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Half an hour later, Zhou Shun remained outside the repair shop, silently keeping watch. He believed he was undetected, unaware that his every move had already been laid bare. He had meticulously scouted the surveillance setup in advance, deliberately avoiding any cameras that could expose his presence, and had stealthily approached. Moreover, he had remained stationary, frequently changing positions to ensure he evaded detection. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras of the repair shop were all concealed. These had been part of the high-tech upgrades made during the system and Oppo's enhancement of the shop. Not even a sky-tier mechanic could escape unscathed. Zhou Shun, it's you. Suddenly, an invisible force clutched tightly at his throat like a vice. A chilling voice emerged from behind him. Zhou Shun and Appo's heart raced, instinctively attempting to break free and flee. However, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape Zhang Sihai's confinement. Zhang Sihai possessed a B-level talent, wind confinement. At this moment, a tempest roared, the wind element transforming into intangible shackles that firmly restrained Zhou Shun, even lifting him off the ground. Captain Zhang, what are you doing? Zhou Shun and Appo's face drained of color, his legs flailing in a futile attempt to maintain composure. What am I doing? You know full well. Zhang Sihai scoffed, swinging his arm forcefully and throwing Zhou Shun to the ground. Crack. Zhou Shun felt as if his bones were shattering, wincing in pain. I don't understand what you're saying. Zhou Shun continued to feign ignorance, his gaze wavering. Don't understand? Then allow me to enlighten you. Zhang Sihai, uninterested in further dialogue, hoisted him up like a mere chick and escorted him to the hovering vehicle. Li, my brother, I owe you one this time. Otherwise, this little rascal would have slipped through the cracks. Zhang Sihai remarked as he brought Zhou Shun downstairs, expressing his gratitude to Li Fan. Captain Zhang, you're too kind. It was merely a trivial effort, Li Fan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, Boss Li, Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat awkward. About the lottery for the repair shop. Considering our relationship, could you possibly make an exception and let me jump the queue? Lottery? You need and amp, Appos, to participate in any lottery, Li Fan replied, somewhat astonished. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai became anxious. No, Boss Li. Please. Do not make an exception for me. The rules must be upheld. If we set a precedent, things will descend into chaos. Zhang Sihai hurriedly clarified, fearing that Li Fan might indeed bend the rules for him. Oh, that matter, Li Fan continued, is regarding my nephew Su Yuntao and Amp, Appos, Mecha, which requires enhancement. He is about to participate in the Mecha competition at the academy, and I wish to help him secure a good ranking to gain some practical experience. I see. Li Fan nodded in understanding. Captain Zhang, you've misunderstood. What I meant to say is that you are already within the next quota. Ah? Zhang Sihai was taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication. You mean to say, my appointment is prior to the lottery? His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Indeed. Li Fan affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. Brotherly, you are truly my benefactor. Zhang Sihai was nearly on the verge of leaping with joy. The sudden fortune felt overwhelming. He had been concerned that if he failed to win the lottery, his nephew's Mecha enhancement would be in jeopardy. Outside the repair shop, under the dim lights, Zhang Sihai's hands clutched Li Fan's tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He trembled with excitement, as if he were grasping not the hand of a young man, but a treasure capable of altering destinies. Li Fan winced at the grip, furrowing his brow, and gently interrupted, Captain Zhang, it and Appos, it's getting late, and you do have official duties. Don't you? If we delay any further, I fear. He genuinely worried that if he did not intervene, Zhang Sihai might rattle him to pieces. Awakened by this reminder, Zhang Sihai reluctantly released his hold, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Then, shall I bring Yuntao over tomorrow? He was eager to confirm the enhancement time, fearing that prolonged hesitation would lead to uncertainty. In his mind, he swiftly calculated that he must request leave from the director tomorrow, determined to bring Su Yuntao over for Li Fan to transform his mecha completely. I shall take my leave now, Boss Li. Farewell. At this moment, Zhang Sihai felt elated, striding with newfound energy toward the hovering vehicle of the enforcement team. Step aside. I shall drive. Chapter 79. A spectrum of hues, he promptly relieved the original driver, settling into the driver's seat himself. Vroom. Vroom. Zhang Sihai piloted the air car with unbridled fervor, hurtling towards the enforcement team headquarters. The accelerator seemed destined to pierce the engine housing. Team leader. Slow down. I'm going to be sick. The team members in the back, their faces ashen, clung desperately to the handrails, their internal organs seemingly on the verge of ejection. This was not mere driving. It was a flirtation with mortality. Zhang Sihai, in high spirits, paid them no heed. The prospect of his nephew Su Yuntao and Appos' Mecha undergoing enhancement filled him with such anticipation that he wished for wings to expedite his return. Endure it. We and Appos, almost there. Zhang Sihai bellowed without turning back, pressing the accelerator further. Ugh. His response was a chorus of retching, a symphony of regurgitation. Finally, with a screech of tires against the pavement, the air car executed an abrupt halt before the enforcement team headquarters. "We and AMP, Oppos, here. Everyone out," Zhang Sihai exclaimed, alighting from the vehicle with an air of self-importance. The team members staggered out, their complexions pallid, seeking support against the wall as they succumbed to a torrent of vomit. A collection of incompetence. Can and AMP, Oppos, to even withstand a bit of speed? Zhang Sihai scoffed, berating them with disappointment. "Look at you, supposed enforcement team members. How will you apprehend criminals in this state?" He strode towards the prison car containing Zhou Shun. "Everyone, gather around. See what's happened here." The team members, battling their nausea, hesitantly approached. Ugh! Another wave of vomiting erupted as they neared the prison car. Inside, a scene of carnage unfolded. A gruesome tableau of dismembered limbs and unrecognizable matter lay scattered, resembling a violently dismantled abattoir. The air hung heavy with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. Team leader, was he detonated by your driving?" One member stammered, his voice trembling. Zhang Sihai and Oppos' face darkened. He knew this was not attributable to his driving prowess. The legend is true. Members of the Bloodbath Syndicate choose self-destruction upon capture. Zhang Sihai stated in a somber tone. "Damn it, those maniacs!" Another member exclaimed. "What are you all standing around for?" Zhang Sihai roared, his voice like a thunderclap. "Clean up the scene and search for clues." The team members exchanged uneasy glances, each yearning to retreat. "What? Are you defying orders?" Zhang Sihai demanded, his gaze piercing. "Always boasting of your abilities, yet you cower at a simple task?" He pointed at the prison car, his voice rising. "Get to it. Anyone shirking will face 100-fold increase in training." The team members, their faces etched with misery, reluctantly began the grim task. "Useless lot," Zhang Sihai muttered, stepping aside. He retrieved his communicator, preparing to contact Mu Tianqi. "Chief Mu, there's been an incident." His voice trembled as he relayed the events leading to the capture of the Bloodbath Syndicate spy outside Li Fan and AMP, Oppos' repair shop. He detailed the gruesome aftermath of the self-detonation, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the name Bloodbath Syndicate, Mu Tianqi's already taut nerves reached their breaking point. He rose abruptly, leaning forward. "Is Li Fan all right?" Li Fan's safety was paramount. "Boss Li is fine. He's unaware of Zhou Shun's self-detonation." Mu Tianqi exhaled in relief, the tension draining from his body. "Handle this discreetly. Investigate the Bloodbath Syndicate's movements. And be careful, they are unpredictable." "Understood, Chief Mu," Zhang Sihai responded. "Also," Mu Tianqi added, "keep this from Li Fan to avoid disrupting his mecha enhancement." "Understood." After ending the call, Mu Tianqi rubbed his temples, feeling weary. The Bloodbath Syndicate, a persistent menace. Hopefully, Zhang Sihai can manage. "Chief Mu, I'd like to request leave for tomorrow morning." "Leave? At a time like this?" Mu Tianqi's voice rose in disbelief. "I have an important matter. I promised Boss Li I'd take my nephew, Su Yuntao, for mecha enhancement." Mu Tianqi paused. "That is important." "Fine, seek leave from Li Kaifeng." Zhang Sihai contacted Li Kaifeng. "Director, I need to request leave." On the other end of the line, Li Kaifeng's voice was unmistakably laced with anger, as if he were troubled by some pressing matter. "I was just about to contact you. Tomorrow morning. 15,000 stellar-grade mech weapons must be escorted to Li Fan's shop. You are to personally lead the escort team, ensuring Li Fan's safety at all costs." Li Kaifeng's tone left no room for dissent, his words as firm as iron. Zhang Sihai was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly grasped the situation. A surge of exhilaration flooding his heart. "Director, are you implying that I should lead the team to Li Fan and Oppos' shop tomorrow?" "Of course. What else could it be?" Li Kaifeng replied curtly, seemingly displeased with Zhang Sihai's delayed reaction. "Also, handle your nephew's matter while you're at it. Select capable individuals from the enforcement team. We must ensure that no mistakes occur tomorrow." Li Kaifeng and Oppos' tone softened slightly, a hint of sweetness offered to Zhang Sihai. "Yes, Director." Zhang Sihai responded with uncontainable joy, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. "Very well, that will be all." Li Kaifeng hung up the phone, evidently burdened with numerous other tasks. Zhang Sihai stood there, holding the communicator, utterly bewildered, as if caught in a dream. 15,000 stellar-grade weapons? All to be delivered to Li Fan's shop for enhancement? He could scarcely believe his ears. It was an astronomical figure. What is going on? On Kalen Star, In the basement of an abandoned factory, a throng of figures gathered, their faces obscured beneath hoods. An atmosphere of restless tension hung in the air, akin to water on the verge of boiling. Lord Simming, the actions of the Federal fleet are exceedingly unusual. A significant military presence has suddenly been deployed near the Dream repair shop. I suspect. I have seen it too. Those transport ships. Who knows what they contain? If it's aimed at us. Could it be Zhou Shun? A chilling speculation was raised, but swiftly dismissed. Impossible. He is already. Moreover, if he had truly leaked anything, we would and Oppos, still be here. Li Simming listened in silence, her mind a tumult of thoughts. The moment Zhou Shun encountered trouble, the Federal fleet made such a significant move. What could possibly be the connection? She forced down her unease and spoke resolutely. I understand. Immediately notify everyone to evacuate the area surrounding the Dream repair shop, as far away as possible. Simultaneously, closely monitor the movements of the Federal fleet and ascertain what has transpired. The operational plan remains unchanged. We will decide our course of action once our master returns. Though Li Simming and Oppos' voice was calm, her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination.